The action of this funny and interesting story takes place in the Kingdom of the Swordsman, in the Eastern Wasteland, where the attack on the city took place. One of the attackers threw the students back and said that their clan could not do anything against this phantom transformation. Times had changed. Now these lands would belong to their blood clan. The wounded student shouted that the villain should not talk nonsense because he had already informed Brother Alan, and when he came, none of them would leave. 5 terrifying masters towered over the students, and one of them said that he did not know anyone among the best students of the Sword Clan with that name. Apparently, he is not even among the top 10, and if he dares to fight the Great 5 of the Blood Clan, he will be finished. A man with a terrible scarlet aura said that he should come here and collect the corpses of the students. After these words, the huge red projection that the villain summoned punched the student. Suddenly, an unknown guy rushed towards the threat at the speed of a cheetah. The scarlet fist was immediately blocked by his skills. The unknown villain in the hat was surprised that someone was able to block his attack. 2 students who were preparing for death rejoiced that they were saved, and the third of them shouted that it was Brother Alan. Brother Alan, a long-haired man with blue eyes and a powerful chi aura inspiring calm, was glad that he had time. The villain laughed when he saw that same unknown sword fighter. He asked if the guy was looking for death, and his projection began to create a powerful scarlet sphere for attack. But Alan immediately struck the monster with one light blow of his sword and stopped all his attempts to hit the enemy. In an instant, the entire Great 5 from the Blood Clan received colossal injuries and were defeated. A few moments later, they were all lying at Alan's feet unconscious. Apparently, it was all over for them. Unnoticed by the others, a strange scarlet sphere rolled from one of the 5 masters. Alan asked the students if everything was okay, and they thanked him for his help. Alan asked Brother Steve if he told him not to do anything because if he didn't have time, they would have died. To which Steve replied that this would be a lesson for him. But these masters sacrificed 1,000 monks just so that refined the blood soul pearl, and therefore he could not sit idly by. Alan advised the guy not to listen to the clan's tales. Let him do what he can and live an ordinary life. This is the best path to improvement for his generation. Suddenly, the student noticed how the scarlet pearl began to emit purple ominous smoke and head towards Alan. An elder of the Blood Clan emerged from it and asked who dared to speak out against his students. He then attempted to attack our hero with the fist of ghostly comprehension. Steve recognized him and shouted that he was the master of the 7th level of the Purple Palace. But Alan was already preparing for a new battle, drawing his invincible sword from its sheath. The blade of the blade shone with a blue light, and immediately multiple cuts of the sword rushed towards the master. Alan's power was able to stop the elder's ghostly hand. The master was surprised that someone was actually able to stop his attack. He thought about it and said that Alan was a good fighter and it would be a pity to even kill such a person. The villain invited Alan to join them because their clan has always respected the strong. He will make him his #1 student and support the guy. Besides, their clan is full of treasures and beauties. Alan answered the elder that he had heard that they work from early morning until late at night, eat and sleep in the open air, and are constantly hunted. On their way to improvement, they kill each other because they only care about their own benefit, to which the master replied that they don't have many rules, and the discipline is lame, but their main principle is that the more you work, the more you get. Alan laughed at the phrase, the more you work, the more you get. At their sword school, working hours are regulated, and besides, he has been here for a long time and sincerely enjoys the time he spends here. Therefore, he will never join them. After these words, the guy used his sword technique, which cuts everything in its path. The master tried to hold back such a powerful attack, but he had difficulty doing it. Ultimately, Alan's sword technique won, and a huge explosion was heard, signaling the swordsman's victory. Steve rejoiced at the guy's victory and asked if he did the right thing by calling him here for help. The other disciples couldn't believe their eyes. It was impossible that their clan's initial level of swordsmanship could be so powerful. The cut-up demon, who lay without strength, asked Alan why he did not want to join them. The guy replied that he had worked hard for many years, so he knew in advance what he would tell him. The master dared to hang noodles on his ears and thereby doomed himself to these humiliations. Suddenly, a strange sphere rose from the master's body, emitting a purple, ominous aura. The sphere flew up to Alan's hands and whispered in a quiet voice for the guy to finish off the elder. Then the strange artifact flew away at the speed of sound. Alan did not understand what happened, but assumed that the spirit of the master had left the body and was trying to hide. He readied his energy-charged sword and was ready to go in pursuit of the soul. However, suddenly the guy heard the disgusting sound of an alarm clock. The hero stopped, took his watch out of his cloak and began to look at it. After that, to the surprise of the other students, he turned around and said that the main mission was completed and he was leaving. One of the students could not believe that Brother Alan would simply allow the soul of the elder of such a powerful clan to escape. Suddenly, Steve started telling other students about Alan that they didn't understand something. The fact is that Brother Alan practices the 9 to 5 method. He pointed to the sun setting behind the mountain, which meant that time was up. This means that it is now the end of Alan's working day. What irritated Alan most was that at the end of the working day he still had a lot of work left, and he was practically forced to work overtime. The next day, we are transported to the residence of the Swordsman clan. Here, warriors train to control their blades, which they can use to fly if they focus enough chakra. In order to be strong, they train hard every day. But not everyone is such a hard worker. One of the students turned around and looked at the one who was again lazy and doing nothing. He didn't understand how the elders even accepted a student like this guy. It was Alan, who was sleeping peacefully under a tree while others were training tirelessly. The noise of the warriors woke up the guy, and he reluctantly began to stretch and wake up. He took off his blindfold to look at his comrades. Alan returned after midnight, so he didn't get much sleep. If he had known about everything in advance, he would not have been the one to put such troublesome tasks on his shoulders. Up to this point, he had been continuously working overtime for 5 years, 996. The 996 work schedule is an unofficial work schedule from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week. His boss shouted at the guy from morning to night that he was lazy and that he should continue working until he finished and not even think about leaving. As a result, the guy lost consciousness, and his colleagues told the boss to call an ambulance. But he said that first let the guy finish the project. Suddenly, Alan died and accidentally ended up in this fantasy world. Here he is a simple student of the Swordsman clan, and finally, he has a second chance to change everything. But other students, just like in his previous life, tell him to work hard and not stop for sleep, because a student of his age should devote himself to practice, not sleep. Everyone around tells the guy that he is lazy, and they have never seen such a lazy person. But he decided, so as not to repeat the mistakes of the past, he would never work overtime in this world. But the guy didn't expect that even here he would stand out so much. Suddenly, someone distracted him from his memories by calling his name. It was Steve who told Alan that the elder was looking for him. He wanted to ask him about the details of yesterday's mission. Alan asked if Steve had told him anything about him. The enthusiastic student replied that the master had already called them to talk. But no one said a word about Alan's strength. The eternal lazy man replied that this was very good, and next time the guy would teach Steve a couple of techniques. The student immediately blushed and thanked his brother in arms. Alan used his magic sword and headed towards the elder's palace. After some time, he arrived at the main hall. In this world, improvement is divided into 6 stages. From the lowest to the highest, they go in order. Chakra improvement, the realm of the spirit. Then the formation of the soul is the limit of the palace of the immortals, sealing one's power. And the last stages are called the purple palace, and then the ascent to truth. Each of these stages is divided into 9 levels. But there is someone more serious than all these stages. This is the head of the Sword Clan, Reynold, the 6th level of ascension to truth. The mightiest of this world are called his elemental sword god. Alan waved to Reynold and said good morning to the elder. The powerful warrior looked at the guy with a merciless gaze and told him not to forget where he was. At that moment, Alan took a box out of his pocket and said that this was tea that he had planted and that it had ripened a couple of days ago. This information blew Reynold's mind. He immediately approached Alan like a child and began to beg him to let him try his new tea. Who would have thought that the god of the elemental sword, Reynold, is madly in love with tea? Alan used his old knowledge of growing succulents and other plants to develop the best variety of tea, which helped him build a good relationship with the elder. But this is a must for any self-respecting employee. His thoughts were interrupted by an elder who was hiding tea in his sleeve. He asked how yesterday's mission went. Some students said that it was Alan who saved them. The guy looked away and replied that it happened completely by accident. He then took out a strange sphere and said that he took it from one of the disciples of another clan. Reynold immediately understood what this sphere was. It was a blood pearl. He took it from his student and asked if Alan knew what kind of artifact it was and what power it had. Reynold looked at the guy with a serious look and began his story. But Alan immediately waved it off and began shouting that he didn't know anything and didn't want to hear it, and that in general he wasn't interested in it all. He tried to run away, saying that if he had nothing more to say to his master, then he went about his business. Alan wanted to spend this life carefree, so let the elder leave these troubles to someone else. But the master ordered him to stop. Reynold shouted that Alan should listen when the elder spoke, and even though the guy had succeeded in growing tea, as a true student he could not be so passive. The master wanted to know why the guy did not take part in the sword training last week. Alan replied that he would then have to wait an hour until it was his turn, and the master should know that Alan has his own principles in training, so he needs to be understood. Reynolds objected, shouting that because he missed class, all the masters came to him to complain, and they all unanimously asked to demote Alan from the students. The guy calmly turned around and asked if they really said that. Reynolds thought that he was too harsh with him and should have said it more carefully. However, Alan was only glad to hear these words, because if he was demoted to an internal disciple, no one would bother him anymore. Alan asked the elder when he would demote him, and Reynolds' patience was already reaching its limit. And then he exploded and shouted that in the entire history of the clan, there was not a single precedent like this. If Alan was demoted, it would be tantamount to a slap in the face to his elder. The guy replied that he didn't know that something so wonderful would happen. Suddenly, someone behind the guy's back called his name, and Reynolds was glad that she had finally come. The girl went to Alan and said that tens of thousands of students work day and night to become true students. But for some reason, only brother Alan is ready to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This beauty's name was Hannah, and she was the true #1 disciple of the Swordsman clan. Even in her early years, she achieved great success in cultivation, and since then she has been ranked first among the disciples. She is called the future of the Sword clan, and she was also very beautiful. Meanwhile, Alan takes 55th place, which is the clan's last place. The guy said that his sister doesn't know, but he has been stuck in the Purple Palace for a long time. So Alan decided to start over as an inner student, re-strengthen the spirit, break through the limit of the Palace of Immortality, and become stronger, because the one who repeats everything 10,000 times becomes the strongest. Hannah replied that she didn't think he would be so progressive and think so deeply about ways to improve. It was different from what she had heard about him. The girl bowed down and said that she was wrong, and meanwhile the master was watching this performance that Alan staged. Reynolds interrupted their conversation and said that the reason the guy was here was because several masters wanted to make a request to him. Alan turned warily and asked what the masters wanted from him. They want him to go on a mission with Hannah and learn how to work hard from her best student. This was the worst thing Alan could imagine. It seemed to him that the elder was mocking him. It was Hannah who, through her hyperactivity, doomed the entire clan to live up to her standards. He and Alan were completely different people, and the guy believed that they could not work together. Reynolds said that the girl is the best student and people line up to her for advice every day. And the guy is also dissatisfied that he had such a wonderful opportunity to study. Alan replied that he was simply worried that he was not good enough for this mission and would interfere with his sister's improvement. He turned to the girl and, with a calm expression, asked her to confirm his words that she did not want the guy to interfere. Hannah, on the contrary, shouted to the guy not to worry about it. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and she said that their entire clan was family, and they should support each other and make progress together. In addition, Brother Alan can use this opportunity to prove himself and destroy the rumors that other people are spreading about him. Alan was gripped by fear. The guy thought that they were trying to intimidate him because he didn't want to suffer like she did. Then he used another trick. The guy folded his hands in a sign of humility. He stood in front of the elder and said that if he took part in this mission, his tea leaves would be left without sensitive supervision. The elder even invited Hannah so that Alan could take part in this mission. But he did not intend to deviate from his principles. He had no reason to go with her when he could play the fool here just fine. Suddenly, the enraged master raised his hand, making a strange gesture. Reynolds said that if Alan successfully completed this task, he would give him 3 days off. 3 days off, these words echoed in the guy's head. A whole 3-day weekend, one could only dream about it. Alan immediately grabbed the master's hand as a sign of gratitude. His eyes glowed with enthusiasm, and he asked the elder to immediately inform him of the contents and location of the mission. He will go through fire, water, and copper pipes to complete it. And meanwhile, the master only sighed in disappointment. A quarter of a day later, Hannah worked hard to master the techniques. Alan, meanwhile, was yawning after a deep sleep. He approached the training girl and said that she was training very hard. Hannah, meanwhile, was angry with the guy because he was late. Alan answered her that if he did not sleep at lunchtime, he would not have any strength for the battle. The girl began to scold him, saying that he should devote more time to practice. So she, for example, came here on time and managed to make 3,000 swings of the sword. But Alan, it turns out, needs sleep like an ordinary person. He is too weak. The guy said that she was right, and that he would think about everything in his spare time and then give it his all at the next training session with double strength. But in fact, he was only thinking about the fact that Hannah was grumbling like an old woman. The girl exhaled in disappointment and said that they didn't have time for this and it was time to move out. At that same second, our new team rushed to the mission site. While they were flying to the place, Hannah asked Alan what he thought about the mission, to which he replied that the elder had sent them to investigate the disappearances of people in the mountains. And this mountain range was located right next to the sacrificed village. Alan suspected that the disappearance was not accidental at all. Hannah agreed with him. The inspired girl encouraged the guy, telling him not to worry. Given his level, she would protect him. Alan looked at her and thanked her happily. He didn't think that Hannah would be a person he could rely on. The guy thought that he had hit the jackpot and would get a 3-day weekend and make friends with the beauty. Alan mentally thanked the elder, and they set off on their mission. Towards evening, the team reached the mountains where people disappear. The girl told brother Alan that they first needed to ask the local residents, and Alan, meanwhile, was looking for something in his robe. Suddenly, he took out his watch, opened it, and began to look at it, which greatly surprised Hannah. The girl looked with a surprised look and did not understand why Alan was counting down. When he counted to 0, he shouted joyfully that the time was up. He went to rest and shouted to Hannah that he was leaving everything to her and tomorrow let her tell him everything. After some time, our hero reached the inn of a local village. The establishment was a bit empty. Alan came in and asked the owner to give him 1 room. The seemingly gloomy and tired man replied that it would cost 1 silver. Alan provided the currency, and the owner handed him the key to the room on the 2nd floor. When Alan took the key, he noticed a strange tattoo on the man's hand that looked like the tentacles of a black squid. Although this could be a clue, Alan decided that it did not matter because now it was his time to rest. When he got to his room, he lay down on the soft bed and thought about how Hannah was progressing in the investigation. After some time, the guy woke up due to a loud noise from below. The owner was telling someone that there was no room, and some girl was shouting that there was clearly no one here, and the owner was acting ugly. The guy jumped out of bed and was unhappy that someone woke him up. But Alan had already heard this screaming voice somewhere. It was Hannah, who offered 2 silver pieces for the room, but the owner still said that there were no more places. Suddenly, someone called the angry girl by name. Hannah was delighted to see her brother Alan, who told her not to torment the owner because he had already said that there was no room. The guy turned to the man and asked if his younger sister could spend the night in his room. The gloomy owner nodded, and Hannah was surprised at this proposal. The girl could not believe that she would spend the night with him in the same room. She was seized with panic. Alan walked up the stairs and told the stunned Hannah that if she didn't want to spend the night on the street, then she should follow him. Hannah was embarrassed. She had no choice but to follow the guy. Alan walked slowly, and the girl followed him like a very quiet mouse. She was worried and thought that they would not do anything that would make her ashamed later. In addition, the girl is much stronger than him and will be able to stand up for herself. A few minutes later, they came to the room where Alan was eating cookies, and Hannah was sitting quietly next to him. The guy asked the girl if she had dinner. He handed her a plate of cookies and asked if the girl wanted to eat a little, to which Hannah replied that they should learn to abstain from food in order to strengthen their hearts. Only when your heart is strong can you... The girl didn't have time to finish speaking when Alan put a cookie in her mouth. The guy was wiping his hands of crumbs, and meanwhile Hannah was all red. Having swallowed the food, she ascended, tasting the sweet but not greasy pastry, which melted in the mouth and gave off a little flour. It penetrated the girl's heart, making her want to drown in it. At that very moment, her sanity returned. She started screaming at Alan, scolding him for sneaking up on her with this cake. The guy, with a calm expression, turned to the girl and asked if it was delicious, to which she replied that she really liked the pastries. But there is no benefit from such food, so it is much better not to eat. But Alan did not agree with this statement. He asked his sister if she had ever wondered whether it was possible to walk by leaps and bounds, avoiding 5 vegetables, 3 flowers, and the bustle of the world. The 5 vegetables are vegetables that Buddhist monks do not eat, and the 3 colors are the 3 colors of the clouds, and Alan said that they should not be avoided. After all, they walk around this world, and even with all their desire, they cannot isolate themselves from everything in the world. Blind avoidance will only tire you physically and psychologically. You will be afraid of everything that makes practice difficult. The girl asked how then they could practice without giving up human desires. It's impossible. Alan replied that he thought that true monks were not afraid to face temptation and experience it themselves. As with these cakes, if you're afraid that their taste will disturb your mind, you should try to get used to them. When you learn to treat this as something completely ordinary and remain indifferent, this will be your first step towards real practice, and only with a pure heart will a girl be able to see the truth. Only in this case will she feel like a fish in water, free and natural. Lost in his thoughts, Alan opened his eyes slightly to look at the girl. She was in shock, and the guy realized that he had said too much and apparently her brain had overheated. Suddenly, the girl jumped up from her seat, shouting that she understood everything. Only by facing desire and then giving it up can she return to her true nature and experience the essence of the world. After these words, Hannah began to eat all the sweets that were on the table with great enthusiasm. Alan was shocked. Now all his sweets will go to the girl and not to him. A little later, offended by Hannah, he said that today she would have to sleep on the floor, to which the girl grinned and replied that she would not sleep, but would just sit and meditate. And so it happened. Alan fell asleep in a cozy bed, and Hannah sat and meditated in the room. Suddenly, an unfamiliar man approached the door to their room. The man took out something and said that he was ready to let this girl go. But now, unfortunately, he will have to end her life, after which he placed a strange incense in front of their door. Hannah continued to meditate, and the smoke from the incense gradually began to fill the entire room. The girl opened her eyes slightly. It seemed strange to her that she felt some kind of aroma. At that same second, she realized that she was surrounded by a mysterious fog that was penetrating more and more into their room. Hannah realized that it was poison from which there was no escape. Suddenly, her body began to become heavier, and her face became covered with sweat. A few moments later, the girl fell to the floor, exhausted. All she could do in her current state was to whisper for Brother Alan to run away as soon as possible. However, the guy was lying on the bed, and a strange aura was concentrated around him. It seemed that the guy was completely unaffected by the poison and was simply watching the girl. Hannah's vision gradually began to dim, and she eventually closed her eyes and lost consciousness. Meanwhile, a secret meeting took place in the forest outside the village. The man told the master that the disciples of the Sword Clan were knocked down by him with the help of the aroma of a broken spirit. One of the students is Hannah, the best student of the clan, and the identity of the second is unknown to him, but the girl called him Brother Alan. The unknown figure with red eyes said that he did not expect such a weakling to defeat Hannah. As for this Alan, the gentleman has never heard of him. He must be someone insignificant. A gloomy figure appeared. It was a hooded man with a scar on his cheek who had bright, expressive red eyes. He said that his servant did a great job this time. The owner of the inn began to sob and ask about his wife and children. The gloomy unknown person reassured the old man and told him not to worry because they were alive and well. Right now, he would take him to them. The owner of the inn was delighted at the gentleman's mercy and began to thank him. But at the same moment, the old man's chest was struck by lightning, which killed him on the spot. The gloomy hooded man laughed and shouted that this was the last victim and everything was about to end. Having finished laughing, he called out to the third and fourth, who immediately landed behind the man. He ordered them to go to the inn and capture the two swordsman clan disciples. Meanwhile, dear Hannah began to gradually come to her senses and open her eyes. She lay on the bed, and Alan sat next to her and waited for the girl to wake up. Suddenly, Hannah stood up abruptly and began shouting that they needed to run away from here because it was dangerous here. Alan still sat with a calm expression and looked at the frightened girl. Her sanity gradually began to return, and she began to realize how ridiculous she now looked. She asked Alan why he was okay because he should have lost consciousness before her. The guy replied that when he sleeps, unlike Hannah during meditation, he does not use spiritual power, so the aroma of a broken spirit did not affect him at all. But Alan had to remain still for a long time for the scent to dissipate, and Hannah came to her senses. In fact, it is difficult for monks below the 5th level of the Purple Palace to resist this poison. Alan told the girl that her social experience was too small and she should be more careful. If she had gone on the mission herself, the consequences would have been catastrophic. The girl bowed before Alan and thanked him for saving her. In the future, she swore that she would be more careful. Meanwhile, the guy brewed aromatic tea. He handed her tea and told her to drop politeness and drink some tea and warm up. Hannah was very embarrassed, feeling guilty about the incident, but thanked her brother Alan for the drink. There are rumors that Brother Alan is just an ordinary lazy person who doesn't know how to do anything and doesn't strive for anything. But Hannah never expected that he would not only say a few words to her, but also reveal the secrets of cultivation. All this time he was so attentive to everything, even saved her life, excellent character, pleasant appearance. It's a pity that his level is not enough. Immediately the girl shuddered and caught herself thinking that she should not think about such things. Alan meanwhile turned to her and asked how she was feeling. The girl laughed and thanked the guy for his concern, saying that she was completely fine. Meanwhile, a strange purple flash appeared in the night sky. Two unknown fighters, overflowing with power, headed straight towards the room where Alan and Hannah were. The best student immediately sensed the approach of the enemy. She pushed the guy aside and pulled out her sword, shouting that the killer was coming right here. Hannah turned to her brother Alan and told him to hide. There was no need to force Alan. He was already heading to his bed and said that since Hannah was already better, she should deal with it herself because his working hours were over. Hannah went to the killers because anyway, These two are much stronger than Alan's brother, and if he gets involved, there will only be more problems. The girl was left alone with her opponents and was already waiting for their approach on the street. She gripped her blade tightly and shouted that it was no coincidence that they came here. A huge blue whirlwind created by Hannah's sword rushed towards the opponents and knocked down their flight path. Two unknown people landed with a crash in the nearby forest. The sophisticated girl instantly landed where a dark aura wafted from the ground. Standing in front of her were two people from the fourth clan of the Eastern Wasteland, the Purple Spirit Clan. Hannah didn't understand why the Purple Spirit Clan's disciples attacked them, so she asked what they were doing here. But they didn't answer, and their eyes looked especially strange. They were black. These two were bloody puppets. Their souls were consumed by magic, turning them into weak-willed dolls. This is the magic of the demon sect. Apparently, the disappearance of an entire village is also their doing. The strength of these two is equivalent to the third or fourth level of the Purple Palace, and you need to be careful. Hannah, covered in blue chakra, slowly landed and said that they upset her. The girl took out her striking blade and summoned her sword technique. Then she used a powerful ability, clouds breaking the moon, and everything around began to fly into pieces. A powerful wave created by the sword headed towards the opponents. But the girl and the guy were able to deftly jump away and dodge her attack. However, this was not the end, and Hannah commanded her blade to dissipate. After this, the blue blade immediately split into two parts and flew towards the enemies. The targets were immediately hit, and small flashes from the explosions ran through their bodies. The cut and beaten fighters lost their strength and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Alan watched the battle. He was surprised how Hannah was able to easily separate the light from the sword. But apparently the force of the blow has also decreased. By the way, it's much more convenient to watch the fight this way. You don't even need to open your eyes. However, these two definitely did not plan to give up so easily. With difficulty, the girl rose to her hands and tried to stand up. She called Hannah sick and said she couldn't do that to them. The best student realized that these guys had not completely become bloody puppets. Apparently, there was still a trace of self-awareness in their heads. The subordinate girl got angry and shouted that she would kill Hannah for what she did to them. She jumped towards the girl and swung her staff, concentrating her purple chakra. The two girls clashed in battle. Hannah was able to block the staff's attack in time with her sword. However, the block was not easy for her. Hannah was surprised that her opponent could wield such a formidable weapon so easily. The enraged girls continued to attack each other, but no one wanted to give in. The air around them became electrified. The blows became faster and faster, so much so that at one moment their outlines were difficult to discern. Hannah could not understand what kind of strength her opponent had. The girl's hands even went numb from such blows, and the purple girl continued to attack and twirled her staff over her head to again try to defeat her rival. She gathered a huge amount of chakra and shot a magical stream towards Hannah. Meanwhile, Hannah realized that everything was about to end. Her sword was also charged for the next attack. Alan was happy for the girl because in such a short time she managed to study her opponent, which was to be expected from the best student. Even though they are on the fourth level of the Purple Palace, now they are just puppets. Their consciousness is sealed, so they can only fight with the help of instincts. Hannah closed her eyes and tried to concentrate to gather all her chakra for one powerful blow. A powerful stream of mana formed around the girl, which was so huge that it went like a column into the sky. Seeing such power, the purple girl was afraid. But Alan was worried about Hannah, because it seems his sister is unaware of the danger. The guy took in his hand a leaf of a tree that flew into his window and decided that this would be enough. After gathering enough chakra, Hannah summoned her striking sword technique. She drew her sword, and a powerful wave of energy was sent at the speed of sound towards the purple girl. She tried to protect herself by forming a shield with her chakra. However, the shield was too weak compared to the enormous chakra power that the best swordsman student had summoned. After the battle, the purple girl lay in a pile of collapsed rocks, and Hannah was thinking about how to quickly rid these fighters of the spell. But the beauty did not notice that behind her, the second fighter raised his fan. He waved his weapon and immediately a purple lightning, sharp as a needle, rushed towards the girl's back. Hannah turned around because she realized what had happened. But it was already too late. She only managed to create a small shield and try to protect herself. However, the shield was too weak and thin, and the purple blade easily broke the defense and was aimed straight at the girl's eyes. But suddenly a leaf that flew in like lightning repelled the attack and changed the trajectory of the blow, protecting Hannah. The purple blade flew past the girl's head and crashed into the mountain, creating a huge explosion there. The wind blew and blew her beautiful hair, and for a moment she realized that someone had just saved her. One of the purple warriors was sitting in front of the girl, and she knew that if she missed such a blow, the injury would be very serious. But she didn't know what kind of green light it was that saved her life, and she still has to find out. Hannah approached the enemy with lightning speed and went behind his back. She hit the guy's neck with the hilt of her sword and easily knocked him out. After some time, the girl returned to Alan's room and sat the two prisoners on chairs, who were unconscious. Alan praised the student, saying that she was able to cope with everything successfully. But the girl was haunted by one question. She tried to ask about him, but the guy immediately said that he had been lying in the room all this time. Then he smiled carefreely and asked what happened and what was bothering her so much. The girl shrugged it off and replied that nothing had happened. But she herself thought that with his level, he would hardly be able to do something like that, so there's no point in asking Alan about it. She also said that while the spirit of these guys is still alive, they should hurry up and return them to the clan. They need to ask the elders to cleanse their hearts and expel the evil formation from them so that they stop being puppets. But if they leave, the demon clansmen will run away and do their dirty deeds elsewhere. Alan stood up and said that for the sake of the people and the 3 days off, he would try to do something. Hannah was surprised that the guy began to concentrate chakra and asked what exactly he was going to do. Alan replied that he would use his divine sense to penetrate their consciousness and expel the formation. Hannah panicked and shouted that the guy was crazy because this is a very difficult practice. The slightest carelessness can lead to complete destruction of the soul. The guy calmed her down, asking her not to worry, and extended his hands to the heads of the prisoners. But seeing this, Hannah panicked even more because he wants to turn them from puppets at the same time. And this is even more difficult. Alan answered her that saving a person is tantamount to putting out a fire. The faster, the better. A little time passed, and the purple girl opened violet eyes that were once black. Her brother was happy that Sarah had finally woken up. The girl began to rub her tired eyes, trying to wake up completely. But then her consciousness finally returned to her, and she turned towards our heroes. Seeing Alan and Hannah, she asked if they were students of the Sword Clan. Hannah formally greeted Sarah and introduced herself, as well as her companion Alan. The brother began to calm the girl down, saying that this was the best student of their clan and they saved them. The guys were able to rescue them from the trap set by the elder of the demon clan. Alan asked Sarah to tell us in more detail how this happened. The girl bowed her eyes and began to tell this sad story. A week ago, he and Brian, on orders, went to the village to investigate the disappearance of residents. They asked around and traced it to a strange place in the forest. In it, the elder of the demon clan used the blood of the villagers for a sacrifice. In the end, they fell into a trap that he had prepared in advance. All these demons and images created by the elder suppressed the consciousness of the fighters. They ended up becoming puppets of the elder and could do nothing more about it. Therefore, the first thing Sarah did was to thank her new friend for saving her. Hannah began to wave her off and tell the girl not to thank her. After all, she didn't do anything, but the one who saved the guys was this lazy brother Alan. Sarah turned towards Alan and thanked him, saying that they would definitely repay their debt. Hannah stood shyly behind the carefree guy and thought about what happened. He had just managed to free 2 people from the curse of the bloody puppet at once. It happened so quickly that it seemed as if he didn't even bother, surprising his best student. Usually this spell affects the deepest corners of consciousness. Getting rid of it without harming a person is like finding a needle in a haystack. Not even all elders managed to get rid of it. After using the technique, Hannah immediately asked Alan when he was able to master such a complex technique. The guy replied that earlier he was whiling away time in the elder's pavilion and accidentally came across a fragment of a scroll of practices for manipulating spiritual thoughts. He found it very interesting, so he studied it. The information amazed Hannah more and more. He even found not a whole scroll, but just a fragment, and was able to learn such a technique. Suddenly, her memories were interrupted by Alan, who said that in order to save the guys he needed to use resources and artifacts, almost worth 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. The girl puffed out her cheeks angrily, thinking that the guy probably did it by accident and he would never have had that much courage. Sarah looked at Alan and realized that he was far from stupid. Therefore, she happily agreed to make up for everything as soon as they returned to their clan. Hannah was amazed that they actually agreed, while Alan smiled triumphantly. It is now recognized that the formation of purifying the heart and destroying evil that can dispel the spell of the bloody puppet requires at least 50,000 stones. So 30,000 is a good price for friendship. Alan made a nice face and asked them not to rush because their clans were friends with each other, so it was their duty to help them. He also asked the two to remember the details of their abduction. Sarah said that the man's name is Lloyd. His combat power is not very great, and she could cope with him on her own. But he is very good at using formations and poisons, which is why the couple was able to get caught so easily. Alan made them happy by saying that if this is the only thing, Then he has a special elixir that can make them immune to poisons for 3 hours. He will give it to the 3 fighters, and they will defeat the Elder. Sarah's morale increased, and she shouted that if she was immune to the poisonous incense, she would kill this opponent in a matter of minutes. But then she again remembered all the words that Alan said. She asked why only the 3 of them would go. Would Alan really stay here and not go with them? The guy bowed his head and replied that he actually needed too much spiritual power to save them. Therefore, he will have to sleep to recover, while Hannah could barely restrain herself from punching this lazy guy. The purple couple apologized, saying that they were too blind to see Brother Alan's hard work. They decided that the 3 of them would cope while Alan rested. Meanwhile, Hannah realized that the lazy man had again deceived everyone in order to do nothing. After some time, a new team set out in search of the demon elder. Sarah looked at the small blue sphere and asked if this was really the magic elixir that Brother Alan was talking about. Hannah told her that they should believe him because he had already saved them several times. After these words, all 3 fighters took the magic pill. Sarah noticed that the elixir melted pleasantly in the mouth and was no different from ordinary pills. Brian added that it was not that he did not trust Alan, but his level of cultivation was very low. The team continued to walk through the forest. The moon had already appeared in the sky, and it became somehow too quiet around. Hannah took up her sword, noticing that something was wrong here. Brian confirmed her words by saying that there was not a single living soul here. Sarah began to panic. She guessed what had happened. An unknown gloomy voice confirmed their guesses, saying that they were on his territory. Hannah reacted to the enemy with lightning speed and sent a whirlwind of sword in his direction. The whirlwind blades immediately struck several eyes. But there was nothing on that side. The tree crowns dispersed, and she saw a strange swamp that was not there. Brian assumed that these were parts of dead creatures that were dealt with here. Hannah asked if the boys had seen the person who had just spoken to them. But suddenly a gloomy figure in a cloak standing behind the girl answered her that he was here. The elder of the demon clan, Lloyd, drove the prey into his trap. The heroes turned around, and Sarah shouted that it was the one who caught them then. Lloyd asked how they managed to get rid of his curse so quickly. Apparently, the best student of the Sword Clan has secret treasures that can lift his curse. Lloyd was also wondering why there were only 3 fighters. He assumed that one of them was scared when he found out that he was behind all this. Sarah got angry and shouted to the villain that Alan was not here, because she could handle such a dummy herself. After these words, the girl directed her first attack at Lloyd, and the battle began. The stones on the ground where the impact occurred began to crumble, mixed with purple energy. In this dust raised from the ground, Sarah tried to see where her enemy was. In the middle of the dark fog, Lloyd appeared, who told the girl that she had already lost. She had fallen for his trick. Brian immediately appeared behind the demon and shouted to the man that he was no longer a tenant. Swinging his fan, he aimed his needle-sharp spell at Lloyd's head. But he easily repelled it by saying that although they are the best students of their clans, they are still fools. Then he smiled and asked if they liked the smell. Brian and Sarah immediately realized that right now they were inhaling poison. Hannah also did not stand aside and attacked the dark bubble in which Lloyd was located. The master just as easily repelled her attack while continuing to taunt them. But suddenly he noticed that the blue lightning did not dissipate. She, like a swift wind, continues to break through his dark bubble. Eventually, the blade's whirlwind broke through Lloyd's defenses and an explosion was heard. 3 fighters were already in the air and were waiting for their opponent. The dust from the explosion cleared, and Hannah saw a small hole where Lloyd was standing. She became angry, realizing that they had missed the villain. But at that very second, the air turned scarlet, and a dark fog formed around the heroes. It was poisonous incense. Lloyd emerged from the poisonous fog, and he really had his own tricks. The master hung in the air right above our heroes and sprayed his crimson mist. He laughed and shouted that it was useless for the soldiers to run away anywhere because they had already inhaled his poison. It only takes 10 breaths, and they will immediately turn into bloody puppets and become his faithful servants. However, nothing happened, and the guys stood and smiled. At that moment, Lloyd realized that something was wrong. And then he realized that he was missing the 3rd fighter, who was already swinging his huge staff behind the master's back. Sarah took advantage of the moment and hit Lloyd on the back. The force of the blow was colossal, and the master immediately spat out a lot of blood. Then he rushed towards the ground at the speed of sound until he crashed into it. Brian also wanted revenge. He prepared his fan to finish off the enemy. Swinging his weapon, several sharp chakra needles rushed towards the prone Lloyd. The purple needles mercilessly hit their opponent in all places of his body. The demon elder bled, his most terrible weapon no longer working. He could hardly stand on his hands and bled while trying to understand how this happened. The master raised his bloody gaze to the team. He did not find an answer to his question, so he asked them why his poison did not work on them. And the squad of fighters only mocked the once strong villain. Sarah was happy that Alan's elixir was really so strong. Resistance to poisons would help them deal with all the members of the demon sect. Lloyd knew that this poison was even stronger than the previous one, and even if you held your breath, it would be absorbed into the skin. And nothing short of his special antidote can dispel it. Then why doesn't he take these warriors? Apparently they have some kind of secret of their own. Hannah said it was time to finish with him and prepared to use her sword technique. But Lloyd wasn't going to give up so easily. He wiped away his blood and said that this was far from over. The demon elder immediately jumped and took off from the ground. Having covered a great distance with lightning speed, he said that the game had just begun. Flying into the sky, he summoned the bloody flames of the heavenly formation and covered the entire area below him. The girls who got into the area panicked and tried to understand what was happening. Lloyd scoffed and reminded them that they had entered his territory. He ordered the first to get rid of them, and at that very second, something began to form from the dirt behind them. Brian turned in horror to see a man began to form from the mud. A powerful, angry demon who was ready to tear everyone apart. The team realized that this was the bloody puppet of the 6th level of the Purple Palace. Lloyd continued to taunt, telling the guys that they would definitely not be returning home today. Speaking of the house, Lloyd sent the second one there. He has the 5th level of the Purple Palace, and he will deal with the coward who is hiding there. Hannah immediately began to worry about Alan, because he was too weak to cope with such an opponent. Meanwhile, Alan was sleeping peacefully and was not at all interested in the outcome of the battle. And a terrible demon with 6 eyes had already entered his house through the window. But, to his surprise, he found no one on the bed, and there was not a soul in the house. Sly Alan was lying in the next room and had absolutely no intention of working overtime. He turned to go to sleep, but immediately, an explosion thundered behind him. It was a trap that Alan had left for the demon. But, to his surprise, the enemy was not torn apart, and there was a silhouette behind him. It was a demon who was struggling in agony and screaming because he had received many injuries. Actually, no, the trap was too weak for him. Alan had to get out of bed. He realized that the demon would not be able to return until he caught him. The guy didn't understand whether it was really necessary to involve him in all this. Meanwhile, a fierce battle broke out in the forest. Hannah concentrated her power and used her sword technique to create a hurricane of water. Meanwhile, the bloody puppet began to form a cloud of energy to repel the attack. Then he put up an impenetrable shield, and the blades of water crashed into it without causing damage. But suddenly Sarah appears behind the monster, who took advantage of the situation and the fact that the enemy was distracted. The girl tried to attack him with her staff, but the bloody puppet successfully blocked the blow. The monster then took hold of Sarah's staff, and with a powerful movement of his hand, he threw the girl away from him. Brian was angry and summoned one of his techniques, the sealing purple chains. Approaching from behind, the sealing chains seemed to have successfully begun to bind their enemy. But the monster was not so weak. He gathered his energy and began to scream with all his might. The chains that bound him broke, but Hannah managed to take advantage of the moment and strike the body of the immobilized enemy. The girl was focused and confident that this time she succeeded. Indeed, the monster's body was cut into 2 parts. People cannot survive such wounds. But the bloody puppet had nothing to do with it. After separation, he immediately landed on his severed part and fused together. Hannah couldn't believe her eyes when she saw this. Meanwhile, the monster decided to attack his opponents and jump towards them. The first to be hit was Brian, who immediately flew away, covered in blood. Then Hannah was attacked and was also unable to evade. Sarah, noticing the loss of her comrades, immediately shouted their names. Blood was leaking from under Brian's head. Seeing this, Sarah became angry. No one could touch her brother. The girl jumped from her seat with lightning speed and landed behind the bloody monster. Her rage gave her strength, and she was able to hit the monster's back with her staff. However, the monster that received the blow jumped away from her to a safe distance. This time was enough for Hannah to come to her senses. The girl landed next to Sarah and said that this guy is so strong that with his endless regeneration they will simply fizzle out over time. Sarah said with a serious face that she had a secret way to destroy him. Hannah was happy because there was hope, but Sarah needed time to gain strength. So the purple girl asked Hannah to buy her some time. The best student prepared for battle, saying that she could rely on her. Lloyd taunted them by saying that if they have any aces up their sleeves, then let them use them now. These puppets are a masterpiece of his collection of bloody techniques, so they will all soon come to an end. Suddenly the master felt something strange. Number 2 did not move, and the master thought that apparently he had finished with the coward too quickly. However, everything was not so simple. The bloody puppet was tied with Alan's blue bonds. The guy looked at the bloody puppet and said that the elders should under no circumstances find out about this. But he just wanted to sleep peacefully without any unnecessary noise. And if the puppet does not do this, then he will give her something in return. After these words, Alan immediately grabbed the puppet by the hair. He slowly walked to the window, holding the monster by the hair. The guy looked into the distance, where a fierce battle was breaking out, and saw only a strange red dome. Brother Alan raised the shackled, bloody puppet like a spear and began to take aim. Then he threw the monster towards the dome with all his strength and shouted at him to get back out and let him sleep. Because of such force of the throw, the monster flew into the sky so far that it was no longer visible. Alan, meanwhile, turned around and thought that he had a little more time to rest. He wanted to go see if there were still free rooms here because he needed to sleep a little more. Meanwhile, Hannah continued to gain time and many blows from the puppet flew at her. The girl tried to block the fists with her sword, but their strength was great, and Hannah's strength was decreasing, so the girl flew a short distance. She was all wounded, but she didn't really have a choice. The girl did not understand why this bloody puppet was becoming stronger and stronger. Lloyd told the girl that since she was still holding on, it was not for nothing that she was called the best student of the Sword Clan, but all this would soon end. He ordered his first blood puppet to attack the girl. The monster immediately obeyed and attacked Hannah with great speed. He gathered furious energy around himself and jumped into the air above the girl. Hannah closed her eyes and mentally asked everyone for forgiveness because for the first time in her life she was afraid. But suddenly, behind Lloyd, some strange red flash appeared in the sky. Lloyd felt something was wrong and turned around. At that moment, a red object was rushing towards him at the speed of sound. The bloody monster thrown by Alan crashed into the bloody barrier like a bullet and pierced through it. Hannah and the demon elder were stunned by this turn of events. When the dust from the fall cleared, they saw the second and first bloody puppet, which were broken and lying in a pile of dirt. Only now did Lloyd realize what had happened, and he was furious. He couldn't believe that this was even possible. And Hannah was glad that if the second puppet was here, then everything was all right with Brother Alan. Apparently, one of the elders came and was able to protect the guy. Lloyd thought the same thing, and he knew that if the elders came here, it could become a problem for him. Therefore, he must hurry and finish the fight as quickly as possible. The master used the ability to enhance the bloody puppets, and the monsters came to life again. One of the puppets recovered and jumped on the defenseless Hannah. The girl tried to take a defensive stance, but her feet got stuck in the mud created by the monster. But Sarah came to the girl's aid in time and apologized for the fact that the student had to wait for her for so long. Sarah's eyes were filled with rage. They shimmered with a purple light similar to sparks of true thunder. Lloyd was shocked to see the fourth level of the Purple Palace. This girl cannot resist him. However, Sarah used the purple shadow technique and easily blocked the blood puppet's attack. Her power was so great that the explosion from the staff was visible from a long distance, so far that the purple glow even reached sleeping Alan. But the guy was ready for this, and his night mask did not let the light through. Morning came and our main lazy man calmly got out of bed. He went to the window to enjoy the fresh air and the rays of the just risen sun. It seemed like this was how every good morning should begin. But not everything was so wonderful. A huge explosion in the distance disturbed the landscape, and Alan thought that today was some kind of explosive day. Apparently, Sister Hannah and the others fought all night long. This elder turned out to be not such an easy opponent. Alan slowly put his hand into his pocket. He took out his watch to see what time it was. It was time to work. Meanwhile, the girls stood near a large patch of mud. Everything in the area was destroyed. Stones were crushed, and trees were uprooted. Charged, Sarah looked at the smoldering body of the bloody puppet. Suddenly, the girl fell to her knees, exhausted. They had been fighting all night and were pretty exhausted. Hannah, looking at Sarah trembling in pain, told her that her technique was indeed very powerful. Suddenly, Brian appeared behind her, who explained that this is their secret technique. The accumulated power breaks out in one breath. But the disadvantage of the technique is obvious. This technique is too energy-consuming. Sarah, who could hardly stand on her feet, said that this time everything worked out and it was all thanks to Hannah. The bloodied girl shrugged it off, saying that she was just doing her job. Their pleasant exchange of pleasantries was interrupted by Lloyd, who shouted that they were three freaks. Exhausted, Sarah realized that the battle was not over yet. The main enemy remained. The furious master said that the team had practically destroyed number 1, which he had spent several decades creating. Sarah barely raised her staff in preparation for battle, but her brother said that there was no need to try to fight because the girl's spiritual power was almost exhausted. Suddenly, Hannah said that she would take on this opponent because she had rested a little while Sarah was fighting the monster. The powerful warrior began to accumulate her energy for an attack. Lloyd also began to form bloody hands, shouting that the trio of them would be buried here today. Powerful hands made of dark matter aimed at the small, fragile girl. Hannah used her sword technique and a stream of water like a whip burst out from his blade. The blade, as powerful as a needle, pierced the black magic of the demon elder. Moving further, it reached the place where a gap had formed in the dome. And the claws created by Lloyd in the meantime almost achieved their goal. But it was not for nothing that the girl was the best student. She cut the bloody magic into small pieces with lightning speed. Lloyd glared at Hannah, noting that she was quite strong. He was wondering if the girl could handle his other technique. However, the dome on which Lloyd stood suddenly began to crack. Then it simply burst, crumbling into thousands of small fragments. Only now did Lloyd realize that the girl was aiming at the previously made hole. The master did not expect that Hannah would have the strength to do something like this, but he was not going to give up, after which the master suddenly shot himself right in the head. He absorbed the power of the dome and his blood magic completely into his body. Having squeezed the blood to the limit, the master summoned a pentagram, which he filled with the remnants of his power. Hannah realized that things were bad. It was obvious that the master wanted to use a secret technique, but suddenly her impulse was stopped by drops of blood that hit the girl in the back. The demon elder sealed her acupuncture points to release spiritual energy, but that was not all. The faces of the purple allies were also subjected to a strange, bloody attack. Then the allies opened their eyes, and Hannah saw that they had turned black. The master's bloody puppet technique was not so easy to dispel, as it turned out. The demon elder ordered number 3 and number 4 to capture the disciple. Lloyd told her that although she was talented, she was like a little child in front of him. But such power should not be wasted, so Hannah will become his new number 1. The master summoned his bloody hand to apply the seal and said that her blood would make a wonderful offering. The claws rushed towards Hannah, and the girl mentally apologized to the elders for the fact that their best student was defeated by the devil's spawn. The sweet beauty burst into tears, remembering her brother Alan, because she promised him to be careful. The claws almost reached their goal, but suddenly someone shouted at him to stop. A man hung behind Lloyd and ordered the master to let the girl go. The elder of the demons turned around, and the tearful Hannah immediately recognized the hero. Lloyd didn't understand where the guy came from here. He began to look around, assuming that the same elder who killed number 2 was here. Brother Alan told the master not to look back because the guy came alone. Hannah began to panic and scream for Brother Alan to run as fast as he could because he couldn't defeat him. Lloyd smiled. He knew that Alan was not his opponent. Since the guy came himself, the master decided to start with him first. Carefree. Alan snapped his fingers and said one word: destruction. At that same second, Lloyd was attacked by purple energy that came out of nowhere. He couldn't believe what just happened. Number 3 appeared behind him and used her magical powers. This was impossible. Lloyd's reactivated blood puppet formation was several times stronger than normal. No matter how powerful Alan was, it could not be easily dispelled. However, everything was like that. And Brian, who had regained his sanity, had already directed his technique of sealing chains at the enemy. The guy's sister also did not stand aside and was already waving her staff behind the chained Lloyd. The girl shouted to the old man to get down to the ground, and after these words she slammed him into the dirt with a strong blow. Bloody smoke emanated from the resulting crater where Lloyd landed. Hannah turned to her lazy brother and looked at him blankly. The girl was shocked by what he just did. How is it that the weakest sword master was able to defeat the elder of the demon clan with just a snap of his fingers? Sarah asked Brother Alan what exactly he did. The guy replied that it was just a little trick that he had thought out in advance. It all started when he extracted the bloody seed from the bodies of the two. He discovered that his rhizome struck the depths of the children's souls. Alan was afraid of damaging them, and therefore extracted only the seed. The sharp blades of the sword cut the seed around the rhizome like thin branches. This meant that they could still be manipulated at any time, because the root was still sealed in their souls. Therefore, Alan left several threads of the sword in their minds. As soon as the elder of the demon clan tries to activate the seed again, the threads will stop his attempt. At a critical moment, this can turn the tide of the battle. The purple warriors immediately bowed their heads and thanked Alan, saying that they admired him. Hannah asked why Alan didn't tell her about this, in case the plan would have failed. The guy replied that everything worked out for the girl in the end, but she was already starting to get upset, feeling useless. Then he encouraged her by saying that if it weren't for her, nothing would have worked out for him. After all, Hannah is the very person who can defeat the elder of the demon clan. An enthusiastic girl asked if the guy was lying. Alan, meanwhile, thought that if he had told her everything, then perhaps the girl would not have had enough acting skills to fool this elder. Sarah also supported Hannah. saying that if it weren't for her, they would not have been able to deal with the master so easily. The best student was delighted and agreed with everyone, and Alan shook his head affirmatively. The girl looked at the guy and thought that despite his low level, his wisdom, strategic thinking, and insight were excellently developed. Alan, meanwhile, recalled that he decided to quickly cope with this work in order to go on vacation ahead of schedule. But suddenly they heard a loud rumble and felt powerful chakra. The bloody formation was activated again, which meant that the battle was not over yet. The elder was still alive, and right now, bloody energy was gathering around him. Alan was disappointed. He knew that early leave sounded too good to be true. The tortured, scarred elder was on his knees and trying to get up. His bloody creations began to rise, and something began to emerge from the man's body. Alan watched all this from above and did not understand what he was doing. A spear covered in black runes slowly began to emerge from the demon elder's belly. Hannah realized that things were bad, and she needed to stop the appearance of the object, so she used her secret technique. The laughing villain, meanwhile, rose to his feet and grabbed his spear. The girl used the sword-breaking technique. Many lightning bolts rushed towards the master, but he only laughed and said that it was too late. He raised his dark spear, and Hannah's attack was immediately blocked with ease. The elder smiled ominously and said that his formation was complete. The girl did not know what to do. This was her last chance to destroy the enemy because she no longer had any strength left. At that very second, Brian said that it was time to retreat because their strength was not enough to fight the master. Hannah agreed to this, and the trio tried to escape. However, Alan said that the guys should leave first, and he would catch up with them later. Hannah turned around and asked what the guy was waiting for. She needed to leave quickly. But Lloyd didn't want to just let them go. He summoned a huge projection that stretched its hands towards the heroes. In a split second, the summoned monster grabbed all 4 heroes in a tight grip. Lloyd shouted that now he would show these pathetic insects the power of real poison. Sarah said that the master was able to catch her because her strength had run out, and Brian had lost all hope after realizing that the elder was invincible. Hannah looked at the monster and could not understand how he instantly jumped from the 5th level of the Purple Palace to the 8th level. Sarah didn't want to die like that, and her brother suggested that he became so strong because he absorbed his puppets. Lloyd told them that number 1 and number 2 were the best in his collection, and he didn't even think that the trio could beat them. Sarah said that even if number 1 is stronger than them, they could definitely cope with number 2. But now, these 3 are one. Lloyd laughed and told the team that he was also a victim. He said that he was forcibly raised into a bloodthirsty soldier. Then he raised his staff and it began to call for something. The guys did not understand what the master's words meant. Meanwhile, only one hero was not interested in the fight. He looked at his watch and Hannah asked him what he was doing. Brian said that the ancient books say that demon warriors first appeared 10,000 years ago. Countless decent people were beheaded, and most of the lands began to belong to the demon clan. And only when the 5 clans united among themselves to resist them were they able to defeat the demon clan's troops and put an end to this disaster. Lloyd laughed again. He said that he had witnessed many things. He had seen blood spilled, souls taken by force. All of this helped shape warriors like him. And today, the team of heroes has the honor of becoming an offering for his bloody formation. But suddenly, his solemn speech was interrupted by a disgusting sound. Lloyd didn't understand what the sound was, and Alan, meanwhile, was looking at his watch. His working hours are over, and apparently he will have to work overtime. Lloyd did not understand the guy's words and asked him what it meant to work overtime. At that same second, a huge wave of energy flew towards the invincible demon elder. A powerful flow of chakra immediately knocked the master out of the summoned formation. The weakest student told Lloyd that his hour of death had come. Hannah was surprised to see such a powerful technique. She asked Alan if it was his doing, but the guy only answered that they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. The girl wanted to object, but the hero said that they should get out of here as soon as possible and protect the village from attack. In a panic, Hannah asked the guy who defeated puppet number 2, they need to quickly call this elder here because they themselves cannot cope with this opponent. Hannah's comrades also supported Hannah, telling Alan that he shouldn't be brave because, thanks to this formation, Lloyd's power has increased to at least the 8th level of the Purple Palace. So even with their common efforts, they can't cope. But the hero, smiling, told his friends not to worry because it would all be over soon. Meanwhile, Lloyd, who had fallen to the ground, stood up. He did not understand what had just happened because the guy's level should not be enough to defeat him. The demon elder asked Alan what trick he used just now to stop him. Alan, mocking his opponent, replied that he did not need tricks to defeat such a weakling. Meanwhile, Hannah and her purple friends were heading towards the village. Sarah asked the girl why they left him there alone. She couldn't believe that the guy really knew a way to defeat such a formidable enemy, who at that moment directed his bloody chakra at Alan. The bloody lightning hit Alan directly. Sarah continued to say that the hero's level was too low and that demon would destroy him with one blow. Hannah told the girl that she didn't know why, but she trusted Alan, because since he left the mountain, all his decisions had been correct. The powerful lazy man repelled the attack with his blade and looked at Lloyd with the look of a bloodthirsty killer. The demon panicked. He wanted to know what he was going to do now. Meanwhile, the tired team arrived at the village, where everything was peaceful and calm. Hannah summoned an artifact similar to a pentagonal mirror. It was the castle of the heavenly spirit. The girl gathered her strength and threw it into the sky. The castle of the heavenly spirit flew in the air and hovered over the village, creating a blue, impenetrable shield around it. Seeing the blue dome, Alan was delighted. He told his opponent that now he could calmly attack him. Lloyd laughed villainously, amused by the confidence of such a weakling as Alan in his victory. The hero answered him that he wanted to say that if Lloyd still has an ace up his sleeve, then he needs to use it as soon as possible because the demon will not have another chance. The student's excessive pathos enraged Lloyd, and he pointed his spear into the air, gathering powerful force. A bright scarlet dome, the center of which was a spear, fell on Alan. Lloyd called it a bloody blow with a halberd. The demon elder smiled because such an attack could not be easily avoided. But suddenly, for the villain, Alan slowly landed in front of him, glowing with a blue aura. The guy mocked the enemy. He asked if Lloyd had any more attacks. The demon elder was filled with rage. He swung his halberd, trying to hit Alan. But he dodged again. Then the villain summoned a huge bloody column that looked like a hurricane. The power was like hot magma flying around him. It was one of Lloyd's abilities, the demonic light of the skies. These red thunderstorms were visible even from the direction of the village. Sarah was stunned to see such powerful magic. That's what the power of a demon warrior is capable of. Meanwhile, poor Hannah was crying and praying that her brother Alan would survive. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lloyd's laughter fell silent because Alan spoke to him. The guy asked the enemy what use was such a skill if Lloyd couldn't fully control its power. And at that same second, blue blades rushed towards the demon. The blades, like the claws of an enraged beast, cut through the bloody hurricanes summoned by Lloyd. The demon elder trembled. He saw his ability disappearing. It seemed like just a bad dream. This should be impossible. Alan must be using some kind of illusion. The guy, meanwhile, appeared out of thin air and asked if Lloyd knew how he was. A simple cultivator resisting him so easily. In fact, everything is extremely simple. The fact is that Alan specially sealed his kingdom. He never practiced in front of other people, fearing that if they knew his true level, disaster would be impossible to avoid. Alan easily repelled all the demon's attacks even without looking at him, and continued his story by saying that it was not becoming for a student of his clan to brag about his skills. After all, the higher your skills, the more problems fall on your head. Therefore, in order not to complicate his life, Alan was forced to hide his true abilities. Lloyd realized what trap he had fallen into. The demon tried to leave, shouting that the guy was just crazy. But Alan pulled the enemy's body towards him, saying that he would not let him go. Taking his sword out of its sheath, the hero said that Lloyd interrupts his rest time after time. In addition, he harmed his comrades, thereby forcing him to start work ahead of time. Lloyd tried to run away again, shouting that the guy shouldn't have come here. Alan's gaze was stern, because starting work ahead of time is an unforgivable sin. After these words, the hero released his striking sword technique at the enemy. A powerful flow of chakra, like a raging wave, passed through Lloyd and struck him. The clouds summoned by Lloyd dissipated and the sun appeared from behind them. The battle was completed with one blow. The technique was so powerful that in the place where it passed, the earth split and a river formed. The powerful lazy man hung in the air and watched Lloyd's spear as it cooled down. Sarah, who was watching the battle, asked Hannah if they were really only at the level of the Purple Palace. After all, the strength of this sword is comparable to the strength of a cultivator who has long since crossed this level. It seemed that Brother Alan was the elder of their clan. Meanwhile, Hannah was shocked by what she saw. It turns out that Brother Alan had long surpassed the levels of all the students of their clan. The girl lowered her gaze. At that moment, she felt helpless in comparison with him. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of glass breaking. The power of Alan's sword was too great, and the dome began to crack. It was about to shatter into pieces. Hannah ordered her friends to hurry up and evacuate the villagers, and she would take care of the rest. Even though Hannah couldn't fight that demon, she would at least try to save those lives. The girl began to concentrate her energy. It was difficult for her to restrain the dome when suddenly a man's hand appeared next to her hand. Seeing the familiar attire, Hannah was surprised. Next to her stood Brother Alan, who with his strength helped the girl restore the protective barrier. A moment later, all the cracks in the barrier were healed, and not a single resident in the city was injured. The worried girl turned to the guy and shouted his name. After some time, the residents were on their knees thanking their four saviors. The purple fighters waved to the residents, and meanwhile Hannah wanted to talk to Alan. She looked at the guy with pitiful eyes and asked why he didn't tell her earlier that he was so strong. Brother Alan made a stupid face and said that he did not understand what the girl was talking about. After all, he defeated this demon only thanks to the talisman that the elder of their clan gave him. This answer stunned the guy's entire team. Hannah thought that Alan had released this sword, but the guy turned on his acting skills and said that such a weakling like him could not get such strength. And only thanks to the desperate resistance of his team, he managed to activate the power of the talisman that the master gave him. And besides, Alan believes that the guys exhausted the demon, and the sword only finished him off. The guy shouted with enthusiasm that he was just lucky, nothing more. Something didn't add up here. Hannah asked how the guy managed to evade the demon's attack so skillfully. Alan was caught on this question, and he did not know what to answer, and the girl just looked at him intently. Alan then responded that his main specialty was actually dodging attacks, so dodging wasn't that much of a problem for him. He looked at the beauty and added that she knew that their master was the best in the clan. It was his strength that killed the demon. But Hannah did not let up. She asked about that protective barrier, because a student of this level cannot stabilize such a formation. Alan reached into his robe to take out something and said that he used it. There was a green stone in his hand. It was the jade of the hidden spirit. Hidden spirit. Jade is a stone that can store spiritual power and call upon it at any time. Due to its high cost and rarity, it is not popular. But Hannah still didn't believe him. The hero's story was quite smooth, but her intuition suggested that something was wrong. Suddenly, Alan put his hand on her head and told the girl not to give free rein to her imagination, because if he was really strong, then the master and elder would have known about it long ago. Alan also believes that Hannah is the best student in the clan. There's definitely no doubt about that. From such words, the cutie became embarrassed and shouted that Alan was using a sudden attack with compliments on her. Speaking of that demon, Sarah wanted to know what ultimately happened to him. Alan replied that his body is full of magical power. It is impossible to even touch it now. Therefore, the hero created a formation to suppress it. Sometime later, our heroes were at the burial site of Lloyd, where the suppression of his power was almost complete. The demon clan was so enraged that they began to train such soldiers. Hannah believed that they should inform the other clans about this as soon as possible so that they could take precautions in advance. Alan agreed with her, but first she needed to fully deal with the demon, when suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a force escaping from the halberd. The chakra bubble burst, and the power of the bloody spear absorbed Alan's formation. Hannah was horrified, and the hero became wary. They realized that something had gone wrong. The bloody spear began to summon a strange circle of fire and blood. The power of the demon awakened. Alan reacted instantly and tried to strike the enemy's chakra clot. The rest of the heroes managed to jump away, and suddenly, the spear and the demon's body disappeared along with the bloody chakra. Sarah realized that apparently their master had taken the demon from here, and Brian believed that now was not the time for chatter. And it was logical that the master would not just abandon the creation on which he had spent so much time and effort. But Hannah calmed the ardent fighters because they clearly did not have enough time and energy to pursue now. Alan, meanwhile, looked at his hand, from which his attack came out. He realized that he could not let the girl know how strong he really was. However, this formation that the hero left should be strong enough to stop Lloyd. Meanwhile, an unknown figure was in a strange place filled with a bloody aura, where he was sitting in the middle of candles emitting green light. He opened his mouth wide and absorbed all the bloody aura that was flying around him. This was the elder whom Alan defeated at the beginning of the story. He swore that next time he would tear him into thousands of small pieces. When suddenly his meal was interrupted by another gloomy figure who appeared behind the villain. The elder bowed his head in greeting to his master. The dark secret figure said that apparently Howard had already finished cultivating his body. Howard smiled and said that he couldn't do it without his master's help. Suddenly the gentleman said that Lloyd was dead. This information shocked the elder. The unknown person said that he completed the formation before his death and created a demon embryo. However, when the master tried to take it away, another force did not allow him to do this. Now the fruit is in the Yun clan prefecture on their mountain range. The Lord ordered Howard to return it. He also gave 3 things to his subordinates, saying that these artifacts would help him in battle. Howard failed him last time. If he does it again, he will have to answer for his misdeeds. The elder bowed his knee and understood the order of his master. At this time, our heroes said goodbye to each other because the enemy had disappeared without a trace and the mission was over. Hannah and Alan looked at the purple comrades who had become their family for a short time. Sarah and Brian set off and talked along the way. Brian said that no one could have expected such a move from the demon clan. The demons' abilities already went far beyond their combat training. But Brian was most concerned not with them, but with the abilities of his brother Alan. Sarah was surprised by these words. She did not understand what was wrong with the hero, that her brother was worried about this. Brian told her that it was obvious that the guy was in control from the very beginning, starting from the moment he gave them pills that made them invulnerable to poisons. And what happened to the bloody formations during the battle? When they were ready to accept defeat, Brother Alan appeared and took the situation into his own hands. If not for him, the bloody formation would have covered them all. But it's true that after hearing the information from her brother, Sarah thought about it. However, that was not all. Brian asked if the girl remembered the pill that they took. He checked his body using the inner vision technique and found that it was as if he was wrapped from the inside by a defensive sword technique. Apparently, what they swallowed was not an antidote, but a pill filled with a beam of sword energy. This is the only reason why the poisons could no longer affect them. The energy of the sword that was contained in that pill dissipated all the toxins that got inside. It seemed impossible, but if your sword skill is high enough, then it is theoretically possible. But one thing is not clear to Sarah. Since Alan is so powerful, why is he trying so hard to hide it? It seemed to Brian that the matter was that the hero was something of a secret weapon for his clan. Then Sarah asked if they should tell their leader about it. A couple of purple warriors looked at each other and mentally imagined the consequences. Brian decided that since Alan does not want to reveal his abilities, then they should remain silent, because the hero saved them, and therefore, they should respect his choice. Still, the Sword Clan has an interesting talent. Apparently, the meeting of the clans next month will be really interesting. Meanwhile, Hannah looked at the strange golden stone and said that it was time to return. She turned to Alan, saying that the head told them not to linger, and the guy didn't seem to really listen to her. He smiled and said that these guys are very smart. Hannah asked what kind of very smart guys they were, and Brother Alan grinned and said that it didn't matter. It was time for them to move forward. The hero decided that he should dissipate his sword energy. After all, if the head of their clan notices her, it will be a rather unpleasant situation. Heading home, Hannah suddenly turned to her brother Alan. A sweet girl asked me to tell her honestly if the guy had any secret power, to which Alan replied that he had no need to lie. He was just a newcomer to the 6th level of the Purple Palace. He was still far from a genius like Hannah. It seems that the girl expected such an answer and only exhaled in disappointment. Suddenly, a bolt of sharp sword energy flew into Alan's chest. Hannah stood in front of the hero with a serious face and drew her sword. She was serious. Her blow hit the guy right in the chest, tearing his clothes. Suddenly, behind the torn clothes, a strange book appeared. There was nothing holding the book back anymore, and to Alan's surprise, it fell out of his inner pocket. The guy tried to catch her, but Hannah managed to intercept the book in flight. The girl smiled triumphantly. Apparently, this is his diary. Now she will know the whole truth. She opened the book when suddenly on its cover she saw a girl and an inscription that said that she and her sister had a great time. Hannah's face immediately turned as red as possible from embarrassment and what she saw. Alan immediately snatched the book from the hands of the embarrassed girl, saying that he would explain everything. This is a fairly popular book. It's just a novel. Hannah said that she didn't think the guy was like that. Alan immediately explained that the picture on the cover was just to attract attention. In fact, it was a serious adventure story. Hannah suddenly grabbed the book to look, and on the next page she saw a passionate flirting girl, strewn with rose petals. She again became embarrassed and turned away sharply, and Alan shouted that she understood everything wrong. These were illustrations. They were needed to attract attention. It is actually a story about a young man who is part of a clan and his relationship with his female companions. This is an orthodox adventure story. It is very popular among monks and ordinary mortals. Updates are released every 3 months. Alan had to wait in line all night for this limited edition. It is very difficult to buy. Hannah pretended to believe it, saying that she would pay for the clothes she had ruined, but in reality she was thinking that the guy did not dodge her blow. Apparently he really did not have hidden strength. The girl said that she thinks that her brother should get less involved in such literature. This kind of thing in their clan is called fiction. They are prohibited. She looked sternly at the guy, adding that their head believes that this distracts from practice, and his brother, like no one else, should work harder on himself. Alan smiled sweetly and nodded, saying that this is exactly what he would do. The girl turned around sharply and said that it was time for them to move on, and the hero exhaled. because now all of Hannah's doubts about him should have evaporated. But suddenly, another sharp blade of energy flew towards him. This time, the blade flew straight into the book the guy was holding. Alan pressed the book to his chest protectively and repelled the attack. The force of energy that burst from his hand dissolved Hannah's chakra and flew towards the nearest mountain. Half the mountain was immediately destroyed, at which point the hero realized how much he had screwed up. Alan asked Hannah if she could pretend she didn't see it, to which the girl replied that despite her level, she couldn't just turn a blind eye to it. The guy hid his treasure in his bosom. This book failed him again. It's time for excuses. Alan admitted that he didn't tell Hannah something. The girl abruptly approached the guy and asked whether his skills greatly exceeded hers, to which Alan stood at attention and replied that they were only slightly superior. A malicious smile appeared on Hannah's face and she said that she would keep the guy's secret, but he had to promise her something. Fearing for his secret and for what the girl would ask, he asked what she wanted. The sweet beauty's eyes sparkled with happiness. She asked her brother Alan to teach her sword techniques, but the hero was not delighted. He thought that this mission would help him get along with his sister and get 3 days off. But for some reason now he thought that he had screwed up badly. And meanwhile, Hannah was burning with joy and waiting for the guy's answer. Alan pretended to think, answering that in principle he could teach her, but there was one but. The sparkling top student swore that she would keep her mouth shut. The guy need not worry. She flew up and said that she could not wait to return, and Alan mentally asked the head why everything turned out so against him. After some time, sad and eternally lazy, Alan and the inspired student returned home. Our heroes entered the main hall to report to the elders. Hannah greeted the chief, elders, and masters. The men turned around and saw their favorite student and said that she had done an excellent job. The master thanked the girl for her hard work and asked whether she was injured anywhere. Alan lowered her head and quietly, without much enthusiasm, greeted the head, elders, and masters. In response, they only looked at the guy with contempt. The master asked if the guy on the mission had caused problems to Sister Hannah. If she had suffered while protecting the hero, then he was a dead man. The man hoped that Alan had made every effort to learn as much as possible from the girl. In his heart, the hero was very indignant because, if it weren't for him, they would no longer have their beloved student. Suddenly, the head rose from his chair and demanded that the master stop slandering Alan. After all, if he had not activated the talisman in time, they would not have defeated the elder of the demon clan. Alan smiled. It was not for nothing that he gave so much tea to his beloved friend. The elders looked at the master, who had Alan under his command. And it turns out that he is a real hero who saved the whole situation. The man said that it was only natural that he would give the protective talisman to his disciple. The other elders smiled, feeling the master's strength. They praised him for destroying the elder of the demon clan with just one talisman. However, the master clearly remembered that the talisman he gave to Alan was barely above the first level of the Purple Palace. But Lloyd, the elder of the demon clan, was rumored to be at the 5th level. Is it possible that the master gave Alan the wrong talisman and that's why he defeated the elder? They were all interrupted by the head of the clan, who announced that they were gathered here for only one reason, because their world would soon face a crisis. He asked Hannah to tell everyone what happened after she met the elder of the demon clan. This information is extremely valuable both for the clan and for the entire alliance. The girl immediately agreed. Late in the evening, the meeting ended, and a tired Alan, leaving the building, was happy about it. Starting tomorrow, he will finally be free. He needs to plan his weekend well. However, the guy's joy was interrupted by a sweet female voice that called him by name. Hannah, anticipating new knowledge, reminded the guy that he must teach her as they agreed. Alan tried to fight off the crazy beauty by saying that he had plans for the coming days, but the girl said that she could not wait any longer because she could learn from such a powerful person as Alan. The guy tried to use his acting skills by saying that they were both tired after a difficult mission and he needed to rest before he started training her. But Hannah was also no slouch, and making kitten eyes began to cry, saying that her brother slept all night and she fought. She's a fragile girl and doesn't complain. Why then does Alan complain? But this won't win the guy. He said he was tired because he made a big contribution to the victory. Then crazy Hannah grabbed him by the clothes and threatened that if he didn't help her, she would tell everyone about their relationship. Alan panicked because they were at the main entrance. He asked the girl not to say nonsense. What other relationship? But the girl shouted that she didn't care because he himself was avoiding responsibilities. She said that her brother was a fraudster. Suddenly the hero agreed, and the sweet beauty immediately calmed down. Alan said that she could come to him tonight and then he would teach her a lesson. But after that, Hannah should leave him alone. The girl agreed with her eyes sparkling with joy. She must also remember to keep a secret if someone sees Hannah going to Alan late at night. Then all the monks will chop him into mince or hang him on the gallows. But she didn't care anymore. She shouted that she remembered everything and said goodbye to the teacher. A few hours later, our hero arrived at his home. He was sitting reading his novel when suddenly Hannah landed next to him. Alan raised his head and greeted the student with a serious face. She asked why her brother was so serious. The girl was worried that it was because of her. Maybe she had caused him a lot of trouble. But the thing was different. Alan said that he had just learned something very important. The sweet girl looked at the mentor and asked what he learned. Stern Alan replied that the new issue of Sister Shoe was coming out the day after tomorrow. He overheard a conversation between two monks who were complaining about the demon clan. Because of them, they would have to travel all the way to Yun City and stand there all night for a new release. Therefore, Alan must leave for Yun tomorrow, so there will only be one lesson. He hid his book and asked his sister Hannah to attack him with all her might. The girl was surprised, because if she tries so hard, the guy's house won't stand it. Brother Alan smiled. He replied that the girl should not worry because she did not have the strength to do it. This answer provoked the best student, and she prepared to show her power. The fire of rage burned in her eyes. Now she will show everything she is capable of to the new teacher. The girl released maximum energy from her sword and sent it into the air, calling on the heavenly heights. All the blue energy gathered into one huge clot of chakra and rushed towards Alan. It seemed that such power could not be contained, but suddenly there was a bang and the whole clot seemed to burst. Hannah was in shock. All the power that she had summoned dissolved in front of Alan's hand. Then the remnants of her chakra simply flew into the sky and completely dissolved there. Meanwhile, Alan looked pathetically at the girl, demonstrating to her what he was really capable of. Hannah was in a daze, her eyes fluttering in surprise, and her mouth open from the shock she felt. Feeling helpless, the girl fell to her knees. She could not believe that she had lost. Alan looked at the lost beauty and said that this world is far from ideal, as is her technique. The hero has just found a flaw in her and destroyed it with the help of spiritual power. The girl needs to continue to work on the shortcomings of her techniques. And when she starts doing this, her skill will no longer have limits. If Hannah manages to cope with this, then the obstacles will cease to exist for her. The disappointed girl bared her teeth because she joined the clan more than 20 years ago. She trained hard every day, and even became the best student in the clan. But she didn't even dare to think about something like what Alan told her today. Suddenly, the guy sharply moved his foot on the tile and asked his sister to look at him. Having kicked one of the stones, he easily flew into the air. While flying, Alan struck the center of the stone with his hand many times. The stone fell into the guy's hand, and he told Hannah to look at the marks left by the sword on this stone. This should help her level up. Then he threw a stone into the girl's hands, and she deftly caught it. Right in the center of the stone was written one word: sword. Alan also said that the girl should remember that this is his gift to her, and no one should see it except him. The beauty agreed. She jumped up and thanked her brother for the advice, and now it's time for the girl to get back to training. Alan watched Hannah disappear into the night, surprised that she had been training all night. Still, the best student is too stubborn. The hero was worried about her health. After training, the lazy man returned to bed and soon morning came. Running his hand through his collection of novels, Alan decided it was time to move out. Suddenly, he felt a familiar energy and turned around to look. In the sky, early in the morning, someone was heading somewhere. It was Master Alan, who, to his surprise, had also left the temple that morning. Meanwhile, the master, who was moving at the speed of light, noticed something strange. He stopped and told the stranger that he had been here for quite some time. He wondered if he was tired of waiting. In front of him stood the lord of the demon clan, who was curious whether the master's power was as great as they said. But it seems he came in vain. At that moment, the face of an unknown villain appeared. It was the head of the demon clan, Dustin, and the master immediately recognized him. Uther, Alan's master, asked how the head of the demons knew that he was here. Dustin replied that perhaps someone told him about it. The master immediately realized that this meant that there was a spy in their clan. He was wondering what the demons were planning. Dustin laughed and replied that their goal was the same as always, and it was time for them to stop putting things off. The head of the demons knew that since the Sword Clan found out about their plan, they began to secretly gather a coalition, and he guessed that everything was already ready. Uther pulled out his sword and said that Dustin is a pretty confident guy. However, his self-confidence will drag him into the grave. After these words, the master summoned hundreds of energy swords that rushed towards the enemy. Dustin's eyes lit up bloody, and he replied that if such a day comes, he will accept it with dignity. But that day is not today. He wanted to see if Uther had gathered enough strength to withstand his attack. Meanwhile, in the city of Yun, everything was quiet and calm. Alan was already rushing to the sale of his favorite novel. He quickly reached the city and now he needs to look around to understand where the meeting will take place. But suddenly he felt a strong pressure. The guy felt the energy beam of the sword, hidden in his master's jade pendant, activate. The master is at the first level of ascension to truth, and his sword technique cannot be matched by anyone, while he can be in such danger. Has he really encountered such a powerful opponent that is capable of defeating him? Meanwhile, the bloodied Uther was held by Dustin, who told him that this attack was too weak for him. But the head of the demons was surprised that the sword's energy actually helped hold back his attack. The energy hidden in this jade pendant that cracked? Opening his eyes slightly, Uther remembered that this pendant was given to him by his student Alan. In his memoirs, Alan told the master that this pendant was his gratitude for taking care of him. Smiling, the guy said that this was just a small manifestation of concern. Dustin swung a second time and said that it was time to die. He wouldn't miss the second time. Meanwhile, Alan revealed the strange seal on his chest and said that these powers should be enough. He began to concentrate his energy and circles like ripples on water gradually emerged from his head. The circles became larger and larger. The almighty lazy man was looking for his goal. Dustin felt something strange happening behind him and turned around. Alan summoned his sword technique, a space-cutting beam. At that moment, a huge beam of energy appeared above Dustin's head, similar to a divine column of electricity that was directed directly at him. The blow hit its target, and Dustin, tormented after such a powerful attack, thought that this technique belonged to Master Reynold. He held a piece of Uther's clothing in his hand. His opponent disappeared. Dustin was furious. He swore that their next meeting would be his last. After some time, Alan was already in place. The guy realized that he had hit the target. However, this did not help. The strength of his opponent was probably much higher than the level of the Purple Palace. But why did someone from the Demon Clan need to kill his master? Fortunately, Master Uther managed to escape and Alan was already rushing back. The hero returned to the city where his book was being sold. The guy thought that upon returning home, he would need to visit the master. The guy looked down and was surprised that this city was quite crowded today. All these people stood in line for the ceremony in honor of the release of the new volume of the Immortals' Mad Journey. Alan didn't think it would be like this, but he had no choice. He had to stand and wait. Evening came, the line gradually shortened, and suddenly the seller said that there was the last copy left. The residents were indignant, but Alan rejoiced at his success because now it was his turn. He extended his hand to the coveted reward. Apparently today luck is on his side. But suddenly someone's hand also reached out to the book. Next to Alan stood a gorgeous girl with blue eyes and in a pink robe. She looked at the guy seductively and innocently. But the hero was not so simple. He put his hand on the book and did not want to give it away. Then the girl turned on all her charm and sense of smell, asking this handsome guy to give her the last copy. But Alan did not give in and rudely refused the girl. Then she offered to pay him twice as much for this book. Her gaze became stern, and she said that this was a great deal. You shouldn't refuse a luxurious lady. No one wanted to give in. The hero and the girl shouted to the seller that they needed this book. The sellers did not know what to do. Seeing the angry buyers, they asked them to calm down. There was the last copy left and I needed to come up with something to share it. And then the girl had an idea. She said that since Alan does not want to give in to her, then she should act according to her conscience. The hero asked what the girl meant. Cards with pictures of hands appeared in her hand, and the girl suggested playing rock, paper, scissors. Alan doubted that it was very easy to cheat in this game, to which the girl replied that she personally created it, and these cards are capable of reproducing a person's thoughts. So there is no way to cheat here. They can use this to achieve justice. The guy agreed that it would be really difficult to cheat. Everything seems quite reasonable. In the end, they decided to play. Alana's rival offered to play until 3 victories. The hero agreed to this condition. He decided to choose scissors in the first round to check everything. The girl gave a countdown. After she counted to 3, they put the cards on the table. She invited the vendors to turn over the first round of cards. The sellers turned over the cards, and a disappointed Alan saw that he had lost. The girl rejoiced at the victory, and the guy tried to understand whether she cheated or was just lucky. The second round began. This time, the guy was not going to lose. To prevent her from cheating, Alan decided to turn over the cards himself. Turning it over, he saw that he had scissors and the girl had a stone. There was pure disappointment in Alan's eyes. One more loss, and he would lose his treasured book. But the girl won another round. She mocked him by tossing her cards in her hand. Apparently, she was lucky today. Alan could hardly stand on his feet, realizing his failure. And the sellers said that if he felt bad, they could contact someone from his clan to pick him up. He tried to find where the girl cheated, but everything was clear. The guy wasted so much effort and his book went to another buyer. But nothing can be done about it. The hero decided to return home. His tea leaves are about to ripen. He needs to prepare a new batch for the head of the clan. After walking around the market, Alan still didn't find any new seeds for tea. Now he has nothing to do here. It's time to return home. Flying over the city, Alan suddenly heard the swearing of passers-by, who shouted that the girl had deceived them. They asked the scammer to return their elixir to them. She in turn said that she was just lucky, to which the guys replied that she could not be lucky 20 times in a row. This was the same girl who defeated the hero. She shouted that she was an honest person. But these two monks are unlikely. Apparently, heaven is punishing them for all the bad things they have done in their lives. The guys were sure that the girl was a liar, so she decided to run away from the crime scene in time. But the monks were not going to give up, and one of them decided to use his golden energy. Instantly, a golden hand appeared above the girl, and she realized that this energy was at the level of the Purple Palace. Suddenly, she saw Alan and started waving at him, getting his attention. The girl asked the guy to help her, and two monks asked the hero who he was. Alan was outraged that the beauty was asking for help, complaining that these two monks wanted to beat her, because just recently she had taken his book. The monks were wary, but the hero folded his hands in a sign of peace and said that he didn't really know this girl, so he wouldn't interfere in their showdown. The girl shouted that Alan was heartless. She asked if he had forgotten their first meeting. Just like the hero remembered her, they played a strange game, and he lost. The monks realized that apparently not only had they been deceived by this girl, they would still have to teach her a lesson. Alan, meanwhile, only thought that if he did not interfere in the affairs of this couple, then he could regain his romance. But the girl was not happy with this situation. She took up the book and shouted that if the guy didn't help her right away, she would tear it into small pieces. The monks asked why she went crazy. After something like this, she wouldn't get away with it. The guy called on his chakra, and instantly it formed in the form of a golden hand. But suddenly his chakra was dissolved by a column of blue energy. Alan stood up to protect the girl. A blue aura shone around him, protecting him. The monk experienced a strange effect. It seemed that his powers were blocked. But the stranger said that he would not help the girl. Why did he stand up for her now? Alan apologized to them. He said that his plans had changed and asked him to understand. The indignant hero then turned to the swindler and asked her to give him the book. But the girl was not going to do this. She thanked the naive guy and used one of her abilities. At that same second, the girl disappeared into the air, leaving behind only a blue silhouette of energy. But Alan was not going to just let her go. He caught the rest of her chakra. The guy smiled menacingly. She wouldn't be able to get away from him so easily. Having caught the remains of chakra, Alan jumped after the criminal. The monks who watched this felt the guy's creepy energy. They wanted to know what clan he was from. Suddenly, the second monk remembered that their treasures were still with that lady, and they needed to return them. Meanwhile, a cunning girl appeared outside the city. She was glad that it was not in vain that she had been training for so long. But suddenly she felt a strong pressure on herself and someone was next to her. The terrible Alan appeared right in front of the girl and asked how she dared to lie to him. He sent 2 of his energy blasts into the girl's chest. Suddenly she felt that she could no longer levitate. Alan blocked all her powers. The hero managed to catch her. Looking at the criminal, he menacingly asked what clan she was from. Alan said that the girl's lies would not easily get away with her. According to the law of forces, her spiritual power should be sealed, and she should be demoted to a simple person who would have to clean pigsties for a whole week. The girl imagined how she would be poking around in the mud with pigs, and this terrible punishment frightened the exhausted beauty. She kicked her legs and tried to escape. At that moment, 2 monks flew past the couple, whom the girl had robbed. The beauty asked to let her go, but Alan said that he would not let her out until she gave the book back. Then the girl said that he would be alone for the rest of his life if he continued to read such novels. But she had no choice. The swindler took a book out of her pocket and handed it to Alan in exchange for her powers. Alan did just that. He restored the girl's strength and threw her a spirit stone. But he was really curious about how she managed to cheat so cleverly. The girl was indignant. She said that she did not cheat and did not deceive anyone. She just took advantage of a small illusion. The monks who heard this were indignant because this was cheating. Alan asked what illusion the girl used. She took the card, and at one moment there was a stone on it. Then the girl turned it over, and instead of the stone there were scissors. The monk said that such an illusion does not reveal even half of the real strength. Quite cleverly, it is not surprising that they lost. With the help of this illusion, they can adjust round after round for their own benefit. Alan remembered that when they competed, he took the initiative to turn over the girl's cards, which is how she managed to win, because she can't change his cards during the game. The girl replied that this is a simple cognitive modification. While he thinks that he has lost, the picture in front of his eyes will change as she needs. Cognitive modification is an advanced method of illusions that includes the laws of cause and effect, which is what makes the method work. The stunned monk asked the girl who she was. The beauty struck a pose and introduced herself. Her name is Lisa, and she is from the Palace of Heavenly Illusions. One of the monks asked a comrade what power this heavenly palace has. He replied that this is a famous ancient clan that is voluntarily isolated from others. They do not enter into an alliance, but their strength should not be underestimated. The monks bowed their heads and asked Lisa's forgiveness for not recognizing her. To the girl's surprise, they allowed her to keep the thing that she had taken from them. In addition, the monk asked her to go with them in search of treasures, because her illusions would be very useful if they encountered danger. Hearing the words about treasures, the girl immediately became inspired. She loved everything valuable and shiny. The monk explained that a few days ago, in the depths of the Yun mountain range, a red ray of light appeared, filling the air with energy. It was likely that some rare treasure could be found there. Alan, hearing these words, became interested, because it could be that same demon. The monk continued the story by saying that this ridge is winding and long, but he knows the approximate path, so they can go there together. If there is a lot of treasure, they will divide it among themselves, and if there is only one, they will use it in turn. Alan wondered, the red beam a few days ago, if this was the very thing he was thinking about. However, the guy decided that it was useless to think, because it could be a simple coincidence. Sister Lisa happily agreed to go with the monks in search of treasures. The monk also invited Brother Alan to go with them, because he is a strong fighter, and there may be a rare and powerful treasure hidden there that will interest him. But Alan, waving negatively, said that he was not interested in this and he did not want to waste his vacation on this. He wanted to take this time to have a good rest and read a new volume of the story. After these words, the guy left. Lisa was angry, saying that he ruined everything, but she was sure that the hero would return to them. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest, a bloody aura was gathering around a familiar halberd. Traveling Howard was delighted with the discovery. He had finally found it. Finally, he found the very devil fruit that his master had spoken about. Lisa, along with her new comrades, went in search of adventure. The first test on the way for them was a ferocious creature similar to a lion. The creature, filled with power, jumped towards the brave girl. Swinging his paw, he hit Lisa, but her upper part immediately evaporated. The beast was confused. The girl used her illusion and jumped into the air. The bait worked. Meanwhile, one of the monks at that moment began to use golden mist. The enraged beast turned around, sensing danger. But it was too late. The monk struck his opponent using one of his abilities. It was called 9 Misty Whirlwinds. The exhausted creature fell dead to the ground. The monk praised Lisa, saying that her power of illusions was simply incredible. Thanks to her, they were able to easily defeat such a formidable opponent. Another comrade also praised the girl, saying that even if they meet a beast of the highest level, they will be able to deal with it in no time. Lisa was a little embarrassed, but she liked the praise in her direction. But it was necessary to move forward. Our heroes went deep into the dense thicket. Lisa was already tired of walking. She said that half an hour had already passed since they left the mountain range. Are the guys sure that the treasure even exists? The monk calmed the girl down, telling her not to worry because, if he was not mistaken, then the goal was not so far away. Meanwhile, Howard began his ritual by ordering the demonic spear to absorb the energy. If everything goes according to the demon's plan, then within a few hours he will be able to get it out. The villain was looking forward to this moment. As soon as he gets the fruit, the master will be pleased. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a magical aura that he felt. Howard turned around. He realized that someone was approaching him right now. Using his magical vision, the demon elder saw 2 Yunshin clan disciples and a girl walking in his direction. This wasn't his plan. If they found the devil fruit and notified their clan, there would be trouble. The level of these 3 was not very high, so Howard was confident that he could deal with them with the help of bloody puppets. He took out from his pocket one of the 3 artifacts, similar to a bell that the Lord had given him, and rang it. At that same second, the ringing from the bell began to form a demonic gate. Howard laughed. It would be better if these travelers ran away from him. An unknown substance appeared, and Howard told her that he would stay here to protect the fetus. And the unknown creature that appeared should lead these 3 uninvited guests to him. The creature, engulfed in a purple aura, understood the order and instantly rushed after its target. Observing the artifact, Howard said that he was in no position to leave 3 corpses behind. Meanwhile, Alan returned to Yun City because it was already too late and he doesn't work overtime. The guy was sitting in one of the taverns and drinking aromatic tea while reading a long-awaited book. Before he knew it, he had almost read to the end of the book. Finally, the killer whose identity had been hidden all this time was about to be revealed. Alan eagerly turned the page. Here it is, the secret the guy wanted to know about. His eyes sparkled, but there was only a drawing of the face of a girl he knew, and an inscription that said that she would not tell him who the killer was. Alan's disappointment knew no bounds. Lisa ruined such a moment by replacing the last page. He started screaming at the top of his lungs. The guy couldn't believe that the book would end at such a moment. From his screams, the earth began to tremble. The people in the tavern thought it was an earthquake. Suddenly in the sky, they saw a blue beam that rushed past them like a star. Enraged, Alan raced towards his goal. He vowed to find her even if he had to destroy the entire mountain range. Meanwhile, the team of adventurers went further into the forest and began to notice a strange situation around them. In addition, for some reason it seemed to Lisa that someone was watching her right now. The monk who led the detachment turned sharply and shouted that something was wrong here. Something was moving towards them. At that moment, purple lightning struck the guy and blood poured out of his mouth. Lisa and the second monk screamed when they saw this terrible sight. The monk fell to the ground. His brother grabbed his partner and began to try to bring him to consciousness. Lisa noticed something approaching the still living guy and tried to warn him, but he did not have time to react in time. Now 2 monks were lying on the ground unconscious. Lisa trembled, asking who was there. Stuttering, the girl asked the creature to appear. At that same second, a person as fast as dark lightning appeared behind her. Lisa felt a powerful blow to her neck and immediately lost consciousness. Alan felt something strange. An explosion of spiritual power had just appeared next to him. But suddenly he disappeared somewhere deep in the forest as quickly as he appeared. The guy walked forward, surprisingly. But there were no signs of a battle, as if everything had disappeared or someone knew how to cover their tracks. The hero used his sensory ability, and at that moment he felt that there was something in the air. The dark entity was already about to attack the guy, approaching him from behind. But Alan, who was standing motionless, suddenly opened his eyes and stopped the attacker. The dark blade almost touching the hero's neck stopped. Alan asked the creature who he was and what he was trying to do. The violet aura dissipated, and inside it, Alan saw a cute little girl holding a needle with trembling hands. Feeling a terrible aura in front of her, the girl suddenly began to cry. Alan assumed that she could not speak and asked about it. The cute creature nodded her head. The hero asked if the 3 guys who fought with her were still alive or not, and the girl again nodded her head in the affirmative. Suddenly, the guy became stern and told the creature to take him to them, and then he would not punish her. The creature wanted to agree when suddenly they heard the ringing of a bell coming from the depths of the forest. The little girl grabbed her head, feeling a dark pressure on herself. Sobbing, the girl flew towards the bell, which greatly surprised Alan. The hero immediately realized that this was a soul control bell. The master told him that this was a kind of witchcraft that seals the soul of a living person in a bell, placing a curse on him. Apparently, there was a clan of demons here too. Meanwhile, the demonic spear was gathering energy around itself. Howard, who was ringing the bell, looked at the 3 prisoners from whom the strength was being siphoned off and told the arriving girl that she had so much time, but she still could not grab another person. The demon called the little girl useless trash and placed his foot on her tiny body. The girl lay sobbing on the ground, and the elder of the demons said that there was no way she could escape from him. If she tries to escape, Howard will do everything to turn her life into such a nightmare that she herself will beg him for death. Suddenly, an unknown voice from a cloud of aura asked where that guy was now, because he came here for him. And besides, why did Howard call him if he said that he could handle it himself? But they didn't have to look for the guy for long. He was already right above their heads and said that it certainly wouldn't have been possible to restore such damage in just a couple of days without outside help. The elder demon immediately recognized the scoundrel who defeated him last time. Because of this, he had to humiliate himself in front of his master and take a long time to heal his wounds. Howard did not wait long and immediately attacked his sworn enemy, sending a demonic cloud of energy similar to a skeleton skull in his direction. But Alan, as always, easily repelled the elder's attack by simply dispersing the villainous energy. He smiled, mocking his opponent, and said that he didn't understand how Howard was still holding on with such strength. The demon's rage began to boil more and more. Alan irritated him with his equanimity. He grabbed the bell and ordered Gwyneth to quickly kill the vile insect. But Alan, with a quick movement of his blade, cut off the demon's hand, which was holding the bell. The hero approached the little girl. Now he knew her name. Her name was Gwyneth. The guy attacked the ancient artifact with his energy, and it immediately split into small pieces. He told the sobbing little girl that she no longer needed to be the demon's puppet. Now the girl is free and can do what she wants. From these words, her eyes filled with even more tears. The girl flew sharply towards Alan, but Howard ordered her to stop. Gwyneth immediately fell to the ground. The demon said that even without the bell she could not disobey his orders. The villain tried to say what would happen to her if she disobeyed, but at that moment he shut up because he got hit on the head by a little girl. After the blow, the frightened Gwyneth immediately rushed into Alan's arms. The guy stroked the crying girl on the head and told her that now she can return home. And she doesn't have to worry. The hero here will sort everything out himself. This is coercion and exploitation of labor. He himself understood all this perfectly well, because he had once been in exactly the same situation. Howard was not going to give up. He stood up and hit the ground with his fist, calling on the bloody hell technique. At the same second, a bloody aura began to escape from his hands, within which many eyes appeared. A huge hand appeared from the bloody hell, and a voice was heard from inside that asked who dared to challenge his master. A huge demon appeared from a dark portal, which Howard ordered to immediately kill this monk. The monster understood the order, swung at the hero. He shouted that this guy was just a small pawn, and his master should not dirty his hands with such garbage. Sharp blades of bloody energy rushed towards Alan to kill him, but he took his sword out of its sheath. At that moment, a huge pillar of the guy's aura hit the sky and blocked the path of the demon's attack. The creature was surprised by the guy's strength, but it's a pity that because of his seal, the demon can only show 1/5 of his strength. The monster shouted that one day he would return, and there would be a glorious battle between them. But for now, the guy could only remember his name. The monster wanted to say his name, but without speaking, he burst due to Alan's multiple cuts. Gwyneth hid behind the guy and was shocked by what she saw, and Alan only sighed in disappointment. Howard was horrified how a mere mortal could defeat such a powerful demon. However, that was not all. Alan was not going to just let the impudent elder go this time. The guy concentrated his powerful power in his fingers, creating a blade of energy. Howard realized that now his end would come, and began to beg the guy to stop and wait a little. But before he could finish speaking, a powerful stream of mana created by Alan passed through him. Then there was an explosion, and the guy who turned around said that he didn't need to wait. Suddenly, Alan saw his still shackled comrades, among whom was the girl who had stolen his treasured page. He sent a small part of his chakra into the girl to wake her up. At that same second, Lisa opened her eyes and gradually began to come to her senses. She immediately recognized the guy and panicked, but Alan hastened to calm her down, saying that she had spent too much spiritual power and she needed to rest, then he would help her get to the city. But suddenly, a scarlet light shone behind Alan, which did not bode well. The battle was not over yet, because the bloody halberd began to rise and whirlwinds swirled around it. Suddenly, among the collected energy, Lloyd appeared, who told Alan that he was one step away from killing the master. The hero actually forced him to sacrifice his last magical weapon, and now the only thing Lloyd so fiercely wants is Alan's death. The lazy man exhaled in disappointment. Again, he had to fight another battle with a madman. He turned around and pointed his hand at the demon, saying that he did not understand what was happening to him. But if one sword was not enough for him, then he would use another one. After these words, Alan released a powerful stream of energy, which, like a destructive wave, rushed towards the enemy. But this time, Lloyd was able to repel the hero's attack, shouting that he was now much more powerful than his opponent. The villain counterattacked by sending his bloody aura in the form of a demonic mask at the hero. The guy realized that it was too dangerous to leave his allies here and threw them away with the help of his strength. He then tried to block the enemy's attack with his weapon, which he usually easily succeeded in doing. But this time something went wrong, and Alan even moved back a little from such force. The hero couldn't believe that just now the monster was at the 7th level of the Purple Palace, but now he was already at the 2nd level of ascending to the truth. The guy looked closer and saw a strange scarlet stone in Lloyd's forehead. Now everything became clear. This thing on his forehead was an ancient forgotten treasure, the amber of the harvest. Lloyd smiled. He did not expect anything less from a student of the swordsman clan. The guy was able to recognize the artifact. According to ancient legends, tens of millions of years ago, someone picked up this stone and, by activating it, greatly increased his spiritual level and became a powerful ruler. But just 5 years later, all his vitality was exhausted, and he died, cursing the treasure. Since then, anyone in whose hands the amber of the harvest ended up could not count on a different fate. Alan said that although he does not know how Lloyd ended up with this ancient treasure, everything in this world must obey one law of force. Therefore, this power, like any other, must have its own price. The guy threw a mirror at the demon's feet. He invited the elder to look at himself in the mirror and understand who he had become, and stop harboring false illusions. Lloyd looked in the mirror and saw a decrepit old man there. The demon could not believe his eyes because he was given at least 800 years. In a rage, the master broke the mirror and asked why he looked like that. Alan explained that this treasure is a demon that sucks all the vitality out of him. Lloyd was distraught. He laughed and said that if he returned what he owed, then his master would definitely give him an elixir that would restore his vitality. If this stone was used wisely, then the whole world would fall at his feet. Alan guessed that the villain was crazy and prepared his sword. Apparently, the stone had completely brainwashed him. The enraged demon shouted at the hero to close his mouth and at that moment bit his finger until it bled. He then applied his blood to the stone, completing his ritual. The demon's power increased and scarlet flames flew around him. He became stronger and stronger. Gathering all his new power, he fired a bloody tornado at the mighty hero. Alan used his sword to stop the furious attack. But suddenly it didn't work. The demon's power was colossal and now Alan couldn't block his blows. It was now obvious that Lloyd had not reached the second level of ascension to truth, but the fifth level, and became equal to the head of the Sword Clan, Reynold. The wounded Alan fell to his knee. He was trying to catch his breath after such an attack. But he had his trump card. The guy lowered his robe and a secret seal appeared on his chest. Lloyd wanted to attack the guy, but suddenly a golden whirlwind enveloped the villain, which he had to dodge. It was Gwyneth who came to Alan's aid and tried to somehow detain the villain. The furious demon attacked the little spirit, shouting that it was in vain that she rebelled against him. But our hero managed to stop the bloody ray in time, telling Gwyneth that he told her to leave. Why did she come back? Lloyd didn't stop, taking advantage of the pause. He tried to attack the guy with his spear. Alan looked at his seal and thought it was too late. The spear hit its target, but suddenly, Alan simply disappeared into the air like smoke. The old man couldn't believe his eyes how he just disappeared into thin air. But the answer appeared on its own. The villain looked up and saw Lisa there, who was using one of her abilities on Alan. The enraged demon used his infernal fangs, pointing them at the girl. The second time, her illusion would not work. Suddenly, a powerful stream of power hit the sky, dispersing all the bloody energy in the area. Rescued Lisa looked at the powerful column of energy and could not believe her eyes. In the center of the stream was the transformed Alan. Now the real battle will begin. The hero awakened his power. His eyes turned blue, and the seal released some of his energy. In this guise, Alan looked like a demigod, and not like an ordinary lazy loser. But this did not stop Lloyd. He decided that the guy chose death instead of just running away. With the speed of a cheetah, he attacked Alan, but he blocked the halberd's attack with one movement of his hand. Lloyd couldn't believe his eyes. It was impossible for an ordinary mortal to resist such power. Besides Lloyd, there was Lisa, who didn't believe what was happening. Was Alan really that strong? The demigod said that in order to cope with the demon, even a drop of his spiritual power would be enough. The demon elder began to tremble but still did not give up. It was not fear, it was trembling with rage. Lloyd shouted that the hero did not dare insult him and gathered his bloody energy. But Alan didn't care, because the great lazy man was sure that the demon lost when he removed the seal. He took out his sword and instantly, a huge golden dragon consisting of divine energy formed behind the hero. The monster growled as it advanced towards Lloyd. The powerful pressure felt even at a great distance from such a powerful force. The monster was colossal in size, and Lloyd's energy was no match for it. It couldn't be stopped. Instantly, divine energy passed through the demon elder, dispelling all his bloody energy. The blow was so powerful that Lloyd disappeared into the air like ashes from paper thrown onto a fire. The divine power rushed back into Alan's seal, and when it returned completely, he calmly buttoned up his robe. All that was left of Lloyd was the harvest amber and the bloody spear. Lisa was surprised that Alan had returned to his previous level. But then her gaze fell on the ancient treasure that was floating in the air. The girl's gaze turned purple. The stone seemed very beautiful to her. The amber of the harvest beckoned the girl. She came closer and closer, and when she was too close, she extended her hand to it. Suddenly, Alan appeared behind her and whispered to her that she shouldn't do this. He summoned a bag into which he invested part of his power and began to seal the demonic artifact. Lisa only now realized that the stone had bewitched her. She felt uneasy about it. Alan explained that this thing is extremely dangerous. You need to be careful with it, otherwise you can lose your life like Lloyd. The cute little spirit of Gwyneth immediately appeared and was protected by the hero. Lisa recognized the offender. She pointed at Gwyneth and shouted that it was she who attacked them. Because of this, the little girl began to sob guiltily. Alan, holding Lisa back, said that this girl's name was Gwyneth, and she did not want to offend them. She simply obeyed the soul bell. Lisa asked the guy what happened to the bell now, to which he replied that he destroyed it. Therefore, now Gwyneth is safe and can leave calmly. He asked the girl to be careful and not get caught by the bad guys anymore. Looking at the spirit and the guy saying goodbye, Lisa said that the girl was quite strong and Alan could keep her, to which the guy replied that he was not like these demons. Lisa turned away saying that the bad guy used her as a weapon thanks to the soul bell. The beauty thought about it and decided that she was mistaken about the hero. Alan replied that since she was mistaken, could Lisa return him the page that she tore out? And the girl was indignant that this fool only cared about a stupid novel. But there is no need to argue with him, so Lisa gave him the last page. The hero was barely embarrassed when he saw that very last page, but deciding that he would leave it for later, he hid it in his robe, thanking the girl and saying that no one should know about what she saw. Lisa did not understand why the guy would do this, because killing the elder of the demon clan is a great achievement, and he can become famous, for which Alan poked her in the forehead and told the girl not to ask unnecessary questions, but simply accept it as a fact. The beauty understood. The last question remained. What to do with this spear? And Alan had the answer. He would simply take it with him and dispose of it. And he also asked Lisa to take care of those guys while he went first with this thing, to which the girl got angry, saying that she was not a nanny. The guy extended his hand to the spear to take it away, when suddenly a huge hand of unknown strength appeared from space. A voice from space shouted that he would not allow the bloody halberd to be taken away and grabbed the artifact, dragging it along with him. A second later, the monster disappeared. This was quite unusual. Lisa shuddered from such a strong aura. She asked what it was. Alan replied that it was probably another elder. The girl asked if the guy was going to follow him because the weapon was probably valuable, to which the guy replied that, firstly, the unknown person was too strong and it would not be easy to deal with him, and secondly, he did not care about the disposal of this artifact in an amicable way. Well, thirdly, Alan is now on a legal vacation, so it's time for him to leave because he needs to quickly return and find out how the novel ended, the hero hoped. The hero said goodbye and hoped that he would meet Lisa again. After these words, the guy quickly ran away, leaving the girl confused. She stuck her tongue out at him in parting, saying that she didn't need him to meet him again, because so many bad things had happened since their first meeting with the beauty. But if you think about it, Alan has incredible strength, good character, and he's not bad looking. Lisa thought that she shouldn't think about this because this guy left to deal with the consequences of what happened. But in their next meeting, by morning, Lisa woke up the monks, the girl slapped each guy in the face, and they immediately woke up. The monks did not understand what had happened. The head of the demons disappeared somewhere, and Lisa sat in front of them without a single scratch. The girl saw the questioning faces of the guys and decided to tell them everything. After a few minutes of stories, one of the monks was horrified to learn that the treasure was a weapon of a clan of demons. It turns out that Lisa and Alan saved them from death. Lisa confirmed the guy's words, adding that they were lucky because the elder died from exhaustion of spiritual energy. The monk asked where Mr. Alan was. He was worried because they didn't even thank him for saving him. Brother, isn't the solemn meeting about to begin? Considering his strength, Mr. Alan would surely be there as a representative of his clan. Indeed, there we can thank him, the monk answered, which surprised Lisa. The girl became interested in what kind of meeting would be held, when and where it would be. The monk scratched his head and said that it was not surprising that the girl knew nothing about the meeting because their city was isolated from the rest of the world. Most of the clans from the east are part of the alliance, and every 10 years they send a representative to Tianjiao. During this meeting, the rating of each clan is determined. This is called the Great Meeting in Tianjiao. In addition, the place in the ranking in the future affects the distribution of resources between clans. Lisa understood everything. She assumed that she could also come there. The monk answered the girl that given the reputation of her clan, it was quite possible. The cunning girl smiled and thought that if she went there, she would have the opportunity to fight with that guy. Her gaze was insidious, and the girl decided that it was time for her to return. Meanwhile, Alan was already hurrying home. Flying over the mountains, he thought about past battles. That man, what happened to him? Casting such a spell requires extreme skill and great spiritual strength. His power is very great. If I don't destroy the seal by at least a third, I'm definitely not his opponent. But most likely this will need to be done because the demon clan has taken up the matter and dared to attack even the master. They probably need that demonic halberd for a reason. Even if I try to return the weapons, it will certainly lead to a lot of attacks and a big crisis. I count on the help of the elders of my clan, and I myself can contribute to solving this problem. Suddenly, the guy felt a strange aura in the wind. He stopped and asked the entity why she had come. At that same second, a golden whirlwind formed behind him. To the guy's surprise, Gwyneth appeared from a golden whirlwind and crashed into the hero's chest. Looking at the child's tear-stained eyes, Alan realized that she simply had nowhere to go and she wanted to go with him. The hero said that she could join him, but if in the future she wants to leave, she doesn't have to ask for permission. Hearing these words, the little girl's spirit burst into tears and pressed closer to the guy as a sign of gratitude. Alan stroked her head to calm her down. The hero did not expect that he could get a magical companion for nothing. Having gone home, the guy said that it was great that from the outside, Gwyneth's power looked like the wind. This was an excellent conspiracy. In the future, Alan promised to solve her speech problems. The spirit was slightly surprised by what was said, after which the guy decided that it was time to return to the clan. Flying up to the familiar mountains, the hero told Gwyneth that now this place would become her home. Meanwhile, in one of the palaces of the Swordsman clan, Reynold landed next to the girl. In a panic, the head of the Swordsman clan began to ask what happened to the master. A girl named Selena said that he had many fractures. Internal organs were damaged. If they had delayed a little, then not a single god could have saved him. Master Uther slept in his bed. Selene used the divine pill. His life was saved. Reynold's rage knew no bounds. He vowed to make them answer for what they did to the master. A little later, in a secret place of the Alliance, on the border of the Dark Moon, a meeting was held. The elder of the Purple Spirit clan, Ivar, the 4th level of Ascension to Truth, asked why Reynold called them all. Reynold began his speech. Ladies and gentlemen, it's no secret that the Demon clan has become very active in the last few days. As soon as I crossed the borders of the prefecture, it immediately attacked me. In addition, Dustin, the elder of the Demon clan, has been busy improving the Bloody Demon Warrior formation. I think each of us understands what this means. Even though the students of my clan were unable to return the Devil Fruit, they returned the Bloody Soul Pearl. I instructed one of the masters to personally deliver it to the Alliance, but he was attacked by a man from the Demon clan. The master himself was seriously injured and his spirit was also damaged. Ivar was horrified. Were Master Uther's injuries really that serious? Few people can match his level. How could he receive such damage? Master Reynold is right. The question is indeed serious, said the elder of the Taishu clan named Henry, the 9th level of Ascension to Truth. The elder suggested that the demons have their own informant within the Alliance. From today, I recommend that all elders conduct a thorough check among their students. It is necessary to prevent the impending disaster, to get rid of the problem at the root. If the Demon clan finds out about our intentions, I am sure that they will not sit idly by. Reynold was surprised that Master Henry agreed with his assumption. The man immediately stood up and shouted that he, as one of the elders, would willingly obey the master's order and personally carry out the inspection. The elder of the Yungshin clan, Cody, the 4th level of Ascension to Truth, added that just a few hours ago, news came from the disciples of his clan. They met the elder of the Demon clan on the mountain ridge. He attacked them, depriving them of spiritual strength. Their lives hung in the balance, but the elder was weakened due to the fact that the ancient treasure sucked all the life force out of him. As a result, a student of another clan and a guy named Alan joined forces to kill him. Hearing the name of his weak and lazy student, Reynold was very surprised. The elder did not understand what the guy was doing there. He must be on vacation. How did he end up there? Seeing Reynold's reaction, Henry asked him if he knew the name. Reynold explained that in his clan there is a disciple with that name, but his level cannot be that high. He must have just been helping. I'll ask him when I return. Suddenly, a vague cosmic figure spoke. The man said that due to the increased activity of the Demon clan lately, they were forced to take action as soon as possible. It was the elder of the Starry Sky clan, Silas, the 8th level of the Purple Palace. He said that some adjustments would need to be made to their charter to encourage the interest of disciples and clans. Ivar thought. Since the creation of the Alliance, the rules have been revised only 3 times. Changing the charter now. Is this appropriate? Energy began to form in Silas's hand, and he said that those gathered here could be sure of this. After all, he will not skimp on motivating the students. When they saw what he created, the elders were surprised. Silas offered to use this as a reward. In his hand was a golden thing that looked like a mysterious key. After some time, Alan returned to the clan residence and decided to visit his master. He held a box and a small jug in his hand. The guy looked friendly and asked the master how he was feeling. Uther greeted the student. Thanks to Selena's care, he felt much better. He just needed a little time to recover. Alan, meanwhile, opened his box and replied that he was calm now. In the box, there were 2 lumps of greens and a spoon. The hero took the greens and, using a spoon, carefully poured them into the glass, telling the master that he carefully grew these tea leaves. Then the guy added water from a small jug. This water was straight from the mine. Having brewed the tea, Alan handed it to the master, saying that a cup of this tea would definitely restore the spiritual strength of the teacher. Alan came closer to the bed and asked Uther to drink it. He happily accepted the gift. After taking one sip, the man felt a surge of strength after appreciating his student's tea. He then said that Alan should use the time he spends on plants on his own development, because his level is still too low. Among the students, Alan is perhaps at the lowest level. The teacher's words upset Alan. Again, he took up his task. The hero decided to release some spiritual power this time. A blue aura surrounded Alan, and the guy told Uther that he had risen to level 8 recently. Seeing the force flying around the room, the master was surprised. But then his gaze changed from joyful to indifferent. The angry teacher said that 5 years have passed since Alan's last breakthrough. Look at your sister. She trained hard to achieve her goal. Alan, in his usual manner, said that he would try his best. The teacher asked him to stop making fun of him. As your teacher, I know that you don't like to hear about such trivial things. You probably visited me for a reason. Realizing that the conversation was getting serious, Alan hurried to get out of here as quickly as possible, but the master stopped the guy. The teacher said that he was wounded by one of the people of the demon clan, and he almost died in that battle. But the jade pendant that Alan gave him protected him from a deadly attack. Then there was a sudden flash of light that injured the attacker and allowed Uther to escape. Alan, tell me the truth, are you hiding something from me? For example, your true level. Or maybe you sealed away your true power so you don't show it to us. Master, are you serious now? How could I hide my level from you in the head? That's also true. You're not very diligent. I don't think you could pull off something like that. But what about the jade pendant? Where did you get it? Uther asked, and Alan told him that he found it in a treasure chest. I felt that it exuded an unusual aura, so I decided to give such a precious thing to the teacher. Uther smiled. You accidentally picked up a real treasure. This jade pendant probably contains the energy of a sword of incredible power. If it weren't for you, I would no longer be alive. Such words even made Alan slightly embarrassed. It wasn't often that he heard the master's praise. Suddenly, Uther called the guy and he turned to the teacher. At the same second, the master pointed his palm at the guy, trying to attack him. But right in front of the hero's face, he stopped his hand. The frightened Alan asked the teacher what he was doing. In fact, Alan guessed that the teacher was testing him and did not shy away. Uther laughed, saying that Alan's reaction was not sharp enough for an 8th level. Alan confirmed the master's words, saying that he was still far from achieving the teacher's skill. At that moment, a book appeared from his robe. A gust of wind shook her in her hero's robe, and the book fell straight onto the bed. The master noticed the book and seemed to recognize it. Alan blushed and panicked. The teacher must not find out what is inside this book. Uther tried to take the book, but Alan quickly snatched it away and said that it was just a little hobby. Suddenly, the master waved his hand. Driving the guy away, he allowed him to go. Finally, he advised the hero to practice more and read less nonsense. This behavior surprised Alan. The teacher should have reprimanded him for it, but he didn't even pay attention. The master interrupted Alan's thoughts by asking when he would leave. The hero replied that he was leaving right now. As soon as the guy left their room, the master lifted the pillow, under which lay that same book. After picking up the novel, Uther said that he didn't think Alan would like something he had written. Considering that this is a limited edition book, and also with an autograph, we can conclude that this is exactly what he spent his vacation on. Having hidden the book, the master decided that it was better for Alan not to know who its writer was. The next day, Reynold gathered the chief elders of his clan. Standing in front of the 4 men, he announced that the rules of the alliance would be changed. The head of the Fengling Hall named Mark told the head that they had already discussed this at the last meeting. Would they really do this? Yes, we need to test our students. The following changes were adopted by a margin of 7 to 3 votes. The first change is that a non-aggression rule has been introduced. Safety is guaranteed for each member of the alliance. The second change is the need for a written agreement to participate in the battle. And the last thing is the ban on revenge for those killed in battle by his clan brothers and sisters. The Blue Moon Hall. Master named Frank said that all the students who take part in the competition are true geniuses. Their death will be a great loss. Reynold himself understood this. The master's worries were not unfounded, but the attacks of the demon clan had become more frequent. To cope with a possible crisis in the future, the younger generation must quickly learn from their experience. The head of the Langston Hall named Kevin said that in fact, if anyone from the demon clan decided to threaten the lives of the students, they would have to engage in direct confrontation. It is true, however, that it is better to face a crisis with a sober mind and decisive action. Everything else should not bother your minds, said the last master of the Luyan Hall, named Uther. Reynolds said that Master Uther is right. Moreover, this time we plan to take first place. After all, The reward for first place will be the key to the Emperor's tomb. When the masters heard about the award, they were surprised. This was one of the most valuable relics. The Emperor was the first person who ascended to the truth 5 million years ago, and many treasures remained after him. His tomb was discovered in the sea area. It took 5 key fragments to open it. Reynolds said that 4 of them have been discovered so far, but he could not imagine who would have the last fragment in their hands. And if they could get it, they could open the Emperor's tomb. That is why our clan must win. We must take first place. Reynolds announced that the selection of applicants will begin in a week. After some time, the guys were discussing the announcement on the street. This time, the competition would be different from previous ones. You can use not only talismans but also some forbidden knowledge. Some students considered this too dangerous. "It doesn't matter," said one of the students, "because all the heads and elders will gather there. I heard that the top 5 will receive worthy rewards and they will represent our clan at the great meeting. Then what are we waiting for? We need to stock up quickly. If we are late, there will be nothing left for us." The guys went to the store, and our lazy guy, who was sleeping under a tree, noticed that they were too nervous. Fortunately, he had prepared for a long time. Suddenly, he heard a shrill voice come from behind him. It was Steve greeting his brother. Alan asked the guy what he wanted, and why Steve was here and not in the shop with the other students. "Why do I need something when I have the technique that you taught me, brother?" Steve answered proudly. Alan laughed and said that you can't be so careless. It often leads to defeat. But Steve believed that he could take first place. According to the rules, the top 3 could challenge special students, and, if they won, replace one of them. Therefore, ordinary students line up to challenge Alan, defeat the weak lazy person and take his place. The sly man wondered if it would not be more correct to allow himself to be defeated and transfer back to ordinary students. And then my responsibilities would become even less. Steve looked at his idol and admired him. There was not a drop of panic on his face. Everyone who underestimates him will pay for it. Suddenly, Uther's pendant lit up on Alan's belt, which meant that the master was looking for him. Alan told Steve to train hard while he visited the master. A few minutes later, the hero was already at his residence. Standing in front of the master, the hero asked why he was looking for him. Uther greeted the student and said that he had one requirement in view of the upcoming competition. The master said that the guy should not restrain his strength. He should at least get into the top 20 students of the clan. Alan shouted that this was absolutely impossible. In his head, he had already developed a plan for how he would become an ordinary student thanks to this opportunity. "There are 55 true students in our clan," the master said. "I'm sure it won't be difficult for you to enter the top 20, but Alan did not agree with this because if he were really strong, then his level would not be so low." Uther looked sternly at the guy and asked if he remembered why the master took him as an apprentice. "I, as your teacher, still haven't forgotten the sword technique that you used in the ring back then. Your strength is in no way inferior to that of a true student. You are capable of developing into a true master." Alan cursed that day. "I had to restrain myself then. I didn't think that 10% of the force would cause such a wave of destruction." "Master?" "Then it was a simple accident," the guy said. "Now, even if necessary, I won't be able to repeat it." "Do you want to refuse your favorite teacher?" "Master, but I really can't," Alan replied. No one can stop him from becoming an ordinary student again. Suddenly, the teacher took out a pink book and put it on the table, asking if the guy really couldn't show his strength. Seeing the familiar book in the hands of the master, Alan was a little embarrassed. Uther sent the book into the hands of the guy. The hero was surprised if the master really reads such things too. In Alan's hands, the pages began to turn, and he saw a signature on the last page, the author Uther. At that second, the hero realized that the author of his favorite book was his master. Meanwhile, Uther took out a stack of sheets from his robe and said that this is the 12th volume, which is not yet on sale. But Alan still could not get over the shock. His favorite author had been next to him all this time, and also turned out to be his master. But suddenly it dawned on the guy. He realized that if he wanted to get the new volume, he would need to do something for the master. Uther grinned and took the book from Alan's hands. Then the master said that the guy must enter the top 20, otherwise he will kill the main character in the next part. Alan couldn't believe his ears. She was his favorite character. "Master, how can you decide the fate of a character so hastily? Don't you feel sorry for the fans?" But Uther was unshakable. He said that the elder sister of the protagonist would marry another man. This information shocked Alan even more. The elder sister is his second favorite character. The master is too cruel. Alan decided to use a trick and asked his master if he was afraid that his student would tell the elder about who the author of the novel was. Uther replied that if this happened, he would make the hero's beloved die right before his eyes. The master wounded our hero without a knife. He could not do anything with the teacher's arguments. But still, If Alan enters the top 20, then Uther promised to treat his favorite characters well. And besides, he can show a small sketch and also give him a couple of collector's editions with illustrations. Alan found it hard to resist and had to say that he would try to win. The conversation ended and Alan returned to his previous place where Steve was waiting for him. Alan's face showed tension. He put his hand on Steve's shoulder and said that the master was looking for him. Seeing that gloomy expression, Steve became afraid. After some time, the guy arrived to the master, who said that Alan was too young to act as a mentor. Uther told the guy to go to the peak of Mount Jin and find their eternal missing person, Miss Hannah. She got caught up in self-improvement again and missed all the latest news. The guy understood the order and immediately went up the mountain flying on his sword. Arriving at the place, Steve stood in front of the closed gate and began to loudly call the girl. But no one answered the guy. He thought that no one was there. Apparently his sister was really busy. Suddenly, the door burst open with a strong flow of blue chakra. The cutting wind literally demolished everything in its path, but Steve could hardly stand on his feet. He immediately ran inside to check what had happened, and what he saw surprised him. There was a sign in the sky, shrouded in a blue aura, and the guy wondered what it was. Suddenly, he felt a very strong aura land behind him, and a trembling ran through the guy's body. Hannah, shrouded in a scarlet aura, looked at the guy with a murderous gaze and asked what he was looking at. The guy, shackled with fear, slowly turned around and replied that he was not looking at anything. He had come to convey the news of a great meeting. The girl was being invited to take part in a competition within the clan. Hannah immediately changed her face to that same sweet girl, because she recognized the guy. It was a friend of Alan's brother named Steve. She put her hand on the guy's shoulder and asked, "You didn't see anything like that just now, right?" Frightened by the creepy girl, Steve replied that he saw absolutely nothing. Hannah replied that she understood and the guy could go. Steve didn't wait long, but immediately tried to get away from this creepy lady as quickly as possible. Hannah felt a little sad because she was so focused on training that she forgot about everything. Brother Alan is truly amazing. In recent days, the girl felt that she had become much stronger. Hannah remembered those puppets that she had fought with earlier and that were difficult for her to defeat. If she fought them now, she would cut them into small pieces. "We need to spend more time practicing. Wait, Brother Alan. I will definitely catch up with you soon." Meanwhile, Alan cursed his master for daring to threaten him. "In a normal battle, I would quickly reveal my true strength. But this time, the rules are more flexible, so I can throw everything into props so that if I win, I won't be given new responsibilities." The hero collected all his accessories in a bag. With these things, he will definitely win a couple of rounds. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the red rare jade. The hero considered it an excellent option. The guy wanted to take the stone, when suddenly a voice was heard from the jade, asking the guy to touch it, and then the stone would give him whatever he wanted. "Pour your spiritual power into me, and I will give you luck that will reach the heavens. I will give you everything you can think of." But Alan stood motionless. Then the stone began to scream even more and order the hero to touch him and pour in spiritual energy. "Touch yourself, get the hell out, or I'll break you," Alan shouted and threw a stone to the ground. Suddenly, the jade came back and asked why he was unable to seduce the guy. This was the first time in so many centuries that he had met something like this. Alan replied that this is because Jade's demands are like a pop-up spam window. Looking at the interesting creature, the hero began to think. He became interested in who this stone was. The Scarlet Stone said that he was a venerable lord, a demon of heaven, a great master. What kind of great master is this? I've never heard of such a thing. Scoundrel? I came here with the devil himself. He left and I remained. All the monks of the world should address me as lord. Alan replied that now everything was clear to him. Apparently his owner had thrown the stone. This phrase outraged the demon. "How dare you insult me? Pour some spiritual energy into me and I will show what I am worth." "So it means you have some kind of secret," Alan said with interest, looking at the stone. "Well, boy, do you dare to touch me? Or are you still a coward?" Alan laughed and touched the jade with his finger. The hero said that this was nothing for him and released his spiritual energy into the ominous stone. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a heavenly jade void. Around the guy there was only space and purple lights that seemed like raindrops falling down. Wandering through the emptiness, Alan suddenly felt something. He turned around and saw huge violet eyes that mocked the fact that all people are fools. Alan answered the demon that he thought so, that he looked pathetic. He didn't even have his own body. Insolent. How dare human trash like you talk to me like that, to the great demon Mo Zun. You have a strange name, Alan answered. The demon explained that Mo is a race and Zun is a position. Mr. Mo Zun is an honorary title. Alan yawned. It seemed too difficult for him. Since your body is purple and you are a demon, just call yourself a purple demon. The great demon got angry and ordered Alan not to call him that. "Okay, purple demon," the hero smiled back. Mozun told the guy that he wouldn't behave so arrogantly for long. Does he really think that once he got here he can do whatever he wants? Alan asked how to leave here then. The demon replied that the first option was to get his permission, but this was not the case with the hero. The second is to bargain with the great demon. Wealth, beauty, land, position. What do you need? This proposal interested Alan. The hero's eyes sparkled, and he asked the demon to give him 100 years of life. The demon replied that, unfortunately, he could not do that. Alan was disappointed and called Mo Zui trash. "Do you have any other desires?" the demon asked. Alan thought again. "In principle, you can get a couple of volumes of my favorite novel so that I can read everything first." The demon asked what kind of novel it was, and Alan began to look for it in his robe. He took out a book with a pink cover and said that it was very popular and was written by his master. "And who then should fulfill your desire?" the demon shouted. The hero got angry and replied that Mo Zui was worthless and could not cope with two trifling desires. "You, since you refuse to call me by my name and do not want to bargain, you will remain here forever. You will die in fear and hunger, your body will be completely destroyed, and also," before the demon could finish speaking, a huge blue hand squeezed his face. Alan clutched the entity tighter. He assumed that if he could touch the demon, he could get out of here. "Decided to crush me. Until you master the law of the Great Tao, you will not be able to cause me any harm." The demon laughed, but suddenly he felt his body begin to crack from the powerful grip. The demon could not believe what was happening, and Alan told him that this was an interesting coincidence. It just so happened that the guy was not so simple. After some time, Alan returned to his former place after breaking out of prison. He held the scarlet jade in his hand, thinking that he had done well in harvesting. A little earlier, a wounded and crying little demon offered the guy a magical weapon and he agreed. The hero put the stone in his robe and thought that with the purple demon weapon he could now relax. Well, there are still 2 days before the competition. You need to have a good rest. Meanwhile, somewhere far away in the thicket of the forest, 2 voices were heard in one of the caves. The guy in the robes of the Sword Clan looked into the purple mirror, in which an unknown person asked what his chances of winning were. The monk replied that with the secret treasure that his owner gave him, he would be among the top 5. "Great," the dark figure replied. "Thanks to you, I can return the bloody sphere." "I owe you my life," the guy shouted. "You saved me. For your sake, I will go through both fire and water." The figure replied that the guy has a good heart. When he receives permission to participate in the great meeting, he will take him away from the swordsman clan. The man raised his head, and we saw his green eyes. He told the gentleman that he would not let him down and would complete the mission at all costs. The unknown person in the mirror laughed evilly, and then the connection was cut off. 2 days later, monks were gathering at the main peak of the swordsman clan. Reynold began his ceremonial speech. "We have gathered the disciples that the Sword Clan has accepted into its ranks over the past few years. This competition is not only a test of your ascension in recent years, but also the election of the most worthy disciple of the clan. Unlike in previous years, talismans, elixirs, spiritual formations, and other things can be used during a duel. You will only need to defeat your opponent and get the highest score to move on. But no matter what, you cannot injure your opponents for no reason. I, together with other clan masters, will watch your fights to prevent injuries to students. Let the competition begin." Reynold ended his speech with such solemn words and used his strength. Hundreds of small stars appeared in a whirlwind in the air. These stars formed into tablets with inscriptions. Then all these signs rushed into the hands of each applicant. Reynolds explained that this jade tablet in the hands of the students would show the number of their opponents. If the jade tablet lights up in your hands, then it is time to enter the arena and take part in the duel. The first round pitted Jan Ting from the Langson Hall against Bai John from the Blue Moon Hall. Frank asked Master Kevin what he thought about the newcomers. The man replied that out of all of them, there were 1 or 2 outstanding people. Uther intervened in the conversation, saying that with the spiritual energy that these students have, one fight will take no more time than it takes for a cup of tea. The battle began in the arena. The masters watching the battle understood what Master Uther meant. This meant that they would know the results of the competition by the end of the day. And so it happened. Towards evening, there were almost no contenders left, and the head of the clan announced the start of the next battle. In the final round, the inner disciples will be battling it out between Steve and Carl from a blue moon. Alan, who arrived late in the evening, was surprised that almost all the fighting was over. He was also happy to see his younger brother Steve, because the guy was able to reach the finals. The battle began. Carl attacked Steve with a powerful blow of his sword, but the guy managed to block the attack. The opponent was not easy. This Carl from the Blue Moon Hall was at the 5th level of the Palace of Immortals limit. But Alan's younger brother did not give up and continued to fight. Although his opponent is a stage higher than him, Steve's sword technique is excellent. He can compare with a true disciple, and apparently has already mastered the subtlety of the sword. Alan only taught him a couple of tricks, but he was able to master everything and improve his skills. He definitely has talent. If he tries hard, he will most likely be taken as an apprentice by Master Mark. Steve directed his blue aura at the enemy, but he was able to deftly deflect it. Carl suggested that Steve stop their attempts to exhaust each other and find out who will win this fight here and now. A little tired, Steve agreed with his opponent. He also wanted to offer this. Carl took out a piece of paper and blue energy suddenly began to appear from it. The audience recognized this talisman. It allows you to burn your own spiritual energy and spiritual knowledge for a short period of time in order to experience your own strength at full power. Elder brother Carl wanted to use the 4th level talisman, so he doesn't skimp on money. Steve also did not stand aside and swallowed a small pill. It was an explosive energy pill. Although this pill is only a 3rd level, considering its effect, it is completely equal to the talisman that Carl uses. Carl used the Moon Spirit Sword, Moon Bending, and warned Steve to prepare for his attack. The guy also used one of his most powerful attacks, the Wind Spirit Sword, Silver Dragon. An explosion occurred. Both powerful forces clashed in a duel. Everything must be decided with one blow. The smoke from the impact began to clear. One of the contenders was on his knee, which means that we have a winner. When the smoke cleared, the audience saw Steve. The guy realized that he had lost. Carl told the guy that he was better only in spiritual energy, and not much. If the younger brother had been at the same stage of ascension as him, then Carl would undoubtedly have lost. Hearing the words of support, Steve was delighted. He mentally thanked Alan for the lessons, because if it weren't for him, the guy would never have reached that level of skill in wielding a sword. The referee declared the match over, and Carl from the Blue Moon Hall was declared the winner. Reynold also appreciated the 2 disciples. One has a good spirit, and the other has great talent. Both have the ability to become true disciples. The head of the clan asked Selena if he could disturb her, and the girl replied that it was her responsibility to use her ability. A pink aura enveloped the guys, and they felt a surge of strength. Their wounds healed, and their spiritual energy was restored. The judge announced that Carl had reached the 1st place among all the inner disciples. According to the rules, you have the opportunity to choose a true disciple who you want to fight. If you can win, you will replace his place among the true disciples. Carl thought for a moment and named the student he chooses. It will be Alan from Luyan Hall. The spectators whispered. Elder brother Alan is a true disciple, but the weakest of them all. His ascension is only at the 6th level of the Immortal Palace limit, so he can safely be called the weakest true disciple in the history of the Sword Clan. Alan landed on the arena. Carl asked his brother for help, and the guy agreed. Suddenly, Steve turned to Carl and asked him to be careful. The man didn't understand what his younger brother meant, but for some reason his words gave him a bad feeling. The judge announced the start of the duel between the 2 monks. Carl turned to Alan and said that he first heard about him a long time ago. Alan, hearing these words, thought it was praise and replied that he was very flattered. But Carl did not want to praise him. To be honest, he was terribly disappointed in the behavior of a true student. He, along with other inner disciples, gave all their strength to ascend to become a true disciple. They exhausted themselves every day with training and did not even think about rest for a minute. Listening to the monk's story, Alan already guessed what he wanted to tell him. Carl started shouting that, unlike them, Alan was a true student who worked a 9-to-5 schedule and never took climbing seriously. Even outside of training, you spent a lot of time just fooling around, sleeping, and not even thinking about the path of the sword. Your lazy actions have no place in the Sword Clan. I will destroy you and take your place among the true disciples. Alan summoned dozens of scarlet symbols and responded that he didn't think his 9-to-5 schedule would be the source of anyone's hatred. Carl released his spiritual energy. A blue aura surrounded him, and the monk rushed into battle. Alan grinned when he saw his brother's attack and suddenly summoned a scarlet dome for everyone to see. The blue sword energy hit Alan's barrier, but to Carl's surprise, the barrier did not allow his spiritual energy to pass through, and there was not a scratch on it. The spectators could not believe their eyes. Alan was completely fine and did not receive a single drop of damage. Kevin was indignant. For Alan, it all seems like some kind of joke. The students of the Sword Clan follow the path of the blade and never retreat. The path of the blade is inevitably sprinkled with blood. Look at this guy. He is hiding behind a mascot. Is this how a rising disciple should behave? He is a disgrace to the Sword Clan. Does Master Kevin really think that a Sword Clan disciple can only follow the path of bloodshed and should not have the slightest sense of self-preservation? If everyone were as impulsive as you, Uther said, then the clan would not exist long ago. Kevin was outraged when he heard such a remark. He asked Uther what he meant by this. Enough. This intra-clan competition was created for the upcoming great meeting where there are no rules. Alan has his own reasons for behaving this way, Reynolds shouted. As long as he goes to victory, there is no problem. On the battlefield, Alan also stood under the protection of the Dome and the inner disciple. Carl was furious that Alan, although a true student still, when fighting with him, the inner student, he hides behind a talisman. And how are you different from a turtle? The Carl shouted and rushed to attack the enemy. The guy's sword seemed to begin to break through the barrier, but suddenly Alan grabbed it with 2 fingers, stopping it with ease. Carl froze in place. He could not understand what had happened. Alan, holding the sword, said that if the monk was so eager to fight him, then he would give him a chance. The spectators were a little happy that they would finally start fighting. Otherwise, they were already starting to fall asleep. Steve, meanwhile, mentally said goodbye to his brother Carl. He was glad to meet him. Carl chuckled. Finally, the older brother began to show his strength. With his hands folded in a sign of reconciliation, Carl apologized for what he said earlier. He hoped that it did not offend the true disciple too much. Alan replied that he understood that this was said in the heat of the moment, and of course it would not hurt him. Carl ran his fingers over his blade, and dozens of blades created by spiritual energy appeared in the air. The guy asked his older brother to attack. Alan smiled, and a new talisman appeared in his hand, pouring spiritual energy into him. This talisman began to sparkle. The audience was surprised. They wondered what kind of talisman this was. They had never seen anything like it before. Scarlet sparks summoned hundreds of fireballs, which were under Alan's control. It was incredible that just one talisman could release so much spiritual energy. Carl did not wait long and attacked the fireballs with his blades. But suddenly, his blue spiritual energy dissipated, and the balls still remained on the battlefield. Carl couldn't believe his eyes. There were still more than half of the balls left. It was simply impossible. Alan pointed at his opponent, and instantly the fireballs rushed towards him. In response to this attack, Carl shouted that now he would show all his power. He folded his fingers into the appropriate sign. His hand became covered with a scarlet aura, and at the same second, blood poured out of the guy's mouth and onto his blade. This was one of the secret techniques. His spiritual energy turned red, and the guy prepared to take the attack. 2 powerful forces collided with each other, but despite the powerful energy summoned, Carl was unable to hold back the onslaught of fire. A loud explosion was heard on the battlefield, and a naked man flew out of the epicenter. Carl was lying on the ground. Not a trace of his clothes remained. His body was burned, and the hair on his head was puffed up like popcorn. The girls watching the fight squealed in embarrassment and closed their eyes so as not to look at the naked monk. "I told you that this would happen, but you didn't listen," Steve said, after the fleeing Carl. One of the students who took 3rd place was horrified because he also originally wanted to choose Brother Alan as his opponent. The smoke from the fire cleared, and the judge announced that they had a winner, the true disciple Alan. The hero smiled and said that apparently he had overdone it and hoped that he had not caused psychological trauma to anyone present. Alan was able to win and not use his power. Everything went exactly according to plan. Next should be Steve, who must also choose his opponent. Steve ran closer to the arena and shouted to his older brother that this fight was simply amazing. Alan put his hand on the enthusiastic guy's shoulder and told him to keep working. Encouraged, Steve accepted his mentor's instructions and entered the arena, preparing his sword. He chose his opponent. It was elder brother Lin. Lin was surprised that he was chosen because he was ranked 3rd among all the true disciples. The guy entered the arena and the fighters greeted each other. Suddenly, Alan was called by his teacher and asked to come for a second. The hero did not torment the elders with waiting and immediately headed to the terrace. Landing near the elders, he kindly greeted all the masters. But in response, he heard only silence. It was clear that they were not very friendly. Uther got straight to the point and asked his student where he got that talisman from. "Previously, I inherited this family treasure from my ancestors in the secret realm, and thus learned about this hundreds of hell dragons talisman. The power that this talisman can release is directly related to the spiritual energy of the student. In fact, he obtained it by making a deal with that purple demon and giving him some of his spiritual energy in return. When this talisman is activated, its power will be comparable to attacking someone on the 4th level of the Purple Palace. I just need to use these spiritual talismans during the fight, and I will be able to win 2 fights without lifting a finger and be in the top 20. So Alan will not only question his strength, but also fulfill the task of the teacher, to whom he demonstrated his family treasure. Suddenly, the guy was called by the name of Kevin, who was clearly unhappy with him. The hero turned to the master and asked what he wanted to tell him. As a Sword Clan disciple, you know how to wield a sword well, but you chose talismans instead. Isn't this the easiest way to win without fighting? What does winning without fighting mean? Alan asked. Since competition between clans does not prohibit the use of talismans, then my tactics do not go beyond the rules. Or maybe Master Kevin does not agree with the rules that the head of the clan established. Kevin replied that he was just wondering how far Alan could go with his scam, at which point their conversation was interrupted by the head of the clan. Alan, since you received the talisman from the Secret Kingdom, we will no longer torment you with questions, Reynolds said. You can go. We wish you good luck in the upcoming competitions. The hero bowed his head and thanked the head for the parting words and said that he would leave here immediately. In his thoughts, the guy was glad that the head helped him out. Next time he will give him more bags of tea. A few minutes later, the competition in which Steve participated ended and, unfortunately, the guy lost. Although the student lost, Alan knew that he had good skills and was not far away from being initiated into a true student. The competition between the inner disciples has come to an end, the judge announced. And now the fights among the true disciples will begin. Students from Grid A were announced, and Alan had Grid B. The guy guessed that his turn wouldn't come even after an hour and a half. Therefore, he decided to rest a little while levitating in the air. After a few fights, the judge announced a new fight. It was a match between Hannah from the Hall of the Hidden Mirror and a girl from the Hall of the Blue Moon. The guys who were in the audience were happy that finally there would be a fight between the strongest student Hannah, who was also liked by many not only for her hard work. Alan heard the guys chanting the student's name. Apparently Hannah is really very popular. But many people also shouted the name of her rival. There are rumors that the younger sister Alice is very beautiful and many people discuss her. Apparently all these guys are so excited because they want to see two beauties fight. The first girl, enveloped in purple petals, appeared on the battlefield. This was Alice from the Blue Moon Hall. She was the 4th level of the Purple Palace, and the girl was ranked 6th on the Divine Leaderboard. Next came Sister Hannah, the 5th level of the Purple Palace and the 1st place on the Divine Honor Board. Hannah's gaze was stern. Alan immediately noticed that the purpose of the elder sister's sword was stronger and her ascension had increased. The masters also noticed this, but Alice is not weak either. Her Blue Moon sword technique includes magic and power techniques, mysterious and terrifying. Selena asked the head what he thought the outcome of the fight would be. Reynolds replied that both contenders are the strongest among their peers. But in Hannah's ascension to a level higher than Alice, I think that everything will become known before the incense burns out. The judge announced the start of the fight. Alice said that a year had passed since her and Hannah's last fight. Last time they exchanged 133 blows, and Alice only missed one. Since then, she has been practicing climbing hard. Her strength is not what it was before. Alice hoped that today Hannah would know how much higher her sword technique had become, after which she summoned the Shadow Step technique. Meanwhile, Hannah held her sword tightly, concentrating her strength. Only for a split second did the girl take her sword out of its sheath, which illuminated the battle area with its bright light. Then the girl turned around and, to the surprise of the audience, began to leave the arena. Behind the student, hundreds of blows from the blue blade of cutting phantoms appeared in a split second. Alice's blade fell to the ground, her illusion dissipated, and the girl was forced to admit defeat. She looked at her trembling hands and could not believe that she had lost so quickly. Hannah turned around and told the girl that she only won because Alice let her. The audience did not understand what had happened at all. Why the elder sister Alice admitted defeat so quickly? One of the observers asked the elder brother Zhao if he saw this attack. The man with red hair replied that one blow immediately destroyed all illusions. The sword skills of the younger sister Hannah improved again. In addition, junior sister Hannah came into contact with junior sister Alice's sword 10 times in such a short time, causing her spiritual energy to go in a different direction and loosening her grip. Bill, who was ranked 3rd on the heavenly leaderboard, said that this was mostly due to the sword falling from Sister Alice's hands and her admitting defeat. The top disciple of the Zhao clan, 2nd place on the heavenly table, said that to be precise, they collided about 20 or 30 times. He was unable to count the exact number. Alan knew that, not counting the blow that dispelled the illusion, there were 23 more blows, which dispelled the spiritual energy contained in Alice's sword. No wonder she is the best among the true disciples. I just gave her a few tips and she was able to develop them into such a beautiful fighting technique. Amazing. Just look at the faces of the masters and elders. They are absolutely delighted with what they see. Frank jumped up from his chair and said that it was a beginner sword technique. There could be no mistake, it was definitely her. How old is Hannah? I think she has been climbing since she was 20 years old. With such talent, the girl will become an invincible swordsman in the future. The so-called beginning path refers to the sword technique, one of the 3,000 different paths. There are only 10,000 cultivators of the 9th level of the Purple Palace in the whole world. But among all those who can understand the path, analyze it, and ascend to the truth, there are terribly few. Countless cultivators have tried to go overboard, going to dangerous places just to have even a small understanding of the path. Even if you search the entire world, it will be difficult to find an equally talented disciple. With such a talented student, the clan will become stronger and stronger, Reynolds replied. By the end of this competition, I will personally find Hannah and ask her in detail about the training. The fighting between the students continued, and towards evening Alan became bored. The sun had already begun to set, which meant that his working time was almost over. The judge invited the following fighters into the arena: student number 23, Sean from Luoyuan Hall, and Alan from Luoyuan Hall. Looking at the booklet for the upcoming battle, one of the students was horrified, remembering that same guy. Sean was the first to arrive at the arena. He was a massive dark-skinned man who clearly wanted to get started. Sean from Luoyuan Hall ranked 13th on the heavenly table and had the 2nd level of the Purple Palace. I would never have thought that in the very first fight I would meet an older brother from my own hall, also in 13th place among the students. But nothing can be done. Alan arrived at the arena. The judge announced the start of the fight, and a barrier formed around Alan. Shan, seeing the barrier, assumed that the talisman had already been restored. Alan replied that one could say so. Shan said that as soon as he entered Luoyuan Hall, he perked up and wanted to become number 1 in the Sword Clan. I had strict expectations for my brothers, believing that everyone in Luoyuan Hall was working hard to ascend and did not allow themselves to rest. But you are a true disciple of Luoyuan Hall, and not only do you not work at all, but also your laziness infects the entire hall. What kind of high expectations for children's speech is he making? Alan thought. Why does it seem like he's even more serious than our teacher? Big brother Sean, the hero replied. I respect your opinion, but you can't force it on me. Working from 9 to 5 is what I live for, and it is different from laziness. You must understand that in life, in addition to climbing and work, there are many important and interesting things. Alan remembered that he had to pay a high price to learn this from personal experience. He hoped that Shan would also be able to understand this someday. Even now you are looking for excuses, Shan shouted. You don't even use a sword in battle, but shift all the work to trinkets. Today, I will break your talisman and make you understand that the Sword Clan lives by the sword and follows its path. The path of swordsmanship is the ultimate goal for every student, including me. After these words, the audience heard a loud impact of ice shards on Alan's barrier. The spectators were amazed to see such a strong blow. Its strength was comparable to the 5th level of the Purple Palace. It looks like Alan will soon be carried on a stretcher. He is still just at the limit of the Palace of the Immortals. He is lucky that he lasted so long. The judge was ready to announce the end of the fight because Alan was encased in ice. But suddenly the ice cracked and the guy's insidious smile appeared from under it. As expected from senior brother Sean, the power of your strike exceeded all my expectations. Steve and the other spectators were surprised to see Alan escape the trap. Sean was also surprised because he put all his strength into this blow, but it only hit the talisman and did not hurt it at all. Your protective talisman turned out to be stronger than I expected, Shan replied. But now it is broken. Will you face me or admit defeat? Alan replied that he wanted to admit defeat, and at that moment various talismans appeared from his sleeve. But, unfortunately, he simply cannot lose in this battle and therefore he uses all these talismans. Sean grinned. Since he was able to break one of Alan's talisman, he could break others. The hero said that destroying these talismans would not be as easy as the student thought. After all, the talisman that he broke was a weakened version, so the hero advised Sean to give up. After all, this is a full version of the barrier. At that very second, a huge blue barrier formed around the guy. Seeing such terrifying power, Sean froze in place. Looking at his older brother with a stern look, Alan asked him to attack. Is this some kind of joke? The audience thought in bewilderment. Where did this guy get so many talismans? Sean bared his teeth with overwhelming anger. The man jumped and summoned ice fragments. Pieces of ice crashed into the barrier, but this time they couldn't do anything. Thousands of talismans reliably protected Alan from any attack. The spectators began to whisper. Shan had just spent all his strength. Breaking the shield of so many talismans would not be easy. How powerful would the attack need to be to break through it? Frank, watching the fight, was surprised that the guy used all these talismans so suddenly. Can he really control them using only his spiritual power when he is at the Immortal Palace limit stage? He must have used some kind of medicine or treasure to increase the amount of his spiritual energy, Kevin guessed. Meanwhile, Reynold was amazed that he would never have thought that Alan would be able to find a way to shirk work right in the middle of an interclan competition. Uther analyzed the fight. From the very beginning, Alan used a standard shield talisman and deliberately did not show the full rune, which forced Sean to use all her power to attack. And then he revealed a full set of runes, when the enemy had already spent a lot of spiritual energy, and there was no need to worry if he broke through the shield again. Could it be that Alan thought of all this in advance? This is the first time my student has fought at this level. Only because of our agreement. As a teacher, I am pleased with his result. But still, both of these guys were students of Uther. Therefore, the master would not like to see either one student or another lose. Sean continued to attack the barrier, but each time it recovered after another attack, he fell to his knee, exhausted. Out of overwhelming anger, he slammed his fist into the ground. Even though he used all his spiritual energy, he still cannot destroy this shield. Therefore, the man decided to admit defeat. It was pointless to continue the fight. The judge announced the end of the fight. Alan won this competition. The hero smiled and bowed to his elder brother, saying that he only won because he allowed him to win. Shan did not answer, but simply turned around and began to leave the arena. Turning around, he said that a Purple Palace level 3 cultivator could break Alan's shield just with a little concentration. The same method will not work with other students. The guy will not always be able to pull off this trick. But Shan lost. But Alan would not get far if he relied only on the shield. The man hoped that the guy had more tricks in store to raise Lu Yunhao higher in rank. The hero was surprised by these words and thanked his older brother for his comments. Although senior brother Shan's words were rude, his intentions are good. But I don't care about rank. I just want to live an ordinary life in this world. Alan turned around and began to walk down from the arena. Around him, he heard the spectators condemning him, saying that this fight was too shameful. Everyone said that he did not even draw his blade. He was not worthy to be considered a true student. In principle, the hero expected such a reaction. He moved away from the arena and returned to his favorite activity, relaxing by the tree. Hannah, watching the fight, could not understand how older brother Alan came to use talismans. Suddenly, someone called the girl's name and she turned around. It was a true student of the Hidden Mirror Hall named Jennifer, who asked Hannah if she also thought that this fight was a bit shameful. Hannah got angry hearing this and asked how her little sister could even say such a thing. The head has long announced the rules for this competition. No restrictions. Victory is most important. So tell me what's wrong with brother Alan winning this fight because of his talent. The poor girl did not know what to answer. She just wanted to find a topic for conversation. Somehow Sister Hannah reacts too sharply to her words. Jennifer replied that Alan was a student of the Sword Clan and at the same time did not use a single blade technique. This was too much. Who said that a disciple of the Sword Clan must follow the path of the sword? According to my knowledge, the second elder ascended to the truth through the path of the wind. There's a reason brother Alan doesn't use his sword. The thing is, he doesn't need a sword to defeat his opponents, Hannah said enthusiastically. The girl stood and flew admiringly in the clouds. Jennifer did not understand what was happening to Hannah. This was strange because, as the first student of the clan, she always worked hard and did not even look towards lazy students. But, as soon as Alan, the laziest student of the clan, appeared, she suddenly became his protector. Today, something is definitely wrong with her. Suddenly, the girl's conversation was interrupted by the cry of the judge, who shouted at the monk asking how he could be so cruel. Alan also heard a scream and also felt a strange energy. One of the students was lying on the platform. He was dead, and a sword was stuck in his body. A monk, shrouded in purple lightning, hovered above the man's body. It was a true disciple of Lu Yunhao named Urui. He was ranked 33rd on the heavenly leaderboard. Alan became wary when he saw the death of one of the monks. Although the intra-clan competition this time takes place without any restrictions, it has several strict rules. One of them is the ban on intentional injury. Urui, what have you done? The judge shouted and concentrated his spiritual power. The energy slightly attacked the guy, and he replied that he needed to ask the elders what he had done. After all, after using his technique, it cannot be cancelled, which is why he lost control and killed this student. If it weren't for the rules, he would not have used this technique. Mark was surprised that one blow from this guy could release the power of the 5th level of the Purple Palace. It was strange that he had never heard of the existence of such a disciple in Master Uther's hall. Uther told about this guy. This child's name is Urui, A year ago, he left the hall in search of a secret kingdom. It was only 2 weeks ago that he passed through it and returned to the clan. I didn't think that his ascension level from the 2nd level of the Purple Palace would go to the 5th. Could it be that he received some kind of powerful treasure in the secret kingdom? Reynolds found out what kind of technique the guy was using. He was using a secret technique from ancient times called explosive spirit mastery. It consists of compressing all the spiritual energy of the body into one point and then releasing it. This technique is very powerful, but it is also very difficult to control because it uses all the force in the human body. Entering the arena, the head of the clan stated that, apparently, this disciple killed the monk unintentionally. He ordered the rest of the disciples to prepare everything necessary for burying the body, and also to clean the arena. This monk was not strong enough, entered the battle, and was mercilessly killed by Uru. The path of the sword is inextricably linked with death. I ask all disciples to be careful. If your strength is not enough to fight, it would be better to admit defeat and stay alive. The girls also arrived at the arena, and Jessica remembered that in the previous competition, there were also those who forced themselves to participate even though the spiritual energy was weak or fought to the death without thinking about the value of their lives. Hannah confirmed her words, but last time the head and elders could have prevented the fatal outcome of the fight. The best student had no idea that this time everything would be different, or that anything would happen at all. Uri looked with a mad look at the spectators who followed him with their gaze. He left the arena and pulled his bloody sword behind him. A villainous smile appeared on the student's face. It seemed as if a dark aura surrounded him. Alan thought it was his imagination, but it seems he felt demonic energy emanating from this guy. The incident put enormous pressure on the remaining true disciples in the following fights. Although everyone used their best techniques, they still held back. Reynolds announced that half of the 55 true students had been eliminated, 28 had made it to the 2nd round, and now the remaining ones would receive plaques for the next round of the competition. He created the blue plaques again, and instantly they were in the hands of the students. Alan knew that if he won this round, he would be in the top 20. Once this happens, my agreement with the teacher will be fulfilled. I will just need to naturally lose in the 3rd round of the competition and leave. The 2nd round of the competition began. The first battle was to involve Urui from the Luyun Hall against Xiao from the Nebula Hall. Spectators wondered how this battle would end. Someone bet on Xiao because he is in first place in the Nebula Hall. But some thought that Urui would win because, according to rumors, he now has the 5th level of the Purple Palace. Xiao, who had the 5th level of the Purple Palace and was ranked 5th on the Divine Leaderboard, said that he did not know about Urui until today. To be more precise, he does not take anyone seriously except the top 10 disciples of the clan. Therefore, Xiao allowed the guy to attack first since he was a beginner. All the girls in the audience squealed with delight. They wished their older brother good luck. This guy didn't repeat a single pose before entering the arena, Alan thought. Confidence is certainly good, but if you can't handle it, you'll get hit right in the face. The battle began. Urui laughed when he heard Xiao's words and advised his elder brother to be careful. Purple devilish energy rushed towards Xiao. The attack was quite fast. The top student summoned a pink dome and Uruya's attacks crashed into it. The purple blade made a hole in the dome, but Xiao blocked it with his sword. Suddenly, blood flowed from Xiao's mouth. The spectators were scared. His brother was injured. It was impossible for Uruya's attack to be so powerful. Xiao fought off multiple sword attacks from his opponent, but he continued to advance. The best student told his opponent that he had underestimated him. Urui, meanwhile, could not believe that the guy was still standing on his feet. Alan grinned. This Xiao is smarter than I thought. He used causticity and self-confidence as a defense, although in reality he was teasing Uruya and provoking him to make the first blow, because he did not say that he would not block his attack. He prepared everything and used the Misty Hall sword technique to release spiritual energy into the sky and create a shield, which just allowed him to block a large number of strikes. Xiao smiled. He told his opponent that this blow was not bad, but he guessed what its essence was. At that very second, the guy released his spiritual energy and summoned the Misty Hall sword technique. This technique was called the Sea of Stars. It instantly fell on the enemy. The spectators watching the spectacle thought that the battle was over. But everything was not so simple. In a split second, Alan saw that Uruya's eyes took on a demonic appearance. At that moment, he realized that the winner was determined because a rain of dark spiritual energy fell into the arena. Xiao could not understand how Urui was able to attack him even after he used his signature move. Opening his eyes, the swordsman saw a huge sword made of spiritual energy flying at him. He summoned a shield that looked like a pink lotus flower, but Urui knew that it was still useless. To Xiao's surprise, The purple energy penetrated his shield and knocked his sword out of his hands. At this moment, Xiao guessed that this guy had actually hidden his true strength. Suddenly, Xiao saw a dark matter flying towards him, which he tried to dodge. But realizing that he couldn't resist her, the boy shouted that he surrendered so that Urui could stop the attack. But the whirlwind of dark energy could no longer be stopped, and it crashed into the guy, throwing him back. Xiao was scared because he felt blood running down his head. At that moment, he could have died, but miraculously survived. Uri took his sword, and as he left, he said to Xiao, "Thank you for letting me win, big brother." Silence fell on the battlefield. The spectators watched Uruya, and no one could believe what had happened. "How can Urui be so strong?" Kevin asked. His final strike could be comparable in strength to a 6th-level disciple of the Purple Palace. "But this student is too cruel," Uther replied. "This blow was very fast, and I am afraid even I would not have been able to block it in time. If he had been a little stronger, the whole city would have been ground to dust. But since he was holding back, it meant he had no intention of harm," Frank noted. It seemed like what had happened before had really been an accident. However, Alan thought differently. He understood that this blow could really take the life of their city. But in the end, Urui overcame his desire to kill and restrained his power. Obviously, he did not act recklessly, but pursued another goal. Could it be related to his demonic aura? Alan wondered if he had gotten involved with a clan of demons. But he is still only at the 5th level of the Purple Palace. To the head and elders who have ascended to the truth, he is just a bug. The hero smiled. Even if the end of the world came, he wouldn't worry about it. Let his elders deal with that. After a while, the referee announced the next fight. The number of the sign was called, and Alan saw that his time had come. He had to fight against Huang from the Liu Yun Hall. Upon hearing the name of Alan's opponent, Kevin told Master Uther that it seemed his student had reached his ceiling. As sad as it was to admit, Uther understood that Kevin was right, because Huan was on the 5th level of the Purple Palace, and his student was on the 6th level of the limit of the Palace of Immortals. Alan would never defeat him. Alan asked the guy for guidance, but Huan, who was in 4th place on the leaderboard, replied that someone like Alan, who had only survived this far thanks to a couple of old talismans, deserved his advice. This Huan was able to go far in the previous competitions, but he was unlucky enough to run into Hannah. Many students think that he is as strong as Zhao and Bill, who are in 2nd and 3rd place on the leaderboard. The competition began, and Alan immediately used his blue dome. Huan, seeing this, laughed and said that the guy was no match for him, and if he did not want to get hurt, it was better to immediately admit defeat. But the hero was not going to give up. So Huan immediately rushed into the attack, shouting that he would break through this motionless turtle shell with one blow. The boy's weapon rushed with lightning speed into Alan's dome. At that moment, Uther realized that the fight was over. But suddenly the blue ball began to move and Huan's weapon passed by it. Kevin and Huan were surprised by what they saw. It seemed impossible. But Alan raised his entire impenetrable dome into the air, and thanks to this, he simply dodged Huan's attack by jumping over his weapon. For the talisman array to remain intact, it must be motionless, Hannah said in surprise, because it needs to connect with the power of the earth and sky. The girl pondered over what she had seen while Jennifer tried to understand where the weak student got such talismans from. She had never even heard of such. The ball of Elder Brother's talismans can move so fast and dexterously. I didn't know that Elder Brother Alan had so many aces up his sleeve. In addition to sword techniques, he also controls talismans well. I can never catch up with him. Huan didn't understand where his opponent had directed the barrier, but he wasn't going to give up that easily. He used his sword technique called Ivory Tooth. Alan saw the enemy attack and took out one of his talismans. Huan's sword rushed towards the hero's dome, engulfed in green flames, but suddenly the dome opened and red opposing energy appeared from there. There was an explosion, the two forces collided with each other, and the spectators, meanwhile, did not see what happened because of the smoke. Huan's green blades cracked and smoke came out of them, obscuring his vision. Using the curtain, the guy threw shurikens filled with energy at his enemy, trying to hit him. But suddenly he felt a blade pierce his hand. Huan became angry that this vile scum dared to use a hidden weapon. Alan chuckled and replied that these were divine withered flowers, one of the sword techniques of the Liu Yun Hall, an authentic technique in which there was nothing dubious. Uther was ashamed of his student, because this technique never belonged to their hall. You, on the other hand, use the smoke to throw as many of those green aura weapons as possible, Alan said. This sneak attack is a bit much, don't you think? Didn't you say you'd finish me off with one strike? Who knew you wouldn't even use a sword technique? The audience, hearing such words from Alan, were perplexed, because they all knew that the guy was the first to start doing this. Meanwhile, Hannah admired her older brother's strength. It turns out he even understands hidden weapons, which made Jennifer suspicious. Didn't Master Kevin say that the clan's disciples should live by the sword and walk the path of the sword? Frank asked. So why did Juan use this weapon? Kevin replied that this Juan only thought about winning. These foreign objects only gave him a slight advantage. Usually it is the sword technique that separates the winner from the loser. But in reality, everyone realized that the master had double standards. Damn, this old man keeps yelling at me from afar, trying to hear my voice to find out my location, Alan said. There you go, Juan said, hearing the voice of his opponent. Juan threw his weapon, which went straight for the hero's barrier and made a hole in it. Old man Kevin was happy with what he saw. He thought that this time the fight was over. But suddenly he saw an unexpected outcome of the battle and was surprised. Juan was bound with golden chains. Was Alan really prepared for such an attack? Juan didn't understand how he managed to grab it so quickly. And Alan meanwhile smiled maliciously. Suddenly the boy felt a blade on his shoulder and turned around, seeing Alan behind him. It's useless to resist, the hero said. This formation can even bind a 5th-level Purple Palace disciple for 30 breaths. Now Juan has 10 breaths left, and if he doesn't give in, Alan might torture him a little. The hero brought his sword to the boy's feet, pointing it at the most valuable sword in Juan's pants. Juan immediately closed his legs and shouted that he surrendered, not wanting to find out what would happen next. The judge declared Alan the winner. The hero smiled triumphantly and scattered his sword and chains. The guys slowly walked towards the exit, while the spectators watching Alan were talking to each other. They did not understand how Juan could lose to such a weakling. How did he even end up behind the guy? Although Alan had luck, he was able to defeat the disciple at the Purple Palace stage when he himself was only at the limit of the Immortal Palace. It was an achievement the clan could be proud of, said Zhao, the second-ranked divine genius who was watching the fight. But Bill didn't think so. The guy said that Juan was deceived at the very beginning of the fight. At the beginning of the duel, the younger brother Alan set a trap and allowed Juan to fall into disdain. Then hid a formation in a dark weapon and threw it at Juan while they exchanged hidden weapons under the cover of spiritual smoke that obscured their vision. At first, he used a verbal attack to provoke and agitate his opponent, distracting his attention from how he was hiding the formation in the hidden weapon. Then he began to exchange hidden weapons with Juan and quietly created another formation next to him. He then used his divine power to recite a prayer inside the formation to change his location. He tricked Juan into thinking he was still inside the formation and got another ineffective attack out of him, while he used the smoke to detect Juan's location through his voice. A very unusual strategy, Zhao noted. If the level of ascension of Alan's younger brother was just a little higher, he could become a huge threat to us. Bill smiled. The guy said that his level of ascent was apparently not as easy as it seemed at first glance. Frank clapped and cheered. The weak had defeated the strong, combining the arts of formations and talismans and thinking through every step in advance, predicting the entire duel. Incredible. Big deal, just a few clever tricks, Kevin replied angrily. If Juan hadn't been so absent-minded, how could he have beaten him? Elder Uther, your hall really does hold many interesting secrets. First Urui, then Alan showed themselves well. But the next fight will also be interesting because Hannah will fight in it. Against Lee from Langson Hall, who was ranked 8th on the Heavenly Leaderboard. He was a 4th-level Purple Palace and was considered the top disciple of his hall. The opponents prepared for battle. The guy understood that he was weaker than the girl, but as a disciple of the Sword Clan, he never lost heart. Just use all your strength and fight to the end, Hannah said calmly. At that moment, the guy's eyes lit up and he shouted that he would use all means to destroy Hannah and win. Uther realized that this guy used a divine power releasing pill before the duel. This pill can increase spiritual power by 50%. But even if he wins, what's the point? The pill will destroy his ascension. But Reynold guessed that right now, Lee wanted to enter the Tao with his sword and step into the 5th level of the Purple Palace. To move to the 5th level of the Purple Palace realm, one must have the appropriate preparation, which includes a clear outline and concept of the ascending Tao. For example, to ascend the sword, one must comprehend the purpose of the sword and, based on this understanding, attain the original Tao of the sword. Many disciples are stuck at the 4th level of the Purple Palace for their entire lives and cannot advance in their ascent. Their number far exceeds the number of those disciples who move from the 9th level of the Purple Palace to the 1st level of ascent to the truth. In order to make contact with the Tao, this guy decided to sacrifice his foundations. Alan was wondering how Hannah would act in this situation. The girl at that moment used her blue sword technique, the technique of spiritual form. She pulled out her sword, and a lightning-fast attack rushed towards the guy like a storm. Seeing such colossal power, Lee used 3 talismans with different spiritual powers to try to stop Hannah. Fire, lightning, and ice rushed towards Hannah, but were repelled with one blow. The boy couldn't believe that after he dispersed his power and used the strongest attack, she was able to easily repel it. The girl walked through the air, and with each step she came closer and closer. Lee continued to attack her, but all was in vain. Then the guy increased the number of attacks, but the girl dealt with this too and came closer and closer to him. Lee's face was covered in sweat, and he was scared. But Hannah was determined. When the girl seemed to get too close, the guy saw her spiritual form, which was guiding the blade. At that moment, he decided to repeat the girl's movements, and her spiritual form appeared in front of him. Hannah struck, but the boy was able to block it with his sword. The masters were stunned when they saw Lee's Tao of the sword. If he could do something like that, then his understanding of the Tao of the sword was only one step behind theirs. Still, Lee managed to move from one ascension level to another during the battle, and now his level is equal to the 5th level of the Purple Palace. Gathering all his strength, the boy raised the sword above his head. Now he has a chance to defeat Hannah. But at that moment, he saw a flash of spiritual energy from the girl in front of him. The guy's sword immediately flew out of his hands and flew off in an unknown direction. A terrified Lee turned towards Hannah and saw her sinister face, which said that the fight was over. The judge declared Hannah the winner, and the spectators were simply delighted with such a fight. "Thank you for your guidance, sister," Lee shouted. Although she could defeat me at any moment, she gradually revealed her sword technique to me, showing me the Tao so that I could make a breakthrough. The boy believed that he now owed Hannah until his death. This sweet beauty deserves to be number 1. With such generosity and strength, I can never compare to her. Hannah headed towards the exit. She heard the conversations of the spectators, who said that their clan could not be weak with such a student. It was an incredible sight. Their sister would definitely be the winner. She is much stronger than that disgusting Alan. Sister Hannah's sword technique is truly divine. They continued to mock Alan because he hardly even uses a sword, only uses all sorts of talismans. Apparently he was just lucky. At that moment, an enraged Hannah turned around and threw her sword at one of the spectators. With her murderous look, she ordered the guy to apologize to his brother Alan. The boy was scared and sweated when he saw the blade of his best student in front of his eyes. Alan became worried. He didn't want the girl to create unnecessary trouble for him. The unfortunate spectator began to stutter and said that they had only briefly commented on Alan's fighting style. Hannah screamed that it was not a comment. It was a direct insult to the student. As disciples of the Sword Clan, although we develop swordsmanship skills, we must first develop our heart. And even if Brother Alan doesn't draw his sword in battle, his strategy as well as his understanding of rules and objects is many times superior to yours. On the other hand, you, with the lack of personal abilities, failed at the first levels, and you also envy the achievements of others, showing your dissatisfaction. "What right do you have to criticize others with that attitude?" Hannah shouted. So, Big Sister Hannah stands up for Big Brother Alan by reprimanding those 2 disciples for their inappropriate behavior. As expected of the first disciple of our clan, wisdom makes you protect the other true disciples. One of the boys admitted that Sister Hannah was telling the truth. Even though Brother Alan did not use the sword to defeat the opponents, his merits were undeniable. Holding a grudge against another student because of someone's pettiness is really low. Sister Hannah stands up for the younger one she barely knows. Her generosity knows no bounds. The voices of the condemning crowd grew louder, and the guy couldn't take it anymore and asked Alan for forgiveness. "We spoke thoughtlessly and belittled you," the guy repented. "It was not on purpose, please don't take it to heart." Alan timidly replied that everything was fine. He didn't care what other people said. Meanwhile, in his head, he didn't understand what Hannah was doing. Uther was pleasantly surprised that the girl, even though she was stronger, still remained modest and calm. By guiding Lee with her own sword style, she increased his ascension and protected the student who was being humiliated. Such a heart only true immortal swordsmen have. The girl began to rise through the air and said that from now on, if anyone dared to tarnish someone else's honor again, she would be rude to them. As disciples of the clan, we must cultivate our souls, constantly learn swordsmanship, and comprehend the way of the sword. Instead of criticizing others, train harder. Having finished her pompous speech, the girl rushed towards the hero. "Brother Alan, I hope you don't mind if I stay here," the girl asked. The guy replied that if his sister wanted it that way, then he had no objections. The boys were ashamed of the way they spoke about their brother. Hannah even stayed by his side to protect him. Alan asked Hannah telepathically why she had done all this, and the girl replied that after this no one would dare to say nasty things behind his back. Then she turned to the guy and asked admiringly, "How did you like my fight? Did I do well?" But the hero still thought about these unnecessary things. Most of all, he hates attracting unnecessary attention. Cutie clenched her fist. Brother Alan's skill was beyond compare, she thought. The strength and ascension I now possess was all due to his stone tablet. Even though you are not interested in fame and fortune and you don't care about your reputation, but you have been good to me, so I can't allow others to say bad things to you. Then why are you standing in front of me? Go back to your place, Alan replied. At the same time, the guy thought that he shouldn't have given her advice at all. The girl smiled and said that in fact she doubted something and wanted to ask him. But the guy threatened that he was not her master. If you don't want to teach me, I can't guarantee that I won't do anything. Besides, what others think will have nothing to do with me. Alan answered her that she was too cruel. If Hannah had questions, then let her ask and return to her place. Jennifer watched the couple. Again, Hannah was acting strangely around Alan, and also defended him in front of all the other students. And then it dawned on the young girl that apparently Hannah and Alan were in a secret relationship and loved each other. As one of the top students, Sister Hannah fell in love with the loser Alan. And to avoid rumors, she can only see him in person using a similar method. Wow, they even have such a relationship? Said Alice, passing by. She came closer to Jennifer and quietly whispered in her ear that if you look closely, it really is a little strange. They communicate in secret, and Hannah smiles sweetly at the guy. It can't be, this is incredible news. Jennifer realized that she had said too much and asked Alice to keep it all a secret because if Hannah and Alan found out, the clan would punish her. Of course I won't tell anyone, said Alice. You can trust me, I'm always very careful. Okay, I have to go about my business and you watch what happens next. Alice waved her hand to Jennifer and flew away in an unknown direction. A few minutes later, she approached two girls in the audience and said that something serious had happened. This is about Sister Hannah. I heard it from another sister, but it's a big secret. Don't tell anyone. Meanwhile, Alan watched Hannah meditate and knew she was crazy. As soon as she finished her business, she started practicing. Such people who can meditate anytime and anywhere really deserve respect. The judge announced that the second stage of the fights was over, but the spectators did not want to leave. They thought that the competition would end today. Considering how much spiritual energy everyone had spent, the judge replied, "The clan leader and elders decided to stop the competition for today. The students should rest. The third round would take place in the morning at dawn." Alan looked at his watch. He was glad that he wouldn't have to stand here anymore. The judge asked all the students to leave the competition in order. They will continue tomorrow morning. Everyone went about their business, and a few hours later, a secret meeting took place in the house of the clan leader. Reynold asked the stranger what he had learned. The man replied that based on the clan leader's preparations, he had learned the current state of the students. Among all the students, 5 were acting strangely, and the most suspicious of them were the 3 from Luyun Hall. Urui, the student who committed the murder, Bill, the student ranked 3rd on the leaderboard, and Alan, the weakest student who made it to the 3rd stage. Uther was also at the meeting, and it seemed he understood what the second elder meant. The man wanted to say that the traitor was in the Luyun Hall, which was under Uther's command. The elders of the Sword Clan gathered to find the traitorous students hiding in the Sword Clan when Uther was attacked. Even then, it could be safely said that there were rats in the clan. The clan competition was held so suddenly, including in order to weed out 5 students who could take part in the great competition. Reynold told Uther that the head of the ancient hall asks not to worry. It's just that most likely the traitor is hiding in Luyun. In the end, I only asked you to accompany the Pearl of the Bloody Soul. I didn't tell others about it. When you left, you acted very secretly. But despite all this, the demon clan found out about everything. Don't you think that's strange, Uther? So Reynold asked the second elder to continue his report. The elder said that these 3 disciples had literally grown in strength in just 1 year. The first was Bill from Luyun Hall. 2 years ago, his cultivation base was only at the 2nd level, which was not particularly powerful. But a year ago, during a competition, it was discovered that his skills had increased significantly. He defeated all his opponents and took 3rd place in the great tournament. According to him, he received some kind of message which spoke about how to quickly increase the level of his strength. The second disciple, Urui, also did not stand out in his cultivation level. A year ago, he took 33rd place. But at the end of this competition, his level immediately soared to 5th. Simply unthinkable. In addition, the swordsmanship he learned is quite powerful. One might even say deadly. And according to him, he wandered into a secret kingdom where he learned his current abilities. And finally, Alan. He seems the least suspicious, but I'm sure he hides quite a few secrets, as far as I remember. Since he was promoted to a true disciple last year, he has stopped standing out and being cultivated. Moreover, he does not undertake tasks that take more than 2 days to complete. But how did he manage to master such amazing knowledge about talismans in such a short period of time? In addition, I recently found out that the connection between Qing Yun and the demons was broken by him. He destroyed the followers of the demon clan and returned the pearl. According to other students, the elder of the demon clan, Howard, was also there at that moment. But after Alan met him, he disappeared for no reason. Then he and Hannah went on a mission, and in the village they happened to run into Lloyd, an elder of the demon clan, who was engaged in the formation of a demon embryo. During the attack, he had a secret treasure in his hands, which in the end they failed to save. And then they met Howard, who had previously gone on the run. I think he got a lot of attention in this competition too. He used talisman strategies that I had never seen before, and he defeated 2 strong opponents in a row. I think he is not as lazy as he wants to show. On the contrary, he hides his true powers. To sum it up, I think Alan is the most suspicious of all. Reynold and Uther said in one voice that this could not be, and the guy could not be a traitor. Then the heads fell silent, a little embarrassed, and the elder wondered where the 2 of them had such mutual understanding. The silence was broken by Frank, who said that it seemed true. Maybe Alan had fallen under the control of demons. Uther approached the master and asked what his assumption meant. Frank explained that perhaps Alan was kidnapped by a clan of demons at some point, and then all these events began. I don't think that's true, Uther replied. I think he just hid his true strength for a long time so as not to stand out. Alan was always like that. And if the demon clan captured him, why didn't they take the pearl from us? Why did the elder of the demon clan start committing murders in the neighboring village? There is absolutely no room for logic in your speculations. Well then, why don't we just arrest all the suspects and deal with them individually? Kevin shouted. Enough. There's no need to jump to conclusions, Reynolds said, stopping the master's conversation. We need to find out why the demon clan planted spies among us. I think this is a top priority. Besides, I have a strange feeling that the demon clan wants to disrupt the competition. The second elder asked the clan leader what his words meant. Someone will be secretly controlling everything, Reynolds replied. Since the demon clan has thrown us a mole, we will use him as bait. No matter which of these 3 turns out to be the enemy, tomorrow they will find out what the demon clan is really up to. Meanwhile, at Alan's residence, an annoying spirit prevented him from sleeping. He didn't understand what Gwyneth wanted. The guy assumed that the sweet spirit wanted him to take her with him to tomorrow's competition. The sweet child immediately nodded her head quickly and looked at the guy with an admiring gaze. I understand that you have been really bored lately, but I can't take you with me. I'm very sorry. He patted Gwyneth on the head and said that tomorrow he would give up during the competition and then they would go out to eat together. But this option did not suit the little girl, and she puffed out her cheeks disapprovingly. Suddenly, Gwyneth sensed something and turned towards the forest. The little spirit immediately grabbed Alan by the finger and dragged him to that place. Where are you taking me? Alan asked because he was going to sleep, not to travel. After some time, our heroes came to a quiet forest. This forest was behind the mountain of their Luyun Hall. But why did the spirit bring him here? The girl began to point at the ground and Alan, seeing her signs, assumed that there was something underground. The sweet spirit nodded approvingly. Gwyneth immediately directed her wind energy into the pile of leaves. Leaves flew in all directions, and then Alan saw something terrible. In front of him stood a red formation flag that exuded an eerie energy. The rank of this flag is quite high. Apparently, it is used to protect spiritual knowledge and form a certain space. The hero could break the ban, but this would cause unnecessary panic. Besides, he didn't really care about what was happening, so the hero didn't care about this flag. However, judging by the arrangement of the flags, nothing good can be expected from this formation. If his clan faces a crisis, then he won't be able to lead a quiet 9-to-5 life. Alan turned to Gwyneth and asked her how she discovered this formation flag. The sweet spirit immediately began waving in all directions and trying to explain his discovery. Alan suggested that when she went out at night to absorb the essence of the sky and earth, she came across a man burying a flag. It was amazing how accurately he could understand her sign language. The hero asked the spirit if she could remember it. Gwyneth placed her hands on her head and began to concentrate purple energy. A few seconds later, Uruya's face appeared before Alan. Alan immediately recognized this guy, one of the students in his gym. He summoned his sword. Getting rid of this flag would not be easy, and he also needed to make sure it was not discovered. Alan could not find out the location of all the flags, so he decided to remove at least one of them. The blade energy he created could follow a specific target and then destroy it. The flag was covered with a dome of blue energy. Apparently, the villain's plot had come to an end, Alan thought. At that moment, the cute spirit immediately flew into the air and quickly began to wave its legs. Alan realized that Gwyneth thought she had now earned his recognition and wanted to go out and fight with him. He took the girl by the cheek and replied that he had already said that no one should know about her existence in the clan. But this answer did not satisfy Gwyneth, and she frowned again. Then the girl grabbed Alan by the sleeve, and orange talismans appeared from it. She grabbed one of them and showed it to Alan, hinting at a solution to the problem. "I see. You're saying that we can use the talisman and then she'll be able to enter the arena." But suddenly he realized that since the clan competition was not limited by any rules, it would be possible to resort to the help of spirit spells, formations, and talisman strategy. Therefore, there should be no problems if the spiritual beast helps him. The delighted Gwyneth immediately joyfully circled around the hero. But Alan plans to lose tomorrow, so even if they go together, she won't be able to have fun. Gwyneth was shocked that even though she had achieved her goal, she would still not have any fun at the competition. It was the morning of the next day and the competition was about to begin. The judge asked the 12 participants on the list to come forward, and the students immediately landed. The audience cheered for their favorites, and they especially cheered for the true #1 student, Hannah. The judge counted the students, but he did not notice one of them. Alan was not in front of him. The spectators began to whisper. Was he really going to run away? How dare he miss such an important competition? Kevin was furious. How dare Alan treat such an important competition like some kind of child's play? Uther replied that it was actually his habits that were to blame. He would never abandon a task he had already taken on. Every time the teacher reprimanded him, he would only answer that work should start between 9 and 5, and everything else later. So, unfortunately, now is not the best time. That's why he didn't come. "Maybe our clan will have to wait for him to come to continue the competition," Kevin shouted. Frank also supported the master, saying that with all due respect, one cannot be so indifferent to such events. The second elder asked the masters not to forget about yesterday's conversation. If Alan reveals his true identity in this way, then yesterday was not in vain. However, Reynolds said that Alan could not be removed under any circumstances, so the elders would have to wait, and Uther should go and look for his student. The judge was shocked by what was happening. Why was the head asking so many students to wait for one? A few minutes later, he came out to the audience and said that Alan had not yet arrived, and they would have to calm down and wait patiently. The audience immediately rebelled. No one wanted to stand and wait for one student. They demanded Alan's disqualification. But then Hannah stood up for the guy and shouted for everyone to shut up. All cultivators should know that patience is the best quality when climbing. "Maybe he's just busy with a training session that can't be interrupted," Hannah said in an angry voice. "Brother Alan has a path that we should accept." The girl really hoped that all the students would agree to show a little patience. "Dear brothers and sisters, how about we wait for Brother Alan to come?" Bill supported Hannah in the end. Before the start, they still had time. Jay replied that his goal was to defeat Hannah, and since she asked him to wait, he would support her. The other students also agreed that nothing would change if they waited a little. Hearing the words of encouragement, Hannah smiled sweetly and thanked her brothers and sisters. But one voice still spoke out against Hannah's plan. "How can a person behave like this at such an important competition?" the unknown man shouted. Hearing the guy's words, Hannah turned around. Her gaze was terrible and radiated grave horror. Ben, who was ranked 12th in the table, did not understand why they had to waste their precious time waiting. Hannah still hoped that the guy would give him a chance, but Ben believed that even if Alan came, he should be disqualified. Ben shouted even louder that all the students should not wait for one idiot. At that very second, a gust of wind hit the guy and pushed him away. Having cooled down a bit, Ben looked into Hannah's eyes and was horrified. The evil girl asked him again if he would agree to wait a little. There was a terrifying aura emanating from her. "I didn't want to cross her path." Ben took his words back and replied that there was actually nothing wrong with waiting. In that case, the judge announced that they would all wait a little while for Alan. Many were still outraged that a crowd of people was waiting for one person. An hour later, an important student whom everyone was waiting for appeared in the arena. One of the students urged Alan on, saying that he needed to move faster because everyone was already waiting for him. Our lazy guy, meanwhile, yawned and said that he was already on his way. Arriving at the arena, Alan saw the disapproving faces of the other students. He smiled and asked them to forgive him for being late. He was really sorry that they had to wait for him. "The thing is, I'm used to working from 9 to 5, and the competition fell early in the morning, so I forgot to set the alarm." Alan didn't expect that they would all stand and wait. The leader didn't remove him from participation, forcing everyone to wait for an hour. The guy was very ashamed, but suddenly he noticed several girls looking in his direction and discussing something. They seemed confused, and Alan didn't understand what was wrong with them and why they were looking at him like that. The hero thought they liked his good looks, but in reality they were discussing Hannah's secret boyfriend. She fought so hard for him, They must have a special connection. It turns out that Sister Hannah, obsessed with blades, decided to switch her attention, said one of the girls quietly. Don't shout. I can hear everything anyway, her friend answered. Another girl heard that they were hiding their relationship to avoid getting into trouble. This sounds very much like the plot of a novel about a man who managed to melt an icy heart, the girl said enthusiastically. And her friend heard that it was Hannah who took everything into her own hands. Apparently, they were being forced into a new plot of a romantic novel. Although the Sword Clan is immersed in an atmosphere of constant cultivation, for many students, spending time outside of practice is also very important. If they do not find something to occupy themselves with, they will most likely give up further cultivation, a method that many sisters use to while away the time and calm their hearts. Reading novels. Reynolds announced that it was time to start the competition, as everyone had been waiting for it for a long time, and threw signs to the participants. Alan was surprised that this time the leader used his hands to draw lots. He received a card with the first number. This time he will participate in the first battle. A few minutes later, the heroes arrived at the arena to begin the fight. The referee announced the fight and Alan immediately raised his hand to say his cherished words. But then he was interrupted by a loud cough. The clan competition is coming to an end. The 12 disciples are the best followers of the clan, Reynolds shouted. I hope everyone will be strong and confident. No one is going to be timid and try to give up right after the battle starts. Even if you fail to make it to the finals, you must make every effort to at least try to do so. Never give up, students. These words inspired many guys, but not our hero. It seemed to him that the boss was watching him and the weight of responsibility hung over his head. Now he could not just give up. If Alan gave up without a fight, then there would definitely be ridicule after such words from Reynolds. So the guy decided to start a fight and see what would happen in the end. A barrier of talismans began to envelop Alan. Ben saw a familiar trick and asked how many times the guy would use the same thing. The guy used his sword art and summoned one of the abilities called Meteor. Whirlwinds of cosmic energy rushed straight towards Alan's barrier. They hit the defense and made several holes in it, but still could not get past it. Watching the attack, Alan was not surprised that such a person would use such powerful techniques. But he was no slouch either. Once the talismans began to take effect, it took a little time for the connection between them to be established. Meanwhile, the shadow of a man appeared behind Alan. But the guy expected such an attack. Turning around, he called several of his talismans. Ben attacked with his spiritual power, but was immediately met with resistance from Alan in the form of a fiery serpent. The hero's attacks irritated the man. He said that if these were the only attacks the guy had, then he would not win. Ben concentrated his purple energy and tried to attack Alan again. The blow seemed unexpected and powerful. The hero froze in surprise and received a cut on the body. But then his body dissolved into the air like a large cloud of smoke. Ben reacted in time and dispersed the cloud of smoke behind which Alan was located. The guy wanted to use another talisman to summon a barrier, but he didn't expect the enemy to catch up with him so quickly. At that moment, Ben was already flying towards his enemy, pointing his blade at him. Alan watched motionless as the blade approached his head. He closed his eyes and was ready to accept his defeat. Finally, he would get the rest he deserved. But suddenly, a strange wooden sign behind his belt began to move. Instantly, Alan was surrounded by a purple energy similar to demonic. Ben froze. He couldn't understand what was happening. For some reason, he couldn't move. Alan was also wary. He was already prepared for defeat and did not understand what was happening. The purple energy surrounded Ben. It looked scary, and he was getting more scared with each passing second. Suddenly, Alan saw a familiar face in this mysterious cloud. It was Gwyneth. The vortex of energy prevented Ben from moving. It rose higher and higher into the sky surrounding him. The little spirit grinned evilly, but only Alan could see that smile. The guy, meanwhile, did not understand how this spirit appeared here. Then he looked at his belt and saw a wooden tablet made from a 1,000-year-old tree. It is said that Gwyneth's divine soul belongs to the yin spirits and is stored in an ancient tree for the benefit of soul and body. But when did she manage to put the sign? Was it really when I was sleeping? The spirit moved quickly across the field. Ben also realized that this wind belonged to the yin wind. But it was difficult for him to dodge, so he received a powerful blow to the back. The guy couldn't even feel that something was approaching him. Turning around to look at the enemy, he was horrified. There was nothing behind him. It seemed as if he was being attacked by an invisible being. This frightened the student. Suddenly, he felt the breath of wind change in front of him. The evil spirit attacked again, but this time Ben managed to jump into the air and dodge. The guy shouted to Alan. He didn't understand what was happening here and what kind of technique the hero was using. Alan, meanwhile, simply threw up his hands and replied that he was not doing anything. When Gwyneth encountered Lisa and her minions, She defeated them all in an instant. Unfortunately, Ben was no match for this force either. Gwyneth continued to beat the student. Her speed was colossal, so he missed most of the blows. The divine spirit was beating the guy in the air, hitting him many times. Alan shouted for the spirit to come back and stop attacking Ben. The audience was furious. They didn't understand what this energy was and why this was happening to Brother Ben. Holding his sword with all his might, Ben shouted to Alan that he was fighting him, not the spirit. He tried to use the spiritual energy of his sword, but at that moment Gwyneth lifted him into the air like a whirlwind. There was no point in fighting anymore. Ben was beaten and exhausted. He screamed that he surrendered. Alan grabbed the spirit energy, stopping it, and shouted that it was enough, this time in a rougher voice. The audience was a little scared. They did not understand what kind of terrifying force it was. The thing is that if Gwyneth did not want it, others would never see it. "Didn't we agree that you wouldn't come here?" Alan asked. At that moment, Gwyneth appeared and looked at the hero with pitiful eyes. Alan was immediately touched. He could no longer shout at such a sweet creature, so he forgave her immediately. Ben saw the creature that attacked him. He realized that it was a soul beast. The guy shouted to the elders that Alan was cheating. He brought a spirit beast. It was unfair. The audience began to whisper. It turns out that Alan brought a spiritual beast. Why does he always cause so many problems? I wonder what race this spiritual beast is. What nonsense. He can't be considered the winner, Kevin shouted in anger. This guy was on the wrong path from the start. The clan doesn't teach such techniques. Where did he get them? He's definitely a spy. There are no restrictions on this competition, Uther retorted. Alan's ascension is only at the 8th level of the Immortal Palace limit. He must have achieved such results through hard work. He decided to choose his own way of fighting, to resort to the help of talismans and spirit beasts. Don't worry so much, said the head of the Reynolds clan. I specially arranged a battle between Alan and Ben, so that the latter could destroy the talismans. In this way, they wanted to check Alan's belonging to the demon clan. But no one expected that he would have an ace in the form of a spiritual beast up his sleeve. I guess this is Gwyneth, who was once a household name, a rather rare divine beast. A supporter of the demon clan would not take such a risk by displaying it. I think the victory in the competition can still be counted, the elder said. Don't forget, our goal is to identify the traitor, and Alan has never been particularly conspicuous. If the spiritual beast is controlled, it is considered an assistant to the participant, which does not contradict the rules. Uther leaned over and said that everything was as it was and that Alan had not broken any rules. Everyone agreed, and the judge declared Alan the winner, at which point some of the spectators were surprised that this could be done, and some even decided to catch some kind of spirit beast before it was too late. Ben was furious and shouted at Alan that he would definitely kill him the next time they met. Gwyneth didn't like these words, and she looked angrily at the guy. A purple, powerful energy immediately struck near Ben's feet. The guy had seen enough of this energy and therefore decided to quickly run away so that it would not come near him. Alan, meanwhile, did not understand what was happening to the head. It seemed to him that it was a scam, but they still let him through. The boy took out a wooden tablet and ordered Gwyneth to return to it. The divine spirit followed the order and absorbed its energy into the talisman. The referee called the next fight, and Alan decided that he would try to lose the next fight. Meanwhile, at that moment, a secret ritual was taking place underground. Just as the Sword Clan was holding a competition, dozens of monks from the Demon Clan were putting their plan into action not far from them. From the mysterious portal, the heels of a demonic figure appeared. From it came the true ruler of the Bloody Sea, Mary, the 4th level of ascension to the truth. The monks immediately bowed and greeted the true ruler. The girl, whose eye was covered by an unknown red material, told the monks that they should not bow. The people we sent to the Sword Clan have already placed everything necessary there to get rid of the interference, the girl said. All that remains is to wait for the opening, and then we will be able to destroy the clan, taking a position far superior to them. Ruler, but are we really capable of capturing their clan? One of the monks asked. After all, their leader Reynolds, for example, has the 6th level of ascent to truth. And besides, elders from other halls are also present there. The charming queen smiled sweetly and told the monks not to worry. It's not that bad because their clan has support. At that moment, a portal appeared, from which Dustin, the head of the clan, the 4th level of ascension to truth, who had previously fought with Uther, appeared. And also a new personality appeared, the head of the Demon Clan Cain, who had the 3rd level of ascension to the truth. I didn't expect to have the chance to see the 3 great clan lords today, said one of the servants. Well, I guess the power of the Demon Lord clan will be very useful to us. Today, the Sword Clan will disappear from the face of the earth and the Demon Lord will return to this world once again. At this time, the Sword Clan competition continued, the final began. The judge announced that the competition was over. The 6 students who reached the final, please come forward. 3 leaders appeared in the arena. They were Hannah, Urui, and Zhao. The other trio were Bill, Alan, and a new character, a friendly guy named Sam from the Fanlin room. Viewers still couldn't believe that this weakling Alan managed to reach the final. Reynolds announced that the final test would determine the ultimate winner of this competition. The final test will be the map of mountains and rivers. It is said that this treasure was left by the ancestor who founded the Sword Clan. This first-class treasure contains the heavens, earth, mountains, rivers, countless treasures of the sky, a secret realm of special significance to the Sword Clan. But I will limit the scale of your battles to an area called Peach Blossoms. Every 2 hours, the battlefield will shrink by 10 miles. If you fail to advance before the area is marked invalid, you will be considered defeated. While you wait for the battle, I will use various techniques to reveal your potential to the other students. Why not have a duck-eating battle? Alan thought. Will there really be a live broadcast? If I flee the battlefield, my reputation will definitely drop below 0. All that remains is to continue fighting. The head of the clan asked the finalists if they had any objections, and the students replied that they had no objections. Then I declare the beginning of the 3rd stage of the competition, said Reynolds. And at that moment, the map increased to enormous proportions. A strange, enchanting energy emanated from her, and then the clan leader grabbed her as she absorbed the disciples into herself. Reynolds extended his hand and huge signs appeared in front of him. These signs served as projectors, and now the audience could watch each participant. They also saw the place where the competition would be held. It was a rose garden full of cherry blossom trees. Watching this spectacle, Uther said that this was to be expected from the leader. The map of mountains and rivers is at his disposal. He can control it as his heart desires. No matter how powerful the spy is, he will definitely be identified. All that remains is to wait for the mole to appear. Meanwhile, several unknown monks walked around the corner of the building. The dark-haired monk asked what they should do now. Without Brother Urui, their plan could not be fully implemented. Another monk replied that, be that as it may, Brother Urui had already foreseen everything long ago. He had already prepared everything. All that was left was to watch. We are transported inside the map, where Alan was wandering around bright pink trees. This place was very beautiful. If it had been in his previous life, it would have become a tourist destination long ago. But we must not forget about the battles. The guy remembered the places he saw on the map and saw one of the familiar mountains. Judging by it, he is somewhere in the northwest. Alan decided that the best solution would be to go to the center and wait for the other students there. And when the time comes, he will simply give in and lose. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a bright yellow flash that appeared behind him. Alan immediately turned around and dodged the enemy's massive attack. When the smoke from the flash cleared, the boys saw a familiar face heading towards him. It was the ever-smiling brother Bill from Luyan Hall, 3rd place on the grand leaderboard. Bill chuckled and told Alan that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Suddenly, his eternal smile gradually began to disappear from his face. Bill's face was filled with horror, and he said they hadn't seen each other since they went on a mission together a year ago. Alan looked at the student and felt rather awkward. So you still haven't forgotten about him? The hero smiled and tried to smooth over the situation. Lightning enveloped Bill. He said that thanks to his brother, he became stronger. Then he laughed and shouted that he finally realized how huge the gap in power was between them. But he still wants to feel the power of his brother Alan's blade again. However, the hero understood that this world was being broadcast into their real one, so he shouldn't show his true strength. After all, the more abilities, the more work, no work, no work. The hero began to twist his arms as if he was preparing to use his ability, at which point he said that since Bill continued to insist on a fight, he had no choice. The guy was happy. He thought that Alan had finally become serious and would show him his abilities. But suddenly, Alan shouted that there was something behind Bill's back. The student immediately turned around to look, but to his surprise, there was nothing there. Meanwhile, Alan flew into the air. The distraction was successful. At that moment, Bill realized what had happened and was simply speechless. Just like the viewers who witnessed this shameful retreat. The audience knew that Alan was not that strong, but that he would run away. No one could have predicted. But did you hear what Brother Bill said? Maybe Alan is just hiding his true powers? Bill rushed in pursuit of Alan. He was still hungry for a fight and did not want to let his opponent go just like that. The chase began. Alan was fast, but Bill was not inferior to him. However, after a few minutes, Bill began to get tired. It was too difficult to catch up with the student. He then used his spiritual energy and sent it towards Alan, shouting at him to stop. The hero managed to notice the deadly arc in time and dodged it. The explosive energy crashed into the nearest rock and shattered it. Bill asked his brother to stop and finally deliver his mighty blow. "Are you really so lazy that you don't even want to bother yourself? How can you stain my innocence?" Alan replied. "My kingdom of ascension is lower than yours. That is why I am running away." The students were ashamed to hear such words from their brother in self-improvement. Kevin also grabbed his head. This guy is quite a character. But Frank found it suspicious that Bill was desperately chasing him. Maybe Alan really was hiding something? And why was he hesitating? "There is only one truth," said the second elder. "These two are acting abnormally. They must be the moles." He turned to the chief, asking him to force them to enter the battle as soon as possible. Reynolds supported this idea. He picked up the great map and decided to guide the disciples a little. But at that moment, they heard a loud roar. Everyone turned around. It was not a good sign. Something thundered in the direction of the mountain peak. At that moment, Reynolds felt demonic energy coming from the mountain and was horrified. "Well, Brother Urui has long understood what this could lead to," said the follower. "As soon as our formation collapses, reinforcements will immediately pour in here." "All for the sake of the highest," the two guys shouted, and immediately the mysterious ring in front of them began to shine with demonic energy. The boys squeezed him, and at that moment their bodies dissolved into thin air. Immediately, the mountain was engulfed by a demonic pillar of energy, signifying the arrival of enemies. Then, hundreds of similar pillars appeared all around the City of Swords. A huge purple pentagram looms over the city, summoning demons. Hannah immediately felt that something had happened and stopped. Alan felt it too. He asked Bill to turn around and see what happened, but the guy replied that he wouldn't fall for it this time. The hero realized that the demon clan's formation had been activated, meaning that something bad had happened to the clan. The spectators looked at the sky, in which a huge pentagram appeared. They did not understand what was happening. Reynolds shouted that this was a demon formation. Finally, their spies showed up. Kevin and Uther immediately went into battle, heading straight for the huge symbol. Two powerful masters used their spiritual powers and attacked the pentagram. But their powers were dispersed, and the pentagram attacked them in return, and the masters fell to the ground. Rising to his feet, Uther said that spiritual and physical attacks were useless against this formation. Their power was too great. Frank used his spiritual vision to assess the situation and saw that everything was blocked. The formation is able to block external and internal attacks. Amazingly, you need to destroy the formation flags to get rid of them. Reynolds ordered all clan members to rush to the peak, find the formation flags, and destroy them. But suddenly a mysterious girl answered him. Queen Mary said that there was no need for this. At that moment, 3 heads of the demon clan appeared from the portal. Reynolds immediately recognized the true ruler of the Bloody Sea. The girl was surprised that the head of the clan remembered her name. Reynolds also recognized other demons, the head of the Cain clan and the head of the Dustin clan. "So you decided to resort to the help of the demon clan to strike us. How calculated," shouted Reynolds. "The 6th level of ascent to truth. But the only question is whether you have enough strength to destroy the Sword clan," Reynolds said as he formed energy in his fist. "Don't get too cocky." An avalanche of golden energy rushed towards the demons like the claw of a huge tiger. Mary put her finger to her mouth and used the ability of destruction. At that very second, bloody energy appeared in front of her, which held back the enemy's attack. Then Reynolds' energy rushed away without hitting its target. "Chief Reynolds, it was all so long ago," Mary laughed. "It's even a pity that you will meet your end here and now." The bloody energy crashed into the clan leader, and then he felt a sharp pain. The masters immediately rushed to his aid. Reynolds realized what kind of force was attacking him. It was the power of the demon god. The demon clan had once resorted to the help of the god to invade the Sword clan. After the fighting died down, the power of the demon god had evaporated. The power of the demon god, but this ability is considered long lost. Where did the true ruler of the Bloody Sea get such power from? The girl gave an order to her subordinates. She ordered them to grab a map of mountains and rivers. Hundreds of monks rushed to the head. Other masters and students rushed to defend Reynolds. But at that moment, one of the monks stopped the masters by attacking them with purple energy. He then raised his hand, and a demonic hand appeared out of thin air and grabbed the map of mountains and rivers. Frank didn't understand how it was possible that this servant also had the power of a demon god. The map dissolved into thin air, and Reynolds felt that his connection with it was completely broken. Things were bad. "I have been blessed by the demon god himself, so fighting me is useless," Mary said. "Within 2 hours, you will all turn into blood soul pearls. It's time for you to contribute to the demon god." The bloody ruler summoned a formation that blocked access to the sky. At that very moment, the students felt weak. They fell to the ground. No one wanted to die here. They began to ask for help, hoping that someone would save them. "Don't worry," No one from the Sword Clan will be able to come to your aid. Very soon you will go to the next world. The ruler summoned 2 servants and ordered them to go to the map of mountains and rivers and destroy all members of the Sword Clan. 2 unknown men in hoods accepted the order of the mistress. At that very second, the servants dissolved inside the map of mountains and rivers. Meanwhile, Alan continued to dodge Bill's attack. He told the guy to stop attacking him and wondered why the world shook. I think there's some fighting going on that side too, so don't you dare use such a mean diversionary tactic again, Bill replied. He attacked Alan again, at which point the hero thought it was time to stop him by force. But suddenly he felt someone attacking him from behind. He shouldn't have done that, the hero said, grinning. He jumped into the air and green spiritual energy crashed into Bill's attack. Bill was immediately surprised to see a third opponent. Several more attacks flew at him, and Bill decided that Stan had decided to join in on the fun. The guy appeared from behind the trees and said that he was not interested. He just wanted to ask the guys to stop fighting. You must have also noticed the trembling of the earth. Thanks to my cultivation, I can sense any change in the wind. Just now, 2 strange spiritual powers from the 9th level of the Purple Palace entered the Peach Garden. When I saw their aura, I began to be tormented by doubts. Alan realized that their clan was under attack and the enemy had already penetrated even here. How so? Bill was surprised. The leader has the 6th level of ascent to the truth. Who dared to attack us? I no longer sense the presence of the master in the jade crystal, Stan replied. Contact with the outside world has been interrupted. If you don't believe me, check it yourself. The jade crystal of teleportation allows the owner to break it in case of danger and move to the starting point. Now it all became clear to Bill. He thought that Stan was trying to trick him into dropping out of the competition. Alan yawned and said that there was no point in shouting over such a trifle. If they didn't try, they wouldn't know. The boy broke the crystal, which surprised the other students because it meant losing the competition. However, nothing happened and the guys realized that their clan had been invaded. At that moment, a huge purple flash appeared behind them. Someone's powerful energy, destroying everything in its path, was approaching the heroes. Bill immediately sensed the 9th level of the Purple Palace, but who could it be? The unknown man laughed because they had only just discovered him, but it was too late. After all, he, Roger, is the very man who will now take their lives. When did the Demon Clan members become so polite? Alan asked Roger. Their eyes met. The hero remembered that he had already managed to limit the powers of demons a couple of times with the help of talismans. Hearing Alan's words, Roger laughed loudly and grabbed his cloak. I didn't think that the true ruler sent me here to deal with some children, Roger shouted, throwing off his cloak. I only used 1/3 of my strength so that you wouldn't die too early. It's good that you didn't disappoint me, weaklings. The hunt will be really interesting. What? Only 1/3 of your power? Sam was surprised. Who the hell are you? How did you end up on the map of mountains and rivers? Bill was interested in another question. He wanted to know what happened to their clan. You mean that clan of weak swordsmen? Roger asked him, stretching his neck. This clan has already been destroyed, the villain replied with a smirk on his face. In less than 2 hours, the entire sword clan would be turned into blood soul pearls and would then disappear from the face of the earth. Hearing these words, the students were shocked. They could not believe that this was even possible. Alan didn't like this information either, because it all started with simple competitions, and now he would have to work more than necessary. Roger assumed a fighting stance and told the fighters that they could now try to turn the situation around. But first, they would need to entertain him. Bill and Sam decided to join forces and stop the demon, then go to help the clan. The boys took up a battle formation, swung their blades, and directed powerful energy towards the enemy. Alan, however, threw down one of his talismans in a bored manner, as if he had no interest in it at all. The students noticed this too and asked Brother Alan to be more enthusiastic. Meanwhile, Roger prepared to take the blow by concentrating chakra in his right hand. He then released this energy and directed it at the enemy, his chakra taking the form of a thunder tiger. 2 powerful energies collided with each other, and an explosion thundered. Suddenly, Roger saw a talisman quickly heading towards him through their aura. The talisman opened and a fiery dragon fell upon the villain. However, the guy managed to cover his face. He grinned. The hunt was becoming more and more interesting. Roger decided to try 1/5 of his strength and rushed at Bill. Sam yelled at his brother to dodge and channeled the energy to protect him in time. The green energy blocked Roger's blow in time and sent him flying. Sam was glad that he had made it in time. Another second and Bill would have been finished. Meanwhile, Bill did not stand aside for long and pounced on the enemy. The 3 strongest fighters continued their battle, which was watched by Alan, who had no intention of interfering in the battle. He had a different plan. The guy jerked his hand and immediately several talismans appeared from his sleeve. The hero remembers the blow that was dealt at the very beginning. That is where his talismans went. Alan decided it was time for him to make himself useful. He put his hand to his ear and immediately his chakra appeared from his fingers. Then she rushed into the sky, exactly to the place where the enemy struck. Alan's chakra flew out from the map of mountains and rivers and rushed towards the clan leader, who immediately noticed it. Reynolds' ear glowed the same color as Alan's aura, and he heard the voice of the lazy disciple. Reynolds couldn't understand how he was able to contact him. After all, the contact between him and the map of mountains and rivers was interrupted by the demon clan. I used some methods to avoid surveillance and contact you. How are things in the clan? Alan asked. The demons have cut off our oxygen supply. Everyone is injured. We won't last more than 2 hours. Listen, the demon clan has sent you 2 powerful people. You are the only survivor from the clan. Be careful. Alan turned around, looked at one of those same people and replied that the problem was not that big. I wanted to contact you for another reason, Alan said. I saw Urui planting the formation flags earlier, so I prepared in advance. Once I activate my skill, their formation will be disrupted. You will be able to send a signal for help. Because each flag has a unique role, it is irreplaceable. As soon as one of them is damaged, it leads to a general disruption. Alan smiled and decided it was time to put an end to all this. While there is no particular threat, I can still try to defend myself, said Reynolds. He also warned Alan that these 2 cultivators are very powerful, and that Urui is helping them. If it gets too difficult, go to the very depths of the peach orchard. I left you an assistant there. Alan, take care of yourself. Alan heard the teacher's words and thanked him for it. It was time to fight back against the demon clan. The hero concentrated his energy and destroyed the bloody flag formation. At that very moment, the huge purple barrier began to crack, and blue energy began to ooze through it. The cultists heard a crack and turned around. They didn't understand what was happening. Mary also turned around sharply. She saw cracks and realized that the formation was broken. The formation flag has been destroyed, Dustin said quietly. Kane didn't understand how this was possible. Were there really still people in the Sword Clan who were capable of destroying their formation? The magic formation has been destroyed. Let's fight back against the demon clan. Reynolds shouted and shot out energy from his hand. The blue force crashed into the barrier and broke through it. Reynolds promised that the clan of demons would pay for attacking their home. Meanwhile, inside the map of mountains and rivers, the battle against Roger continued. Bill once again tried to attack the enemy with his chakra. However, it was all in vain. Roger easily repelled their attacks. It seemed like this battle was unwinnable, and he didn't even use his full strength. Suddenly, Sam appeared from behind the villain. The guy took advantage of the situation and instantly sent his shuriken-like energy at the enemy. The trap worked and Roger was bound by Sam's energy like invisible chains. Sam grabbed his energy and pulled it towards himself, binding Roger. He shouted at Bill to act quickly. There would be no other chance. Bill was already heading towards the enemy. He used one of his techniques, which was called drilling. A powerful yellow paw-shaped energy rushed towards the chained Roger. Suddenly, he started laughing and said that now he understood what the strength of the Swordsman clan was. They have no powers, they are all weaklings, Roger shouted and began to concentrate his energy. A purple flash surrounded the villain, and he instantly destroyed Sam's shackles. The students couldn't believe their eyes. It seemed impossible to them. Suddenly, both of them were grabbed by the throat by Roger's chakra in the form of hands. The fighter brought them to himself. Now they were trapped, and this hunt was beginning to disappoint him. The demon's gaze turned mad, and he said that if they were incapable of anything, then it was time for the disciples to die. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him. Roger turned around and saw a guy in blue robes. It was Alan. Alan asked Roger if he had forgotten that there was a third student here. When did he come closer? I didn't feel anything. Was it all because I was attracted to these two? Roger thought in surprise. The demon smiled maliciously and told Alan not to worry. He would deal with these two now and would take on him too. Bill tried to tell Alan not to think about them, but to run. Don't rush things, said the hero. I want to discuss something. There should be 2 of your cultivators on the map of mountains and rivers. I think he could only reach the soul formation stage. Then where did he get so much courage? Roger thought and answered Alan that his information was correct. But his partner was not as patient as him, so he probably already dealt with the rest. Tell me, what is your comrade's strength? Even though we are both on the 9th level of the Purple Palace, he is much stronger than me, Roger replied. Well then, great, let's begin. Roger laughed hysterically when he heard the weakling's words, wondering what was so wonderful about it, since he could crush Alan with just 1 finger. Sorry, but I have a better idea, Alan said, pulling a talisman out of his sleeve. If you are weaker than that person, then I just need to deal with you before my working hours are over. It's time to put an end to this circus. The talisman rose into the air, vibrated, and instantly a huge ball of energy formed around the villain, which bound everyone inside. Roger was surprised to see the formation. He didn't understand when it had time to appear. Alan chuckled and replied that she appeared when Roger was playing with the students. "Well, the formation won't stop me from getting to you," the villain replied. "I have 2 of your comrades in my hands. Are you really going to run away and leave them to their certain death?" "It's not such a problem," Alan replied. The hero snapped his fingers. Suddenly, Alan's aura appeared near his friends. Bill and Sam were shocked. They did not understand when Alan managed to put protection on them. In an instant, 2 students appeared behind the weakest student. The hero turned around and waved his hand at Roger, saying goodbye to his rival. After that, the 3 disciples disappeared into thin air and went to look for the second cultivator. "Are you trying to run away? Stop right there," Roger shouted and raised his fist. He hit the barrier and only made a dent in it. It seemed as if the barrier was rubber that only stretched but did not tear. Roger was starting to get angry as he looked at the dent in the barrier. He bared his teeth and swung his fist again. The villain began to strike thousands of blows at every point of the barrier, but it still did not release him from captivity. The barrier deformed, but did not break. Sometime later, the barrier glowed from within with colossal purple energy. Roger's rage knew no bounds. He had already given it his all and promised that when he got to Alan it would be the end for him. Meanwhile, the fierce battle on the surface against the Demon Clan continued. "These worms from the Sword Clan have already beheaded 5 of ours," Dustin said with a grin. Kane replied that if it weren't for the order to turn them into bloody pearls, he would have used his power and killed them long ago. "Enough talk," Mary interrupted them. "If we had not prepared well, the formation would have been destroyed much earlier. Something went wrong. We need to do something." "I didn't expect the Demon Clan to use such vile methods," Kevin said with difficulty breathing. "But in any case, the Alliance helped us and weakened their formation. Our time increased from 2 to 10 hours. Reynold knew this was good news. 10 hours would be more than enough for them. This will be a great change for the Sword Clan. Meanwhile, Alan and his brothers reached a safe place in the peach orchard. Bill decided to ask the question that was bothering him and Sam, namely, what kind of spell did Alan use and how did he manage to do it? Alan knew he would be asked this question, which he did not want to answer. He replied that it was all thanks to the life-saving talisman that the chief had given him earlier. The guy had never even thought that he would need it one day. Suddenly, his cheerful face changed to a serious one, and he said that in fact there was more important news. The leader left him a note in which he said that Urui turned out to be a spy. And right now, the entire Sword Clan is trapped by the true ruler of the Blood Sea. Alan thinks that they will last for about 10 more hours. That's why they are now the clan's only hope. "Urui, you bastard," Sam said, not holding back his anger. And then suddenly he remembered that Roger had said that another of his comrades had entered the kingdom. What if he had attacked his sister? The crippled brothers decided that they could still fight and should help her, but they were stopped by Alan, who said that they had suffered greatly at the hands of Roger. And he is afraid that if the guys encounter a second enemy, they will definitely not help anyone. Bill stopped and slammed his fist into a tree in frustration. "So what? Should we just sit here and wait?" "No," Alan replied. "Your main task at the moment is to heal your wounds and restore your spiritual strength. As for Sister, have you forgotten? Sister is one of the best in our clan and is clearly not inferior in strength to a cultivator. I think she has enough strength to deal with the enemy." "Yes, Sister Hannah is very talented," Bill said. "But what if Roger gets help and comes to the aid of his comrade?" "No, Roger is no longer capable of anything," Alan replied. "Besides, by this time he should already be at the limit." A huge cloud of purple energy exploded over the Sakura forest. Roger finally got out, but for some reason he was losing too much spiritual energy. The demon couldn't understand what kind of talismans these were. His rage knew no bounds. He swore that when he found Alan, he would wipe him off the face of the earth and would definitely take revenge. Meanwhile, the lazy man took out a jar and said that this pill was for restoring spiritual energy. He gave it to the brothers so that they could heal their wounds until Roger found this place. "Tomorrow we will join Sister Hannah and save the Sword Clan," Alan said. "And why wait so long?" Sam was surprised. "Indeed, we can recover in 2 hours," Bill said. "I work from 9 to 5, Alan replied. "So my working day is already coming to an end." He sat down by the tree and began to think. Alan noticed that this time the Demon Clan had prepared. Even if the formation flag was destroyed, they only had 10 hours. After 9 hours, they would restore the formation, and that would be the perfect moment to break through. Well, now it was time to sleep. Alan hoped that these two would not disturb him until tomorrow. Meanwhile, at the other end of the map of mountains and rivers, a battle was raging between 2 students. Zhao prepared for battle. He praised his sister Hannah, saying that her sword skills had improved greatly. The girl was a real talent. Hannah replied that it was all thanks to the help of her brother Alan. So Sister Hannah wasn't the only one training, but can Brother Alan teach anything? The girl did not like Zhao's words, and she said that Brother Alan wielded a sword much better than she did. Suddenly, there was an explosion behind them. Hannah heard him immediately and turned around. From the very beginning, everything seemed strange to her, and now it was confirmed something definitely happened outside. She suggested to Brother Zhao to take a break, but Zhao didn't want to stop the fight. He said that it didn't concern them, and the test in the secret kingdom was their chance. At that very moment, Hannah felt something coming towards them and shouted at her brother to cover his ears. Suddenly, a terrible sound was heard. The sound vibrations were so powerful that they knocked down trees around. The sound wave knocked even the students off their feet and threw them a great distance away. Standing on the ground, Zhao thanked his sister. His ears were bleeding. But if it weren't for Hannah, he would have already been struck by the sound wave. "Enough talk," said the girl. "I will use spiritual power to heal the wounds. The injury to the ears affects the balance, but where did such a powerful sound wave come from? Is someone attacking us?" Suddenly, she felt energy behind her. A portal appeared behind the girl. Apparently that someone was already here. A bald man who looked like a monk appeared from the portal. He exuded a terrible aura and smiled sweetly. The stranger noticed that the students had absorbed his energy. He didn't expect anything else from the best students of the Sword Clan. Zhao even shuddered from such terrifying energy. The students asked the stranger who he was. But where did a person from the Demon Clan come from? Was our clan invaded? The unknown figure advised the students to follow his instructions. This was Feng, the elder of the Blood Sea Clan, the 9th level of the Purple Palace, and his first instruction to the disciples was to give up and die. Feng from the Blood Sea, they say he has a treasure called Jade Shell, thanks to which he can deliver terrifying sound attacks, Zhao said. He once used this thing to destroy an entire clan. And indeed, Feng began to gather ominous energy, and that very shell appeared in his hand. The elder told the disciples that he was sorry, but they would have to end up the same way. The fight began. An explosion fell on Hannah, but the girl managed to dodge in time. Zhao covered his ears. The sound attack was overwhelming him, and the guy said that at this rate their spiritual energy would be exhausted before they could do anything. The gap between their realms was too big. The longer they fought, the worse it would get. But Hannah had something special that could defeat him. She asked Brother Zhao to distract the enemy and give her some time. Zhao followed his sister's instructions and began to attack Feng. The force of his blade tried to break through the sound barrier that was approaching them. And even though he was the second disciple in the clan, he was unable to break through the enemy's defense. The energy simply dissipated. Feng praised Zhao. He said that the guy was an excellent swordsman. It was just a pity that he couldn't hide from the shell. He increased his chakra and sound waves flew towards Zhao. But suddenly a huge pillar of energy stood in front of Zhao and the sound waves. Feng was surprised by what he saw, and Zhao only grinned maliciously, saying that the demon was so carried away by the game that he didn't notice that one of them was missing. Hannah, brimming with energy, thanked Brother Zhao for his time. The girl swung her sword and said it was time to try her most powerful technique. After swinging, a huge projection of a blade of energy flew towards the clan elder. The girl's chakra crashed into the demon's sound wave. "Do you think you can stand up to me?" Feng shouted. "Don't dream." After these words, he began to put more energy into his shell and sound waves flew towards Hannah. The spiritual sword couldn't penetrate the defense. The girl concentrated. Deep down, she hoped that she wouldn't let down her brother Alan. Here it is. That very moment, the girl's eyes lit up, and then thousands of swords of energy fell on the sound barrier, shattering it like meteorites. "How is this possible?" Feng shouted. "This technique directly destroyed my attack." The sound waves dissipated, and the blades rushed towards the elder of the demon clan, wiping him off the face of the earth. After her powerful technique, the girl landed and fell on her knee. She was exhausted but happy that she had won. The girl thanked Alan. If it weren't for him, they would have already turned to ashes. Zhao, watching the girl, realized for himself that she contained the absolute intent of the sword. Her realm had grown greatly, and even if he gave it his all, he would not be able to defeat her. Hannah advised Brother Zhao to heal as soon as possible. The demon clan has already infiltrated the sword clan's territory. The peach orchard is also under threat. In ancient times, 4 sacred beasts raged on the eastern continent. The ancestor of the Sword Clan defeated the 4 sacred beasts and sealed them on the map of mountains and rivers. The famous Day Dragon, Moon Tiger, Starbird, and Chinglin, the Moon Tiger were sealed in the peach orchard. And it was there that Urui destroyed the seal of the moon tiger and invited him to join their ranks. The tiger was surprised by such impudence and replied that he was not going to obey the demon clan. Then Urui shouted that the demon lord promised that if the tiger helped them, they would tell him the location of Ling Yu. Urui was on his knees trembling, the tiger's paw raised above his head. He was ready to die, but the tiger hit the ground in front of him. Urui did not raise his head. He was on his knees and trembling before the great beast. This name interested the tiger, and he decided that he would help the demon clan. Alan also saw this pillar of light that was hitting the sky and woke up. Did Urui really release the sacred beast? Alan thought. He remembered the clan leader's words about helping in the peach orchard. But in any case, he will not change his work schedule for anything. So the guy pulled out his trump card from his sleeve, which will help him. In his hand was a sign that called Gwyneth, and immediately the little girl appeared before her master. Alan leaned over to the girl and said that he would not work overtime. And so this time the fate of the Sword Clan depends on Gwyneth. And even if something suddenly goes wrong, Alan will then take care of all the consequences. The little spirit looked at the owner in surprise and did not understand anything. Alan leaned towards her and began to whisper in her ear what she needed to do. He then asked the spirit again if she understood the task, and a happy Gwyneth quickly nodded. The enthusiastic girl flew off to complete the task, and her lazy owner lay back down against the tree. Now there was no need to worry about demons. Alan fell asleep again. At this time, one of them was flying at great speed over the pink forest. He held in his hands a strange compass with runes that simply turned the arrow aimlessly. Roger realized that Alan had covered his tracks with the talisman. He had already used all possible search techniques, but all to no avail. And yet it was all because of him. Because of the pathetic upstart whom Roger had sworn to kill. Suddenly the arrow stopped and pointed in the right direction. Roger was delighted. He had finally found his sworn enemy. Tonight would be his last. However, it was not to be. He crashed into an invisible barrier that did not let him go further. Out of anger, Roger decided to immediately get rid of the obstacle by force. He unleashed his crushing force on the invisible wall. However, his blow bounced off the wall and crashed into the mountain that stood nearby. The demon elder wondered if Alan had really prepared so many talismans in advance. "You guessed it," said a familiar voice behind the villain. Hearing the voice of that same impudent man, Roger turned around. Amid the smoke and debris, he saw the silhouette of Alan, his sworn enemy. "Well, finally you decided to come out," the demon shouted. "Are you ready to beg for mercy?" However, the smile on his face quickly changed to surprise. It was not Alan standing in front of him, but only his copy, similar to a doll. The fake Alan said that his working day was coming to an end and he was not going to work overtime. Roger was simply speechless. He couldn't believe that this weakling decided to deal with him with the help of some clone. The demon elder shouted that Alan was too naive because there was a chasm between their kingdoms and rushed to attack. But the clone deftly dodged, jumping into the air and saying that the gap in strength was indeed very large. But who said he only has one plan? "Let me introduce you to the perfect version of my talismans," said the fake Alan. In an instant, a multitude of talismans in the shape of little people surrounded Roger. Now the demon will need to defeat this doll if he wants to find Alan's true body after the workday is over. The furious demon sent hundreds of fist projections into the puppet and talismans. Meanwhile, in the purple garden, Sam was finishing his recovery. He came out of the cave and met Bill, whom he asked if he had recovered. Bill replied that his spiritual strength had been restored to 90%, and his injuries had also almost healed. Now the main issue needs to be resolved. Their clan is in danger and something needs to be done. After all, they are not just going to sit and wait, as Brother Alan said. "Calm down," Sam answered him. "We don't know what happened to Sister Hannah and the others. If we act recklessly, we can only make the situation worse. Brother Alan is right. We need to regain our strength." Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to shake as if an earthquake had struck, and they heard Roger's angry voice. Sam trembled. They were scared and thought that the demon had caught up with them, and did it very quickly. The boys immediately tried to call out to Alan, but he slept soundly even in such a terrible situation. Bill even envied such peace. Perhaps he would never learn such. "If things continue like this, sooner or later the cave will collapse," Bill said. "How are we going to wake up Brother Alan?" "Roger is the 9th level of the Purple Palace. The difference between our strengths is too big," Sam replied. Fortunately, Brother Alan's talisman set helped lure him into a trap. "Even if we wake him up, we have no chance of winning unless we outsmart the demon." Sam heard the elders discussing among themselves that the best time to break the formation was when it opened. Brother Alan said there were still 10 hours left before it began. "We need to wait for the right moment and then break through so they can leave the map of mountains and rivers." And for this, it is not even necessary to wake up Brother Alan. Bill noted that this method is very dangerous. If they are careless, they will be killed. But he still agreed, and Alan smiled at the same time. Their plan was good, but the risks were too great. Meanwhile, in another part of the map, two students were recovering from the battle. Hannah was concentrating her energy when suddenly a particle of dark energy slipped past her. The girl felt it immediately. The students suddenly jumped up. Zhao realized that there was someone nearby and that this person's strength was astonishing. Suddenly, someone appeared from the portal and dark energy moved towards Hannah. But to the girl's surprise, she saw not a sinister attack, but a sweet spirit who was glad to see her. Hannah looked at the quirky girl and felt a familiar energy. She guessed that it was Alan's spirit beast and asked how her brother was doing and why he sent the spirit to her. Meanwhile, Zhao did not understand who Hannah was talking to, because if Gwyneth did not want to, then other people would not see her. Gwyneth extended her hand and blue energy seeped through it. A hologram of Alan appeared on the girl's hand, and the boy greeted his sister. Alan reported that the clan is in a critical situation. The fate of the clan depends entirely on Hannah. There are 4 sacred beasts sealed in the peach orchard. Each of them possesses terrifying power. The traitor Urui has already released the moon tiger, intending to encourage it to join the demon clan. They only have to open the seal of the phoenix to somehow resist them. Hannah, holding the spirit in her arms, asked Alan why the bird needed to help them, since it was also considered a sacred animal and would probably not want to do it. Alan was proud that Hannah asked such a question. He replied that the chief said that the bird had made a contract with the ancestor of the Sword Clan. That's why the phoenix must help them in battle. It is their secret weapon. Okay, brother, where is the seal? Hannah asked him. The seal is located in the depths of the peach orchard. Gwyneth will show the way. I wish you success. The projection disappeared, and an inspired Hannah decided to quickly set off on her mission. Meanwhile, Roger, overwhelmed with power, tried to defeat the puppet. He gathered all his strength into a fist and directed it at the clone. A pillar of demonic energy rushed through the barrier and the copy. The smoke of the battle began to clear, and there was not a soul around. Finally, he was able to defeat his enemy, albeit a false one. Roger laughed. This talisman was really strong, but now it destroyed all the protective symbols. No one will be able to deceive him anymore. It's time to find the offender. Suddenly, he felt a foreign aura approaching him. In the distance, he saw 2 bright flashes, green and yellow. At that very second, 2 beams appeared in front of him and struck the ground. When the smoke cleared, the demon saw 2 students, Sam and Bill, standing in front of him, kneeling. First you ran away and now you decided to come to certain death? The 2 students looked at each other. Suddenly, Sam said that they just needed to wait and get everything ready. 2 students wanted to join Master Roger. 2 followers of light decided to join the forces of darkness. Suddenly, Roger laughed so loudly that his laughter could be heard even in the distance. Just a few hours ago, you both would have preferred to die, the demon elder shouted. Do you really think I'll believe you? I'm sure your ally is lying in wait right now, planning an attack. But suddenly the students showed them a tied-up and sleeping Alan, saying that this was complete nonsense, because as a sign of sincerity they cast a spell on him and immobilized him. Roger was a little scared to see his sworn enemy, but he was still stunned by such a gift. Bill bowed his head and shouted that they had decided to dedicate their lives to the demons. They did not want to die in vain, because now that the Sword Clan was almost completely destroyed, they wanted to follow the new master. Roger began to concentrate his energy and asked 2 students to prove their sincerity to him. A huge hand of chakra fell upon the students, and they knew that they would not be able to stand against the demon elder. But suddenly, Alan began to wake up and Roger saw it. The demon abruptly shifted his aura so that it would not hit the frightened students. Bill turned slightly and saw the energy hit behind them. The boy realized that death was very close. Roger, meanwhile, decided that he needed to get rid of Alan first, because the guy had too many aces up his sleeve. He summoned demonic seals and sent them towards his former enemies. I will cast a special technique on you, the demon said. Only if you obey, you will be able to enter our clan. If you take any action, you will immediately lose your life. Roger turned and ordered the students to follow him. Sam let out a quiet breath, hoping that their plan would work now. Meanwhile, deep in the peach orchard there stood a lonely tree, the color of whose leaves was different from the other trees. Suddenly, Hannah appeared next to him and began to approach him. The girl put her hand down and began to concentrate energy, asking Gwyneth if she could remove the seal from the beast like that. The sweet spirit quickly nodded her head, confirming the girl's guess. Suddenly a face appeared on the tree and it spoke. Human, you have awakened my seal. I have waited for this moment for many years. We are powerless, Hannah cried. Open the seal so that you can help our sword clan. The girl suddenly placed her hand on the tree trunk and ordered him to open the seal. The tree closed its eyes and suddenly they saw a bright color of flame coming from within. In place of the tree's leaves, a huge fiery phoenix appeared. His strength was so great that Hana immediately fell to the ground from such power. "Are you the ancient beast that sister spoke of?" Zhao asked in surprise. "Don't talk to me so disrespectfully," replied the phoenix. Hana immediately bowed her head and asked the ancient deity for forgiveness. "We have been invaded by a clan of demons," the girl said, "and the traitor Urui has decided to remove the seal from the moon tiger. Many disciples of the sword clan are in danger, and only you can help us. Since you decided to disturb me, it turns out that the situation is truly critical, but I acted on behalf of the sword clan 3 times, not at all in order to save you." Hearing these words, Hana became furious. She could not believe that the elder would refuse and go back. "Do you know, child, what was before I was sealed?" the phoenix asked. Hana replied that of course she knew. Humanity was extremely weak, constantly suffering from attacks from all sides. At that moment when it was in despair, one of them realized the connection between heaven and earth, opened the path of cultivation, and began to control his body. The genius made a breakthrough, and then sealed all 4 sacred beasts. From then on, the demon race no longer dared to oppose humans. The human race rose and began to rule. That person was the founder of the Sword Clan, Emperor Qing. Could it be that the elder is still bitter about having to be sealed? Or is it that the elder has been sealed for too long and is afraid to take the first step? The girl could no longer contain her anger and began to bite her lip. She decided that she could no longer sit idly by. Hana started to move forward. Zhao was surprised to see this and asked where she went. The enraged student shouted that she would stop Uruya and the Moon Tiger, even if the phoenix did not want to help, and the rest of the clan did not risk it. She still would not stop. Phoenix laughed and replied that he didn't think that even after so many years there would still be people like this in the Sword Clan. So he decided that he would help out one more time. After some time, a team of 2 disciples and a spirit were flying on the back of a phoenix. Suddenly, Hana saw something ahead. It was Urui and the Moon Tiger heading straight for them. "Phoenix, are you here to help me or to stop me?" asked the Moon Tiger. "This time, Tiger, we will act as opponents. You decided to help the Demon Clan, so I need to stop you." "We used to be so strong when we fought side by side," cried the tiger, "but what now? Helping the little people?" "All clear, let's get straight to the point," replied the phoenix and flapped its wings. The 2 great powers began to fight, and their battle could be seen from several kilometers away. The strength of the beast was colossal, and the students were thrown back by such a flow of energy. Hana told Gwyneth that it was too dangerous here, so the little spirit should return to her brother. Gwyneth didn't argue and followed Hana's advice. She turned around and quickly flew away. Meanwhile, the best student saw Uruya in the air and told him that it was time for them to fight. "Don't worry," the villain said mockingly. "I'll do everything so that you die happy with your friends." The traitor's words infuriated Zhao. "Your swordsmanship is far inferior to Sister Hana's. How dare you even say that? It's time for you to die." "Of course I am inferior in fencing skills," Urui replied. "But in battle, it is not only technique that can help." The villain ate the red pill and awakened the demonic power, saying that Brother Alan was a perfect example of this. With just a slight movement of his fingers, he was able to stop Zhao's attack. Zhao couldn't believe his eyes. He can't recall his energy. Uruya's power has grown too much, and he can easily restrain Zhao's chakra flow. But the villain also changed in appearance. From a young student, he turned into a mad old man. "Since you came here, you will die first," Urui shouted and released Zhao's energy back into him. The force was strong and Zhao was thrown back, but suddenly Hana came to his aid. The girl grabbed the guy by the back. Landing hard, she created a barrier of her energy to protect herself from the attack. The attack was blocked, the barrier dissipated, and the 2 students remained unharmed. Hana looked at Uruya. This attack was really strong and he couldn't attack like this before. What did he eat? Where did such power come from? Zhao asked in surprise. Hana answered him that most likely it was a pill that increased the volume of spiritual energy. "You abandoned your own clan and decided to join the clan of demons," the girl said, looking at the villain. "Even chose to lose your own youth, crippled former comrades. Was it worth it?" "You still ask?" Urui replied. "No matter how hard I tried, no one in the clan had heard of me. In their eyes, I was just another useless student. Can geniuses like you judge me?" After these words, Urui unleashed his energy on his former comrades. Zhao tried to defend himself by summoning sword techniques, but he still missed some of the blows. Hana was also getting injured. She knew they wouldn't be able to hold him back. The powerful disciple of the demon clan concentrated power in his hand and told Hana that it was her turn to die. But suddenly he heard something. It was the sound of a beast battle. The moon tiger had shot at the phoenix, and right now, a huge beast was moving towards them. The phoenix fell to the ground with a crash, and Urui did not have time to react and lost his balance. Zhao and Hannah also got hit, but they managed to jump away. The girl became worried when she saw the elder phoenix losing to the moon tiger and asked if everything was okay with him. Breathing heavily, the phoenix said that he was fine and that the girl should think better of herself. Hannah understood that now the gap in strength between them and Urui was too big. If they continued in the same spirit, then the phoenix would not last long. Something had to be done. Meanwhile, Sam was flying after the demon elder and carrying Alan on him. Suddenly, Alan noticed how a familiar energy was concentrating behind him. It was Gwyneth, the frightened spirit, shouting to Alan that his sister was fighting a hard battle. The guy barely moved his finger and wondered if this would be considered overtime. He decided to proceed with the secret plan. At that moment, a sign appeared in front of Hannah and fell into her hands. Then Alan emerged from it, but his skin color was not the usual one. The guy suddenly leaned towards the girl and greeted her, which made her embarrassed and asked how he ended up here. "I am not here," Alan replied. "To be more precise, it is not really me. An hour in this space is equivalent to a moment in the outside world for me." It was time to teach his sister the technique that would help deal with Urui, but Alan asked her not to brag about it too much to others. Hannah's eyes sparkled with happiness from this news, and she immediately agreed. Suddenly, the phoenix felt a familiar aura. This feeling could not be confused with anything else. The great bird looked at Hannah and could not believe what she saw. "This is Emperor Qing," said the elder phoenix, seeing an old acquaintance. "Now die," the moon tiger shouted along with Urui. "Water-cutting blade, 9 wave attacks," Hannah said. Urui directed a stream of energy towards the phoenix, but suddenly a wave of energy appeared out of nowhere, stopping the enemy. "How is this possible?" Urui was indignant. Where did such power come from? Sister Hannah, overflowing with energy, told the traitor that it was time for him to try out her most powerful technique on himself. Going back a little, Hannah, while in the secret kingdom, was amazed by the power of Brother Alan. She was once again convinced that she was still far from his skill. The girl swung her sword and shouted that it was the end. She used an ability called 8-Direction Shadow, and energy in the form of needles rushed towards Uruya from different points. The villain tried to stop this force, but it hit more and more powerfully and intensely. Uri didn't understand why he couldn't hold back the onslaught. Looking at his opponent, he wanted to understand how Hannah became so strong in a few seconds. The villain had no choice but to turn to the moon tiger for help. "Man, what a piece of trash you are," the ancient beast answered him. And then he turned around and started walking away. But the phoenix couldn't let the moon tiger just go away and ordered him to stop. Uria's hands were shaking. Here again, everyone had abandoned him. Yes, he knew that he had always been a scumbag, but he had never wanted this. His eyes were filled with madness. Tears flowed from them. He remembered his whole worthless life, but he never wanted this. So Urui decided to kill everyone. Since he cannot by any means become equal to the best, he will destroy the best. Hannah looked at the villain's body and realized that he wanted to explode. The girl used the blade technique to destroy the threat. Her technique increased in size and became like a giant cross, which struck Uruya. Blood gushed from the traitor's mouth. "I hate you geniuses," the former disciple of the Sword Clan croaked. "No matter how hard I try, I will never be able to catch up with you." However, he suddenly felt a familiar aura behind him. As soon as Urui realized who it was, he immediately rejoiced. The villain shouted to the girl that she should not rejoice too much, because as soon as the head Roger comes, they will all come to an end. And indeed, at that very second, a portal appeared, from which Roger, Bill, Sam, and Alan emerged on his shoulder. Hannah couldn't believe it when she saw her brothers next to the demon. And she also didn't understand why her brother Alan was tied up. "Feel the real fear," Urui shouted. "The time has come for you to part with life." At that very second, a purple hand pierced the traitor's body. "With the signal you sent," Roger said, "I will be able to deal with the remaining members of the Sword Clan. However, a wretched thing like you is not worthy of following me, so you must die." "Sam, Bill, didn't you want to join the Demon Clan?" Roger asked them. "Go ahead, kill your comrades, then I'll give you all the recommendations. But if you stand still, I'll have to deal with this myself." There was no way out. Sam threw Alan to the ground and prepared to attack. The students began to concentrate their forces standing in front of Hannah, who also drew her sword. However, the guys suddenly turned around and shouted that it was time to reveal all the cards. Since they couldn't win directly, then they would pretend to play for the demons. The disciples' forces attacked Roger, who dodged them with ease, as the demon knew this would happen. So he activated his seal, which he had previously placed to destroy the traitors. But then Hannah appeared in front of him. But the demon was not afraid of the girl. He snapped his fingers and said that the kids thought too much of themselves. At that very moment, a huge projection of a hand fell from the sky onto the students. Energy seeped through Hannah. The girl could not defend herself because she spent too much spiritual power in the battle. Hannah did not believe that she would die in this place. Meanwhile, Mary activated the blood sacrifice system. Even if the Sword Clan manages to get out, there is nothing they can do. Uther, watching the formation, told his comrades that everything was almost ready. They will only have one chance. If it doesn't work, all the disciples of the Sword Clan will turn into blood soul pearls. Reynold turned to his subordinates and asked, "Gentlemen, are you all ready?" The elders unanimously responded in agreement. "Then it's time for a counterattack. This is our only and last chance to defeat the demon clan." At this time, Alan was lying on the ground and pretending to be unconscious. Divine beasts, a clan of demons, traitors, invaders. The hero did not understand why all this was necessary at all. He works from 9 to 5 and doesn't want to get involved in all this. At that moment, his appearance changed completely and a red mask appeared in his hand. A huge flash of light appeared in the place where Alan was. Roger was horrified to see her, and Alan grinned and put on his mask, saying that it would take a little effort to sort everything out. Now let's take a look at how Hannah usually spends her day. The girl wakes up at 5 o'clock in the morning and starts doing her hair. The beauty does this very carefully, holding a hair elastic in her mouth. And I will hold this moment longer so that you can enjoy her beauty. She then dresses in her usual clothes with white stockings. And now she has begun a new day of wonderful practices and assignments. The first thing the girl does is run to the Sword Clan's training ground. Here she lunges with her sword 5,000 times to warm up. This is the time for morning exercises, where she carves energy inscriptions on stone. Sometime later, the girl finishes her warm-up and moves on to completing today's tasks. As she descends the stairs of the training ground, she is usually greeted by enthusiastic students. One guy was even shocked to see how beautifully the head student wrote. Of course she can do everything, it's not for nothing that she's #1 in the table of the best students. At dawn, Hannah comes to her mentor Uther for a task. She arrived as soon as it was light. What a hard worker, Uther thought, as he gave her another assignment. In the forest before lunch, Hannah dealt with a demonic boar that had brought a lot of trouble to their clan. Closer to midday, she reached the market, which is located under the mountain. Her next task was from the leader, and it seemed a little strange to deliver 2 packages of spiritual tea seeds. Suddenly, a street vendor selling sweets passes by the girl. He sold candied berries, which Hannah loves. She would very much like to try them, but work also needs to be done, so she ends up denying herself, because people who cultivate must cleanse their hearts of impure thoughts. So you have to be patient. Suddenly, a woman runs past the student and shouts, "Stop the thief!" When Hannah hears that someone is in trouble, she can't stay away. After dinner, Hannah returns the money to the woman, punishing the thief and forcing him to apologize to her. The woman warmly thanks the girl, but she has nothing to repay her kindness with. So the aunt asks if the girl is free. If so, she can introduce her to her son. Hearing such a proposal, Hannah immediately tries to run away as quickly as possible, saying that she is not interested in such a thing. Having obtained the seeds, the girl is happy that she has once again successfully completed the task. After dinner, Hannah returns to Uther and says that she brought a card from the mission. But Uther didn't expect her to return so early, and it seems he's hiding something. It was another magazine with very beautiful girls that Uther held with trembling hands. He watched the running student and was glad that the girl did not reveal his secret. After lunch, the girl flies past students who want her to pay attention to them. She heads to the tea leaf field to give the seeds to the leader. At this time, Alan is standing in the field, saying that if the tea leaves are not picked in time, they will scatter in the wind the next day. "That's it, Alan, I didn't think you understood this kind of thing," said the head of the Reynold clan. Alan proudly said that it was all nonsense. He had done similar things before. You can find much worse on the internet. "What internet?" Alan looked away and said it didn't matter. "Alan, you have made great progress in the art of tea over the past year," Reynold said. "But your ranking among the students has dropped to 30th. Hannah is coming here soon. Why don't you practice with her?" Hearing the name of the main hard worker of the Alan clan, he immediately tried to run away, saying that she was in 30th place, and there were 50 of them in total. He still had a long way to go. The guy was going about his business and saying out loud that he had recently developed a new type of tea, booble tea, and the boss should definitely try it. Hannah, like Alan, walked and spoke out loud as she gave the tea leaves to the leader. 2 students, the best student and the main beauty of the clan and the worst student who shows no promise, pass by each other. Hannah recognizes Alan's brother and thinks maybe she should say hello to him. She turns around looking after him, wondering what other word the guy said. "Bubble tea." As dusk approaches, Hannah hones her skills standing on the cliff of the Sword Clan, a late working day between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. While crushing the stones, the girl thought about that word. She wondered what this tea tasted like. But suddenly she realizes that she is thinking about it too much and starts shouting at herself that she shouldn't think about all sorts of nonsense during training. Meanwhile, Alan, who was nearby on a tree, notices a column of energy and crumbling rocks. The guy sincerely doesn't understand what Hannah is doing here, because it's already the end of the working day. Suddenly, the girl notices the cat, and now it is from 5 to 7 p.m., time to play with the cat. Hannah picks up the cat and says that there is nothing more important than this right now. At night, Hannah has time to rest. She usually lies down and looks through a book that describes the potentials of the sword. Sometime later, the girl takes a bath in a hot spring with her new cat friend. At midnight, the girl meditates, but usually during meditation she begins to fall asleep by this time. And already closer to late night, Hannah falls asleep hugging the cat. We are transported to the battlefield. The projection of the demon elder flies at Hannah. The girl will not be able to defend herself from it. But suddenly, a scarlet flash of energy appears behind the demon clan elder. Before he could turn around, Roger was hit with a powerful sword technique and flew a fair distance away, spraying blood. At great speed, he crashes into the ground, shocking everyone. Hannah can't even guess who it could be. The energy of the blow was colossal. Bill recognized the technique of their clan. He assumed that it was one of the elders. Roger asked the stranger who he was to interfere in the affairs of the demon clan. It was an unknown man with long black hair, dressed in a black and red cloak, hidden behind a scarlet mask. "Don't worry, it will all be over soon," said the stranger. Hannah remembered that Brother Alan had said so. This stranger for some reason looked very much like him. Roger stood up and wiped the blood. He was wondering what kind of powerful technique this was. Apparently, the unknown person is at the Purple Palace stage. It's amazing. The hero concentrated his energy and replied that this attack was too weak and was not capable of defeating Roger. The demon elder rushed towards his opponent, summoning a projection of a tiger and directing it towards the unknown person. However, this projection was instantly destroyed by the hero's power. The blue aura pierced through the tiger and slammed the demon elder into the ground. Roger felt a hellish pain. He couldn't believe that with the Purple Palace it was even possible to cause such damage. In the face of absolute power, minor differences don't matter all that much, the hero said. These words angered Roger, and he decided to show his enemy his true strength. This time the demon decided to go all out. Scarlet whirlwinds swirled before the hero. A furious force awakened and burst forth. Hannah was scared and asked the elder to be careful. But the hero had already begun to use his technique by concentrating chakra. The guy used his main skill, destruction, and in an instant, a huge beam of energy shot out of his fingers. Sam couldn't believe what he was seeing. The elder used basic techniques but was able to defeat a man with the 9th level of the Purple Palace. The guy began to guess who it was. This stranger looked very much like Emperor Qing. Suddenly, there was a clap of thunder, and Alan looked at his seal and realized that he had almost broken through. Every time he fights an opponent, he unconsciously cultivates himself. When Alan first came here, he almost developed to the highest level. It's good that he was able to pull himself together. As soon as he destroys his kingdom, thunder will strike and many people will die. If I demonstrate my strength, Alan thought, then my workload will skyrocket, and the end will probably be like in my previous life, death from overexertion. Phoenix felt that aura again. He felt Emperor Qing again. The tiger did not believe that this was possible, because the emperor had long ago left the mortal world. But the phoenix said that if it was not him, then where did such amazing energy and power come from? The moon tiger realized that it could not be otherwise, but if this was truly the emperor, then the world would change radically. The divine beasts arrived to Alan and greeted the master. Bill said that judging by the techniques, the stranger was from the Sword Clan. The demons invaded them. The clan was waiting impatiently for help, and now they finally got it. But suddenly, for all 3 students, the stranger answered that this was not so. The hero told them to listen because someone had come. Meanwhile, Reynold led his men into battle. It was time to defeat the clan of demons. They aimed all their attacks straight at the enemy's purple seal formation. However, the attack not only did not pass, but it was reflected and began to attack them themselves. A powerful rain of aura fell on the heads of the Sword Clan elders. Clan leader Reynold was wounded along with his fellow clan members. "No matter my powers, I am nothing more than a simple employee," Alan said. "A small screw cannot save a huge machine from destruction." Mary was happy about the victory. As soon as they got the pearls of the bloody soul, they would immediately summon the demon lord. But suddenly something began to change. A golden aura began to gather around the formation and seep through it. High in the sky, the leader must do everything himself. Alan said. The demons didn't understand what was happening. Their barrier and formation were destroyed. They were being attacked from the outside. Through the holes in the barrier, one could see many figures appear in the sky. Reynolds was delighted to see familiar faces. These were the heads and elders of all the clans who came to the aid of their brothers. The Wen clan came as soon as they received the news. "We are ready to fight the demon clan," Henry shouted. A fierce battle began. The clan leaders quickly destroyed the demons. Using their powerful techniques, they could easily deal with the enemy's minions. Eventually, the ranks of the demon clan were greatly diminished. One of the leaders shouted at the demons that since they had decided to attack their allies, they should reap the fruits of their decisions. "And they really did come," Mary said, looking at the formation which was quickly disappearing. "What do we do next?" "The formation is destroyed," said Kane. Dustin immediately answered him that they would fight to the end. But all the powerful clan leaders turned against them. They concentrated their energy and fired one powerful shot. But the fight was not over yet. Mary folded her hands into a seal and shouted that the Union would not be able to interfere with their plans. The other two demon clan leaders also formed seals, Mary inviting the Alliance to experience the full power of their master. At that very second, a huge projection of a demon appeared on the battlefield, in the center of which were three figures of villains. The monster opened its mouth and shot a powerful stream at the clan leaders. His power was colossal. The leaders did not understand what was happening and where such terrifying power came from. Cody, barely opening his eyes, assumed that this was the hidden power of demons. "You forced me to resort to his power," Mary shouted. "Since you yourself took the initiative, then you will be the first to be sacrificed." "This day will be your last," said Mary, laughing loudly. But suddenly she fell silent when she saw the rose petals. The girl felt an aura that was approaching. A blue energy appeared in the sky from which petals fell, and then someone began to come out of it. Mary couldn't believe what she was feeling. She knew this energy, but how was it possible? Alan, together with the divine beasts, told Mary that she had not yet seen what the Sword Clan was capable of. Reynolds was delighted to see the Starbird and the Moon Tiger. But who was next to them? The head of the clan assumed that this was some kind of ancestor of theirs, but for some reason his appearance seemed very familiar to him. "Of course, he seems familiar to you," said Reynolds' subordinate, who had previously searched for a spy in the clan. "He is directly related to the Sword Clan. The powerful blade aura emanating from the entire body could only belong to a member of our clan, and only one person could act so calmly in front of a serious enemy. The divine beasts further prove his nobility. I only have one option. It is the ancestor of the Sword Clan, Emperor Qing." The demons shuddered when they heard this name, but they did not understand how this was even possible, since he had died a long time ago. Mary ordered the other leaders to quickly find out whether this was true or not. The demon projection moved and struck at the divine beasts. Emperor Qing ordered his beast to attack as well. At the same moment, the Phoenix and the Moon Tiger released a volley of energy at the Demon Lord's projection. Three powerful forces clashed with each other: the power of the two divine beasts and the Demon Lord. After a couple of seconds, the demon's energy dissipated, and Mary was horrified because these were truly divine beasts. She was filled with anger. She looked at the stranger in the mask and she was tormented by only one question. Who is this guy really? The Emperor began to concentrate his energy, and the air around him began to sparkle. The sparks turned into a sword, and Alan said to Mary, "Do I really need to explain who I am? Could this really be Emperor Qing?" the girl thought, and her body trembled slightly. The guy raised his sword into the sky and the whole air sparkled. He was ready to strike and shouted that the demons would be punished for what they had done. "For the Sword Clan, kill all enemies!" Qing shouted, increasing the power of his attack. Mary realized that the Emperor was not their enemy, and ordered her subordinates to leave immediately. The portal disappeared and the surviving students rejoiced at the victory and the fact that their ancestor had protected them. The battle between the Sword Clan and the Demon Clan ended here. Alan dispersed the energy and the sword disappeared. He exhaled because it was really dangerous. Fortunately, the very name of Emperor Qing scared them off. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had a chance to win, the guy thought. Meanwhile, deep in the cave, a purple cloud of energy appeared. Kane was simply furious. Emperor Qing had ascended and left the human world long ago. How could he return? Suddenly, an unknown figure behind him said that there was only one explanation for this. The guy in the hood said that the thing is that this emperor is an imposter. The Great Assembly was not just a child's play, Uther told his student, so he must pay close attention. These words horrified Alan. Would he really have to go on a business trip? Yes, you are going on a business trip with everyone else, Uther said. And besides, you are first on the list. But why are you sending me? Is it because I have the 8th level of the kingdom? But why not pick a candidate who is much better than me, said Alan, making a face of the most righteousness. Uther frowned and looked at his student and asked if he knew why he was being sent on a business trip. To tell the truth, Alan didn't know. In that case, you will understand everything now, Uther replied. During the clan's dire straits, who tried the most? That's right, Hannah. And you didn't do anything except run away and sleep. So this is your chance to atone for your sins, Uther shouted, and these words struck Alan straight in the heart and killed him. The guy asked himself only one question. What did he do that made them treat him so cruelly? 3 days passed, and Brother Alan was still lying on the ground and did not get up. The villagers began to whisper. Sister Hannah and the other brothers were training hard, and only Alan was fooling around. They said that while Hannah was shedding blood, Alan was sleeping peacefully. Don't look at this mediocrity, said one of the residents. Let's focus on the statue of the ancestor. How good it is that he came to our aid. The clan even specially restored the statue, Alan thought. I hope the ancestor knows how grateful we are to him. Suddenly, the hero felt a familiar aura around him. It was Hannah, hovering over her brother and greeting him. The girl extended her hand to him and asked if he was ready to go to the meeting, since they were leaving soon. Alan took her hand, stood up and told her to go first, which surprised Hannah. The guy turned around and explained that he still had something to do. Meanwhile, we are transported to the tea fields. Reynolds looked in horror at his beautiful tea leaves, charred after the last battle. Suddenly, Alan landed behind him and greeted the leader. Chief, you haven't forgotten, have you? Alan asked. If you're talking about that case, then no, I haven't forgotten, Reynolds answered. Yes, I need to take a week off, Alan shouted, holding up a gold plaque. Don't even think about it, Reynolds shouted. You didn't work overtime, so no vacation for you. But my spirit beast was overworked, Alan said, and showed the carefree, sweet spirit to Reynolds. Okay, I'll give your spiritual beast the right to take a break, and while you're going to the meeting, you can take a vacation after it. And even if you think to bribe me with tea, I still won't change my decision no matter how much you ask. Alan's fist clenched in rage, thinking that the boss was underestimating him for no reason. At that very moment, Alan fell at Reynolds' feet and began to tearfully beg him. Alan, even though I'll look selfish, I'll still send you, Reynolds said. Because among all the true disciples, you have the highest cultivation base, and yet sometimes it seems like you are suppressing your strength. Alan was scared, but didn't show it. Could it be that the leader had guessed his true strength? Reynolds added that he thought for a long time about who to send, and in the end chose Alan. In this tournament, the winner will be given the key to the Emperor's tomb. There are many different treasures there. Among them, there is something that will help a person even survive a disaster and remain safe and sound. The words about the disaster he had experienced interested Alan, and he remembered the lightning that appeared when he woke up. The clan of demons is becoming more and more active each time. It is possible that Alan will have to act again soon. If he is not careful, there will be trouble. In general, the invasion of the demon clan has seriously undermined us, Reynolds said. We need a short break. If you can take first place, you will greatly help the clan, and of course you will be generously rewarded. You are one of the strongest students of our clan. All hope is on you. Alan smiled slightly and told the chief that he understood. But still, the guy wants the boss not to forget about his week-long vacation. Reynolds flared up a little, saying that everyone had already left, and Alan was just chilling here. The hero heard the words of the head and set off on his way. Meanwhile, everyone had already gathered at the clan square. Bill asked if Alan had arrived yet, and Hannah answered that he had not. Suddenly, the hero of the occasion appeared on stage. Alan smiled sweetly and greeted everyone, and apologized for the wait. Uther began the briefing by saying that this was a great gathering and everyone had to remain safe and sound. The escort was only watching and could not interfere with the game. And during the competition, everyone had to worry only about their own safety. Hannah nodded and said she understood. Suddenly, Uther took Alan and told him that he wanted to show him something before he left, so that the hero would not enter the battle empty-handed. The mentor quietly took out a book and handed it to the student. It was one of those books that had a hot girl on the cover. The book was called Hot Sister Teacher, and it was a limited edition. Alan was amazed. The guy decided that he was wrong to think badly of his mentor. It turns out he is a genius. That sounds rather odd, Uther replied. I'll get you the next issue after you return if all goes well. After all the preparations, the boys set off with Frank on their way to the great meeting. Reynolds watched the students leave. The leader knew that this time the entire clan relied only on them. Meanwhile, in the villain's cave, Cain asked the stranger what he meant, because it was impossible to fake the sacred beasts accompanying the emperor. In any case, the beasts did not follow the emperor, but were sealed by him in the map of mountains and rivers, the guy in the cloak answered. As for the person you met, He is just a projection of the Qing Emperor's residual soul. Damn! Dustin yelled, slamming his fist into the ground. They deceived us, said the demon, clenching his teeth. What's the point of discussing this now? Mary said. I was planning to sacrifice the Sword Clan to summon the Overlord. We can't wait any longer. Don't worry, the mysterious stranger replied. The Sword Clan is just a small step that we have to step over. Many capable people will take part in the great meeting, and then we will act. I will personally purify everyone and summon the Demon Lord to this world. Meanwhile, a small meeting was taking place in the main hall of the Sword Clan's leader. Reynold and the other leaders discussed the battle that had just taken place. The leader thanked the other clan leaders for their help in the battle. One of the leaders, sipping his tea, replied that they could not act otherwise because helping their allies was their duty. The Sword Clan must have many more plans, Henry said. Otherwise, why do they keep making sacrifices everywhere? We suspect that they want to summon the Demon Lord. In that case, are you sure nothing will happen at the Great Meeting? Reynold asked him. The head of the Starry Sky Clan said that if anything happens, it will be possible to repel the attack of the Demon Clan. Everything will go well. The prize at this meeting will be the key to the tomb of the Heavenly Emperor. Reynold resigned himself to the situation and exhaled. It seemed there was no other way. At that moment, Sweet Hannah was sitting near a tree and thinking about the past battle as well. But she wasn't thinking about demons, she was thinking about that mysterious guy. When this man made his move, his techniques were very similar to Brother Alan's, but he was too far away, so nothing was completely clear. But if you think about it, Brother Alan always seemed very suspicious. That day after the battle, Hannah found Alan tied up with the others. Suddenly, two students approached the girl. Bill greeted the girl and joked that apparently she decided not to practice today, which was strange. The girl turned around and saw Bill and Sam. Hannah folded her hands in a welcoming gesture and greeted the boys. I invited you here today because I wanted to ask you something. A little later, near this place, Alan was calmly reading his favorite novel. I'll try to find out if Brother Alan is hiding his true strength, the cunning student thought, as she crept up on the hero. Because Alan certainly won't be able to hide his subconscious reaction. She made a sharp lunge and attacked Alan. Hey, what are you doing? The hero shouted. But the girl did not stop and continued to try to strike, which Alan dodged. Hannah wanted the hero to let her see his strength. It was important for her to know what he was capable of. Suddenly, Alan heard two more voices. It was Bill and Sam. To the hero's surprise, the guys also took out their swords and surrounded the lazy swordsman. No, when did you manage to sneak up from behind? Alan tried to turn around and hide, but as soon as he turned his head, he saw Hannah, who was standing too close to him. Sister, what's wrong with you today? Alan asked her with a sweet smile. Brother Alan, we just wanted to… Before she could finish speaking, Bill pointed to the sky and shouted to his comrades to pay attention to him. To the hero's surprise, they saw a fire phoenix, a moon tiger, and an ancestor in the sky. The residents also noticed Emperor Qin and greeted him. The emperor said that this time the clan is in a state of limbo, so the sacred beasts will protect it from the attacks of demons. He flew away with the animals, and the inhabitants bowed their heads in greeting to their ancestor. Seeing the emperor, Hannah was upset. Could she have been mistaken? Alan saw Hannah's reaction and calmed down. He got away with it. It's good that he was prepared. His talismans are quite simple to use. Nothing better could be imagined. It was just one of his clones. The guy stretched and decided to rest a little, because he would finally get a well-deserved rest. Suddenly, he heard someone calling them. It was Frank, who said he had come on important business. The intraclan distribution is complete, the mentor said. Reading the decree, we have chosen a disciple who will represent us at the great meeting. All the students held their breath. Who would be the first to represent their clan at the meeting? To everyone's surprise, Frank called out Alan's name. The guys went off to prepare for the meeting, and a few hours later, Frank informed Reynold that the emergency meeting was about to begin. The topic of the meeting will be the Demon Clan. Reynold replied that he was just about to go there. Great powers have gathered in the secret realm of the Immortal Alliance on the edge of the Dark Moon. A few minutes later, Reynold's figure formed, and the leader apologized for the wait. A stunning girl named Aileen, who is the head of the Huang clan, told Reynold that the current topic only concerns the Sword Clan, so it's time to get started. The girl stretched her hand into space, saying that on the day of the attack, the Sword Clan sent a request for help to the Alliance, but it was almost intercepted by the Demon Clan. A mirror formed from space showing an image of a rushing guy. He held a green bundle in his hands and said that the Sword Clan was under attack and he needed to hurry urgently. Suddenly, he saw a silhouette in front of him. How did you end up here? Said the guy, seeing the stranger and as if he recognized him. The stranger in the cloak asked what happened. The Sword Clan is under attack, the messenger shouted. They need help immediately. Before he could finish his report, the guy suddenly received a powerful blow to the chest. "You shall not pass," replied the mysterious man. "Daredevil, how dare you harm my disciple?" Suddenly, a voice was heard from behind the man. It was the clan leaders who were nearby. The unknown man was not pleased with the arrival of reinforcements. In a rage, he smashed the report with his foot. Looking at this image, Reynolds said with horror that the power of the demon clan was increasing every time. If it weren't for Elder Mark, this follower would have lost his life long ago and the Sword Clan would have been destroyed. Unfortunately, it would be impossible to determine the location of this person, Eileen added. But judging by the follower's reaction, his power rank was not low. "I understand," Reynolds replied. "I think there's a spy among us. The restoration of the demon clan is going faster than we thought. I think the spy is not weak either." The Ghostgate clan's leaders said that they should be careful since the strongest of their disciples had gone to the grand meeting. And besides, the meeting was related to the Imperial House. There shouldn't be any information leaked. "Don't worry," Silas said. "The Starry Sky clan will use special means to verify the identity of all participants. Other clans should also make every effort to find the spy as soon as possible. Let's hope for a quick solution to the problem." The meeting ended, and by that time our heroes were heading out on a mission. Bill was very tired, because they had been flying for 2 days, and one night he asked Frank when they would arrive. The Starry Sky clan was originally far from everyone, preferring to lead a detached life. Only after the arrival of the current head, Silas, did the clan flourish and gain power, but they did not change their position. "We're literally 100 miles away," Frank said, looking at the village they were flying over and telling the students they would take a break there and continue on their way tomorrow. Hannah smiled and looked at Alan. The girl thought that this was a great chance. The heroes arrived at the hotel and chose rooms for themselves. Alan was glad that no one would be able to stop him from sleeping at least one day of paid leave. Suddenly, he heard a loud knock. The guy asked who was behind the door. It was Hannah, who said that she wanted to buy some things for training and invited her brother Alan to join her. The girl specially changed her clothes, and of course she doesn't force him to do anything. In fact, she came up with a plan in which she invites Alan to a meeting and then asks him about fencing. Alan, however, was not happy with such events, and he told Hannah that he was a little sick. Coughing, the hero replied that he felt very bad and it would be better if they did not cross paths today because he did not want to infect anyone. "Is that so?" Hannah said sadly. "In that case, I'll find someone else. But if you take first place, you can get a quota that will help you get free from work for 3 whole months," the girl said thoughtfully. "I don't know what to do with it then." "However, I feel much better already," Alan shouted, jumping out of bed. Hannah beamed with happiness. Her cunning plan had succeeded. The cunning woman. Alan was determined. He was ready to do anything for the sake of a 3-month vacation, so the hero will help Hannah in everything. 2 students got together and went to the local market. What haven't they sold here? Magic pills, phoenix feathers, a gift from an immortal, and also a newly made blade. But Hannah looked with delight at the fragrant buns she wanted. "But didn't we come for things for practice?" Alan asked her, carrying a bunch of sweets that the girl was buying. "That would help in some way," Hannah said. "But it would be great to find something truly valuable. So this is why you called me," said Alan, putting his hand in his pocket. "Sister, I'll give you this." Suddenly, Alan felt something. He grabbed Hannah abruptly and dragged her along with him. Then the guy, to the girl's surprise, pressed her against the wall. Their eyes met. Hannah didn't understand what was happening and became slightly embarrassed. Alan slowly leaned towards her ear and told her to be quiet because they were being watched. The girl activated the sword technique, search. She turned sharply and looked into the crowd. In the crowd, she found 2 figures that glowed brighter than all the others. Could this really be a clan of demons? "They are completely different colors," Hannah said. She began to concentrate her energy. Because of this, the wind flew towards her, lifting everything around and frightening the inhabitants. The girl took the sword in her hand, but Alan stopped her. "Sister, it's better not to walk here. I suggest we move to a more suitable place." 2 unknown figures behind the heroes said that a very powerful aura had disappeared. Apparently they imagined it. They thought that they had not yet been discovered and it was better to continue surveillance. Overhearing the conversation between the 2, Hannah breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that she listened to Alan. But suddenly the girl noticed something else. She noticed the paper that she had scattered with her energy. The heroes hurried to help the girl collect it and apologize for disturbing her. Once they were done with the help, Hannah decided to focus on shopping further. She turned to Alan, her eyes shining as the girl said there was a lot more she wanted to buy. But suddenly they heard someone threatening a woman, calling her a liar. Alan and Hannah decided to see what was going on. "If you dare to offer such garbage again, you will say goodbye to your life," the young man shouted. pointing at the elderly woman. Please take a closer look. This family heirloom has been passed down from generation to generation. It was passed down to us from an immortal. If it weren't for my daughter's serious illness, I would never have given it away. How can you say that? This isn't trash. If you don't want it, don't buy it. Why scare people? Said Hannah, who hurried to help her grandmother get up. The great gathering is approaching, the man replied. Recently, many cultivators have been stopping in the city to recuperate. Who knows, maybe this woman is a spy for the demon clan. I don't think there aren't more suspicious characters in this big city, but who would buy such trash? While the man thought that the woman was greedy for money and that was why she brought such trash, Alan began to notice something. An ominous aura emanated from this doll. The hero realized that this thing was definitely not a fake. If someone buys this thing, will you leave them alone? Alan asked the man, and he replied that no one would buy such trash. Hey grandma, will you sell me your relic? The woman couldn't believe Alan's words. She burst into tears and said that he could pay as much as he thought necessary. Here, said Alan, holding out his hand to the woman. This bottle of pills isn't worth much, but it can help cure my daughter. The grandmother looked at the potion with the image of a blue sword and replied that it was worth more than money. The residents were shocked. This is the sign of the swordsman clan, which means it is a cultivator's pill. This is the medicine of the immortal. Is it really possible to help my daughter? The grandmother said, holding the mixture in her hands, onto which her tears were pouring. The woman burst into tears and sincerely thanked Alan for his help. Hannah looked at Alan with admiration and smiled. The guy's action touched her. The hero called out to the impudent man. Smiling, he said, Master, how do you like that? After some time, walking along the streets, Hannah asked Alan why he helped his grandmother. The hero answered that it was all thanks to his good intuition. He immediately understood that the woman was not lying. Even though we practice while being far away from the rest of the world, Hannah said with a smile. But it still doesn't work to suppress emotions completely, doesn't it, brother? Besides, you gave her such a valuable medicine. Alan just smiled sweetly, looking at the kind girl. But suddenly he shouted that he had prepared the medicine himself, so it was worthless. And Hannah should be careful not to be deceived in the future as well. The boy then extended his hand towards the girl who was clutching the figurine. Hannah was surprised and accepted the gift from Alan. But even if she used her recognition technique, she still didn't see any power in the doll. Could it be that the woman's ancestor was deceived? She didn't lie, Alan replied. This doll is truly a rare thing. Try to take a closer look. I think you will definitely understand everything soon. Focusing her energy, Hannah suddenly established a connection with the doll. The wooden figurine lit up and flew out of her hands. Suddenly, the girl was enveloped in a golden space. She seemed to levitate in it, seeing ancient writings. A mysterious technique similar to a sword began to form in her hands. Then this sword grew to gigantic proportions. After studying the technique, Hannah returned to Alan. She was shocked that her brother was able to see such a powerful technique in this doll. Now the girl wanted to try out a new power. The hero supported her decision and said that it would be better for them to go out of town because there was no better place for training. The heroes went out of the city. After walking a short distance, they stopped and told the guys following them to get out. Dude, leave all your valuables and your girlfriend, otherwise. Okay, Alan said, throwing all his things on the ground. He quickly ran behind a tree, saying that he would not regret anything. And the robbers were happy. They did not think that the guy would turn out to be such a coward. Fuck you, Hannah replied menacingly, baring her teeth. The girl began to rise into the air and a terrible aura began to concentrate around her. It was the art of eternal regret, a rupture that the student directed at her enemies. The robbers immediately paid for their insolence. After the attack, there was nothing left of them. Hannah, seeing the aftermath, told Alan that she liked the new technique and thought it would take her time to fully master it. You have mastered them perfectly, but you still lack experience, the hero answered. I think a few training sessions will be enough for you. Brother, you are so strong. Is the gap between us really that big? Luckily, it was worth it that I gave Grandma that medicine. Now my sister will definitely be on my side. The heroes arrived at the hotel and went to their rooms. Alan summoned energy from the doll. According to his memories, this spiritual power hidden in the card. It looks like someone deliberately hid the map in this clipping. Maybe that same immortal? The map pointed to a certain place. Alan asked Gwyneth if she knew anything about it, but then he abruptly dispelled the technique because it had nothing to do with him. He covered himself with a blanket and said that rest was his only and main goal in life. Hey brother, are you there? Suddenly someone knocked on Alan's door. No, I'm already asleep, the hero answered loudly. We asked my sister, she said, you're not sleeping, Bill replied. Besides, we didn't have time to thank you for what happened recently, so we found a suitable moment. Okay, I don't need anything. Good night, Alan shouted. In fact, Sam said, after the Demon Clan's invasion, we realized that our cultivation base was nothing, and so we hope that Brother Alan can guide us. And in the future, if he wants to postpone any tasks, he can transfer them to us. At that very second, Alan instantly got out of bed. He quickly walked up to the door and asked again if he really could hand over the assignments. Bill and Sam both responded with unanimous agreement. The book on techniques will help you a lot. He turned to the boys and held out the book. I accidentally found it in an ancient reliquary when I was on an excursion. In fact, he had a purple demon behind his back who told him that this book was the best among its analogs. The purple demon was already tired of enduring all this humiliation. The brothers began to leaf through the book and were amazed at what they saw. It was written that making talismans does not always require any resources. It tells about the path of creation of heaven and earth, the emergence of the sun and moon. And there are many smart thoughts. The creation of heaven and earth, the mystery of the sun and the moon. These words seemed to pierce Alan's consciousness. He began to feel a strange feeling. Was this a breakthrough again? The hero hurried to close the door as quickly as possible. His body began to electrify. He told his comrades that this was also for them. And suddenly a talisman flew out of his sleeve. The talisman became electrified and flew straight towards the boys. Suddenly, energy began to form around the talisman. She was very powerful. Bill and Sam immediately tried to defend themselves. Meanwhile, Alan held back his seal so as not to wake up. He distracted the boys with a talisman that exploded. It was a powerful energy. Bill and Sam were shocked to see what one little talisman could do. And Alan successfully held the seal. It was enough for him to hear a couple of sentences, and he was already close to destruction. The purple demon told the hero that he had nothing to do with it, that the guy's strength was to blame. Suddenly, Alan heard excited voices behind him. Brothers' talismans are indeed very powerful, Sam said. You obviously have a talent for gaining knowledge from this book, but you selflessly refused it. Believe me, I don't want to hear about it, Alan replied. My talents are pretty mediocre. Even this talisman took a lot of effort and it's still bad. I don't feel well, so I'll go to bed. And I wish you success in your studies. He slammed the door shut, surprising the guys. The hero thought about his seal. Fortunately, this time he managed to suppress it. And also about the great gathering and reward. It's time to move forward. Eventually, the hero finally went to bed. It was deep night, and the candle Alan had left had already burned out. Brother, are you okay? Suddenly, a female voice was heard from behind the door. Hannah came to the door. She came to visit the hero because her brother Bill said that he was sick. She also remembered that Alan had told her this too. Was he really that sick? No way, I definitely need to check if everything is okay. Hannah opened the door abruptly and saw Alan lying on the bed. She tried to wake the guy up, but she couldn't do it. The girl felt that his spiritual strength was very weak and thought that the wounds he received in the garden were to blame. In fact, Alan is simply sleeping too soundly and he has suppressed his cultivation base. Hannah tried to use the usual way to recharge her spiritual power, but it didn't work, so there was only one way to save the guy. The girl's face immediately turned red when she thought about this method and she hesitated. Saving a person is above all else. Hannah, what are you thinking about? She shouted to herself and got down to business. The girl lifted Alan's face and moved closer to him. She leaned in slowly, her lips getting closer and closer. Sister, what are you doing? Her face immediately turned red when she saw that Alan had woken up. The girl immediately jumped up. She was burning with shame and told her brother that she was just very worried. What to do? What to do? Hannah repeated to herself, holding her head. Her heart felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. Apparently, they believed that I was very ill. My sister was worried about me. How sweet. Finally, soon, I will have a 3-month vacation in my pocket. Alan sat in a thoughtful pose as if something was bothering him. Hannah noticed this too and asked the guy if everything was okay with him. Everything is fine, Alan replied, coughing slightly. Thanks for your concern. I feel much better already. I think I will recover soon. It's all for the sake of a vacation, the hero said, as if hinting at his hard work. After making sure everything was okay, Hannah quickly ran out the door, apologizing for disturbing her on the way. Alan also breathed a sigh of relief because it's not easy to be a good actor. Hannah stood behind the door. She didn't understand what was happening to her. Why was her heart beating so fast? Suddenly, an idea came to her mind and she also fell ill. So the first thing she did was go to the local hospital. Doctor, there is some kind of problem with my heart. It is beating very hard. I must be having some kind of attack. Am I sick? The doctor began to examine Hannah and asked if she had any other symptoms. Yes, I also have shortness of breath, fever, clouded thoughts, and that's it. However, the doctor could not sense anything wrong with the girl. Suddenly, she asked when it appeared, and Hannah answered that it happened quite recently. And the strange thing is that it doesn't look like ordinary illnesses. And under what circumstances do these symptoms occur? The doctor asked, smiling sweetly. Hannah thought for a moment and replied that these symptoms occur when she is with someone she knows. The doctor laughed quietly and said that everything was clear to her. This is not a disease, this is falling in love. After hearing the doctor's answer, Hannah was shocked. How is this even possible? Meanwhile, Alan was transported into his consciousness. There, he took out a sheet of assignments and handed it over to his subordinates. Using some techniques, he managed to create a certain world in his mind where he could calmly rest and recuperate. On the sheet were several items that Alan asked his new friends to make. The celestial animals immediately obeyed and set to work. Although Alan could do all this himself, he could not leave them idle. Ever since he inexplicably subdued them last time, they have been living here, and the hero allows them to perform various tasks so that they don't get bored. Initially, there were only 2 divine beasts, but then another one appeared, and after defeating the demon clan, the other seals on the beasts were also removed. As soon as Alan removed the seals in the peach orchard, the animals immediately called him Lord. "Don't shout like that," the hero answered them. "I'm not your master, let alone the emperor." "We don't confuse the emperor's energy with anything, master. Have we done something wrong? Why don't you recognize us?" The animals made pitiful faces and told their owner that they would follow him everywhere. Alan thought about it and decided that the animals would still be useful to him. "We didn't expect the gentleman to agree," said the Phoenix, and Alan asked not to call him that. Phoenix explained that they cannot leave the hero because this is their destiny, to follow the master, because they want to find the jade of the dark demon. 9,000 years ago, the emperor sealed their bodies and only the dark demon jade can completely break the seal. This is the key that will remove the shackles from their bodies and release the energy. Before leaving, the emperor promised that he would help find the jade. But in the end, the animals were stuck in the map of mountains and rivers for many years. Looking at the heavenly beasts, Alan thought that not only did they have unique abilities, but they could also hide his strength. It still sounds interesting. Okay, you can follow me, I won't object, but I warn you in advance. If you follow me, obey me unquestioningly. As for the dark demon jade, I will help you. Thank you, master, all 4 creatures responded. We dedicate our lives to you. In his mind, the hero settled down comfortably and decided to rest until tomorrow, and no one would be able to stop him. And of course, someone knocked on his door. This time it was Zhao. This was already starting to stress Alan out. Would they let him sleep today or not? The guy grabbed his head. What a long night this was. Brother Zhao, why were you looking for me? Alan, I officially challenge you. I hope you accept. What? Isn't this too sudden? I just wanted to enjoy the party, Alan shouted, abruptly getting up from the bed. In fact, Zhao said, I think it's thanks to you that Hannah's techniques are developing so rapidly. Just now, our other brothers came to you for advice. I saw that Brother Alan constantly shows his amazing abilities. It is difficult not to notice them. That's why I'm absolutely sure that you're hiding your true strength. What if I don't accept your challenge? If you don't accept the challenge, I will beg you every day until you agree. It looks like this guy really won't back down, so Alan has no choice but to agree. However, there are 2 sides to the coin. If the hero does not agree, then doubts will continue to grow in Zhao's heart. And if he tells anyone, people might think that Alan is really hiding his power, so they might start giving him additional tasks. So the best solution would be to lose. Alan got out of bed and said that he agreed to the duel. I didn't think you'd make a decision so quickly, Zhao said in surprise. Come on, if that's what you want, then let's fight. The participants went out into the yard. Zhao thanked Alan for accepting the duel, and he replied that they needed to hurry because he wanted to rest. Zhao did not keep the hero in suspense and immediately prepared for battle. A scarlet aura surrounded him, and he reached for his sword. Zhu launched the first attack. There were no spectators here, so Alan decided not to show off. He simply used his protective talismans to dodge the attacks. Meanwhile, Hannah still couldn't recover from the doctor's conclusion. The doctor told the girl that if she was asking such questions, then apparently she had never experienced the feeling of being in love. So the woman asked her if she singled out anyone among the others, if she cared and worried about anyone more than others. Hannah replied timidly that she needed to think about it. Suddenly, the girl heard the sounds of battle, and in addition, the energy of Brother Alan was present in the battle. She immediately flew there, thanking the doctor for his help and saying that the money was on the table. The scarlet energy strike was blocked. Alan stood under an impenetrable barrier created by the talismans. This technique is quite powerful, Zhao said as he tried to break through the defense. Powerful? But I used the weakest one. Why did he think it was strong? It seems that this is not enough. Zhao tried to hit the barrier again, and this time he managed to break it. The student himself was surprised that the barrier was destroyed. He thought that Alan was probably not very strong. The lazy man, meanwhile, fell to the ground as if he was defeated. In fact, he wanted Zhao to think that he was weak. Well, the performance is not over yet. Zhao's sword was heating up, filling with energy. The guy wanted to end this fight. The blade rushed towards Alan. This was all the hero had been waiting for. He only had to lose once and then no one would bother him. But suddenly Zhao's attack was blocked by a huge pillar of blue energy. What? What happened? Zhao shouted. Hannah slowly descended from the sky, covered in blue energy. Brother Zhao, how dare you mock your comrade? Sister, you got it all wrong. Alan and I agreed to fight. Don't think anything like that. How dare you call a beating a pair sparring? Hannah said, helping the hero up from the ground. She was very indignant and told Zhao that if he wanted a real duel, they could fight right here and now. This matter is between me and Alan, Zhao said fearfully. Sister Hannah, what does all this matter to you? Why are you sticking up for him? These words of the student made her think. But really, Hannah wondered why she was doing this at all. Did I really fall in love with him? The girl stood motionless in front of Alan, who looked at her. No, this doesn't sound like sympathy, she thought, remembering the hero's words about her needing to rest more. In the girl's memoirs, Alan said that only through purification can one find peace, because peace is a natural state. Hannah realized that she just hated it when her brother was so calm about everything. That's what it was. Alan is just a very good friend of mine, Hannah replied, so I will help him achieve the same goal. Are you saying that you and Alan have the same goal? Zhao asked. Yes, the girl replied. I think we should all learn from our brother. Therefore, if Zhao wants to challenge him, he must first defeat her. The student accepted the challenge because their competition in the garden was not over. But before they could begin, two more figures appeared on the battlefield. It was Sam and Bill who also stood up for Alan. You too? Zhao asked. What is your relationship with him? Brother Alan helped us without asking for anything in return. He is our best friend. So if you want to fight him, go around us first. I got there first, Hannah said, so just stand behind me. It's been a while since I fought side by side with my sister, Bill noted. Great, Sam said. It's time to try out some new techniques. Stop it! I fight Hannah first, Zhao shouted. A fight began, and Alan, watching it, could not understand how an ordinary duel had turned into this. But he still considered that he was to blame for everything. And why do I have to constantly be involved in everything? It will be difficult to lose in such a fight, so you need to expose yourself. A wave of energy was heading straight towards Alan and hit him in the chest. Alan fell to the ground. Hannah, seeing this, rushed to his aid. The girl became worried and asked the hero if he was hurt. Other participants in the brawl also noticed Alan fall. It was you who hurt Brother Alan. No, it was you who hurt him, okay? I admit that I lost my sense of proportion, but you are also to blame. Enough! A rough voice shouted. It was Elder Frank who was approaching the disciples. How dare you behave like this while on a mission? What the hell is going on here? The meeting is about to start, so you should train hard. Stop being childish. Don't let the clan down. The disciples bowed their heads. They were ashamed, and they apologized to the elder. We are all from the same clan. Frank continued to scold the students. You should be more united, since Alan is wounded. Then help him. If he has an uncompleted task, do everything for him. Hearing the elder's decree, the lazy man was glad. At least something good happened that night. In the morning, the boys continued their journey to the place where the great meeting was being held. Bill started complaining that he was very tired. Sam decided to joke by saying that it was probably because of their fight yesterday. By the way, one question always bothers me, Zhao said. The Starry Sky clan has always been considered small and preferring to remain on the sidelines. How could they organize such a grand event? They say that the Starry Sky clan was going through a very big crisis before. Hannah began her story, and the head of the clan, Silas, disappeared somewhere for a while. But at the critical moment he returned, and his kingdom was unimaginably high. He resorted to radical measures to regulate the situation. It is said that Silas accidentally found himself in an ancient secret kingdom, where he was given the opportunity to rise, the Starry Sky clan was saved, and it became the new venue for the great gathering. The possibilities of the secret kingdom are terrifying, Zhao replied. Yes, and among the greatest prizes of the collection is considered to be the key to the tomb of the Jade Emperor, Frank added. The person who gets this key will become unimaginably strong, and after the winner is determined, the world will change radically. There are many brilliant people among the participants. It seems that the battle for the key will not be easy. Only one person was not interested. Alan was reading some strange book. Sam became interested in what kind of book on cultivation the hero was reading. Was he really so focused on studying the art of wielding a blade? Taking a closer look, they saw the inscription on the book. Sister Cultivation, Special Edition. The boys were disappointed, so that's what kind of books he reads. Well, in principle, nothing else could be expected from the weakest student. Suddenly, a strange energy appeared near the squad, which was immediately felt by Hannah and Alan. Warning! Demonic energy nearby. At that very moment, the energy took shape. It was the Blood Moon Demon Wolf. Frank, seeing the monster, warned that the power of the demonic wolf exceeds the power of the Purple Palace, so they should be careful. Only together they can win. The squad understood the order and launched a joint attack on the enemy. Chains of energy began to appear around the demonic wolf's neck. The chains then took shape and held the monster firmly in place, at which point Hannah jumped up to attack. Seeing the nimble girl, the wolf formed a demonic ball with his mouth. Hannah was surprised by this attack. After all, the wolf used the ability. They can't do that. The monster split into 5 parts. Each part attacked the students, but they successfully fought them off. Suddenly, the wolf pounced on Alan, but the hero easily jumped into the air, dodging the attack. Suddenly, Alan noticed a strange formation in the monster's body that was emitting energy. At that moment, Hannah came to his aid, protecting her comrade. The wolf was struck by the combined attack and disappeared into thin air. Having finished off the last copy, Frank asked the squad if they were all safe. Jay replied to the elder that they were fine. It had appeared too suddenly, Frank noted, and was probably created by someone, so they had to hurry. But Alan was against it. There was something wrong here. He grabbed Hannah's hand abruptly. He pulled her towards him. The girl did not understand what her brother was doing to her. Using his senses, Alan saw a blood moon demon wolf in the girl's chest, but how it got there was unclear. Letting go of Hannah's hand, Alan smiled and said that nothing had happened. He just decided to check her wounds because he was worried about her health. Since no one is injured, let's continue on our way, the elder suggested. Did I really just imagine it all? But then why such strange feelings, the hero thought. I hope nothing happens at the meeting. A few hours later, the squad arrived at the residence of the Starry Sky clan. The students were happy. They had finally arrived. They were also amazed by the majestic statues at the entrance. Alan was also slightly amazed. This clan really deserves to be in the top 3. Suddenly, the students heard someone's footsteps approaching. A guy with blue hair ran towards them, asking for forgiveness for being late because he was responsible for the guests. It was a disciple of the Starry Sky clan who was ranked last in the strength table. He extended his hands, which contained blue stones, and said that this spiritual jade was given to all participants in the competition. Each student took 1 stone in their hands, but Alan didn't like something about all this. His thoughts were distracted by Hannah, who handed him a stone. Looking at the stone, Alan suddenly felt a strange, barely perceptible energy. It was a demonic trace, but where did it come from in jade? The escort asked the squad to follow him. He would lead them to the viewing platform in the arena. A few minutes later, our heroes arrived at the arena of the Starry Sky clan. The guy led them to the observation deck intended for the Sword clan. Then he suddenly ran away, saying that he still had unfinished business. Alan found this guy's behavior strange. He overheard a conversation between other students who were rude to a weak student. Apparently, he was not welcomed here. Suddenly, the silhouette of the head of the Starry Sky clan appeared in the air. It was Silas, a handsome, smiling guy with white hair, and quite handsome in appearance. Silas said that from now on, the students represent not only themselves, but the entire clan in these competitions, and he hopes that they will show themselves in all their glory. The clan leader began to announce the participants of the competition to the cheers of the crowd. The Purple Spirit clan, whose representatives were Sarah and Brian. The second clan was the Shen clan, whose representative was Alex, a muscular man with red hair. I wish all participants good luck, Alex shouted. I think our clan will definitely take at least 2nd place. The third clan was the Huan clan, whose representative was the beautiful girl Arya. The 4th clan was the Sword clan, represented by our heroes, Hannah, Zhao, Bill, Sam, and Alan. All the spectators chanted the names of their favorite clans. Alan quietly read his book, thinking that most of the clans were more or less well known, and it seemed that if he was careful, there wouldn't be any problems. And another invited clan, Silas announced. The Palace of Heavenly Illusions will be at the competition. Alan even stood up from the podium after hearing about this clan. After all, it was in that clan that spectacular beauty was located. Lisa was also here, representing her clan of the Palace of Heavenly Illusions. The audience couldn't believe that this clan really existed. They were surprised. Alan and Lisa's eyes met, and the girl smiled and waved at him. Remembering the last meeting, Alan hid his special issue in his pocket just in case. Sam leaned over to Bill and asked why that girl had said hello to him. Did Bill really know her? The guy replied that he had thought the same thing about Sam. Hannah noticed this too and walked sharply towards Alan. Why are you suddenly so tense? Do you know this girl? Alan hesitated and timidly replied that he didn't know who she was. Meanwhile, Silas decided to make another announcement, saying that everyone knew that the reward would be the key to the tomb of the Jade Emperor. And in addition, there will be a prize for third place, a bracelet of the demonic moon, and for second place, a pearl of the fire star. The audience was delighted with such cool awards. The competition will be held in 2 stages, Silas said. The first battle is about to begin. Everyone will be given their own number. Suddenly, Alan felt a vibration in his hand. A certain number will appear in the jade in your hands. People with the same numbers enter the competition. The first stage is open. The heroes looked at their numbers and were glad that they did not find the same ones, which meant that they would not compete against each other in the first round. Suddenly, a subordinate approached Silas and said that all clan members had successfully spread the energy of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf. But something had happened. So what happened to you? This man is from the Sword Clan. His body did not allow the energy to pass through. It just so happened that the energy simply evaporated from his stone. Well then, let someone take care of him, Silas replied. The traitor, watching the arena, was glad that so far everything was going according to his plan. The girl began to announce the first duel, in which Min from the Starry Sky clan would compete. Suddenly, she faltered when she saw the second name. It was Tongue of the Starry Sky clan, the same weak guy who greeted the guests. Well, the Starry Sky clan is unlucky, Sam said. They say Min is considered a true disciple, but Tongue is the last among the laggards. Hannah turned to Alan and asked what he thought about the fight. Who would win? But suddenly she saw that her friend had fallen asleep while reading a book and was not even listening to her. Hannah realized that her brother was apparently not interested in this competition. Min entered the battlefield and prepared for battle. Tun also jumped into the arena. Min told the guy that winning would be as easy as killing a mosquito, but he would still have to work hard. The man swore that he would not give any concessions to his clansmen. Tung gritted his teeth and said he was willing to at least try. What? Trash, how dare you challenge me? If you're so eager to die, since you desire death so much, I will give it to you. Lightning attacks were directed at the guy, but he dodged them. Suddenly, Min appeared behind Tung, and it seemed like the fight was about to end before it even began. But the boy used Star Flare and dodged the enemy's attack. Min just grinned maliciously. At that moment, the real Min appeared next to the guy. He hit Toon with a powerful blow, causing the boy to lose a lot of blood and fly a long distance. Min appeared like lightning above the flying Tung and kicked him in the stomach with all his might, sending him to the ground. Min laughed and said that the boy had wished for it himself. He used Star Wave and finished off the falling guy with a pillar of energy. At that moment, the weakest student experienced hellish pain. The fight was over. Toon lay on the ground almost unconscious. The referee announced the end of this match. The winner of it is Min of the Starry Sky clan. It was too violent, Zhao said. Hannah was angry. She didn't understand how this Min could treat his comrade so cruelly. It seems that the internal friction of the Starry Sky clan is much more serious than I thought, Alan noted. It's so good that he was reborn in the Sword Clan. The judge looked at the schedule and began to announce the next fight. Next on the list were Hannah from the Sword Clan and Alex from the Fen Clan. Alex, as soon as he heard his name, immediately descended into the arena like a superhero. Finally, it was my turn. My fists were seriously missing the battles. And why wasn't I called earlier? Oh, Dark Dragon, dozing on the fiery bed of the lotus. Please give me strength. Get rid of all my enemies. Sam, watching this character, decided that apparently this guy was not all right in the head. Zhao also understood this, so he told Hannah not to worry. She would definitely defeat such a fool. Suddenly, Alan called out to Hannah. Be careful. Don't look at his behavior. He is much stronger than it may seem at first glance. The girl thanked her brother and said that she would never lose. Hannah appeared on the battlefield. Girl, if you surrender now, your face will remain whole and unharmed. If not, then the Lord of Flame will get rid of you. Before Alex could finish speaking, he saw Hannah's huge cut flying towards him. An explosion thundered in the place where the fiery warrior stood, and the arena shook. Fight, stop talking nonsense, said the stern girl. And it turns out that you are a villain. How dare you interrupt my magnificent speech? If everyone were decent, the world wouldn't be in such chaos, Hannah answered him, directing another attack at the guy. The girl's cuts transformed into waves of energy that headed towards the enemy. Suddenly, Alex screamed and his body was covered in flames. Hannah was surprised to see this. The flame protected the boy like a barrier, and her attacks were unable to harm him. But the villainess turned out to be weak, Alex shouted. You will know better than to doubt my great power." At that very moment, Hannah felt her body frozen in flames and she couldn't move. And the great warrior was already heading towards her with his fiery attack. The air grew hotter from Alex's speed. Hannah also stood motionless. It seemed as if the end had come for her. "How you irritate me," she said quietly. In an instant, a whirlwind engulfed her, and she was freed from her shackles. The whirlwind of energy was so powerful that Alex was sent flying. The warrior girls watching the fight nodded approvingly at Hannah's success. Alex braced himself to avoid falling. He became more and more serious. The guy said that he didn't think that the girl would be so strong. She impressed him. Hannah told him that she thought the guy would be more serious. "In that case, our battle will soon come to an end," Hannah shouted and used her sword technique, 9 swings. A wave of energy struck the guy, but suddenly he began to dissolve into thin air. Was it really a clone? Suddenly, Hannah saw blue petals flying in the air. "The main character is destined to become great, and the villain will die," said Alex, appearing dramatically behind the girl. Hannah tried to catch the enemy again, but her energy simply hit the blue flame, which then dissolved into thin air. "The fire cannot be cut," Alex shouted. Blue flames like blades tried to catch Hannah, but she jumped back, dodging him. It was a trap. The girl stood exactly where Alex wanted and was surrounded by blue flames. In him, she saw a fiery warrior who asked her how she liked this style of play. Alex calls it divine flame. The fire of justice will strike everything around. Despite his obvious mental problems, he definitely has potential, Frank said, and the boys meanwhile began to worry about their sister. Everyone was worried except Alan, who was reading his special issue. He just knew that Hannah would never lose. The girl's energy gradually decreased. She couldn't believe that she would lose. How could her spiritual blade power give in to some flame? But the answer came by itself, Hannah reassured herself. Because she couldn't lose while Alan was looking at her. Closing her eyes, Hannah felt completely at peace. And then she saw something, as if great gates were opening before her. Is this a blade breakthrough? The air is getting heavier. Opening the doors a crack, Hannah felt the right energy and understood everything. "Well, the time has finally come," Alan said while reading the book. The vortex sparked. Hannah's blue energy changed to gold and began to absorb Alex's flame. Frank couldn't believe his eyes. He knew what it was. This is the unity of man and blade. The blade of the heart. The audience was shocked because the girl is so young and was able to reach such heights. "You say you stand for justice? But do you know what that is?" Hannah said, looking at her opponent with sparkling eyes. "It seems you are decent too," Alex replied. "Now I am starting to respect our battle. Now it's my turn to make a move." Hannah also did not stand aside and rushed towards the enemy. "Well then, take it." The girl screamed and dealt a lot of blows. Her movements were so fast that it was hard to follow. Alex also used 2 types of flame at once and rushed at the enemy. 2 powerful forces crashed into each other. Dust rose and nothing could be seen. Some of the residents trembled, afraid of danger. "Are these their true powers?" "You have excellent skills," Alex said. "Your fire is not bad either," Hannah replied. "Well, who won? Who won?" Alan just smiled slightly. He already knew everything. In an instant, Alex's body was covered in blood and he screamed, falling to the ground. The competition between the Fen clan and the Sword clan has ended, and Hannah from the Sword clan has won. Silas was surprised. The girl truly had a wonderful talent. What a pity that all their lives will end here. A few minutes later, Alex was carried away on a stretcher to the infirmary, and Hannah also came to receive treatment. The healer said that the girl had minor wounds. She introduced healing spiritual power. Hannah would soon recover. The girl thanked the doctor for his work. At that moment, Alan was watching all this from the stands. He recognized this energy. By healing, they only stimulate the demonic energy in their bodies. That dark core turned out to be demonic. Suddenly, Hannah heard a male voice calling her. It was Brother Alan. The girl was happy to see her friend. While she was asking why he came, Alan quickly approached her. The guy grabbed her hand abruptly. He squeezed her hand tightly and pulled her towards him, which surprised the girl. Lisa watched all this from the stands. She seemed to be jealous of Hannah. The girl thought that the two were dating. Hannah felt the gaze too. The girl did not understand why this man was watching her so intently. At this moment, Alan quietly used his ability. He passed the energy through Hannah's hand and struck straight into the heart of the demonic infection. He destroyed the nascent demon in his sister's soul. Now everything will be fine. "Young man, do you have any problems?" said the doctor, who suddenly approached. "Hey brother, what's wrong?" Hannah said, abruptly removing her hand from Alan. The girl blushed, but it seemed like she didn't mind. The hero answered the doctor that he was simply worried that his sister might be hurt. It was a small test. "Don't worry," the woman replied. We will take good care of every participant in the competition. Okay, I believe that you can handle it, and even better than me. Well, since everything is fine with my sister, we'll leave. Alan and Hannah passed by Alex, who stood up with difficulty and asked them to stop. You're a good opponent, so take care of your injuries, Alex said in his usual manner, looking forward to the continuation of this fateful duel. I think you did a good job during the round too, the heroes answered him without much enthusiasm. Interesting, first monsters and then demons. It seems like the Starry Sky clan didn't care much about safety. We need to be on guard. The guys returned to the stands, and the referee announced the next match. The next battle will be between Zhao of the Sword Clan and Caleb of the Jangi clan. These two were true disciples of their clan, and since they were, Zhao suggested getting straight to the point. Caleb supported this proposal. He instantly charged at his opponent using a huge spear. Zhao also used a whirlwind of blades. The only sound in the air was the clanging of metal. Their speed was high and it was difficult to follow them. The audience was delighted. No one expected anything less from true disciples. Caleb used the heart trace, summoning the ghost of war. A huge projection of energy appeared on the battlefield and immediately dealt a devastating blow to Zhao. The guy didn't dodge and blood poured out of his mouth. But it was a trick. Copies of Zhao appeared on the battlefield. The spirit of war continued to attack Zhao, but he only dodged using clones. Hannah was worried because Zhao's kingdom was lower than Caleb's. Would he really lose? But Alan said that this is not so. He feels that not all is lost. Very soon the guy will prove himself. Caleb tried to persuade Zhao to accept defeat because their forces were unequal. But Zhao is not so easy to take. Relax, it's just an opponent who is slightly stronger than me. What would Hannah do in my place? It's complicated and troublesome, but you can show soft power. Using the blade's intent, everything can work out. So, I need to use the blade's intent. Now I understand everything. Zhao's energy suddenly increased and he was engulfed in a whirlwind of energy. Caleb knew things were bad, but Zhao had already prepared to attack, summoning the blade's intent. A huge wave of energy immediately rushed towards the spirit of war. Caleb commanded the ghost to protect him. There was an explosion that shook the entire arena. The shockwave also affected the spectators. The wind obscured their view and they couldn't see anything. Once again, it was not clear who won. The brothers panicked. But Alan wasn't worried because he already knew who the winner was. Caleb was kneeling in a pool of blood, saying that he would not give up easily. But the fight was already over. The spectators were jubilant. The students of the Sword Clan were showing themselves in all their glory. They must be clear contenders for victory. The first round is over. Zhao climbs up to the observation deck and thanks Hannah for the victory. The girl did not understand what he meant. And Zhao explained that the thing was that her skill with the blade impressed him, and he used exactly the same method. Well, if that's the case, then you should thank Alan, not me, because he actually inspired me to use the blade's intent. Meanwhile, the referee announced the next fight. Next up is Alan from the Sword Clan against Ethan of the Huang Clan. The fight begins. The fight was announced, and at that moment, Alan thought about the fact that it was impossible to get injured in the competition. Otherwise, the healers from the Starry Sky Clan will bring in demon energy when healing. But if the victory is too easy, the elders will start giving out more quests in the future. He stood in thought in the arena. His opponent Ethan, seeing this, suggested to start first. But Alan didn't react. This confused Ethan. He thought that the hero was behaving this way because he looked down on him. Meanwhile, the hero was thinking about what he should do. Maybe summon the 4 sacred beasts? No, that would be too powerful. Then maybe use talismans or a purple dragon? But he knew for sure that he shouldn't use fencing. Ethan was annoyed. He couldn't understand what this guy was doing. The competition had already started and he still wasn't moving. Maybe he was building up the blade's power. No, Ethan hadn't heard of Alan doing that. In the end, he decided to start by asking Alan why he wasn't paying attention to him. The energy Ethan created turned into a spear and rushed towards the hero. Finally, Alan had an idea. As he dodged the attack, he realized that he had to be neither too weak nor too strong. Ethan was surprised to see this movement. If it weren't for that half step, my blow would have reached him. The guy thought, this impudent guy didn't even strain himself. My trick looked too careless for him. It's definitely not that simple. At that moment, Alan snapped his fingers, calling his friend. In an instant, Gwyneth appeared in the air. The sweet little spirit was very happy to see its owner and immediately climbed up to hug him. Alan asked her to wait a little. This scene looked very strange to Ethan. He saw Alan standing and saying something. Who is he talking to? Is he casting some kind of secret spell? In fact, if Gwyneth doesn't want it, no one will be able to see her. Alan told the girl that it is possible to win by a small margin, without getting hurt at all. The most important thing is not to show your true strength. The hero turned to Ethan and saw that he was shaking all over. The guy was surprised and did not understand why he was so scared because he had not done anything yet. Hannah wondered why Alan didn't attack. But it wasn't just her. The spectators also didn't understand what was happening. The fight had already started a long time ago. Why were these two just standing there? At that moment, Gwyneth suddenly appeared behind Ethan, and the guy felt an ominous chill behind him. He was horrified. Could this cold really be the energy of Alan's blade? In his mind, Alan was a powerful villain with a demonic aura. While Ethan stood and trembled, Alan turned away. He thought that he would fight lightly at first, using Gwyneth as an assistant, and then use a trick to get closer to victory. The cunning man calculated everything perfectly. Suddenly, Ethan gathered his resolve and declared that despite their difference in strength, he still would not give up. The audience was delighted to finally see some movement, but such furious ardor did not please Gwyneth. She jumped on Ethan and kicked him in the butt. Ethan turned around in shock and didn't understand what hit him. The audience began to whisper, because Alan hadn't done anything to hit Ethan? They were scared. They assumed that Alan's power was so terrible that he could deliver invisible blows. At that moment, Ethan looked at Alan and understood everything. According to legend, a person can achieve great success in fencing, and at a certain level, he can tear an enemy to pieces before he even realizes it. Ethan trembled even more as he realized that someone was attacking him. Does he really want to punish me? I need to do something, otherwise it's the end for me. Ethan threw his weapon sharply to the ground. Then, to the hero's surprise, he shouted that he surrendered. What? I didn't even have time to strike. Why did you decide to give up? Suddenly, Alan heard the audience whispering. They also did not understand why Ethan decided to abruptly give up. Ethan must have realized something, and that's why he gave in. Why do I have such strange feelings? Am I in an illusion? I wonder, Lisa said, watching the fight. He won so quickly? Did he really put him in an illusion? Alan beckoned Gwyneth to him with a slight movement of his hand. The girl flew up to him, and Alan scolded her a little because he hadn't given any sign yet, and she was already rushing to attack. Okay, next time be more careful? Ethan only heard these words. So I need to be careful. Now I will definitely be like that. How good it is that I decided to give up. Arya smiled. She found Alan quite interesting. The girl said that she remembered him and would look forward to their battle. So his name is Alan. Looking at the hero, said Min. I didn't think that the Sword Clan would have such outstanding personnel. I would like to know more about him. Oh God of Fire on the Lotus, this battle shook the spirit world. Alex shouted. Alan seems to be not bad either. I never noticed it before, Frank said. Is he really that strong? It seems he needs to be given more difficult tasks now. Sam asked Hannah what kind of powerful technique Alan used. Brother Alan's actions are unpredictable, the girl answered timidly. I couldn't see anything either. In fact, Gwyneth allows her to see herself, and Hannah saw the girl's attack. The referee declared the end of the fight, and Alan won. No way! It looks like this is the dark horse of the Sword Clan. It looks like he is their trump card. This cultivator is terrifying. Looks like I'll have to be careful with it in the future. Alan heard all these cries, and at that moment he realized that his reputation was over. The battles continued all day long, and the judge announced the 15th battle between Lee of the Ghostgate clan and Bill of the Sword Clan. In this battle, Bill emerged victorious, putting his sword to his opponent's face. In the 20th round, Sam from the Sword Clan played, and he also defeated his opponent. By the evening, the first stage of the competition began to come to an end. The spectators were amazed that Sam, who specializes in fencing, mastered the combined art. He could use both talismans and a sword. No one thought that Sam and Bill would also show themselves brilliantly. It seems that the Sword Clan is really prepared. Meanwhile, on the Sword Clan stand, Bill and Sam were approaching Alan. We only won thanks to the talismans you gave us, said the enthusiastic students. Brother Alan, if you have any tasks, you can safely rely on us. Alan told his friends to remember their promise. The judge announced the final battle. It will be between Lisa from the Heavenly Illusion Clan versus Sarah from the Purple Spirit Clan. The hero was glad that this was the last battle. Meanwhile, Hannah wanted to watch the illusionists fight. Lisa gracefully appeared on the battlefield. Sister Sarah, I have heard a lot about you. I have long wanted to enter into battle with you. Mistress Lisa, I also wanted to fight you. It's time to start. Your palace has always been abstracted from the world, so let's see what you're worth. After these words, Sarah rushed towards the enemy. Lisa just smiled slightly and petals flew from her sleeves. Two powerful energies collided with each other. Suddenly, Sarah saw those very abilities. The image cracked before her eyes, as if Lisa was standing in many mirrors. Sarah waved her weapon and didn't understand why she couldn't see where Lisa was. The girl did not believe that she would not be able to break through the illusions. Having broken another mirror, she suddenly saw her opponent. She was there. Sarah slammed her staff into the ground, and her energy blew apart the illusory glass like a whirlwind. The girl, taking advantage of the moment, immediately tried to grab Lisa. But this was another trap of the insidious illusionist, who only mocked the enemy. She activated her technique, and then Sarah felt her consciousness become clouded. Looking at her hands, she realized that she hadn't even moved. Suddenly, Lisa appeared behind her, telling the girl not to underestimate her enemy. Lisa pointed to the sky and told the girl to look at the lovely moon. Sarah slowly looked up and saw something. There were many moons in the sky, and Sarah herself seemed to be floating in space. She was trapped, and here all her powers became meaningless. In the real world, viewers saw Sarah standing and shaking, and Lisa radiating energy with her technique. They were amazed that Sarah didn't even have time to attack, but had already fallen into the illusionist's trap. Brian was upset. He was worried about his sister, and he was also saddened by the fact that he too could not see the illusion. Zhao turned to Alan and asked what he thought of the fight, but Alan only briefly replied that it was difficult for him to say. Is it difficult? Maybe there was no illusion at all? Even you find it difficult to predict the outcome? No, it's just time to end the workday so I won't know what will happen next. According to Western time, Alan should already be returning from work, so he hurried away. Lisa decided to end the fight. She slowly walked towards her opponent and said that she had lost. The girl put her fingers to her lips and blew Sarah a kiss. At that moment, the purple fighter fell to the ground. I admit, Lisa, you are very strong, Sarah answered, swallowing air with difficulty. Watching the fight, Hannah smiled, because she saw another worthy opponent. A person does not even have time to realize when he falls into her illusions. Suddenly, Lisa turned to her and said that she would be looking forward to their fight. These words surprised Hannah, and she felt a little embarrassed. The judge declared Lisa the winner. The first round was finally over. She asked the students to return to the residences for rest. A little later, Alan was in his space and asked the Phoenix what he thought about today's events. Sir, are you talking about the demons of the Starry Sky clan? Yes, these techniques are quite difficult to see. It was impressive, wasn't it? This energy was very similar to the energy of the Demon Lord, if I remember correctly. About 90% of the participants were injured in today's battle. Therefore, the Starry Sky clan can safely take advantage of this situation, said the Phoenix. To plant the seeds of demonic energy, the master should be more careful. In fact, Alan felt an unimaginable demonic energy in the entire clan. Was he really captured? What were they planning to do? Meanwhile, Silas asked Min what he thought about today's battles. Chief, I've been watching every battle closely except for Hannah. No one else deserves your attention. I think the head's plan will be implemented without problems. Everything is ready. Tomorrow they will all die, the judge also reported. Great. Everything is going according to plan. After we finish everything, there will be no need to be ashamed of the ancestors of the Starry Sky clan. Our sacred sacrifice begins. Well, you need to be careful with the Starry Sky clan, Alan thought after hearing the Phoenix's opinion. Listen, Phoenix, I have some task for you. Alan explained the mission to the bird, and the Phoenix turned around, said that he understood everything and flew away. The hero began to form energy. He decided that it was time for him to get down to business too. After all, he still hasn't caught anything from the river. So, will he really be left without a catch today? At this time, there was a sacred turtle in the water who decided to help his master. She stopped a passing fish and pushed it towards the hook. Alan, feeling the bite, jerked the rod sharply and saw the long-awaited reward. The turtle surfaced and was glad that she had finally managed to help the master. The other sacred beasts were furious because the turtle used a dirty trick, and they also wanted to help the master. The second stage of the competition began the next day. This is a secret treasure that our leader obtained in his youth. It is called the Mirror of the Stars and the Moon, the judge said. Once it absorbs your energy, a double will immediately be created. And even if he dies in battle, you will only lose part of the memories he received, nothing more. So you can fight at full power, so no one will die. Hannah was happy about this competition, because this way everyone could use all their strength and no one would get hurt. To keep other students from losing heart, it was decided to allow all those who dropped out to participate in this competition. Of course, yesterday's winners will be awarded about 10 points by default, but the losers will not receive such bonuses. The eliminated participants were happy that they would be able to take part again, because they would be able to try once again to show what they are capable of. The Mirror of the Stars and the Moon is divided into 4 areas, the judge continued. The participants are distributed randomly, and the performance can be watched in front of the clan building. And now all students are invited to come closer to the mirror. We will continue our competition in the secret world. Looking forward to your brilliant performances. Only in a real fight can one see the true strength of a person, said one of the participants and hurried to the mirror. Gentlemen, I do not intend to lose. The other students followed him, and Hannah called for Alan to follow them as well. Alan agreed, but first he decided to do a little preparation. Using a secret spell, he and the girl went inside. As soon as they touched the mirror, the judge immediately felt something. She didn't understand what just happened. The spiritual power failed. Could it be that someone truly powerful entered there? Well, my strength has been fully restored, Alan thought as he arrived at the place. Fortunately, at the moment when I almost entered, I managed to suppress my energy. The current strength is estimated to be the 4th level of the Immortal Palace limit. You need to be more careful. At the same time, outside the Secret Kingdom, Silas watched the battle begin. He was looking forward to the quick implementation of the plan. There wasn't much time left. Suddenly, the audience saw a familiar figure. It was the same guy who defeated Ethan. What was he doing? Why is he climbing the tree? Does he want to get into the hollow? If I understand correctly, he wants to hide. But he defeated his opponent before the competition began. Is he really preparing an ambush? Yes, Alan was indeed a very cunning guy. So he simply fell into the hollow and covered his face with leaves. Now nothing would distract him from sleep. What? So he just went to bed? What is he doing? Well, Alan, what a shame, Frank said, clutching his head. You'll pay for it after the competition. However, the head of the Starry Sky clan was on guard because he noticed something strange. Why didn't this guy fall under the influence of the secret realm? Meanwhile, inside the Secret Kingdom, Alan was already ready to fall asleep. Suddenly, he heard a woman scream, calling someone a pervert. The girl was arguing with some guy. They couldn't decide who their rival was. Apparently, Alan won't be allowed to rest in peace. If you want to fight a disciple of the Sword Clan, then find someone else, Alex shouted to the girl. But she tried to attack the guy, but her power hit the tree where Alan was sleeping, destroying his overnight stay. What the hell? The hero shouted, and the 3 fighters turned around, hearing the guy's voice. Let her take care of the God of Flame, Alex said. Come on, Alan, engage her in battle. Arya was fine with this arrangement. She wanted to fight Hannah, but she was also interested in the second member of the Sword Clan. The girl did not wait, and immediately attacked the hero with an ability called Sea Breeze. Alan ducked and said he wouldn't run away in front of his sister. Since it's time to work, it's time to have some fun. The hero prepared his sword and jumped towards the enemy. Arya immediately blocked the lightning attack. The air was filled with the sounds of battle and the clash of swords. Well, now we can focus on our fight, Alex said. May the light of the flame god shine and illuminate us. He jumped into the air and sent 3 fireballs at Hannah, but the girl did not want to lose in front of her brother. She used the breakthrough and repelled the attack. Then she approached the enemy with lightning speed. The second group of fighters also exchanged abilities. The battle in the mirror began. Hannah concentrated her energy, calling upon the power of the blade. In an instant, the girl's wave rushed towards Alex, engulfed in blue flame. The boy deftly controlled his power. The flames swirled and began to take shape. It took the form of a dome, which blocked the girl's attack. Hannah's energy dissipated, but Alex remained unharmed. As soon as the dome disappeared, she saw Alex's smug face. Well, finally he started acting seriously. Hannah, I recognize you as a strong opponent, Alex said, so I will release all my power. After these words, the boy's flame took the form of snakes and rushed towards the girl. Hannah deftly repelled the enemy's attacks, but this time it was more difficult to fight them off. Had he really become stronger? Feeling that the blows were becoming more and more difficult to parry, Hannah decided to jump into the air and dodge. Hearing a crash behind him, Alan realized that his sister was in danger. Therefore, he telepathically told the girl to direct the blade's energy with her mind. It will help her cope with her troubles. Focus on me during the battle, Arya shouted, sending a wave of energy at Alan. The wave crashed into the hero, cutting him in half. But instead of blood, Arya saw many talismans. Illusion? You deceived me! The rules don't say I can't do that, Alan replied, appearing behind the girl. This trick angered the warrior. She rushed at the hero with fury, but Alan repelled the attack by asking why Arya was angry. Meanwhile, Hannah thought about her brother's words. She had not been able to fully comprehend that technique before, but this time she understood what needed to be done. Hannah used Blade Intent, and in an instant, golden energy was released and pierced the head of the flame snake. Are you trying to stop me from dancing? Alex asked. Your power makes my blood boil. At that moment, the air became colder and red snowflakes appeared in the sky. Unexpectedly, the fiery guy began to be covered in ice. He used a new ability, Ice Lotus. But Hannah had an answer to his abilities. Her powerful ability, Blade Intent. Ice Dance and Divine Seal collided with each other. A monstrous explosion thundered, and the treetops flew in all directions. While dodging Arya's attack, Alan suddenly felt something. Well, it won't be easy for her, the guy thought. After all, right now his sister is very tense. Alan began to suspect something, looking at the fury with which the three fighters fought. At the same time, spectators behind the barrier watched a fierce battle. Why are they more aggressive than usual? They are usually completely different. What happened? The elder of the Heavenly Illusion Palace clan became worried. This reminded her very much of their clan's illusion. Is there something wrong with this secret kingdom? Suddenly, someone banged their fist on the podium. The disciples are so angry, this is not normal. Elder Shen shouted. What happened there? We demand an explanation. There is no way to get any real injuries there, the judge replied, so they fight with all their might. Besides, everyone wants to show off their clan's strength, so please don't worry so much. Some of the spectators thought that this made sense, but the Illusion Clan elder was still worried. The ominous feeling kept leaving her. She hoped that she was just imagining it. Suddenly, one of the spectators noticed something. He pointed to the mirror and asked other viewers to pay attention to it. Look, among the fighters there is one who is not at all passionate about the battle. Alan levitated in the air, and Arya seemed to boil at his impudence. How long are you going to keep dodging? Arya screamed. Alan, looking into the girl's eyes, realized that the secret kingdom was gradually destroying their minds. Something needed to be done urgently. The judge became worried. She didn't understand why this guy was still conscious. Here he goes again, Silas said, looking at the mysterious hero. Is this guy really our exception? He called the maid and gave her an order. The girl should inform Min to start the task as soon as possible. Today, all these students will become victims of the Demon Lord. Meanwhile, inside the secret kingdom, a fierce battle continued. Alex used ice shackles. Flames mixed with ice rushed towards Hannah. Like a huge hand, Alex's power grabbed the girl. It's such an amazing energy, you just want to soak it up, Hannah said ominously. Suddenly, the ice began to crack. Alex was surprised to see this. His power burst and shattered into tiny pieces. It's so joyful to be back home, Hannah cried, her soul as if it had crossed heaven and earth. Now taste my true power, said the girl, and called upon a flow of energy. A golden beam shot towards Alex as if the sun was falling on him. This attack was called Blade Burial. The guy tried to defend himself, but such an attack could not be contained. The bloodied student fell to the ground. Hannah's eyes became more sinister. And now I want to kill you, the girl screamed and prepared for the decisive attack. At this time, Alan defended himself from Arya's attacks. Suddenly, he felt this aura. Sister, pull yourself together, the hero shouted. These words distracted Hannah and she turned around. Her eye color began to return. She couldn't understand where this bloodthirstiness came from. Suddenly, she felt pain in her hand. Things were bad. The blade's energy was too strong and beyond her control. She won't be able to contain it and stop the attack. The girl shouted at Alex to leave, but the guy realized that he wouldn't have time to dodge. Alan also realized that things were bad, but Hannah was too far away. At that moment, Arya tried to attack him, but the hero grabbed her weapon with his bare hands. Arya was surprised to see this. How is this possible? How did he suddenly become so much stronger? At that moment, Alan threw the girl away from himself. He touched his seal. Apparently, the time had come. Hannah can't take it. We need to save her. I'll have to show my true strength, Alan said and rushed towards the girl. At the same time, two figures met on the other side of the mirror. Silas's servant conveyed the message to Min from his master. The guy laughed. He stood next to the bloody student who was having difficulty breathing. Although it is impossible to die within the mirror, it is still possible to feel injuries. Min was glad that the plan had begun, but first he needed to deal with this problem. He looked at his opponent ominously. At that moment, the guy shouted that they were all participants in the competition. Why was Min doing this? At that very second, he was interrupted by 100 attacks tearing at his body. The bloody student could not understand where his energy had gone. Why he could not leave the confines of the mirror. Do you think you can escape? Min said, raising his blade above his head. It should be an honor for you to die at my hands. I will help you remember this day forever. At the same time, outside the mirror, the students' bodies felt a strong jolt and fell down dead. You can't be so fierce. The elder of the Fen clan, who was watching the battles from the stands, shouted, What is the plan of the Starry Sky? We demand an explanation. There everyone is on equal terms, the judge repeated. After the competition, the clan of the Starry Sky will explain everything to you. And if the students lose their lives while in the mirror, their deaths will not be counted in the real world, so there is nothing to worry about. At this time, in the mirror, the student was lying in a pool of blood and showed no signs of life. Two figures watched all this brutality. What's going on? Sam asked. Bill noticed that after the death of this student, his soul is in no hurry to leave his body. His soul is destroyed. It turns out that in this secret kingdom, one can still die. Suddenly, Sam heard the two talking, Min asking how things were outside. "Don't worry, brother," the maid replied. "The elders have placed a ban on the mirror. The clan representatives won't even understand that their students are dying for real. They won't even have time to say goodbye to their souls." "Excellent," Min replied. "We need to notify all members of the Starry Sky clan. Let them continue to wander inside the mirror and kill the participants. There should be as many victims as possible." Bill and Sam heard this whole conversation. In the end, they heard Ming say that the Demon Lord did not have long to wait. Hearing this phrase, they were overcome with horror. At this moment, they realized that the Starry Sky clan was in collusion with the Demon clan. Min went to look for the next victims, saying that no one would leave here alive. "The Great Meeting was another trap," Bill said, and the other participants needed to be warned. Meanwhile, Alan was flying towards Hannah. This time he could show his strength. But suddenly he felt something. Alan stopped abruptly, glad that he wouldn't have to fight, but Arya was already flying towards him. She didn't want to let her enemy escape. Hannah's attack hit Alex, but suddenly the glass cracked. Alex flew into the air as if he were a clone made of pink energy. The girl did not understand what was happening. She jumped back sharply from her opponent, who was engulfed in strange energy. Arya suddenly froze in midair as if she had been captured. All three fighters were motionless, and Alan decided to play along a little. "Oh, I can't move, I'm caught, how can I get out of this captivity?" Seeing this lousy acting, Lisa smiled. The illusion was dispelled. The fighters did not understand what had just happened. For a moment, it was as if they had lost their sight. Their conversation was interrupted by Lisa, who greeted everyone. "Did you use an illusion to stop us from attacking each other?" Hannah asked. Arya thanked the girl for her help. If it weren't for Lisa, all this could have led to irreversible consequences. But the loudest scream was from Alex, who told Lisa that she had saved his body and heart. He threw himself at her feet, saying that as a decent man he must now give his life to the girl. But Lisa was against it. But in his eyes, the girl was selfless and beautiful. A real modest goddess. The epitome of a well-mannered girl. Suddenly, Lisa asked the boys if they felt anything unusual before they lost control of themselves. Hannah thought. It seemed that suddenly her mental state had been undermined, and she became cruel and abnormal. Alan finished her thought by saying that it felt like someone was manipulating her, and the girl confirmed his words. "It seems that in this secret kingdom there is some kind of power that gives birth to a passion for murder in the hearts of people," said Lisa. "I suppose this matter has passed me by, because I have been trained in the management of illusions since childhood. But why did the Starry Sky clan send us to such a dangerous secret kingdom? In fact, ever since I entered the secret realm, I have sensed a faint demonic energy," Alan said. "I suspect that the Starry Sky clan holding the grand meeting has colluded with the Demon clan." The heroes were shocked. Could the Great Gathering really be a trap? But most of all, Alex didn't understand Lisa's words. He didn't understand why he didn't feel anything. Did he really have some kind of power like the illusionist, which also protects his body? "Yeah, that's probably the power of a moron," Arya told him. "Well, we are not the only ones who suffered. Other students also fell under the influence of this kingdom. We need to warn them about the impending danger as quickly as possible. Then it will still be possible to change the course of the game." Hannah took out her sword and began to draw a circle in the sand. "There are 4 regions in the mirror, north, south, west, and east. Let's divide." Arya liked this plan and decided to rush to help the other students. So, without thinking twice, she headed north. "Since I am the messenger of justice, I must try," Alex said. "The south and the sacred flame are an ideal combination, so I will go there." Finally, he asked Lisa not to worry about him. Lisa didn't seem to be planning on doing this. In the end, there were 3 people and 2 areas left. So 2 people must unite. Lisa asked Alan who he would choose. A difficult choice fell on the guy's shoulders, so he turned around and ran east, saying he had a couple more things to do. Hannah felt a little sad, because this was not the outcome she expected. In fact, Alan understood that if his sister was not around, it would be much easier for him to go about his business. In case of danger, he will be able to put in more effort to cope with everything. "In that case, let's go west," Lisa said. Suddenly, she took Hannah's hand and said that she would tell her a secret. "Actually, the reason I came to this event is because the Elder assigned me to investigate the prophecy. It's related to the Starry Sky clan, so I need to know everything about it. This prophecy consists of only 8 words. The stars will fall, and the sword will rush into the blue clouds." "Sword?" Hannah exclaimed. "Does the prophecy point to the rise of our clan?" "I don't know anything else, but the Elder told me something," Lisa answered. Hannah was eager to know what the Elder had told her. "She said that I would find out everything when the time came," the girl replied. Lisa grabbed Hannah's cheek, telling her that she was still very cute. The girls set off on their journey. They need to have time to notify everyone. After some time, they arrived to the west and saw bloody footprints. It looks like there was a battle here recently. The blood is fresh. They couldn't have gotten far. Suddenly, Hannah sensed an enemy. "Who's there?" The girl turned around and shouted, directing her energy at the enemy. Hannah's attack was aimed at the nearby rocks. The rock collapsed, and behind it appeared a figure engulfed in demonic energy. The unknown man said that he was very lucky to meet such beauties. So they really did conspire with the demons. "What are you planning?" Hannah said. But Lisa warned her partner to be careful because this stranger was stronger than them. "What are we planning?" "To sacrifice you, of course. It should be an honor for you to become victims for our master." The demon attacked the girls, but Hannah did not stand aside and use the art of eternal regret, the punishment of heaven. The man was surprised to see such power. An explosion thundered, destroying everything in the area. When the dust cleared, the girls saw a demon lying on the ground. He was bleeding, but still smiled evilly, and said that there was still time. "Unfortunately, your minds will not be able to understand the true power of demons," he said, and put his hand on his body and used healing. "You're a monster!" Hannah screamed as she saw all the wounds on his body disappear. He began to ascend into the sky covered in purple energy. Had he completely become a demon? The power overwhelmed him. His eyes turned white, and he screamed that mortals would never understand the power of demons. There was too much energy, and it suddenly grew and rushed towards the girls. "Watch out!" Lisa shouted and used her abilities. At that moment, the demon's energy overtook the girls, wounding them. The villain only laughed maliciously when he saw his opponents lying on the ground. But suddenly he noticed how the girls dissolved into thin air. He immediately realized that these were tricks of the Palace of Heavenly Illusions. Meanwhile, not far from the battle, two figures stood in the shadows. It was dangerous, Lisa said. She managed to use the illusion in time and protect them from death. Hannah also understood that a few more seconds and they would be dead. The demon, noticing the girls, told them not to waste their energy in vain. After all, they have nowhere to run. After these words, huge chains of demonic energy flew out of his hands. Hannah barely managed to dodge one of them, but the next chains were able to grab them. The girls were shackled, and in addition, this force absorbed their energy. Lisa realized that the gap in power was too great. "What's the matter? Not so brave anymore? It should be an honor for you to become victims for the demon sea otter. Is it really going to end here today?" But suddenly Hannah heard a familiar voice in her head. She remembered Alan's words, who asked her if the girl had forgotten her promise to protect everyone. In this vision, Hannah answered him that she would definitely keep her promise. Vowing that she would stop the demon clan, Hannah began to concentrate her power. Her sword, lying on the ground, began to tremble and fill with energy. The demon did not understand what was happening, because the girl was shackled. How could she use her power? "Blade's intent!" Hannah screamed and freed herself from the ill-fated bonds. The demon was still stunned, as another attack from Hannah was directed at him. This time he was unable to dodge, and a golden mass attack pierced his body. At the same time, in another part of the mirror in the east, Alan turned around and told the stranger to come out and not hide. The figure of the student came out from behind the tree and told the hero that he was funny. "How did you manage to notice me? Your demonic energy stinks terribly." "Too arrogant for a representative of the immortal palace," the demon replied. "Do you really think you can escape?" "And who said that I was going to?" Alan replied. "Let's chat instead. It's just working time now, and I'm not going to work overtime. And since I'm not going to work overtime, I'll give you a wonderful time now." Such pathetic words made the demon laugh. But at that very second, he saw a huge column of energy that was heading in his direction. The demon was no longer in the mood for laughter. The energy immediately pierced all of his organs and threw him back, destroying everything around him. Alan walked up to the cliff where the demon lay and said that he hated people who tried to throw extra work at him. "Haven't the demons figured it out yet? Or do you just like repeating yourself?" At the same time, inside the mirror, Brian and Sarah were defending themselves from the students who were engulfed in demonic energy. At the other end of the mirror, Bill and Sam were also attacked by students. "Silas, why are the disciples of the Starry Sky clan killing the representatives of other clans?" The elder shouted, turning to the clan leader. "Why are the true souls not returning? What does this mean?" "Haven't you figured it out yet?" Silas replied. "Today you will all die." "Those bastards, the Starry Sky clan tricked us," Frank said as he prepared to fight with the other elders. But suddenly he felt as if needles were piercing his entire body inside him. The elder could not understand why spiritual power was leaving his body right now. The elder of the Illusion Palace guessed that they had secretly been planted with demonic energy, and their spiritual power was now blocked. "You are well informed," said Silas, "but that will not save you. It's no wonder that the Starry Sky clan was able to rise so quickly. It turns out that you colluded with the demons. How could you do such a thing?" If you want to know, please watch the show to the end, Silas answered calmly. Don't worry. Your students won't last long, so you won't have to wait. Meanwhile, Alan realized that he needed to somehow notify everyone. After thinking for a while, a brilliant idea came into his head. The hero took a deep breath. Dear students, Alan shouted, and his cry began to spread throughout the mirror. The Starry Sky clan colluded with the Demon clan. This wave of sound passed over each student. Don't let yourselves get killed, and under no circumstances attack each other. Stay calm. Let's stand together. The voice reached Lisa and Hannah, and the girls immediately recognized it. Lisa noted that Alan was a good guy for coming up with such an interesting move, but it's too early to relax. Hannah said that apparently there are other students in the Secret Kingdom who are connected with the Starry Sky. So there is no point in chatting. You need to quickly go to other regions to find out how they can help. Now Alan was calm because every student would be able to help them. So now you can rest easy. But suddenly he heard someone asking for help. Save me! The figure behind Alan screamed. A girl ran to the hero, calling his name and begging for help. Alan was surprised that she knew him. At that moment, a demon appeared behind the girl. This is funny. Do you think a representative of the Immortal Palace will save you? The girl grabbed Alan, trembling. And the guy was not happy with the extra work. Starry Sky Clan, stop standing in my way. Drawing his sword, the hero sent a wave of energy at the enemy. A quick blow immediately struck down the weak opponent. Great. You've finally been found, Alan, said the girl, surprising the hero more and more, who didn't understand where she knew him from. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kathleen, a disciple of Tianji Pavilion. Tianji Pavilion? Alan was surprised. I doubt I am on good terms with the pavilion. I came to the great meeting specifically to find you. There is a very important event coming up in Tianji Pavilion. The master ordered me to tell you about it personally. Meanwhile, in another part of the mirror, Arya was surprised that Alan could use voice transmission. The fight with the Starry Sky clan has already begun. The heroes decided that it was time to end it. What? So you're planning to stop us? Suddenly, someone spoke from behind them. The heroes turned around and saw a familiar figure radiating demonic power. It was Ming, that cruel disciple from the Starry Sky clan. Do you really think that two mosquitoes can hinder our plan? This is ridiculous. Arya and Zhao immediately attacked the intruder, but Min just chuckled and said that they knew nothing about the demon clan. He focused the energy and fired it from his hand. There was a pop, and the energy of the two heroes dissolved into thin air. The shockwave from the dispersal was so strong that it knocked Arya and Zhao off their feet. Coughing, they rose from their knees. Arya said that this force was quite powerful. Min laughed even more ominously and shouted that now the weak students would see everything with their own eyes. Demonic energy was floating in the air and gathering in the guy's body, and a large seal appeared underneath him, drawn on the ground. This is a demonic formation. Bad, he's activating the summoning. He needs to be stopped. You will be sacrificed very soon. So are you eager to die? In that case, I will give you such an opportunity. The main character is already here. The familiar voice of an ardent fighter shouted, and the sacred fire stopped the demon's attack. Who is this? Min was surprised. Alex appeared before Arya and Zhao, like true heroes, at the very last and most important moment. Looks like I'm just in time, Starry Sky Clan boy. How dare you go wild? Today you'll feel the full force of my flames. He's going to summon the Demon Lord, Arya told her partner. Don't let him activate the formation. Alex told the girl that she could rely on him, and calling on the power of the Red Lotus, rushed towards the demon. Min laughed again and wanted to say something, but then he received a powerful blow to the face. The demon did not expect such an attack. At the very last moment, the power of the sun's heat intensified Alex's attack. The villain fell to the ground at great speed. I didn't expect you to have such a strong hand, Min said, rising to his feet. I didn't want to show my trump cards, but you forced me. His eyes turned red and his body became covered in black tattoos. At the same moment, a huge pillar of demonic energy came out of the guy. Energy overwhelmed him, and the villain shouted that it was time for them all to die. Meanwhile, Kathleen told the hero that according to the prophecy of the Tianji Pavilion, what happened in the Starry Sky Clan would affect the entire realm of immortals, and only a man from the Sword Clan can save them all. And that man is Alan. The hero was surprised to hear such words. After all, he was a mere mortal. There are so many great masters, why not find them? Isn't your prophecy too strange? Actually, I think so too, Kathleen replied. In any case, it's not all that important, you think too mediocrely. At this time, Alan tried to understand why the pavilion chose him. Did they really notice the removal of the seal then? You put yourself down too much, Kathleen said. Although I don't know why the prophecy chose you, it has never been wrong. If they say it's you, then it is so. It is inevitable anyway. So I advise you to cooperate with me. So what do you want from me? I need a blade. A blade? Alan asked, surprised. Yes, one blade. They say the previous Qing emperor was very skilled with his blade. Even though he only showed one movement, it was unsurpassed. But 10,000 years ago, a change occurred in the Sword Clan, causing this technique to be lost, and it was only recently discovered by the Pavilion Elder, and only Alan will be able to study it and prevent the Kingdom of Immortals from disappearing. The hero thought that if their kingdom fell, the clan would also have a hard time, and in order to continue working on his previous schedule, he needed to maintain balance. Well, then there will be a vacation. Yes, you definitely need to request a long vacation. So the hero agreed and said that he would study this technique. At the same time, inside the mirror, Min told the heroes that it was time to finish them off. Maybe it's time for the villains to stop saying the same thing over and over again? Haven't you come up with anything new? Alex said. Sinner, accept the righteous wrath of the protagonist, the fiery warrior shouted, preparing to attack. He used the Red Lotus dance and a whirlwind of bright flames rushed towards the enemy, but Min was able to block the attack with just one hand, saying that it was too weak. Then the flames dissipated and Alex saw a demonic flash flying towards him. The demon's power struck the hero, who did not have time to block. While Alex was stunned, Min approached him. He shouted that they would not be able to stand up to the demon clan and pushed Alex into the ground. What other protagonist? What kind of villain? The winner will be the one who manages to survive. Min was mocking the boy when suddenly behind him the little hero called the demon by name. It was Tung, a weakling from the Starry Sky clan, and when Ming saw his comrade, he ordered him to kill the rest. No, brother. Stop. If the demons come, will our people benefit? Will they be left with a plus from what is happening? The Starry Sky clan once saved my life. I don't want to watch them die. Well, now everything is clear, the villain answered, laughing. You were a weakling from the start. You deserve to be called a laggard. Are you sure you want to betray us? If so, it's absurd, Ming shouted and rushed towards Tung. The villain decided to cleanse the clan of traitors, but the guy was able to dodge the attack. Thun flew into the air and attacked his former brother's stars with his energy. So he was able to withstand the blow? Min was surprised. Apparently he was hiding his true strength. Brother, I don't want to watch demons destroy our world. Rage boiled in Ming's body. Do you think you can stand against me alone? The demon's power flew towards Tung like a whirlwind. But suddenly, a blue flash appeared behind Ming. The demon immediately turned around. The villain jumped into the air and barely managed to dodge the flying attack. And who said he was alone? There are still us, Lisa said. The girls came to help. Alex and Zhao were delighted to see powerful allies. Min was also happy. This was a great catch. He could destroy them all with one blow. The demon rushed towards the girls, and Hannah immediately used Blade Intent. Suddenly, a pink chakra wafted through the air. Mina seemed to see 3 times before his eyes. Hannah split into 3 parts at once and attacked him. But illusions are not scary to the demon. He released energy that was able to hit 3 clones at once. However, the real Hannah was already behind him. Do you really think that illusions can overcome me? The girl tried to attack. But at that moment, Min released a huge amount of energy and the shockwave threw her back. No matter how many ants come here, no one can stand against me. Hannah realized that things were bad. Min was going to summon the Demon Lord. Quite an interesting technique, said Alan, holding the book in his hand. It seems its creator, Emperor Qing, was not an ordinary person. But Kathleen was bothered by the fact that Alan was still just sitting there and hadn't started studying her yet. It was hard for her to realize that the future of the immortal world depended on this guy. I know you're worried, but you shouldn't do this. Alan tried to calm the girl down. Although he had not yet opened the book, he could already feel the familiar energy, as if he had met her somewhere before. Suddenly, the hero opened the Holy Scripture and began to quickly flip through page after page. Kathleen was surprised by such speed. Now there is no doubt, Alan really is the real man from the prophecy. Surprisingly, the hero suddenly felt that it was not he who was looking at the book, but the book that was looking at him. Alan seemed to be plunging inside, into a strange world. Is this the intention of the blade? In this amazing world, Alan noticed the figure of a man standing on the water. The man swung his blade and made just one movement. Alan realized that this was the same technique. It seemed to contain the power of heaven and earth capable of changing the course of history. Suddenly, the unfamiliar figure turned around and smiled, greeting the hero. Meanwhile, the demonic formation seal was gaining more and more power. Hannah knew she couldn't delay, so she asked the guys for help. She had one way, but she needed time. Suddenly, the girl heard someone calling her. It was Sam and Bill, who were already rushing to help their sister. The girl was happy to see the brothers. The guys said that they noticed how the energy was fluctuating here and immediately arrived. Zhao and Arya also stood up and swore that they would protect the girl. Lisa and Tung also did not stand aside. Hannah blushed slightly as she realized she had so many friends, but there was no time to waste. A whirlwind of golden energy began to gather around the girl. She was preparing to use her most powerful technique. Alex was the first to attack the enemy using the Fire Lotus. The flames danced as if they were dancing towards the powerful demon. But all this was useless. He had already absorbed a lot of strength and could easily repel attacks. But Alex is not the only one. Lisa and Tung have also concentrated their energy. Other fighters did not stand aside either. The heroes used a combined attack. Their powers intertwined and looked like a huge rainbow net. The net instantly bound Mina, but the demon was already too strong. "What a bunch of ants!" the villain shouted, tearing the net and releasing energy. With just one blow, he was able to push back all the heroes. "The Demon Lord will destroy you with one finger, you trash," Min shouted. But at that moment, Hannah's eyes began to open. The girl had enough time that her friends had bought her. It was time for the intent of the blade. A pillar of golden energy rose into the air, and Ming immediately felt this terrifying energy. Hannah screamed at the villain that his arrogance was over. She directed her attack at the enemy, which rushed towards him like a thunderous lightning spear. "Too bad, if she strikes, I'm finished." The demon tried to block this powerful chakra, but the lightning beam was too strong. His defense could not withstand such an onslaught. His strength was leaving him, and the demonic energy weakened. Hannah was stronger. The energy dissipated, and a hail of attacks from the best student fell upon the villain. After completing the ability, Hannah landed next to her friends, who were rejoicing in their victory. But suddenly Hannah heard a crack. She turned around and saw demonic energy breaking through the seal. The space cracked and a gap appeared from the seal. "Even though you have defeated me, it is still too late," Min said mockingly. A huge ball, engulfed in demonic energy, flew out of the gap. The ball split in two. Min was glad that they finally succeeded. Finally, the Demon Clan was able to complete their plan. Now the Demon Lord is free. An ominous figure towered in the sky. The Demon King couldn't believe how he, the Lord, was summoned to such a place with weak energy. Min immediately fell to his knees before the ruler. "Demon Lord," he said, "we could only summon you to the Starry Sky Clan's mirror so that you could pass into the world without hindrance. We just need to kill all these people, then you will fully restore your strength and be able to find your true body." The Demon King laughed. "So you're saying that you can solve the problem that has arisen?" At that moment, Min realized that these were his last moments of life. The Demon King clenched his fist, and the body of the traitor from the Starry Sky Clan twisted and exploded, spraying blood all over the area. "You can't do anything. You're a miserable piece of scum," said the king, looking at the dead slave. Hannah was horrified when she saw the power of the Demon King. But suddenly she saw Tung boldly step forward and call out to the demon. "Tun, don't do this!" Hannah shouted. But the guy couldn't be stopped. He couldn't watch everyone die. The guy's power rushed towards the demon, and the king himself, observing this power, considered the guy very interesting. At that moment, purple spheres filled with power appeared around Isaac, the Demon King. Then they suddenly rushed towards the guy, piercing through his golden energy. But Arya and Alex came to the aid of Tuna, using the Sea Disaster and Fire Lotus. They tried to hold back the enemy's attack, but his energy was too powerful. Arya said that they needed to run and regain their strength. The team's auras were able to create a powerful shield, causing the demon's energy to change its trajectory. The demonic ball crashed into the thicket and exploded, destroying everything around it. Arya and Alex immediately fell to the ground. They had not yet recovered from the previous battle, and their strength was running out. Hannah ran up to her friends to ask how they were. Alex replied that they were still alive, but their strength was already at its limit. "It's my fault," said Toon, looking at his comrades. "It's my fault. If it weren't for our clan, no one would have suffered in this and previous battles." So the guy clenched his fist, gathering his strength. He wanted to solve everything himself and restore the honor of the clan. "All for the Starry Sky Clan," he shouted, and his body was covered with a powerful force. "Since you are not weaklings, try to prove it," said Isaac. "But your struggle will be just a pathetic attempt." The demon's attack rushed towards Tuna, but the boy decided that he would not be so impulsive anymore and used his strongest technique. Suddenly, the guy's power shot up into the sky and repelled the demon's attack. More and more golden stars were coming out of the guy's body. The energy was like a huge fountain of gold. At this moment, the Demon Lord was surrounded by a golden glow. This attack was called Starburst. Tun clenched his fist sharply, snapping the trap shut. At that very second, thousands of stars rushed towards the demon, attacking with incredible force. Lisa knew this technique of the Starry Sky Clan, but because of its high complexity, no one uses it anymore. Hannah didn't expect that such a seemingly weak guy knew this technique. The smoke from the stunning attack began to clear, and the figure of the ruler appeared in the demonic egg. He slowly raised his hand, which was completely covered in cracks. Suddenly, the demonic egg exploded and shattered into small pieces, and the demon began to crack. The star explosion destroyed him, not only from the outside, but also from the inside. The demon's body was scattered into many pieces. But this attack also did not pass without a trace for Tongue. He fell to the ground and began to cough up blood. The boy's vision became clouded and he had difficulty breathing. Then the hero fell to the ground. Bill was already rushing to his aid. Bloodied and exhausted, Tongue said that he had done everything he could and now relied only on his comrades. Meanwhile, Zhao looked at the remnants of demonic energy. Was this the end and the demon lord dead? Suddenly, the parts of the egg that remained hanging in the air began to connect with each other. Then the figure of the ruler began to form in the air, laughing at the people, calling them pathetic. "It's great that I managed to overcome my 8th rank," said Isaac, having fully restored his previous form. "So the attack didn't hurt him?" Sam shouted in surprise. "He's rank 8? How can we even resist him?" Bill said. Hannah looked at the enemy, holding her sword tightly in her hands. The girl realized that they had no other choice. She's not going to just sit and wait to die. Hannah remembered her clan and the students who admired her. The girl knew that in order to protect her family, she had to stand up to the demon lord. And that's why she won't give up and will destroy Isaac. Suddenly, Hannah saw the outline of a familiar hand appear in front of her face. It was Alan's energy that he placed his hand on the girl's head, surprising her. He leaned his head against hers and said that he believed that his sister would definitely cope. Then, leaning towards her ear, the hero said that he would help her. "Alan will help you defeat the demon lord." Hannah timidly asked her brother where he was from and why he was in the form of a projection. "Sister, now is not the time for talking," Alan replied. "Let's help you." The hero wanted to help the girl by teaching her one blade technique. At the same time, in another place, Alan was concentrating his energy and talking to Hannah. He told her that these movements connect the entire world of blades, so it is very important to study them. Caitlin smiled and breathed a sigh of relief, because she thought that Alan was able to achieve enlightenment quite quickly thanks to the book. "I will give you a divine thought that only you can know," Alan said to Hannah. He pointed at the demon and asked the girl if she had noticed that the master's power was constantly increasing. But despite this, he cannot fully reveal it because he is inside the mirror. Since he was summoned to a world with restrictions, he can only use 30% of his power, so we still have a chance to kill him. At that moment, Isaac, watching the projection, felt a familiar energy. This force has fought him before. Could it really be that guy? Having received the information, Hannah turned sharply to her comrades and shouted that the master could not use all his power because he was inside the mirror. "If we fight with all our might, we can still defeat him. Don't give up." "Sister is right. Can we give up so easily?" Zhao said. Lisa agreed with the guy. She said she would give it her all. "It's no use," the demon shouted. "Unfortunately, you don't have a single chance." He concentrated his energy and brought it down on his enemies. Suddenly, one of the fighters jumped into the air. Zhao deftly dodged the attack and rushed towards the enemy. Coming close to the demon, he raised his sword. Isaac just smiled slightly and immediately fenced himself off from Zhao with protective stones. Seeing the obstacle, the student was horrified. In front of him was a huge ball of stones. It was the absolute protection of the ruler. Suddenly, several plates opened up and Isaac appeared behind them, saying that Zhao was a pathetic worm. The demon fired a beam at Zhao and it pierced the boy's body. But suddenly the demon saw cherry blossom petals falling in the air. Zhao's body dissolved into space and disintegrated into small petals. "It turns out it was an illusion, not bad," Isaac said with a laugh. Lisa was shaking. She no longer had the strength to use her abilities, but she still managed to do it. At that moment, Zhao appeared next to the girl and thanked her for saving him. It was dangerous. "Guys, the demon lord has absolute protection against physical attacks," the guy said, "but he can't defend against illusions," Hannah thought. "In other words, we can defeat him if we attack with magic." "Well, fine, trust us," said Bill and Sam, who had already prepared their new learned technique. Suddenly, Alan appeared next to Hannah and said that a magical attack based on the power of different elements condenses mana and penetrates any defense. Therefore, the energy of the blade can also help. Hannah remembered that in the book Blade of Hatred, it was said that the blade's energy should condense and deal magical attacks rather than physical ones. But this technique requires a lot of spiritual power, so it is not used that often. "Sister, I believe in you," Alan encouraged her. "I believe that you will definitely cope." "Sister, don't worry, we'll buy you time," said the brothers and rushed towards the enemy. Sam took out the talismans and they swirled around him like cards. Then the talismans suddenly rushed towards the demon. "Do you think this will help?" Isaac thought with a grin. He put up an impenetrable shield in front of himself to protect himself from magic. But, to the demon's surprise, the talismans easily passed the absolute protection. Lisa was glad to see that the protective barrier had been broken. But the talismans couldn't catch Isaac. He instantly jumped into the portal and dodged. The person who created this talisman has long since disappeared. Where did they get it from? It turns out that Brother Alan helped us a lot. The brothers were happy. We will have to thank him personally. They decided to try again, and together they created one large seal. Do you really believe in your victory so much? Even if you use talismans, do you think they will be enough? The demon shot out his energy. The power of the Lord and the power of the talismans collided with each other. At that moment, blood began to flow from the brothers' mouths. Sam bit his bloody lip, grinning. "We will never give up," he shouted, and the brothers sent the talismans into attack again. "What?" the demon screamed as he saw the powerful technique binding and tying him up. Zhao was amazed to see this ability. This is a talisman of enlightenment. The brothers have just reached the next level together. "Now it's all up to me," Hannah screamed and appeared behind the enemy. "Pathetic worms, how is this possible?" the demon said, seeing thousands of needles falling from the sky. This ability was called Falling Stars. Small needles pierced the demon's body. "Damn bugs!" Isaac screamed, his body once again beginning to crack and disintegrate into tiny pieces. The needles continued to pierce the enemy and then exploded. At the epicenter of the explosion was the villain. Hannah was floating in the air and trying to see her enemy in the heat of battle. The other members of the squad also did not know the outcome of the battle. Lisa hoped that it was all over and they had won. But that was not the end. Hannah saw those outlines again. Demonic energy was collecting Isaac's body piece by piece. Then the figure came to life and smiled, and another pair of horns appeared on the demon's head. So he had transformed, Zhao said in horror. This was the new form of the Demon Lord. Bill and Sam were also horrified. The brothers were no longer believing that the demon could be killed. Before them appeared the sixth form of the Demon Lord, Isaac. His appearance had changed and he was more frightening. Why does the Demon Lord change appearance every time he is attacked? Hannah wondered. Could this be a special technique of the Demon Clan? Said Alan, who suddenly appeared next to the girl. Demon Clan technique? Right, I know what it is. Brother, thank you very much, Hannah shouted. Do you remember how we helped Uncle clean out the library? It happened when he allowed us to take any book after cleaning. Alan understood what she was talking about and remembered that day in the library. Oh, Uncle put the demon books too high, Hannah said, trying to reach the top shelf. Suddenly, she saw a man's hand behind her. Alan easily reached the book he needed, lightly touching the girl's hand. He handed her the book and the girl, embarrassed, timidly thanked him for his help. Alan just turned around and went on reading his novel while Hannah watched him, embarrassed. That day, she read that the Demon Clan had a secret technique that allowed a clan member to take on a new form after death. But there is still a limit to reincarnation. Apparently, the limit is considered to be 8 forms of the Demon Lord. He is not able to create more. Hannah was happy because it turns out that the demon is not so omnipotent. They only need to destroy 2 forms and then he will disappear. Let's try, said the girl. Brother, I'm going to draw my blade. Stay behind. Hannah used the blade of hatred, and a wave of her power rushed towards the demon. Isaac only raised his hand slightly. And at that very moment, Hannah's entire wave evaporated from the energy he was directing. How pathetic you are, Isaac said, mocking the people. I am immortal. No matter how you resist, you cannot stand against me. At that moment, Isaac released his energy and Hannah felt a sharp pain. The girl fell to the ground. Rising, she saw Alan, who asked her how she was. Hannah replied that everything was fine, but she had lost her spiritual strength. But this blow helped her understand that her guess was correct. If the Demon Lord was truly immortal, then why was he defending himself? She turned to her comrades and shouted that the Demon Lord was confusing them. Once we destroy all of his forms, he will disappear. Meanwhile, the hero watched Hannah and smiled. He didn't expect anything else from his sister. So that's it. The brothers were happy, but we've already used all the talismans. We won't be able to fight anymore. But it's still worth a try. Zhao stepped forward abruptly. You guys are wounded, the guy said. Let me fight him. Isaac watched pathetic people believe in themselves. I am invincible, he shouted, and all the dark essence began to gather around the demon. Meanwhile, inside the Tianji pavilion, the mustachioed elder saw a huge purple spot on the map. He immediately realized that the Demon Lord had been summoned to this world. I wonder if Caitlin completed her mission. Suddenly, the elder was surprised to see the man from the prophecy. Why is Alan sleeping? Where did such a deep sleep come from? How is it possible? You shouldn't sleep at such a critical moment. No wonder it is considered special. Suddenly, a piece came off the magic map. An image of Caitlin appeared on it, saying that Alan was not sleeping, but was comprehending the unity of the blade, his consciousness immersed in another world. So that's it, the elder replied. But the demon lord is already here. Will Alan have enough time to comprehend? According to our information, his level of mastery of the technique is still very low, Caitlin replied. But he radiates a terrifying power capable of knocking everyone down at once. In general, I believe in him, said the girl. Alan is our only hope for victory and a prosperous future. Meanwhile, Alan's consciousness realized that things were not going well with his sister. Therefore, he decided to help his comrades by sending them assistance. Caitlin saw 4 energies of different colors and did not understand what it was that just flew out of Alan. The hero mentally asked the divine beast for help, and they answered him that they would not let their master down. At this time, on the battlefield, Zhao was preparing to use his blade technique. Running his finger along the blade, he released a column of energy at the demon. "Is that all you can do?" the demon said, looking at the boy. "Weakling! This is too weak!" Isaac shouted, shooting his energy back. Zhao's sword technique shattered like glass, and he saw the demon's lightning heading towards him. But Zhao did not give up. He summoned clones and dodged the demon's attacks. One of the lightning bolts miraculously missed the guy and flew into the thicket of the forest. Seeing the trees being blown to pieces, Zhao knew that he absolutely had to avoid getting caught in that attack. So the guy continued to deftly jump through the air and dodge all the lightning. "Still resisting?" Isaac said with a smile. And at that moment, Zhao tried to calm himself down. He just needed to find the enemy's weak spot. The characteristics of the Demon Lord are long range and high damage. If I attack from afar, I will hardly be able to win. "You're still not dead? Don't you realize that that girl was much stronger than you? But even she couldn't do anything. How can such a pathetic weakling like you defeat me?" Meanwhile, Hannah watched the fight and couldn't understand what the Demon Lord was doing. But Alan guessed what Isaac was doing. "You are the owners of the land, so live in it. I have played with you enough," said the demon, and patterns in the form of ripples on water appeared in his eyes. He opened his eyes wide and Zhao felt as if he was in an illusion. Alan realized that this was a demon voice technique that could control people's minds. "Brother Zhao, don't listen to him," Hannah suddenly shouted. "Kill them," the Demon Lord ordered. "Listen, Isaac, do you really think I'm going to lose to my sister?" Zhao suddenly said. "What's the matter? Why doesn't he obey? Can you, a demon without feelings, understand our friendship? 3 years ago, Sister Hannah overcame me and became the new true disciple. Then I was amazed by her strength, began to be jealous, constantly tried to defeat her and win the favor of the head. But no matter how hard I tried, she always outshone me. And then her brother Alan appeared, with whom she began to spend more time. But I am still grateful to them. If it weren't for their support and mentorship, I wouldn't be here. I realized long ago that my talents are not as good as my brother and sister, but I will never stand behind them, using my weakness as an excuse. I will still try to kill you no matter what it costs me." Seeing Zhao's strength, Alan said that he would be able to make a breakthrough. He put aside his feelings. All that was left was to fight. The guy was already halfway there. "What impudence!" the demon screamed, his eyes glowing and his horns becoming electrified. The demon then shot his energy at the hero. The two forces collided. Alan felt Zhao almost rise to a higher level. The forces fought among themselves, but suddenly the demon's energy began to lose. In the end, she finally lost and an explosion thundered in the sky. Lisa was delighted to see a chance to win. The smoke from the explosion began to clear. Zhao was floating in the air, filled with power. But behind the clouds of smoke, he again saw the silhouette of the demon. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. Isaac's body was cracked, but he was still alive and told the guy that things weren't that simple. How could he withstand such a powerful attack? Lisa was surprised. "His forms are getting stronger," Hannah shouted, but Brother Zhao was able to deliver a very powerful blow, which is also quite good. The demon laughed quietly, looking at the guy. "Unfortunately, you are all going to die here," Isaac said, and shot Zhao's body. The exhausted hero fell to the ground. Hannah rushed to his aid, asking her brother if he was okay. Lisa breathed a sigh of relief and said that everything would be fine with Zhao. "Is this really all you can do?" The demon continued to mock, preparing a new attack. "Pathetic bugs, who else will dare to stand against me?" Suddenly, the footsteps of 2 students were heard near the battlefield. Alan turned around when he heard this and was happy to see the familiar guys. The demon attacked again. "We need to finish off the impudent weakling." But suddenly a fan appeared in front of Zhao's body, stopping the attack. "What? Who dared to do this?" The demon's energy dissipated and he saw 2 disciples in purple robes. It was Brian and Sarah who came to the rescue in time. The girl immediately rushed towards the enemy, concentrating her power. Brian also stood aside and told his sister that he would help. Two purple forces attacked the demon like a whirlwind, but he only laughed. Isaac clapped his hands together sharply. At that moment, an impenetrable dome formed around the demon lord, blocking the attack. Brian and Sarah felt the impact of the attack and lost their balance. In addition to the recoil, there was also exhaustion from the long battles, which Brian told his sister about. "I'll use one technique to delay the demon lord and provide you with cover. And you attack," Sister Brian commanded. But the sister was worried about her brother's health because she understood the consequences of this technique. "We have to hurry! Just don't die!" Brian shouted, and at that moment his eyes glowed golden. "Take better care of yourself," Sarah answered her brother with a smile. "What kind of technique is this?" The demon was surprised. "Is this a student's technique?" He was watching Brian when suddenly he felt the guy's gaze on him and froze. The power of Brian's eyes held the demon back, and he was now unable to move. "This is already a little interesting," said the demon, trying to move. "Let's see how long you can last against my body." Brian was having a hard time holding Isaac back, but he wasn't going to give in. The guy increased his energy and blood started pouring out of his mouth. He shouted at his sister to attack, and Sarah immediately appeared next to the demon. "Demon Lord, this is the end!" the girl screamed, swinging the staff above her head. Isaac turned around with difficulty. Behind him, he saw a fierce warrior. The girl shot a column of energy straight at the demon lord. The blow was from close range. This time, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Meanwhile, Hannah sat and concentrated her energy. The girl had difficulty recovering and was breathing heavily. She still had to master heavy equipment, and this required strength. The other fighters also did not waste precious time. Lysa tried to heal Arya, and Bill and Sam restored their strength by meditating. Brian won't last long, Alan thought. Arya and the others are badly wounded. They can't fight. The boy glanced at his sister out of the corner of his eye. Hannah had a hard time recovering, and the hero realized that he needed to help her restore her energy. At this time, Alan's real body was inside the book, in which he was thinking about how to help his comrades. Suddenly, someone lightly hit him on the head. Alan immediately woke up and looked at the one who had disturbed him. "I taught you one blade, and what did you do?" the man said. Alan grabbed his head and replied that he simply had other things to do. The young stranger seemed surprised to hear this answer. "Damn! I am the great Emperor Qing. Do I really have no influence at all?" Alan explained that he urgently needed to help his sister. The matter was complicated, and there was no one else in the mirror to help. Suddenly, the hero saw the light. A brilliant idea came to his mind, and he understood what to do. He turned to the Emperor and said that he was the ancestor of the Sword Clan, and he must know many techniques that could help restore strength. "The disciples of the clan you founded are in danger," and Alan believed that the Emperor would not leave it like that. But Qing replied briefly, "Why should the Emperor listen to you? Ah, so that's how it is. You don't want to help? Well, fine," answered Alan. "Then I won't learn one blade either. I don't really need him anyway." Emperor Qing was surprised to hear the boy's words. "I'm leaving. Bye. Where's the exit?" Alan said, turning around and walking away. The Emperor's eyes widened further in surprise, until he was completely shocked by such an idiotic act. "Okay, I'll help you," Qing said, appearing in front of Alan. "You're the first one who dared to threaten me. What art does your sister master?" "She is proficient in our clan's blade intent. And one more technique. She possesses the hatred of the blade." These words astounded the Emperor. "So it turns out that it's also hatred?" Qing thought. "It seems like everything is predetermined by fate." "Okay, since you ask so much, I will do you a favor and help your sister," Qing said. And Alan thought in the meantime that this Emperor was different from the one described in the books. "But he seems so familiar to him, I wonder who he looks like." "I am only a soul," said the Emperor, "and therefore I cannot enter the real world, but I can at least transmit the technique. Listen carefully, I will teach you now." At this time, Alan's projection was sitting opposite Hannah. The hero called out to the girl, and she opened her eyes with difficulty. "I know one way that can help you restore your energy." "But it's very risky," Alan said. "Would you like to try?" "Brother, I'm ready for anything," Hannah answered with her usual enthusiasm. "This blade technique far exceeds your current strength. In the future, it may not be easy for you, and it is possible that you will suffer. And you will never be able to move forward again. No breakthroughs. Are you ready?" Alan was horrified by how serious it was. The Emperor was indignant and told the boy to quickly convey these words to his sister. The hero's projection waited for an answer, and suddenly Hannah spoke. "Brother, if there is anything that can help defeat the demon and protect people, then I'm ready for anything, even if I have to suffer and give something up." Emperor Qing froze upon hearing the girl's answer. How similar she was to her, he smiled, remembering the girl who had once been very close to him. Okay, it's not really that difficult, Qing suddenly said. You won't have to suffer. But the level of power of the girl who created this technique is much higher than that of your sister. The consequences are inevitable. But if this technique was created by a girl, how did you learn it? Alan suddenly asked. That's a company secret, the Emperor replied, smiling broadly. Okay, enough gossip already. Hurry up and teach her the one-blade technique and don't delay. Alan understood the order, and at that moment the hero and Hannah were engulfed in a blue whirlwind of blades. The hero told his sister that it was time to start training. Hannah enthusiastically agreed. Meanwhile, the battle continued in the sky. A wave of demon energy attacked Sarah, but she managed to defend herself with her staff. The demon's power was colossal, and the recoil was so high that she immediately fell to the ground. Sarah struggled to her feet, leaning on her brother, who was also out of breath. The demon laughed, but praised the team for their well-coordinated work. But, unfortunately, it still won't save you, Isaac said, raising his hand. Brian tried to use his eye technique, but then he fell to the ground, with no strength left at all. Sarah ran to her brother Brian, trembling, asked his sister for forgiveness for not being able to help her. No, Brian, it's not your fault, Sarah screamed, worried about her brother. At this moment, Isaac was preparing a new attack. Since you are so close, then go to the next world together. A beam of energy shot at the boys, but Sarah managed to grab her brother in time and dodge. The demonic forces passed by and struck the surrounding area. Brian, who was being held by his sister, knew that she would not last long. So the guy pulled himself together and stood on the ground, stopping his sister. He told her that he could use one more technique to somehow delay the demon lord. But the girl was against it, because then Brian's soul would not be able to withstand it. But the guy answered her that this is why they only have one chance. Sister, I believe in you. You can definitely do it. Sarah agreed with her brother, and then Brian used his eye ability again. The Demon King once again felt his movements being restricted, and he could not move. So, it turns out you decided to die? Demon Lord, you won't just leave today, Brian said, and blood started flowing from his eyes. Sarah promised to kill the villain if he even touched her brother with a finger. In a rage, the girl jumped from her place towards Isaac. Her power was so great that the ground beneath her feet immediately flew into the air. The girl approached the demon from behind with lightning speed. She gathered all her energy into this one blow to put an end to this once and for all. Seeing such a colossal approaching force, the demon realized that he would not survive it. An explosion of purple energy thundered, and she managed to catch up with the villain. The sixth form of the demon was destroyed. Exhausted, Brian saw only part of the blow. He could not understand whether they had managed to win. But suddenly they heard an annoying laugh. The demon once again began to gather himself piece by piece. I told you that the bugs can't just kill me, said Isaac in his fifth demon form. Now it's my turn to kill you. Suddenly the air became electrified and yellow lightning appeared. What? This energy? Hannah appeared next to Sarah and thanked them for their help. And now it's her turn to save her friends. The girl was engulfed in lightning. She extended her sword, pointing the blade at the enemy, and turned to him. Demon Lord, behold my power, Hannah screamed and sent a wave towards Isaac. These pathetic attempts to attack began to bore the ruler. He sent his energy wave towards Hannah, and the two powerful forces collided. The girl's lightning, intertwined with the demon's purple energy, rushed down into the ground. After the forces disappeared, cracks remained on the ground. Suddenly, the demon lord felt that something was wrong with him. Isaac was surprised that the recoil from this blow injured him. It turns out this girl is not so simple. This power could wipe everything off the face of the earth, not bad, the demon thought, looking at Hannah. But you are still far from my power, Isaac shouted, summoning new spheres. The demonic spheres rushed towards Hannah, but the girl deftly repelled them with a blow. She felt the power hurt her, and Isaac grinned, enjoying watching her slowly die. However, the girl thought completely differently. She realized that the Demon King's power had just been weakened by this sword, which meant that she needed to continue striking. But Isaac decided not to let her draw her blade anymore, continuing to massively attack Hannah. The student fought off all attacks as best she could, but suddenly she turned around and saw another attack. There was a purple sphere right next to her. It was too close for her to dodge. The demon anticipated victory. He saw how the blow overtook her. But after the power dissipated, he saw Hannah unharmed and was surprised. The girl dissolved into thin air and pink petals began to appear around her. Behind Hannah's back appeared her friend Lisa, who promised the girl that she would help her. Again, these illusions of yours, I would like to see what they are capable of in full. Hannah turned to Lisa and said that she would like to repeat the blow that injured Isaac. But she needed time. "Leave it to me," Lisa answered her. The illusionist's hands spun and a moon appeared in them. This technique was called territory expansion, crescent moon. Lisa spread her arms and the moon rushed forward, forming a huge ball around itself. The demon lord saw petals appearing everywhere in the air, and a faint aura was emitted. He turned around and saw a huge pink crescent moon behind him. The demon was sealed in Lisa's space, where the cherry blossoms were blooming. Isaac smiled, finding the technique interesting. "But can it work for me?" The king laughed and began to release his power in all directions. Explosions thundered at every point of the barrier, causing cracks in it. At that moment, Lisa felt a sharp pain. She was losing strength because she was connected to this barrier. Every time the demon attacks it, she becomes weaker. Lisa turned around and saw Hannah's energy forming. The girl vowed that she would definitely gain time for her friend. Meanwhile, Isaac continued to destroy everything in the barrier. This time, he started to destroy trees. "Illusions don't work on me!" The demon screamed and the space around him began to collapse. When the illusion began to dissipate, he saw the one who cast it. The demon rejoiced as he watched Lisa suffer from her wounds. Eventually, the illusionist couldn't withstand such power and fell to the ground. In her thoughts, she hoped that she was able to buy time for Hannah. And at this time, the best student had already appeared behind Isaac. The demon turned around and saw a thunderstorm approaching him. He only tried to create a barrier, but it was too late. The demon lord's fifth state was destroyed, and Hannah no longer had any strength left. Not bad technique for an insect. Suddenly in space, Hannah heard Isaac's voice. The demon entered his fourth state. Mockingly, he asked the student who would help her this time. At that moment, demonic blades rushed towards Hannah. But suddenly the demon's power was suppressed by a pillar of divine energy. Hannah turned around and saw 3 divine beasts coming to help. She was saved by the moon tiger, Alan. Watching this, was delighted by the appearance of pets. Meanwhile, Alan's real body was ascending and was filled with energy. Caitlin even thought that he had finally succeeded. Inside the book, the hero thanked the emperor for his training and said that it was time for him to leave this place. It was very tiring for him, and he didn't understand why the pavilion had asked him to learn this trick. But now it was time to get started. As for the villain who prevented him from leaving work, Alan decided to show him what the wrath of an ordinary worker can be like in action. At the same time, on the battlefield, Isaac saw divine beasts. He didn't think that they would be here too. Hannah was glad to see help, because no one had any strength left. But who sent them? Was it really the ancestors doing? "Demon Lord, we are here to stop you," said the moon tiger. Isaac felt this powerful energy coming from the animals. The jade dragon was the first to attack, firing fire from its mouth. "Sacred beasts can only talk," Isaac said, and fired a counterattack. The power of the demon and the divine beast clashed with each other. "In my eyes, you are no different from those ants that tried to kill me earlier." The dragon's power, mixed with the demonic, began to dissipate until it completely disappeared. The beast frowned and said that since one beast was not enough for the demon, what about the 3 beasts? And at that moment, the 3 divine beasts each summoned their seals. The seals merged together and formed one huge seal in front of Isaac. She gave them the strength to attack, and the beast began to bombard the demon with a hail of blows. Like a rainbow whirlwind, the forces swirled and rushed towards the villain. The demon moved his hand away and a staff appeared next to it. He said that in the end, light and darkness are twins that cannot be separated. "You fight me with the power of light, but you forget that wherever the light goes, darkness follows." The demon used his staff and summoned the power of destruction. He then used his absorption ability to absorb the beast's attacks. This power increased his strength many times over, and he easily broke through the seal of the divine beasts. The jade dragon, along with the other beasts, felt a sharp pain. "Now let me show you what absolute power is," Isaac said. "Damn, this power is too terrifying," the moon tiger said with difficulty. "But we can't give up. We can't let the master down." So the animals decided to try again to destroy the demon. This amused Isaac. He said that no matter how hard they tried, they would still remain little worms. Suddenly, a black lightning appeared behind the animals and the moon tiger turned around and saw it. But it was too late, and lightning struck the divine beasts. The bloody creatures fell down like stones. Even mythical creatures cannot withstand such a force. The earth shook as the divine beasts fell to the ground. They were still covered in the remnants of the demonic lightning that had struck them. The demon king was enjoying his victory. Even the sacred beasts couldn't stop him. Arya and her comrades were horrified. They could not believe that such a thing was even possible. Hannah was the one who was most worried about the lives of the 3 sacred animals. Hearing the people talking, Isaac turned around. He didn't think that they were still alive. "Well, I underestimated you," said the ruler, and lightning began to swirl around him. "Burn alive!" The Lord directed the gathered lightning towards the boys. Hannah raised her sword, but the girl understood that they did not have enough strength to repel this attack. Were they really going to die here? But suddenly, a jade snake appeared in front of her and stopped Isaac's lightning with its body. Hannah was horrified to see the snake's victim. "And you can still move," said Isaac, looking at the wounded animal. He absorbed even more energy into his staff. He then released it into the jade serpent, causing multiple wounds all over its body. Black lightning seemed to bind the animal like chains and slowly lift it into the air. "Die!" Isaac shouted and lowered his staff. At that very second, the jade snake fell to the ground at great speed. Isaac was unstoppable. He enjoyed watching his enemies suffer. But suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his right hand. The blue blade cut off the demon lord's hand, which held the ancient artifact. Isaac grabbed his hand, wondering who dared to approach him. "Are you the demon lord?" said the towering figure in the black and red cloak. "Since you dared to touch my animals, prepare to die." At that moment, a sword of energy fell next to the students and cut off the demon's hand. In just one blow, the demon lost his arm, Arya said. "But who is this guy?" Judging by his outfit, he wasn't a disciple of any clan, Lisa thought. But where did this familiar feeling come from? Hannah looked up at the sky and saw the unique technique of the Sword Clan. There was no mistake. This is the same elder who appeared on the map of mountains and rivers. "And who the hell are you?" Isaac asked indignantly. "Who am I?" "I am your doom." The demon placed his left hand on his right, filling it with power. "How arrogant," the demon lord said quietly, instantly recovering his right arm. He pointed it at the unfamiliar insolent man in order to kill him with his next attack. Instantly, a huge demonic hand appeared in front of Alan, ready to grab him. The hero only moved his finger slightly to answer. In an instant, a second hand appeared in the air, but it was Alana's and stopped the demonic projection. The two forces collided and dispersed. "Is this Emperor Qing's energy?" "It can't be. He's been in heaven for a long time." "You just used your killing technique, didn't you?" Alan said, and a blade began to form in his hand. "Let me show you mine too." He called upon that very one-sword technique. "Take that!" the hero shouted and sent a crushing wave at the enemy. The demon immediately put up a defense, trying to hold back the onslaught. A battle broke out in the sky. The heroes were so fast that it was hard to keep track of them. Arya and Alex were amazed by the power of the very elder who saved the Sword Clan during the demon invasion. Suddenly, Alan stopped, seeing his comrades. He summoned the blue pills and ordered the fighters to heal themselves. The small balls rushed towards the boys and each of them crashed into the fighters' chests. "The channels are being restored," Sam said. "Amazing. This energy looks very familiar. It's definitely the ancestor of the Sword Clan." Rumor has it that the Dynasty Emperor had a last wish in which he hoped that the remaining soul could guard the cultivation realm. It turns out that this is true. The restored Jade Snake told the Master that they had failed to complete the task and therefore demanded punishment. "You've done a good job," Alan replied. "So you don't have to blame yourself, but now hurry up. We have to go." The sacred beasts understood the order. They put other fighters on their backs and began to leave. Alan turned to Hannah, telling her that she had tried hard enough and could finally rest. He turned away and said briefly that now everyone could rely on him. Hannah felt a very familiar sensation as she watched her ancestor. The demon lord was angry that his prey was leaving him. He tried to attack those leaving, but Alan quickly stopped all his attacks. This made the demon even more angry, and he released even more demonic energy at the enemy. "I've seen enough," Alan said in response, sending out sickles from the sword's energy. Once again, numerous explosions thundered in different places. The battle was almost equal. "I can't do anything against him," Isaac said, grinning. "He suppressed me." "Well," said Alan, "it looks like I'll have to deal with you completely." The guy's confidence made the Demon King nervous. But what he didn't like most was that he didn't understand where this stranger got so much strength from. "Think about it, man. If you destroy this form, the next ones will only be stronger." The demon's words only amused Alan, and he replied, "Since you have so many forms, why don't you show them all? But something tells me that this is your final form. Today, I will eradicate the demon and the cultivation realm will be purified." Energy began to gather around Alan, which took the form of a huge dragon. The hero decided to show true mastery of the blade. The dragon suddenly rushed at the enemy. The demon tried to hold him back. But the power was too great and broke through the demonic energy. The dragon completely destroyed the demon lord and destroyed his final form. Isaac didn't disappear anywhere. Demonic lightning appeared in the air again, and the stones began to gather together. "I didn't think you'd get to my true flesh," said the demon. "Well, I feel sorry for you." The demon lord appeared in his true form, in which he was terrifying. "This world will be mine," Isaac shouted, raising his hands to the sky, and a scarlet sphere appeared above him. Red energy emanated from the sphere, rising far into the sky. Isaac had the power to suck all the energy from the earth and heavens. No matter how strong Alan was, he couldn't stand against the ruler, Isaac believed. But Alan did not listen to the demon's pompous speech, and only replied that he was too much trouble. "Haha, aren't you afraid? Surrender. Then maybe I'll let you live." "Actually, the sun will soon set in the west," Alan replied. "And I don't like working overtime. I need to finish my business on time, so I'll kill you with one blow." The hero touched his seal and commanded it to open. At that moment, blue energy began to appear around Alan, and it became more and more intense. The hero's words made Isaac laugh, and he attacked him, saying that the power of death was already here. Demonic power like bloody blades rushed towards the hero, but they stopped before they touched Alan, as if they had crashed into an invisible barrier. The demon lord was surprised by what he saw. Did he become stronger? How so? He must be bluffing, he can't be that strong. The overlord summoned a skull projection, one of his most powerful abilities, and directed it at Alan. The hero meanwhile concentrated his energy, and it began to turn into a sword in his hands. The raging wave became a sword. At that moment, the skull almost approached the hero. Alan prepared for his most powerful attack. The hero used the single sword technique. The sword swung and a wave of energy crashed down on the demon's attack. The raging force was destroying him. His skull was cracking. He was much weaker than this force. "I've been waiting for this day for thousands of years," Isaac shouted, looking at the approaching death. "How is this possible?" But he was weaker than Alan. The single sword technique struck him. Demon Lord Isaac burst, leaving no trace behind. The power disappeared, and after it a wind blew, fluttering Alan's hair. To finish his working day, it turned out that he just needed to use one blow of the sword, the hero said. "By the way, the mission should already be completed, right?" Previously in the outside world, the souls of all the students were torn out of the mirror. Each soul rushed to its original body. There was a click, and they came to consciousness. The students did not understand what was going on. One of the students remembered that the demon lord appeared in the mirror, and that was all. What happened there? Hannah's soul also returned to her body. The girl suddenly woke up and came to her senses. The other fighters also woke up and realized that they had returned to the Starry Sky clan. Lisa was worried about her ancestor because he was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that his spiritual strength was exhausted? Hannah turned around and saw that Brother Alan was still not back. But why? Could it be that Brother Alan is that very ancestor? The students looked around and were surprised. Everything was in ruins. Was there a battle going on here? Phoenix asked everyone not to panic. They were all safe now. He held Silas tightly, who screamed that they didn't understand anything the demon lord couldn't lose. "Don't get your hopes up," the elder said. "Our clans will definitely win." Suddenly, everyone heard the demon screaming the word "no," and saw that the sound was coming from the mirror. The mirror cracked and burst, shattering into hundreds of pieces. They only managed to catch a glimpse of Alan's final blow, and the brothers were immediately surprised to see this power. Zhao didn't expect anything else from Emperor Qing. The demon lord lost. Everyone around was rejoicing, but Silas couldn't believe what he was hearing. "It's impossible, he's a demon lord, how could he lose? It can't be. My great work, my hard work, it's all over." Silas was filled with anger, and the phoenix saw demonic energy radiating from him. Suddenly, a beam of energy flew at the phoenix, which immediately threw it back. The exhausted bird fell into the arena. Silas, filled with strength, rose to his feet. The students didn't realize that this was happening to Silas. And then they realized that a demonic seed had sprouted in him. If he was reborn, the consequences would be irreversible. The head of the Starry Sky clan was holding his face at this moment and laughing quietly. His skin turned black and his fangs became visible. He shouted that he would become the new demon lord, and all people would be under his feet. "Now everyone will feel fear. Silas has awakened. The battle is not over yet. I will use your blood and become even more powerful." Silas burst into evil laughter, soaring upward and looking down at the surprised people on the ground. "We will never give up, all for our master," the phoenix cried out, spreading its wings wide. "In that case, you will all die, and I will start with you." Silas answered the phoenix and immediately sent a powerful wave of his energy at it. The bird screamed in pain as a gust of alien demonic power overtook its body. Silas increased his attack with even greater zeal, causing the phoenix to experience extreme pain. Unable to repel the attack, the phoenix falls down exhausted. The bird remains lying on the ground, spreading its fiery wings wide and opening its beak, greedily gasping for air. "Sorry, I couldn't hold out for long," the phoenix whispers with the last of its strength to the frightened Hannah, who runs up to it. "And now it's your turn." The head of the Starry Sky clan grinned. "If you want to harm my brothers, deal with me first. We will not retreat." The other elders cried out in one voice. "Your spiritual powers have long been blocked by my seed." Silas only laughed in response. "Do you really think you can stand against me and my power?" The head of the Starry Sky clan had already summoned his forces to destroy them all, but suddenly something interfered with him. It was Emperor Qing again, and Silas was clearly not at all happy to see him. "You have crossed the line," Alan said to the tense head of the Starry Sky clan. Hearing these words, Silas became even more angry. "Crossed over?" he cried out indignantly. "They asked for it. Do you think I can't deal with the remnants of Emperor Qing's soul? Now no one can stop me!" he screamed furiously, directing his power at the Emperor. Alan simply waved his hand as if he had put in absolutely no effort and instantly dispelled all of the demonic leader's power. "How is that possible? I got demonic power." "But my attacks didn't even touch him," Silas thinks, amazed. "Demons and immortals are the same." "Silas, you are lost. It is too late to change you," Alan says, thinking to himself that he does not want to show his power to the elders, and it is time to leave. "Lost?" the demon asks, puzzled. And then he bursts into loud laughter, throwing his head back. "Your clan is worthless. Have you ever faced the difficulties I faced?" he says. "I spent decades to become stronger, in order to revive our once weak clan. One day, I found a secret kingdom and realized that all this time I had been on the wrong path. After all, only with the help of demons can the Starry Sky clan become stronger. Only by choosing demons will we gain true power. And since I have chosen the demons, there is no turning back. Die!" he screamed in rage, attacking again. Alan realized that Silas would not stop, and there was only one way out. The guy stretched his hand forward, forming energy that began to swirl into a small vortex, growing with each second. There was an explosion, and a powerful wave of Alan's power was directed towards the demon, striking him with a sharp beam. Having caught up with the demon, the guy's energy passes through his body, piercing right through. Silas's black eyes widen as he realizes that this is the end for him. Alan turns away and begins to walk away as a stream of power behind him destroys the demon completely. "Sir," the fiery phoenix calls him. "Still not back?" Alan asks, heading towards the bird to help and send the phoenix to his spiritual space. "Finally, that's it. I'm so tired." The guy exhales, having finished all his work. "Senior, thank you very much for saving me." Screams are heard behind him. "How can we resist demons?" "Tell our descendants," the elders ask him, and Alan thinks irritably that he will have to teach them this too. The demon clan is not a threat, and there is no point in holding the ignorant disciples of the Starry Sky clan responsible, he replies. "Let them restore the clan on their own. I can't stay in this world for long. It's time to leave. Goodbye, friends. I hope everything will work out for you," Alan shouts to the elders, bowing as he leaves. "Finally finished. Tun, what are you going to do next?" Hannah asks the boy. "I will stay and help the younger ones restore the clan. No one else will take the path of evil." The guy answers her decisively. Hannah looks at this guy with sadness in her eyes, who has a huge job ahead of him. Sword Clan a month later. Alana took advantage of his week off and is now sitting peacefully under a tree, cozying up with his favorite novel. "The holidays are so short," he sighs sadly. "Brother," his name is Hannah. "The eyes are calling us for a 10-minute meeting," says the girl. "And what does this have to do with me?" Alan answers her. "This is our leader's order, won't you go?" Hannah presses him, and the guy has no choice but to surrender. "Brother, I'm really curious, did you really drop out at the very beginning of the tournament?" "On the way to the meeting," a girl asks. "Yes. As soon as I entered the mirror, I was immediately killed by the maddened disciples of the Starry Sky clan. You can even see it on the recording," Alan says with the most honest expression on his face. "You may deceive others, but not me. Why are you so similar to Emperor Qing? What are you hiding from all of us?" Hannah is not far behind him. "Sister, what kind of joke is this? I am a true disciple of the Sword Clan. Who else? I am still very far from the Emperor." The guy laughs awkwardly. "Let's get to the meeting quickly. What are you standing there for? Don't keep the old man waiting," he shouts to Hannah, quickly running ahead. "I will definitely reveal your secret." Clenching her fists, the girl thinks. When they arrive at the meeting room, the clan leader praises them for their excellent performance at the meeting and says that he called them all here to reward them. "Hannah, come forward," he calls. "You fought the demon lord to the last and performed very well. You are worthy of being a true disciple of our Sword Clan." Today, I will bestow upon you the Killing Shield, the 9th rank pill, and the 9-cycle transfer seal. These spiritual treasures will help you advance along the path of cultivation. Use them wisely. I will live up to your expectations. I will definitely help the clan to prosper further, Hannah says passionately. Such valuable treasures are being given away. Now my sister will be promoted. The other students are talking among themselves. They are confident that their sister deserves these awards. Immediately after Hannah's award, the head of the Sword Clan begins to call out the distinguished students one by one to recognize their merits as well. She almost recognized me. At this moment, Alan exhales, and a small drop of sweat runs down his forehead from the tension. He recalls the events that happened in the Starry Sky Clan a month ago. There you are. He then heard a voice behind him. Why were you looking for me? Alan asks the approaching Lisa. I want to say right away that I have no secrets about my sister. Don't even think about it. The girl only smirked in response to his words. Do you really think Hannah would believe that you were killed in the mirror that quickly? She asks with a smile. Why not? Alan doesn't understand. Didn't you hide to provide further assistance from the shadows? Besides, you and Emperor Qing never appeared in the same place at the same time. It seems that Emperor Qing… The girl begins to speak with a hint. Do you really think that I am the Emperor Qing? Alan asks. I didn't say anything. You admitted it yourself. Lisa laughs. Looks like they've exposed it, Alan thinks in panic. Am I really such a bad actor? The guy thinks, upset, folding his arms across his chest in a defensive gesture. In fact, I called you here not only to reward you for your achievements, but also to tell you one very important thing. Thanks to the appearance of Emperor Qing's soul remnant, we once again repelled the attack of the Demon Clan, so the Starry Sky Clan gave us the key to open the Emperor's tomb. Alan's thoughts are interrupted by the head of the Sword Clan. It turned out that this was the last key, Reynolds continues. The Jade Emperor 5 million years ago was very powerful. Legend has it that he once collected countless treasures, the most precious of which can help in cultivating to the highest Tao. Not long ago, it was discovered that the Emperor's tomb was being attacked, causing alarm across all 5 continents. To open the tomb, 10 keys are needed, and the first 9 have gone to other clans. And the last one was given to us, it was fate. So our clan is so majestic. With the Emperor's key, we can penetrate the Juyu Sea. What a wonderful new opportunity. The disciples of the Sword Clan rejoice. If we can penetrate the tomb, we might be able to obtain those powerful techniques that have been lost for a long time, and those magical powers that can propel us forward 3 kingdoms at once. Chief, who will you send? Zhao speaking. At this time, Alan yawns tiredly, covering his mouth with his hand. What kind of place is this anyway? Is it dangerous? He leans toward Hannah, quietly asking, Don't you know yourself? The girl is surprised. The Juyu Sea area is located in the south of Kangyuan province, with strong underwater currents, and is shrouded in thick fog and darkness all year round, she begins to explain. All sorts of powerful monsters live here. The level of danger exceeds even our imagination. For example, the shadow eel, which reaches tens of feet in length, and its body is covered with iron scales. They can move freely in the water and have a very strong punch. Or there is also the ice keelan, which can not only control ice but also create illusions. And as soon as the enemy falls under the influence of their illusions, he will lose his way and will no longer distinguish reality from fiction. So even very strong students will have a hard time. But none of this has anything to do with me. Alan smiles contentedly. I won't go to dangerous places anyway. He grins. It doesn't depend on you. The boss called us here only to introduce us to information about this place. Hannah answers him and the guy rolls his eyes. And then they just stand silently next to each other, dissatisfied with each other. Everything I have told you today are very important points that will help in your further cultivation, so think about it. Reynolds continues at this time. Now I will give you some time to rest and balance your spiritual state, and in 3 days we will gather here and discuss the plan for going to the sea. At this point, the meeting ends, and Alan calmly leaves. But soon he realizes that for some reason Gwyneth is very upset. Do you know anything about the Juyu Sea? He asks the girl who throws herself into his arms. Is your origin really connected to him? Gradually, evening approaches and darkness descends upon the city. So, why don't we ponder Gwyneth's origins, how she might be related to the Demon Clan? Alan thinks, sitting comfortably next to the spirit girl. Brother, sorry to bother you. Hannah breaks him out of his thoughts. Sister, come in. The boy yawns tiredly. What brought you here so late? You can't fool me. You were actually one of the most important people at that meeting, weren't you? Hannah asks confidently. What are you even talking about? Alan makes a surprised face. I am ashamed that the chief gave all these treasures to me, brother. Take them for yourself, Hannah answers. Sister, this award was given to you personally by the leader, and I did not bring any contribution during the meeting, so why do I need it? He says to the girl. No one but you could show such great power during the competition. The girl confidently steps on him. Answer honestly, how are you related to Emperor Qing? It looks like he can't cheat anymore. Alan sighs mentally. You must have received the Emperor's inheritance? That's why you were able to increase your strength so much in a short period of time. The girl cried out passionately. Looks like she didn't guess. Alan understands. I didn't think you'd be so perceptive. He answers the girl. As far as I know, special training takes quite a lot of energy, so you better take these treasures and don't refuse, says Hannah. Otherwise, I'll tell the boss everything. Hannah presses him and the guy has to agree to avoid worse consequences. My sister is so worried about me. I'd better accept this gesture of kindness, Alan thinks. But I will take only one thing, and don't tell anyone that I have received the inheritance of Emperor Qing, he says to the happy girl. Choose, Hannah agrees, laying out all the treasures on the table. For some reason, I feel like all these things are connected to me, Alana thinks as she looks at the treasures. As a result, the guy chooses the key, which greatly surprises Hannah because yesterday the leader gave her this thing for safekeeping, saying that this item has limited energy and can only be used to open the tomb, and cannot be useful for anything else. You lied to me. The girl pouts, but Alan convinces her that he really likes this key more than all the other objects. Honestly, don't lie to me anymore, the girl tells him with distrust. Sister's suspicions are constantly increasing. It's good that now he can rest with a calm soul. He mentally rejoices, stretching and yawning. At this time, the sacred animals continue to recover in Alan's spiritual space. The phoenix lies tiredly on the spiritual grass, feeding on its powers. The green dragon uses a recovery pill at this time. The tiger is busy collecting herbs, and the turtle is keen on fishing. We are legendary divine beasts. How did we end up like this? Why did we become workers? The tiger is indignant. If we continue to follow the new master, how can we achieve elevation by doing this kind of work? We are divine beasts. It's time to show our true nature. What are you talking about? Suddenly, Alan appears behind the tiger. Sir, sit down. The beast immediately jumps up. Drink this tea. It is filled with spiritual power, essence, exaltation. The other animals roll their eyes mockingly, looking at this picture. You worked hard. Alan praises the tiger, who replies that he was just doing what he had to. Sir, you promised to help us find the soul jade, says the sacred tiger. Actually, I have a clue. I was recently given a hint of a place called the Five Mountains Range, 3,000 miles to the east. Where are the Five Mountains? Isn't that the famous picturesque resort? Alan wonders. All the animals look at him with pleading eyes, awaiting their master's decision. Okay, we'll set out tomorrow morning, Alan decides, and they go wild with delight. I have exactly 3 more days of vacation left, the guy thinks. Very soon he is heading to Mount Wuyun. These places are extremely picturesque and evoke a feeling of calm and satisfaction within him. A leisurely and comfortable life. I'm already on my way to you. Alan grins. This place is filled with positive energy and beautiful scenery, the guy thinks. It definitely deserves to become a famous resort area for immortals. What a nice place this is. The guy slowly descends, his feet silently touching the ground. He immediately realizes that he is not alone here. Directly in front of him stands an elderly man with his hands folded behind his back. Uncle, are you responsible for this area? Alan asks, and the guard nods in agreement. Why is there no one else? Didn't they say this was a very prosperous place? Alan wonders. Yes, but that was several hundred years ago. The old man smiles sadly. Today I am the only person living on this mountain. What happened? Alan asks the guard. Mount Wuyun was indeed once a prosperous place, and cultivators from all over the world often visited us, and my family also lived right here. The old man begins to tell his story. However, a few decades ago, a terrible tragedy occurred here during which many cultivators died, and my family was cursed by a mysterious force, and there was no end to the disasters. Since then, many have left this place, and in the end I was left alone, and the mountain is now completely abandoned. That's it. I didn't think that such a remarkable place had such a terrible history, Alan answers, amazed. And the old man already starts to say that for safety reasons they need to leave this place, but he doesn't manage to finish. I want to spend my weekend here, Alan interrupts with a satisfied smile on his face. Here is the spirit stone. Please give me a room. He extends his hand to the surprised old man. Isn't this the perfect place for me? A whole resort where I'm the only one. The guy rejoices in his mind. A happy Alan immediately heads to the beach. He sits peacefully in the shade under one of the palm trees, completely satisfied with his life. There is a slight blush on the guy's face, and he is clenching a straw from a delicious coconut cocktail in his teeth. The best vacation ever. He rejoices mentally. If only my sister weren't here. The boy sighs. Sister, why did you come here so suddenly? He asks Hannah, who has settled down under a nearby palm tree. The chief said that something was happening on Mount Wuyun, so he sent me here on a secret mission. I wasn't following you, by the way, Hannah answers, slightly embarrassed. Secret mission? He must have sent her on vacation too, Alan thinks. Who would send a person on a secret mission to a resort area anyway? But then Alan realizes that if anyone is going to do this, it will be their clan leader. Okay, in any case, I'll continue to enjoy my vacation, and I need to finish my apricot cocktail. The guy decides and asks the phoenix if he noticed any suspicious energy. Master, there is no information here. It seems that the location of the thing we need is in the depths of Mount Wuyun. The firebird answers. In that case, we'll go there tomorrow morning, Alan decides. And then, very unexpectedly for himself, he hears some extraneous sounds. Looking around, the guy realizes that two human silhouettes are visible in the shadows of the trees. Didn't the old man say that there are no people here at all? He thinks. At the same time, in the Starry Sky clan, Tong is making every effort to restore all the destruction. But then one of the clan members runs up to him with very bad news. When cleaning the former clan leader's mansion, a huge secret room was discovered, inside which a large amount of demonic energy could be felt. Take me there! Toon immediately screams and breaks into a fast run. Having barely reached the secret room, the guy immediately understands that he was told the truth, and that this place is really saturated with demonic energy. The door of the secret room radiates such enormous power that it makes you feel uneasy. The guy decisively opens the door and starts going down. Stay outside. No one is to enter here, he commands the other students. Surrounding himself with golden streams of his power, the guy begins to descend. In the silence of the vast space, his confident steps resound loudly. He continues to descend the stairs, but they just don't seem to want to end, and it seems like this descent will be endless. What's wrong with this room? Toon cries out in confusion. Finally, his feet reach the last step and he freezes, hesitant. The entire space around it is littered with a huge number of human remains. Every centimeter of the floor of this secret room is covered with human skulls. Tung's eyes widen in shock and beads of sweat trickle down his temple. Silas, what have you been doing here? He thinks. And then his gaze falls on some strange object. Right in the middle of the skulls lies a bright red scroll covered in some symbols. This item exudes a terrifying demonic energy. Tun reaches out a slightly trembling hand towards the scroll, not daring to touch it. Beads of sweat continue to run down his face from the tension, rolling down his collar. But the guy doesn't even feel it. This is bad, very bad. He understands, having nevertheless touched the demonic object. We must inform the Alliance of this situation immediately, Thun decides. At this time, Alan looks at the guy and girl in front of him and tries to understand why these people look so familiar. Where could he have met these two before? Brother, are there other people here besides us? The girl says to him. Don't be so rude. The guy who came with her tells her, Sorry, gentlemen, it wasn't intentional. My name is Kurt, this is my sister Emma, and we are from the Jangi clan. He introduces himself. Now it's clear why they seem familiar to me, Alan thinks, and introduces himself in response. So, you came here to relax. Are you also interested in Mount Wuyun? Kurt asks with a smile. At this time, Emma is looking at Alan carefully, clearly thinking about something. It seems she remembered. She screams very soon. You are the god of sleep, she says, pointing at Alan. God of sleep? Are you mistaken? Asked the surprised guy. I saw you at the meeting. You slept through the whole thing in the mirror of the Starry Sky clan, Emma replies. That's it, Alan coughs, embarrassed. Brother Alan, sister doesn't know what she's talking about. Please forgive me. She's so impressed after meeting her brother at the event that she doesn't know how to put it into words. Kurt lowers his head guiltily. Don't you dare speak in that tone again. Apologize immediately, he shouts at his sister. Brother Alan, I was wrong. Please forgive me. The girl immediately obediently apologizes. Brother Kurt thinks too much. I understand that sister is very straightforward, so everything is fine. Besides, God of Sleep suits me very well, but I got a new status, Alan answers with a chuckle. Not bad. If everyone thinks I'm a bastard, then that's even better. The guy mentally rubs his palms. Brother, you are a perfect person. I am so glad that you understand everything, Kurt rejoices. By the way, why did you come here? Hannah joins the conversation. To see the old man, Kurt replies, "When we were little, he took care of us." The boy continues, and at that moment the guard approaches them. This man is not only our guardian angel, but also a mentor. But because of what happened, we had to leave here. Later, Emma and I joined the clan, and now we come to see him. So that's it, Hannah thinks. Several elders were accused by cultivators. Disappearances began, and then our family was blamed. And in the end, the reputation was greatly damaged, Kurt explains. We weren't strong enough back then. All we could do was run. And now that we've gained strength, we've come back to sort this all out. We advise you not to stay here until late, better move to the neighboring city. Want to know why? Emma says. It's all because of the full moon. People go missing at this time. What's going on here? If strange things are happening, could the demon clan have a hand in it? Hannah wonders. But then why are you okay? Alan asks the old man a completely natural question. It must be my destiny, but nothing happens to me. Perhaps such oddities simply do not affect me, the old man replies. The nearest town is 700 miles away. That's very far, Alan thinks. It's a shame that we have to deal with such formalities. I've already paid the deposit, so I'm definitely staying the night, the guy decides. Kurt and Emma look at him in mute shock, not believing their ears. And you will guard me, Alan says with a smile to his pets, who are much smaller in size. I understand that spirit pets have energy, but it is too small. The god of sleep relies on them in vain, Emma thinks. Although Brother Alan doesn't look strong, there's definitely something about him. At this time, Hannah remembers asking the headman why he was sending her to this place. Reynold then told her only that she would soon find out everything herself. Could it be that the boss sent me here for this very reason? The girl thinks. Having decided, they all head to the villa together. Brother Alan, the night of the blood moon has always been very dangerous. Maybe you will change your mind? Kurt asks. Yes, it's a matter of life and death. I understand that you don't want to leave such an amazing place. Emma supports him. Don't worry, if something happens, my spirit pets will help. So my sister and I are completely safe, Alan answers. Brother, I came here on behalf of the chief, not to protect you, reminds Hannah. Sir, please arrange a room for my sister, Alan asks the old man. If you want to stay so much, then fine, sighs the palace guard. In that case, if you need anything, you can contact us. If you get into danger, we will not sit idly by, Kurt speaking. At this point, they disperse to their rooms. Night is falling. It is the night of the blood moon, and there is an almost physical tension in the air. Everything around is painted in red light, which creates a slightly frightening impression. Dark red streams of frightening fog are heading straight towards the palace. At this time, Alan, along with his spirit animals, is sleeping soundly, covered with a soft blanket. Meanwhile, red flashes are already penetrating his room through the window. However, sacred animals are alert and notice the appearance of something foreign in time. The green dragon hisses and rises, watching the proceedings closely. What the hell? The other animals are waking up too. This is a fog that crushes even the shadows. Once a cultivator touches it, it will immediately lose its power. The phoenix understands. So what should I do? He thinks. The gentleman is sleeping. Is it worth waking him up? Don't make noise. If we disturb the master, what good will we do? The white tiger says decisively. Together they activate their power, enveloping their master in protection so as not to disturb his sleep. I like murderous plans, the sacred tiger grins. A little earlier, a red fog had also penetrated into another room. Fog that destroys shadows. Good thing we were prepared and knew something like that lived here. Kurt and Emma are talking. However, everything is not that simple. Slowly, a silhouette begins to form among the swirls of red mist. I didn't think you were so brave. Comes from the fog. Who are you and why are you attacking us? Kurt shouts. But his question remains unanswered, and the red fog draws ever closer. Spirit of war obsession! Kurt cries out, beginning his attack. But he fails to defeat the unknown creature. Do you think you can destroy the demonic power? The creature from the mist laughs. You are all the same. Now it's time for you to die. Dream on, Kurt replies, not at all giving up so easily. Meanwhile, Emma is thrown aside by a powerful stream of force straight into the wall, destroying it. What a powerful fog. The girl exhales in surprise. Brother, how are you? She shouts to Kurt. It's okay, you better run, the guy shouts back at her. Turning around, the girl realizes that thanks to the destroyed wall, she can now see Alan's room. Damn, where are the strangers from? The sacred animals also notice Emma. The master asked not to show his strength to strangers. The tiger says upset. How can Alan sleep at such a time? Although I didn't expect anything else from the god of sleep. Emma smiles, looking at the sleeping guy. Alan, wake up! She runs up to his bed. Meanwhile, a crimson fog is already gathering behind the girl. King Yun blades intent. Hannah's scream suddenly resounds. "Watch out!" she shouts to Emma, shielding her with her body and attacking the enemy. "What is this fog?" Hannah asks the girl. "Once you touch it, you'll lose all your abilities." 10 years ago, this thing first appeared in the temple and then cultivators started disappearing, Emma explains. "That's it," Hannah answers, realizing that this is her assignment after all. "Wait, I'll use the blade now and clear the fog. Don't go too far," Hannah commands. She attacks confidently, intending to get rid of the terrifying fog. Damn bugs. The creature from the fog roars in rage. Kurt, at this time, is still trying to resist the fog that has engulfed him. "Brother!" Emma screams, watching this fight with concern. "Die!" Kurt screams, attacking the fog again and again. But all his attacks do not bring the desired result, and the red fog is in the lead in this fight. Gradually, the creature from the fog dissipates thanks to Hannah's power. But at the end, the creature manages to attack Kurt, causing him to cry out in pain and throw him aside. "Brother!" Emma runs to him, frightened. At this time, a sleepy palace guard appears in the passage. "What happened?" he asks, running up to the boys. Finally, Alan wakes up too. "What's the matter?" the guy asks, confused, sitting up in bed and rubbing his sleepy eyes. "Brother, wake up, don't scare me," screams a frightened Emma. In a panic, she takes out every pill she has, hoping that at least one of them will help her bring Kurt to his senses and remove the toxin from his system. His channels were covered in fog, more like a curse than poisoning. "Regular pills probably won't help him," Hannah says. Emma's eyes widen in shock, and they immediately begin to fill with tears. "To help him, you need to get special water and kill the one who sent the curse," Alan, who has finally woken up, joins the conversation. "I'll do it right now. I'll kill any scoundrel." Emma jumps up immediately. "Don't be in such a hurry," Hannah tells her, and Emma realizes that she is absolutely right. As soon as she tried to take a step, a wave of pain shot through her body and she covered her mouth with her hand to keep from screaming. The girl, exhausted, fell to her knees, leaning her hands on the floor and trying not to lose consciousness completely. Hannah immediately rushed to her aid. "Don't rush, you're wounded." "It's better not to risk it now," she reassures Emma. "Yes, the night of the blood moon is too dangerous. It is better not to make such hasty decisions yet." The old man supports Hannah. "Rest tonight, and I'll see you out during the day," Hannah promises the girl. Meanwhile, the dragon crawls closer to the fragments of the wall that were touched by the red fog. After thinking, he touches one of the stones with the very tip of his tongue. And then he jumps back, stunned by the realization. "We sensed dark energy," he reports to his master. "Interesting. Apparently I'm the only one who doesn't feel anything," Alan thinks. "Tomorrow I will also go to the mountains with you," he says to the girls. "It just so happens that I know about lifting the curse, so I can help you." Emma tries to object but cannot find the right words. "We worked together at that meeting, but we were still in great danger," Alan says. "Anyway, brother has a lot of hidden techniques that can be useful to us," Hannah says happily. "In that case, I'll take care of Kurt, and you rest first before you set out," the palace guard decides. The boys, having listened to his advice, set off for the mountains the next morning after resting. The three of them confidently move forward, ready for any danger. But doesn't brother hate to exert himself? Why did he decide to show interest now? Hannah asks her brother. "All for the sake of friendship between clans," Alan answers with a chuckle, proudly raising his head up. "Really?" the girl asks again, touched. "Okay, my egoism is involved here too." "I will never spare the man who destroyed my villa," Alan admits. Their conversation is interrupted by a powerful gust of wind, accompanied by a loud growl. Hannah only needs one look to recognize danger. "Watch out, there's a monster!" she screams, and a huge wolf with brightly glowing green eyes appears in front of them. Roaring furiously, the monster rushes straight at Emma, intending to tear her into several pieces. It clearly comes as a surprise to him how quickly the girl concentrates, surrounding herself with a stream of energy. With a vicious growl, he lunges at the girl, smashing his head into her shield. Emma strikes without wasting a second of precious time. Whining loudly in pain, the wolf falls to the ground like a stone. Another second and life leaves his body. Strange, it's a shadow wolf. Hannah understands. This kind of monsters died out long ago. How could it appear here? The girl doesn't understand. "Luckily, he's not that strong, so we're not in any danger," says Hannah. Without Hannah and me protecting him, Alan wouldn't have been able to handle the monster, right? Then why is he so calm? Emma thinks to herself. At this time, somewhere deep in the forest, a creature made of red fog realized that these cultivators actually dared to come here. "Unfortunately for you, you won't be leaving here again." He laughs to himself. "Is there something coming towards us?" Alan notices. Watch out! He shouts to the girls as two huge creatures appear in front of them. The bright blue ice dragon opens its mouth wide, baring its fangs and attacks Hannah with fury, leaving the girl to fend off its attacks. At the same time, Emma is attacked by a second giant, a huge purple bird with an apparently very sharp beak. Interesting. We have two extinct creatures here, Alan thinks, watching these fights. This ice giant is especially good, possessing enormous spiritual power and strong armor. But his sister will quickly deal with him. I'm sure the guy. I'm retreating, the rest is up to you. He shouts to the girls, intending to step aside and calmly wait out the battle there. God of Sleep, are you really going to run away? Emma turns to him. The ancient monster has a large reserve of spiritual power and very strong armor. This is a great rarity, Hannah thinks, looking at the monster. Summon! The girl cries out, continuing the battle. I am confident in my sister's strength, but the enemy's power is really great. It must not be easy for them after all, Alan thinks, comfortably settling down on one of the tree branches and watching the progress of the battle at Emma's. Help them! He commands the phoenix and it obediently heads to the epicenter of the battle. Unbeknownst to Emma, the power of the phoenix flows around her, enhancing her attacks and protecting her from the beast. However, the girl quickly realizes that something unusual is happening with her powers. Is this my power? But how is this possible? She doesn't understand. The strength of the martial soul has increased more than twice compared to its normal state, more like divine help. Brother, it's over. Come out. Meanwhile, Hannah finishes her battle. Sorry, I was just scared that the monster might kill me. It's good that you two were there, otherwise I'm not that strong, Alan says, coming out of his hiding place. I can't shake the feeling that we're being watched, Emma thinks. Something strange starts to happen behind Hannah, and the girl turns around. When she sees this, she can't believe her eyes. Is it an insect? She wonders, looking at the unusual beetle crawling out of the body of the defeated dragon. What is this? Emma asks. It's a rare insect that can control monsters remotely, Hannah replies. Even corpses are made very strong and ferocious, so that's why extinct species appeared here. Emma understands. There must be a very unusual power hidden in these mountains, Hannah thinks. But will we be able to find the one who is controlling all this? Emma worries. It just so happens that I have a kind of art for finding the right things. Alan answers her. I can use the spider to locate the creator. The guy grabs, and Emma is very surprised by this. She did not think that the god of sleep was capable of such things. I don't know the technique of insect control, but I have a couple of ideas, says the hero, lifting the beetle with his power. He takes out his blade to use while locating the creator. Emma watches this in amazement. Such art seems very strange to her, because the possession of a blade and insects at first glance are absolutely not connected in any way. There is a deep truth in the art of wielding a blade, Hannah tells her. With the help of cause and effect lines, the brother will be able to track the location of any objects. Found it! Alan confirms her words. The owner is in that direction. The hero points the necessary direction with the tip of his blade. In that one? Emma asks, amazed. Do you know this place? I think it's time you told us everything you know, Alan says. There's a dust cave there, and it might have something to do with the rumors that circulated in my family in the early years of its existence, Emma replies. After conquering Mount Wuyun, one day someone accidentally entered a secret cave and discovered that there was a hole in it from which the sky could be seen. The insides of this cave are huge, and they hide some strange power. The then head of the family, my father, planned to inform the Alliance about everything, but the other elders were against it. They believed that the cave contained very valuable things and did not want to share them. There may have been treasure hidden inside, so a group of people were sent there to search, but nothing came of it. Since then, many people have been disappearing in the mountains, and every time someone goes missing, a blood-red moon shines in the sky. To somehow fix everything, my father had to send someone to seal the cave and take our family out. Perhaps our family's ancestors once touched secrets that should not have been approached, and now we have to reap the benefits. Again, the same energy. I have already met it. Could it be that the most valuable treasure that Emma's family saw in the cave was the magical jade? Alan thought. Is brother really worried about the dangers of the cave? Besides, he admitted that he used the inheritance of Emperor Qing before, and this technique takes a lot of strength. Meanwhile, Hannah is thinking, Brother, take the talismans, otherwise you might run into danger. Tear one and you'll be teleported from these places. She hands the talismans to Alan. Sister, what are you even talking about? Besides, what will you do if you get into trouble? Alan is surprised. The leader has given me other devices, so please accept these talismans. The girl continues to insist, and Alan understands that she is worried about him. No wonder the god of sleep came with us. So this is what kind of relationship they have. Emma thinks with delight as she watches this picture. Thank you for your concern. Now let's go to the cave, says the embarrassed guy. And the cultivators are on their way again. But before they have time to walk even a few meters, danger overtakes them again. Watch out, Hannah shouts. The girl manages to push Alan away, but she and Emma end up trapped. Everything around them turns red and the sky above them disappears from view. Emma tries to attack the red dome that covers her and Hannah, but it is unsuccessful, and he remains unharmed. No matter how much she attacks, this dome doesn't care. What the hell? Why doesn't anything work? The girl doesn't understand. And Hannah already understood what kind of danger they were unlucky enough to face. At the same time as Alan, she realizes that they are covered by the Mingyuan Massif. Where did this formation come from? This is problematic, Alan thinks, examining the dome from all sides. This is the Mingyuan array, known for its strongest defense. It can automatically repair all damage and is usually used to guard important places, Hannah explains to Emma. Once the formation is activated, even the strongest ranked immortals will have a hard time getting out. Have we really been discovered? Emma thinks, gritting her teeth in disappointment. Brother, it's very dangerous here. Run away and ask the Alliance for help, Hannah shouts, hoping that Alan will hear her. It's too dangerous to be here with your cultivation base. Escape? That's very much my style, Alan thinks to himself. But I can't leave my clients during working hours, he says. Clients? Work? What is he even talking about? Emma doesn't understand, and Hannah explains with a smile that this is a feature of Brother Alan, and it is not worth paying attention to. Looks like it's time for me to join the game, Alan decides. I'll use one little technique. Let's try it, says the hero and uses one of his skills. This array is not so simple. It can only be destroyed if the force that strikes is more destructive, says Hannah. But where do we get such abilities? Emma gets upset. All that's left to do is try, Hannah decides. Break! The girl screams, starting to attack. Hannah watches in surprise as all of his power, which was aimed at destroying the barrier, disappears somewhere. It doesn't happen right away, but she understands what just happened. This barrier not only self-heals but also absorbs the attacker's energy, the girl thinks. Meanwhile, flashes of alien hostile force begin to appear inside the barrier. Bad, they are monsters, she understands. Watch out, she warns Emma, clenching her teeth with tension. Hannah steps forward, drawing her blade and preparing to meet the attacking beast head-on. King Yun Blade Intent, the girl shouted, unleashing the full force of her skill on the wolf. Snow! Emma joins her attack. Together they quite successfully attack the monsters attacking them. Falling! Meanwhile, Alan says from the other side of the dome. He launches a multitude of small blades at the dome, hoping that this will help destroy it. Floating right in front of the dome, the hero realizes that these attacks were useless. All the energy he spent on this attack is instantly absorbed by this dome. Has it absorbed already? The guy thinks in surprise. Well, small blades are not very useful here, Alan thinks sadly, and the phoenix decides to offer the help of sacred animals. Can you destroy the array? Alan asks the bird. We are ancient beasts, don't underestimate us, the phoenix replies. We are able to move mountains and even burn the heavens and the earth. The dragon supports him. In coordination, the beasts attack the dome from all sides at the same time. But their energy is also absorbed into the array. Move mountains? Burn the heavens? Alan asks with a tense laugh, and the white tiger reassuringly says that it is not quite so. And then the first damage begins to appear on the dome. Phoenix grins contentedly. Master, but we can definitely handle the array, the bird says boastfully. Well, now I'm even more curious to know who's behind the scenes. I have a rough idea of the power needed for this array. This is Alan speaking. Looks like we'll have to act more decisively now. Meanwhile, inside the dome, the girls continue to fight the monsters without stopping. Both of them are already quite tired and breathing heavily, but the monsters still do not end, and new ones come to replace the defeated ones. Another one, Hannah says, preparing to attack. A huge shadow wolf with a bared mouth and eyes burning with rage is already running straight towards them. Suddenly, someone else's power is added to the monster's attack. At the last second, Hannah manages to dodge another surprise attack. This is the very spirit the elder spoke of, Emma screams. So you know about me? The spirit grins ominously. The poison spirit is a creature born from the depths of darkness, and it has no flesh or blood. It condenses with its curses and can cause damage. Emma speaking. This is a clot of pure malice and obsession. Poisonous spirits have the ability to absorb blood souls, and once the spirit becomes strong enough, it can create an essence for itself. Well done. My existence is truly considered a disaster for all living beings. Since ancient times I have wandered along this mountain range, devouring everyone who came my way. The spirit answers, but when I was about to reach the peak of my power, that dreadful Emperor Qing sealed me away. How dare he? Who would have thought that members of your family would dare to tear off the seal? Even though after what happened, your leader used a powerful sealing technique and took the entire clan away from here, it didn't stop me. After all, a piece of my soul managed to slip away. So this is the truth about the blood moon, Emma understands. Unfortunately, absorbing ordinary cultivators could not restore my former strength. The spirit continues. The spirit's fists clench in rage as memories flood back. But you are different. Besides, you fell for my trick and were poisoned by the blood of monsters. The creature continues. Now your souls will be slowly sucked out, and I will soon regain my true powers. But here, the poisonous spirit is overtaken by shock and disappointment. Who dared to destroy my array? The creature screams in rage. Me! Alan, hovering above the dome, answers confidently. The hero's energy flows cover the entire space around, penetrating into the array. The poisonous spirit doesn't even have time to respond before he is blown away by a wave of Alan's power. These same streams of power envelop the girls, protecting them and lifting them into the air. A few seconds later, Hannah finds herself in Alan's arms, looking up at her savior with delight. "Brother, what about Sister Emma?" she asks quietly, and Alan grins. "Don't worry, she's with me," he says, pointing to the girl he's holding behind his back with his other hand. "Heal yourself for now and leave this guy to me," the hero says to the girls. "Brother, be careful. This ghost of poisons is very cunning and dangerous," Hannah shouts after him. "How did this man break my formation so easily? He's just a cultivator. He doesn't understand the spirit. So it was you who destroyed my chambers?" "You know, I have a very difficult job and I don't always get a chance to rest, and now you're in the way," Alan says to the ghost of poisons. "I can't stand it when someone disturbs my peace." "Rest? Peace? What nonsense are you talking?" the ghost says, amazed. "Never mind. Since you dared to interfere, now you'll definitely die." The poisonous spirit decides and rushes into the attack. "Do you know how strong ordinary workers are?" Alan asks him. And then the ghost is swept away by a powerful wave of the hero's strength. "Is that all? You're not even fit to hold a candle to my pets even if they fight you," Alan mocks the ghost. "Bastard, don't think you're cooler than me," the ghost curses. Meanwhile, the green dragon is already flying towards the poisonous spirit. "Do you have hearing problems? We are your opponents." The sacred animals speak to the ghost. 4 sacred beasts? It is extremely difficult to subdue one, but he overcame 4 at once. The spirit is surprised. The famous day dragon, meanwhile, opens its mouth wide, directing an attack beam at the evil spirit. The star phoenix joins him, adding its own bright, fiery stream of power. The moon tiger is also not going to lag behind the others, and bright blue energy bursts out of its mouth. The turtle is the last to join the attack, and the green color of its attack joins the colors of the other sacred animals. All 4 multicolored streams head straight towards the evil poisonous spirit. The spirit raises his hands up, surrounding himself with a protective dome, and the attacks of the sacred beasts do not reach him. The beams of their power crash into the protective dome of the spirit, unable to break through it and reach the enemy. "Resist? Let's do it again," the moon tiger commands. Once again, the sacred animals attack simultaneously, but the rays cannot penetrate the dome. I am an ancient cultivator. It turns out that even the 4 sacred beasts are nothing compared to me. The poisonous spirit bursts out into an evil laugh. This drives the spirit animals into a frenzy, shadow that eats away at hearts. The spirit screams, and the animals are entangled in its red mist. "Unfortunately, you are late." The spirit laughs vengefully. Then Gwyneth appears and throws herself into Alan's arms. "What do you think we should do?" the hero asks the girl. In response, she clenches her little fists resolutely. "Forward." Alan speaks and Gwyneth joins the attack. The evil poisonous spirit did not expect such a turn of events. Gwyneth circles around him, vengefully striking him with her blows. The poisonous ghost's eyes widen in surprise. The creature looks around in confusion, trying to understand where the attacks are coming from. "What the hell is going on?" he screams in impotent rage. Only Alan can see Gwyneth, so the ghost of poisons cannot understand who exactly is attacking him. "There are only 3 things you can do now," Alan says to the ghost. "First of all, sincerely apologize to me and my sisters. Secondly, fix my chambers. And thirdly, save my pets from your poison." "Idiot, do you think I lost?" the poisonous spirit shouts back at him. He attacks again, and his red mist increasingly envelops the sacred animals, writhing in pain. The shadow that eats away at hearts has struck about 4 powerful blows. "You are all dead," the spirit screams. He tries to attack Alan as well, but his fog doesn't reach its target. "What poison were you just talking about?" Alan asks mockingly. "Even the ancient power can't get rid of my poison as easily as he did." The poison ghost thinks in shock. "This can't be. There's definitely something wrong with this cultivator. I'll give you 10 breaths before you comply with my conditions," Alan tells him calmly. And then the countdown begins. The hero slowly counts from 10 to 1. How can he stand here calmly if he is already poisoned by my venom? The spirit is perplexed. How deep do his powers go? I don't know what dirty trick he pulled, but now all my spiritual strength seems to have been sucked out of me. If this continues, then I'm really finished. We need to get out of here. I'll deal with this man another time. The ghost decides and starts running. Meanwhile, Alan had already counted to the end. Unexpectedly for the ghost, the guy appears very close and gives him a mocking smile. "This is impossible," thinks the poisonous spirit. "I was blind. I did not recognize the great master in you. Forgive my impudence. If you let me go, I will do everything to please you." He begins to beg. "I gave you a chance and you didn't take it, and now it's too late." The hero answers him mercilessly. The ghost realizes that he is in a very difficult situation and begins to threaten. "Even if you can resist my poison, everyone else has already been poisoned and the poison has penetrated their meridians," he says to Alan. "And only I can neutralize this poison. If you let me go, I will immediately rid them of the poison and swear that I will never appear here again. But if you refuse, then they will all die immediately. Is it just poison?" Alan smiles back. "The sword can destroy everything in this world, and even this poison." The guy finishes and strikes. The sword not only dispelled the poisonous shadow that was eating away at the heart, but also filled the meridians with warm spiritual energy, Hannah thought in surprise. "Wow, big brother!" The girl's hands, stained with blood, are miraculously cleansed. "Master, you have such exquisite control over the sword." The moon tiger shouts to its master. "You are truly invincible." The fiery phoenix echoes. "His sword was able to neutralize my poison so easily. I have only seen such swordsmanship in one person." The poisonous spirit is aware. He remembers the man who imprisoned him in that cave, and a terrifying realization hits him. "Now it's your turn." Meanwhile, Alan tells him, "No!" The poisonous ghost screams loudly, not wanting to give up. However, this time he can no longer be saved. Alan encloses him in a small, bright red sphere. "I don't need this thing anyway, so you can take it as a toy." He generously allows the sacred animals. At this time, Emma comes to her senses and rubs her eyes tiredly. "Woke up! How are you feeling?" Hannah immediately runs up to her. "I'm fine. What happened?" "I only remember being attacked by ghosts and being trapped in a light formation," Emma answers worriedly. Hannah is at a loss and doesn't know what to answer her. A spirit beast just happened to be passing by and accidentally destroyed the formation. The poisonous ghosts have already been destroyed by that very spirit. Alan approaches the girls. "A spirit beast?" Emma asks, puzzled. "A spirit beast that simply passed by and easily destroyed an ancient ghost cultivator?" "Senior brother, your explanation sounds too casual and implausible." Hannah mentally resented. Surprisingly, Emma actually believes this explanation, deciding that it was Huangge's spirit beast. And Alan chuckles to himself that imagination is the best weapon. It is said that this spirit beast hates evil and attacks demons and ghost cultivators on its own. It has not been seen in these mountains for 1,000 years, and today we were lucky enough to see this wonderful creature. The girl chatters enthusiastically. Hannah looks at her indignantly, not believing her ears. She actually believed this nonsense, the girl thinks. And then a very obvious thought comes to her mind. "Big brother, you lie so well. You haven't lied to me like that before, have you?" She conveys this thought to her brother. "How dare I? Little sister, you must believe me," Alan answers with an honest face. Emma watches them with interest and surprise. Their glances lead the girl to certain conclusions. Did she realize that something was wrong? Hannah notices the girl's gaze. This story about a spirit beast really sounds very far-fetched. Suspected so quickly? Alan tenses up too. "I've been wanting to ask you something for a long time," Emma says to the tense cultivators. "Are you two really a couple?" Alan and Hannah stand frozen in shock and numbness. "What?" They scream in one voice. "Pair?" Alan and Hannah look at each other. "That's not true," the guy answers Emma, embarrassed. "My older brother and I aren't on that kind of relationship yet," Hannah agrees. "Yes?" "So I got it all wrong," Emma says, embarrassed. "By the way, Emma," Hannah decides to change the subject. Since the main culprit has already been destroyed, the poison in your brother should have dissipated. Exactly, brother. I almost forgot the main thing, Emma answers. Together they return to the estate. Sister, I heard from the senior master that you went to the Wuyun Mountains. They are met by a worried Kurt. Are you hurt? I'm fine, how are you feeling? Emma rushes to meet him. I don't know why, but the curse is gone and I can move again, the guy says happily. That's because the spirit beast Huanga suddenly appeared and destroyed the poisonous ghost, Emma replies. It's no wonder that I've felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy since waking up, Kurt says. These mountains are full of dangers, and I know that without your help my sister might not have returned alive, he says to Hannah and Alan. Thank you for saving me and my sister. It's all the merit of the spirit beast, we only helped a little, Alan answers. In any case, you two helped us destroy the poisonous ghost and saved our family. The palace guard bows to them. This mercy will never be forgotten. You're exaggerating, it was just a trifle. Alan rushes to the bent old man. This is truly a great favor and we are ready to do everything to repay you. Kurt joins the old man. No need, really. Hannah is embarrassed. I have one small request, says Alan. Even if it's mountains of blades or a sea of fire, we won't back down, Kurt answers him. However, Alan's request turns out to be much simpler, and Kurt and Emma begin to put the palace building in order. It's not quite what they expected, but they are still glad that they can fulfill this request. I didn't expect Alan to ask us to help with the house renovation. Emma is surprised. Maybe he's just modest and doesn't want any reward, Kurt replies. A completely satisfied Alan watches them from the side. If they want to thank me so much, we should use it to our advantage, he thinks, and the sacred animals agree with him. Meanwhile, the poisonous spirit inside the red sphere reaps the fruits of its crimes. Hannah is happy that she was able to complete the task from the clan leader. The fire phoenix, along with the other animals, is concentrating on rolling the sphere with the ghost across all the surfaces of the castle. The bird's face glows with vengeful satisfaction. Master, he flies up to Alan. We already learned the location of the jade seal from the poisonous ghost. Alan is a little surprised that they got it done so quickly. Then we leave tomorrow, he decides. Hannah watches Alan interact with his animals and begins to suspect something. Is he up to something behind my back again, she thinks. The girl resolutely heads towards him. She intends to clarify one important thing. Big brother, whatever you plan, I'll go with you, she says decisively. But haven't you already completed the task from the clan leader? The guy asks. Yes, but my vacation isn't over yet. Hannah answers him with a grin. But in the secret room of the Starry Sky clan, a few days ago, events were not developing so joyfully. This entire room is covered in demon symbols. It seems that this is where the clan's eyes contacted them, says the captain of the Immortal Alliance scouting team who came to investigate. There are really a lot of tracks here and they are all very fresh. And this bloody scroll may be directly connected to the demonic world. Tong was not mistaken. The appearance of such an item here means that perhaps the passage between the demons and the cultivator world has long been open. I'm afraid that the rebellion in the Starry Sky clan was just the tip of the iceberg in terms of demons, and they have long since infiltrated our world. We must report this to the Alliance's top leadership immediately. A few days ago, extremely tragic events took place in the Yun clan. Better death than to kneel before demons, the clan elder shouts. In response to this, he is immediately struck by a powerful blow. The man immediately falls down dead. The disciples gather around him and kneel down, paying tribute to the elder. Patriarch of the Yun clan, is this all you can do? The guy who struck the blow sneered. Now you will either submit to me or your clan will be destroyed, he says to the remaining students. With one blow he killed our patriarch, who had already reached the level of immortal. How strong is he? The disciples are perplexed. They have to make a difficult decision. Finding no other way out, they swear to serve the demons until death. You turned out to be smarter than I thought. The guy grins, all enveloped in demonic energy, unlike that idiot, although he wasn't completely useless and allowed me to pass through the Gate of Worlds. The demon recalls the former head of the Starry Sky clan. It's a pity that it will take me a long time to regain my full strength, he thinks. Tell me, what do you know about the ruins of Emperor Qing? Asks the demon. Your patriarch has already conducted an investigation into these ruins before. They say there are some clues in the Wuyun Mountains, one of the members of the subdued clan replies. It seems my intuition didn't let me down, the demon thinks with satisfaction. He immediately gives the command to the clan's disciples to go to these mountains and bring him what he needs. Anyone who dares to interfere will be destroyed, the demon decides. Meanwhile, on this very mountain, in a sealed cave, Hannah and Alan are approaching. So this is the very place, the hero thinks. Elder brother, The seal energy here is very ancient, and what it protects is most likely either a secret dimension or a powerful treasure, Hannah says. Alan turns around, hearing someone's footsteps behind him. Wait and see. Only I, the one chosen by fate, can save the cultivator world from the demons, Alex boasts as he approaches. Could you stop being such a child? Arya answers with a laugh. You don't understand anything. If you have courage, fight the strongest. The guy starts shouting at her indignantly. Alex, Arya, what are you doing here? Alan asks them. This is a sleeping god. What a meeting. Alex laughs. We have received orders from the Immortal Alliance to investigate the demon's tracks, Arya explains to Alan. And we're just relaxing here. Alan laughs awkwardly. Are you relaxing? Here? Arya asks incredulously, and then he freezes warily. Watch out, someone's coming. Alex also notices something is wrong. Very soon, silhouettes of several people unknown to them appear. There are quite a lot of them, and these cultivators look quite tense and unfriendly. I am Thomas, from the Yun clan. The man walking in front introduces himself. In response to this, Arya and Alex also state their names and clan, smiling politely. Hannah and Alan follow suit. Why did such a secretive and powerful clan appear here? Alan wonders. There are abnormal fluctuations in spiritual energy here. This place is extremely dangerous, and the four of you must leave immediately, Thomas says sternly. We came here specifically to investigate these fluctuations, and this is a task of the Alliance of Immortals, Arya answers. There is something extremely important hidden behind this seal, and if you accidentally activate any mechanism, the consequences will be unpredictable. Therefore, you low-level disciples had better leave quickly. If we're all here to investigate, why should we leave as soon as you show up? Alex shouts indignantly. Don't get excited, Arya begins to calm him down. Thomas, meanwhile, begins to boil with rage, but one of the students calms him down. We can let them in, and even if something happens to them, their clans won't be able to suspect us, the apprentice whispers to the elder. Thomas agrees with a smirk on his lips. Okay, if you insist, you can come with us, he says. These are the ruins of the Qing Emperor, and you can enter here, but there is no guarantee that you will be able to return alive. What? Alex and Arya think, amazed. Are these the ruins of the Qing Emperor? Hannah wonders. Really? I didn't know anything about it, Alan thinks. This is a special artifact called Boundary-Breaking Jadestone. This is Thomas speaking. With this treasure, we can definitely destroy the ancient barrier. No wonder it's a great clan, it really has deep roots, Alan thinks. That eldest one, Thomas, with his dark look, is definitely up to something. But missing out on opportunities is not my style. Big brother, what do you think? Hannah asks the hero. Of course, we will go with you to broaden our horizons, Alan answers Thomas with a smile. If so, then let's go together, says the man. He immediately activates his artifact. The students watch in amazement as the barrier collapses before their eyes. Behind this barrier lies the purest spiritual energy. Gentlemen, the seal is broken, you can enter and explore. This is Thomas speaking. But don't forget that the secret dimension is dangerous, and once you enter it, your life will be in your hands. Everybody follow me! There is a whole world hidden inside the seal. This is the power of Emperor Qing. The students talk to each other in admiration. Hannah looks around in the same admiring way, and Alan understands that the demonic jade seal is clearly not here, and he needs to find an entrance to another level. Meanwhile, a disciple of the Yun clan suggests that Thomas split up with the outsiders and deal with them quietly using the demonic beasts. Thomas, after thinking about this proposal, agrees, and voices out loud the proposal to split up for independent research. Alan and Hannah realize that this old man wants to use them, because being separated in an unknown dimension is a sure way to be destroyed one by one. Okay, let's split up and be careful. Alan smiles, deciding to stay away from such treacherous people. Thomas and his clan quickly leave. Alex and Arya immediately begin to press Alan, because they also understand that splitting up is far from the best idea under the circumstances. However, they agree that the people from the Yun clan do not have the best intentions, which means they should go in the opposite direction from them. This place is truly full of treasures, and along the way, the guys encountered a huge number of valuable medicinal herbs. Never tiring of admiration, they move further and further. Hannah even finds golden ginseng, which can heal hidden injuries and is considered a rare healing treasure. In her mind, she decides that she will definitely take this ginseng for her older brother. Look, Alan says unexpectedly. What a beautiful lake, says Arya, looking where the hero pointed. And it really is beautiful. Alex is the first to rush to the lake because it is full of spiritual energy. and there is probably something very valuable on the island in the center of the lake. If you don't hurry, all the treasures will go to me, he shouts to the other cultivators. Here the guy notices something unusual in the depths of the lake. Suddenly, a huge crocodile appears from the water and Alex instantly finds himself inside its mouth. The crocodile closes its mouth and returns to the depths of the lake again. "How dare you attack me?" Alex screams in rage, intending to burn the monster from the inside. "I didn't expect to meet an ice crocodile from the world of cold water here." Arya is surprised, rushing to help her friend. Meanwhile, the monster uses its power, activating its icy breath, and Arya hesitantly freezes in front of its mouth. Hannah immediately rushes to help. "Wait!" Alan grabs her hand. "Little sister, don't rush. I have a plan, but I need you to help me. Do you trust me?" Meanwhile, Arya and Alex continue to fight the ice crocodile. They have already realized that if this continues, their bodies will be completely affected by the cold, and their fighting strength will fall lower and lower. "Damn, this demonic beast is really scary," Alex screams, unable to cope with another attack of the monster. "We can't stand it," Arya echoes him, having failed to find a way to neutralize the monster's abilities. Luckily for them, help is already close. Unexpectedly for the guys, Hannah joins the fight. She easily pushes off the surface of the lake, soaring upward. The ice crocodile's evilly frowning eyes only manage to see flashes of lightning in the sky for a split second. Trusting her brother Alan, the girl does everything exactly as he told her. She didn't fully believe in the success of her plan, but now she watches the flight of her sword with wide eyes. Hannah's sword hits the target right in the middle of the ice crocodile's snout, and after the blade of the sword, several lightning bolts strike there at the same time, depriving the bloodthirsty monster of life. "Hannah, what was that move? How could you release such powerful electrical energy?" Alex and Arya ask the girl in turn, landing on the back of the defeated crocodile. "My older brother Alan taught me all this." The girl proudly answers them. "He explained that water conducts electricity, and by using this feature, I was able to add the power of thunder runes to my sword strikes." What an unusual reception. "Today we really owe you, because if you had not intervened in time, we would have definitely died here." Alex cries out, and Arya absolutely agrees with him. So she gives the demonic core of the ice crocodile and the spiritual herbs from the island to Hannah and Alan without hesitation. Along with the gusts of wind, waves of powerful demonic energy also begin to reach the boys, which makes them become even more tense. "Watch out, someone's coming," Hannah warns. "Let's fight this beast," Alex shouts in his style, already rising into the air. A wave of fire from his power is directed at the next approaching monster. This guy is really too reckless, Alan thinks. The monster Alex fights is a blue scaly tide beast, and when it gets angry, it becomes even more aggressive. As if confirming Alan's thoughts, the beast screams furiously, and its attacking streams are already heading towards the overly confident Alex. The guy, who underestimated the monster, does not have time to dodge the blow, and the force of the beast's attack knocks the air out of his lungs and makes him cough up his own blood. "Be careful!" Arya belatedly shouts at him, materializing her weapon in her hand. Desperately, she rushes to help her friend, covering him with her body and putting up a shield against the monster's attacks. However, they both understand that this shield will not last long. Arya's knees are already buckling from fatigue and strain, and she is holding on to their fragile defense with the last of her strength. "This is bad, we can't stand it," she screams in panic. Hannah is already rushing to help them. She quickly approaches Arya and Alex, intending to save them at any cost. The girl uses her favorite sword technique, Qing Yun, gripping the weapon tightly with her long, thin fingers. Once again proving her strength and skill, the waves of her attacking energy illuminate everything around her with a golden light. The sword strike hits home, striking the monster and causing it to roar in pain and impotent rage. "All together, forward!" Alex shouts, hoping that a combined attack will help them finish off the blue-scaled tide beast. A wave of attacks that never stop for a second falls upon the viciously growling monster. The beast spins in all directions, dodging the powerful attacks of the cultivators. And thanks to this, Alan has the opportunity to get a good look at the monster. A gaping hole with jagged edges appears on the beast's chest, and the boy realizes that this is what he was looking for. There it is, the blue scaly tide beast's only weakness, Alan thinks. He grins, grabs his sword, and joins the fight. As if sensing imminent death, the monster freezes for a second and begins to quickly back away, trying to leave the dangerous place. "You've already made me work, and now you want to back down?" "Too late," Alan grins at him. Immediately, the guy rushes straight at the monster, aiming precisely at its weak spot. Just one blow decides the outcome of the fight. The blue scaly tidal beast's eyes gleam angrily, but there is nothing he can do. The monster breathes its last, and its huge, powerful body begins to slowly sink into the raging waves. "I knew the three of us were the strongest," Alex shouts joyfully, completely unaware of Alan's help. Defeating a blue scaly tidal beast is a rare achievement even for the Eastern lands. The guy rejoices, although it seems that this monster behaved rather strangely in the last moments, as if it was afraid of something. "Really?" Arya thinks, turning her thoughtful gaze to Alan. "Surely it was the older brother who helped us from the shadows." Hannah thinks the same, looking at the guy with eyes shining with delight. "Alan, you interfered." Arya can't take it anymore. The guy immediately tenses up, not wanting to give away his true level of strength. Hannah is no less tense. She wouldn't want her brother to be exposed either. "No, weren't we the only three who fought?" Alex doesn't understand. "Alan, are you hiding your strength? If your clan is deliberately hiding its strongest students, I must inform the Immortal Alliance." Arya continues to interrogate. This man is not as easy to deceive as his younger sister. Alan tries to find a way out in a panic. "If she reveals my true power, my work will never be finished, not this. If it is discovered that elder brother has inherited Emperor Qing's legacy, he will become a target for everyone." Hannah is also panicking in her mind, and then they are all distracted by the growling of what turns out to be a not yet completely defeated monster. Alan understands that this is his salvation. "Great, buddy, you're still not dead," the guy thinks happily. It would never have occurred to him that this beast would help him avoid revealing his true power. The blue-scaled tidal beast opens its mouth wide, attacking the cultivators with the last of its strength. "Watch out! This guy's not done yet!" Alan shouts. He strikes with his sword, not using his full strength and not blocking the monster's attack. The guy is thrown far back by the blast wave. "Master!" Alex and Arya scream in fear. This time, the monster was definitely finished. So that's it. Big Brother really is smart, Hannah thinks. In response to all the worries, Alan convinces the others that nothing terrible has happened, and he is simply seriously wounded. But alive, however, if they encounter any more monsters, he will no longer be able to help. In a critical situation, Alan certainly used his hidden defense techniques, but judging by his sword, this man's strength is limited. "Apparently I thought so much in vain," Arya decides. "Don't worry, if there are dangers ahead, we'll cope." Alex, always confident, answers Alan, and Arya promises to repay him someday in gratitude for saving her. Alan is incredibly grateful to the blue scaly tide beast for not completely dying and helping him avoid the crisis. And at this time, Hannah notices something unusual. "Everybody look!" the girl screams. There are traces of a protective array on the beast's body. I have already seen these patterns in ancient books. They are used to guard the entrance to important secret dimensions. In other words, if we now go in the direction he came from, we will most likely find the entrance to the next level, says Alan. At this time, the Yun clan also did not waste time fighting various demonic creatures. I report to the elder, "The demonic beast has been defeated. What should we do?" one of the students asks Thomas. "The heart and core of this beast are excellent material for creating elixirs, so split the carcass and carefully remove them." The man commands the student. "The resources from the demonic beasts in this area have almost been collected. Only the area where those people went remains," he tells the others. "Let's finish this beast and go there. Senior, judging by the time, they're probably all dead by now." "We'll just be able to clean up the battlefield," says the student. None of them notice another demonic beast lurking behind the rock. The monster's mouth is bared in rage, and its eyes glow bright red, indicating the full extent of its anger and fury. Alan, along with the rest of the cultivators, heads to the island in the center of the lake in search of the array. "We've been looking here for half a day, but there are no traces of the massif." Alex is upset. Although there is no obvious vibration of the array, each tree on the island contains powerful spiritual energy, and the arrangement of the trees seems to correspond to the natural order of heaven and earth, which was clearly carefully designed, says Hannah. The natural order of heaven and earth? That's it, Alan thinks. Both of them immediately start calling for the upset Alex, who is already getting ready to run and continue looking for the array. The guy turns around in surprise at their call. "We can't find traces of the massif for one simple reason," says Alan. "Because the whole island was turned into a huge massif." "That's right," Hannah confirms, lifting one of the stones from the ground into the air. The stone glows with a bluish light, enveloped in the flow of her power. Alex watches the girl's actions in bewilderment. Meanwhile, she directs the flow of power, throwing a stone, and it runs into a previously invisible barrier. "Okay, I get it," Alex says immediately. "Such a huge array must surely protect something incredibly valuable." Perhaps the entrance to the next level of the secret dimension is right here. Arya understands. Look, Alex suddenly shouts. What is this? He asks, trying to make out something unusual. It's blood jade spirit herb, Arya replies. I can't believe that this legendary herb ended up in Emperor Qing's secret dimension. The girl is amazed. I wonder if this secret dimension of Emperor Qing is becoming more and more mysterious, Alan thinks. What's so special about this spiritual herb? Alex can't figure it out. Not only does it greatly increase one's cultivation level, but it also has the unique ability to purify the blood and strengthen the body. It is incredibly attractive to demonic beasts, which explains why we found the blue-scaled tide beast here. It was undoubtedly attracted by the scent of this particular herb, Arya explains to him. Then let's just destroy the array and go in, Alex says decisively. But Arya doesn't share his enthusiasm, because if the array were so easy to destroy, then such a strong beast could easily do it. Although Alex's method might actually work, Alan says thoughtfully. This array only blocks demonic beasts, and if we want to enter, we don't have to destroy it completely. Hannah immediately says. That's right, the younger sister is really smart. Alan praises her. There is no time to waste, let's try, cultivators decide. Alex, use a large amount of spiritual energy and concentrate the attack on this node, Alan commands. Okay, trust me with this, the guy replies. He gathers all his strength. The fiery streams of his energy form a real whirlwind. The guy concentrates and delivers a powerful blow to the designated place. With a warlike cry, he repeats this action several times, achieving ever greater results. With each blow, the array becomes weaker, until eventually a whole scattering of increasing cracks appears on it. Another blow, and finally a passage appears in the array. Excellent, Arya praises the guy. You are strange, of course, but your strength inspires confidence. Let's not miss the chance. Let's hurry to get inside. Hannah walks through first, her eyes widening in surprise when she sees what's inside. Teleportation array, the girl screams. Indeed, this is the entrance to the next level of the secret dimension. And then Alex realizes that in all this commotion, they completely forgot about the precious plant. First, let's collect the blood jade grass and then we'll go to the next level, the guy decides. The guy bends down, and his hand already reaches for the precious flower. However, a wave of someone's power suddenly prevents him from taking the treasure. Who's there? The guy screams in rage. Instead of answering, the disciples of the Yun clan, led by Thomas, enter the passage. These people, why weren't they hurt? The man thinks in bewilderment. I didn't expect that we, going in the opposite direction, would still meet here, Alan says sarcastically. The blood jade. Spiritual grass is a treasure of heaven and earth, and our clan has long been interested in this grass. Please show respect and return the grass to our clan, Thomas replies. Return? But we were the first to discover this herb, Alex shouts indignantly. It's just ridiculous. We discovered this herb before you. In order to protect it, we spent all this time fighting the demonic beasts attracted by its aroma, and you just took advantage of the moment. One of the Yun clan disciples responded mockingly. What impudence! Looks like we'll have to settle this dispute with our fists. Alex gets even angrier. Wait! Thomas interrupts them. Both young men turn around angrily and look questioningly at the man. Since neither of us can convince the other, let's settle this through a duel to determine who gets this flower, Thomas suggests. A duel? Alan asks, not understanding what kind of dirty tricks this old man is up to. That's right. We'll put 3 people on each side, and whoever wins 2 out of 3 fights will get the right to take this grass. And it will be absolutely fair, Thomas suggests. Absolutely fair. If you put up the senior masters, won't we automatically lose? Arya is indignant. I guarantee that we will only exhibit young students, the man answers her. Even though Alan is weak, the other 3 of us are strong enough, so I think we'll be fine, Arya thinks to herself. 3 fights? Okay, let's agree to their terms, Hannah thinks. These 2, why are they suddenly looking at me so intently? Alan notices the girl's gaze. I don't mind a duel. The disciples of my clan are never afraid of difficulties, Alex shouts proudly. Okay, North, you go first, Thomas agrees, sending one of the students into battle. My level is 1 step higher than yours, so don't cry when you lose. The student laughs, standing in front of Alex. Mediocrity! Accept my flame! Alex screams in rage. North responds with the mysterious wind and water technique. 2 elements collide in the air, creating an incredible spectacle. This is a secret technique of the Yun clan. It is said that their patriarch strictly forbade its use. For this clan to openly use this technique in the secret dimension, there must be something wrong, Hannah thinks. Elder brother, what do you think? The people from the Yun clan are acting strange. I have a bad feeling, she asks Alan. Let's be on guard, the guy answers her. Hannah nods in agreement. Meanwhile, the battle continues. My water element naturally suppresses your fire element, and I'm a whole level higher than you, North boasts. So much arrogance, and I thought you were really strong. It turns out it's just empty space. North attacks again, confident that victory is definitely his today. With a painful groan, Alex falls to the ground, hitting his head on the lying stones. Alex, how are you? An upset Arya shouts at him. No, the fight is not over yet. Alan does not believe in his loss. I've already won the first round, North says smugly. Wait! Alex's hoarse voice is suddenly heard. You haven't won yet. The true meaning of the flame is unquenchable courage, the guy says, struggling to his feet. As long as the flame in my heart burns, I will never lose this fight. What nonsense are you talking about? North asks tensely, but Alex has no intention of answering stupid questions. What's going on? He said a couple of weird phrases and got stronger, North asks indignantly. Here it is, my power, and yours cannot compare to this flame, Alex shouts, breaking into an attack. North, not expecting such power, only screams convulsively, trying to stay on his feet. However, in this fight, luck is not on his side at all. As the smoke from Alex's attack clears, the cultivators see Norm lying unconscious on the ground, his arms and legs spread out to the sides. I won this fight, Alex shouts proudly. Even the disciple of the Flame God sect was underestimated, Thomas thinks irritably. At this point, Alex's strength runs out and his consciousness begins to slowly drift away. He staggers and falls down exhausted with a loud crash. Alex, how are you? Arya runs up to him, worried. Don't worry, he's fine. It's just that the clash of fire and water caused internal damage. If someone with a water element removes the water energy from his meridians in time, everything will be fine, Alan reassures her. I can, but then I won't be able to participate in the next fights, the girl says, upset. Since they both fell almost at the same time, this round is considered a draw. Thomas intervenes. What other draw? You're squirming, Arya screams indignantly. Even if we count the first round as your victory, you will definitely lose the next two. So we will take the flower. One of the Yun clan disciples laughs, already reaching out his hand for the precious plant. Wait, the fight is not over yet, Hannah tells him indignantly. You only have one pitiful Spirit Palace level disciple and some 5th level ultimate girl left. The ridicule continues, and our disciples from the Yun family are all 6th level and above the Purple Palace limit. The outcome of the next 2 rounds is a foregone conclusion. Even my younger sister was underestimated. Yun family, you are really ignorant. No wonder I have never heard of you, Alan sneered. Brother, don't waste words on them. Just put them on their shoulder blades. Hannah supports him. Let's add bets. If we win the remaining 2 rounds, then not only will we get this magical herb, but you will also give us 80% of all the spiritual treasures collected here, Alan suggests. Bold words. What are you willing to bet if you lose? Thomas asks. If we lose, we will not only give you all our herbs without any conditions, but we will also immediately leave this place without revealing any information about it to anyone. The hero answers, we can make an oath to the heavenly Tao to ensure that our promise is fulfilled. He continues, and Thomas agrees and sends out the next student. I am one of the 3 strongest in the current generation of the Yun family, and if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, then perhaps I will let you suffer less. Lewis sneered as he walked out to fight Hannah. You impudent fellow. Whoever comes against me, the result will be the same. I will win, the girl shouts back at him. With a vengeful grin, she uses the Qingyun sword technique. This fight looks no less colorful than the previous one. Bright flashes of clashes between 2 of the strongest students illuminate the space, blinding and deafening. This little wretch is so strong, Lewis thinks, gritting his teeth. If this continues, I will definitely lose. Hannah is completely calm, but there is a malicious grin on her face. With another skillful blow, she throws the enemy several meters up. I'll have to use the Yun family's secret treasure, Lewis thought in despair. Ice barrier Xuan, he shouts. What? A secret treasure? Alan folds his arms across his chest, displeased. Meanwhile, Lewis forms something that looks like a gem and gains more and more confidence in himself and his victory. The Yun family's secret treasure increases his chances of winning several times. He erects a huge ice barrier, preventing Hannah from reaching her opponent. The girl watches Lewis and his maneuvers in shock, continuing to grip the hilt of her sword tightly. Gradually, her weapon, and then her body, begin to become covered with a crust of ice more and more, freezing and preventing her from moving. Is this the Ice Heart Jade? How despicable to use a family heirloom for a surprise attack, Arya screams. In a fight, only the outcome is important, not the methods. It's over. Lewis laughs madly. Hannah comes to her senses from surprise and carefully closes her eyes, concentrating. Gathering her strength, unexpectedly for everyone present, the girl with one sharp movement destroys the enemy's barrier erected around her. What? Lewis screams in shock. Long sword of hatred, tearing rain. Technique! Hannah begins to attack. For Lewis, these blows become decisive. His strength is not enough to resist them. I won! Hannah cries out triumphantly, looking at her defeated opponent. With a loud thud, Lewis's body falls to the ground right in front of his mentor. Did he really lose? Thomas can't believe what he sees. This is what you get for underestimating my sister. You got what you deserved. Alan mentally triumphs. Not only her sword techniques and sword spirit had become even more perfect than before, but now she was able to break through a point and destroy a single entity by concentrating the power from within, remaining calm at a critical moment. The younger sister learned this from her previous experience of hacking a pharmacy. It's not for nothing that she is considered a genius in learning, he thinks, looking at the girl with pride. Next round, who will fight me? Me! A disciple of the Yun clan named Radley confidently steps forward. This time he definitely must not win. Thomas throws at his back. Elder, rest assured. This person is only at the level of the Spirit Palace. I will definitely defeat him, the disciple replies. The third round of the fight begins. With amazing calm, Alan uses another talisman, erecting a glowing protective dome around himself. Isn't this guy from the sword school? Why did he start using talismans? One of the Yun clan disciples asks mockingly. How dare he show such pathetic tricks in front of me? One blow from me is enough to crush him into dust, Radley thinks indignantly. Break! He laughs, striking. A wave of his power crashes into the dome, shaking the space around with a roar. But to his great surprise, the attack turns out to be pointless. Its energy simply bounces off the enemy's protective dome and dissolves into the air, and the dome remains standing intact and undamaged. How is this even possible? My full force strike couldn't even shake this talisman's pharmacy. Radley is amazed. How could Radley, with such enormous strength, not be able to break through the talisman formation of this Spirit Palace level practitioner? Who exactly is this Alan, who can put up such a sophisticated defense? Could this man really be a true talisman master, a rare genius in the art of creating spells? A bunch of thoughts flashed through Thomas's mind. Damn it, break down already! Radley doesn't give up, attacking again and again. But no matter how hard the guy tries, not even a single scratch appears on the dome. In response to these pathetic attempts, Alan demonstratively yawns, covering his mouth with his hand. Brother Alan's talisman formation was so powerful. Now it's clear why he was able to remain unharmed at the meeting of the celestial geniuses. Arya is amazed. It seems I accidentally made the power of the formation too strong, the hero realizes at this time. Well, it's time to finish. He decisively removes the dome and attacks Radley, who was not expecting this. He watches with a grin as his opponent falls to the ground, unable to stay on his feet. Brother Alan really does like to have fun, Arya says contentedly. What a treacherous technique. You are also a student of the right school. How can you use such underhanded techniques in battle? Shouts Radley to Alan. I am too mean. You have the opportunity to fight me face to face. The hero answers him. And again he attacks the exhausted Radley, not hesitating to use his talismans. Thomas watches in a fit of impotent rage as yet another one of his students loses this duel. The man's eyes narrow with barely controlled anger. We've already won 2 rounds in a row, so you've lost this series of fights. So give me the storage bag, Alan tells him. This man is most likely hiding his true strength and is an elder of the sword school. And if we confront him now, it will create too many unnecessary problems, Thomas thinks, remembering his new master. For if we fail to carry out the task given to us by that important person, won't that be a loss that outweighs everything else? Elder, all these treasures were obtained at the cost of incredible efforts. One of the students complains behind the man's back. Take it, Thomas shouts in rage, handing over the treasured bag. Thank you very much, Elder, Alan replies contentedly, accepting the jewel. I remember what happened today. Alan, if the opportunity arises, my house will make you pay double, Thomas promises. Hannah carefully reaches out her hand towards the blood jade spirit herb, barely touching the petals with her fingertips. The girl carefully picks it to put it in a bag and take the precious herb with her. We've all had a good time in the first layer of the secret dimension. What are your plans for the next step? Arya asks. Join me, Alan answers calmly. Join? Alex and Arya ask in surprise. Those people from the Yoon family have something that they absolutely must obtain. Most likely this thing is somewhere in the secret dimension, Alan explains. They will definitely go to the second level. Let's follow them. Let's just use their teleportation system. Brother Alan, you are truly a master of laziness, Alex laughs. At the same time, the Yoon family cultivators raise their hands, directing streams of power towards the teleportation system. Several bright blue rays cut right into its middle. With each second, the number of rays increases more and more. Senior, the teleportation system is activated. One of the students shouts to Thomas. Great, let's go, the man answers. The fact that you survived the first level is already luck. He turns to Alan and the others. If you want to survive, I advise you to stay here and collect resources. Do not continue further. Whatever lies ahead, the protagonist is not afraid. Since we are already here, it would be a pity to miss the next levels. Alex answers him pathetically. If you seek death yourself, I cannot stop you, Thomas thinks to himself and disappears into the teleportation system. Big brother, let's go too, Hannah calls. The girl closes her eyes, starting the teleportation. The energy of teleportation envelops her, and she becomes completely immersed in it. Hannah is transported to the second level of Emperor Qing's secret dimension. Everything here is made of spiritual ores, she says in shock. These ores are enough to significantly increase our strength. Arya rejoices. Besides, there are no traces of demonic beasts on the second level, which means we can freely collect resources. Alex looks around the place they've ended up in no less carefully. This is obsidian, he screams. There is so much of it here. What's so special about it? Alan asks Hannah. Obsidian is extremely rare in the cultivation world. Not only is it incredibly durable and can withstand powerful attacks, but it also has the ability to absorb spiritual energy. It is a necessary material for creating the defensive artifact Shield of Darkness. In the entire cultivation world, there are no more than a dozen such shields. I just can't believe that there is so much obsidian here, the girl enthusiastically says. Meanwhile, Arya decides to test her words and strikes one of the stones. He didn't even move, the girl whispers in amazement. Let me try. Only the main character can take such treasures. Alex joins the girl and also tries to attack. However, the guy is in for a big disappointment. After his attack, only a small piece of obsidian remains on the ground. My full power could only chip off such a small piece? What a pity. It's rare to find so much obsidian in one place, but it can't be carried away. It's very disappointing. He can't believe it. Brother Alan, wouldn't you like to try? Hannah asks. Little sister, you know me. I, the elder brother, am indifferent to fame and fortune, always preferring a quiet and easy life. And since we can't get these ores, then obsidian is of little value to us. The guy answers, thinking to himself that he came here for the demonic jade seal and does not want to work extra time. One piece of obsidian is worth 3,000 spiritual stones. In the entire second level of the secret dimension, the most valuable thing is obsidian. Alan hears Alex's reasoning and is very surprised at how valuable this black stone turns out to be. Alan is very fond of lazing around and usually doesn't get carried away with clan tasks, relying only on his clan's salary. However, the clan's salary is small, which makes his life rather modest. He can only look at limited edition books from afar, suppressing his thirst for knowledge deep within his soul. If obsidian is so valuable, then if you can mine it, you could become rich overnight? Alan suddenly realizes. I'll try, he cries out decisively. Master Alan, obsidian is much harder than you think, and even we with all our strength can barely get it, Arya says, and Alex supports her. Because if even they with their level of cultivation could not cause significant damage to obsidian, then Alan, with his level of spiritual palace, should not even try. Alan grins back at them. Don't underestimate my thirst for knowledge, he replies, and delivers his blow. Alan's attacks rain down one after another, and gradually the stone wall begins to crack. Alex watches with great interest as the hero attempts to obtain obsidian. No one expected Alan's attempt to be so successful, but it is indeed. And a huge amount of obsidian breaks off the wall and flies in all directions. Arya's eyes widen in shock. Every blow of Alan's sword is successful, and more obsidian falls to the ground. What a big brother, proudly shouts Hannah. What's going on? How is he doing this? Every blow of the sword is so precise. Alex and Arya scream. It can't be. Alan has grasped the meaning of the sword and even touched the great path of the sword. Arya understands. Don't just stand there. If you want, take it. There's so much obsidian here, my storage isn't that big. Alan generously allows. Thank you, Brother Alan, the cultivators respond, joining in the collection of stones. It was a real pleasure to explore the secret dimension with you. If you have any problems on the next levels, we will definitely help. Little sister, won't you take some more? Alan asks, and Hannah replies that she's happy with what she's already taken. We've almost fully explored this level. Let's find a teleportation system to the next one as soon as possible, Hannah suggests. Judging by the location of the array on the previous level, the array on the third should be there. She points the direction, but the closer they get to the array, the more tense she becomes. Something is wrong. We need to go there immediately, the girl screams. Alex takes one hesitant step forward and freezes. What's going on? The guy doesn't understand. Around the bend, they come across disciples of the Yoon clan trying to defeat a creature of an incomprehensible appearance that is covering the array. His eyes glow green, and his body seems to be carved from stone. The creature closely monitors anyone who tries to get close to the array. How could such a thing be here? Thomas clenches his teeth nervously. I don't believe it. Some puppet guardian can't stop us. One of the students rushes at the creature. The guard calmly takes a step towards him and raises his heavy hand to strike. The student's eyes widen in fear. With a loud cry, he flies far back from just one blow from the stone guard. It didn't pass, the creature says measuredly. This puppet guard looks so simple, but is it that strong? Alan asks, and Hannah explains that although the level is the same as theirs, the puppets are invincible within their level and can fight stronger opponents without much trouble. It seems that only I, the main character, can put an end to this madness. Alex takes a step forward. Let's see what's harder, your puppet body or my fists, he shouts, rushing at the guard. Take my blow, flame that devours the sky. However, Alex, like all previous cultivators, fails to defeat the puppet. Again, just one blow from a strong fist and the guy is thrown back to his group. Arya runs worriedly to Alex to make sure he isn't too badly injured. This puppet warrior really can do something, Alex complains to her, upset. Guess I need to get more serious. Without despair, the guy rushes into the attack again. However, this time the puppet guard proves stronger. In combat, the puppet's movement seems simple and straightforward, but there is clearly some kind of pattern behind them. The puppet does not attack at random. It analyzes the actions of its opponent, says Alan Han. She is looking for his weak points, and then delivering a targeted blow. The previous disciple of the Yoon family who was beaten by this puppet was defeated precisely because she precisely struck the weak point in his defense, and so he failed the test. Alan calls Alex, intending to explain this to him and give him a hint. However, the guy attacks the puppet again, not hearing what the hero is telling him. This kind of pain makes me feel even more alive. Attack harder, he shouts to the guard. He doesn't seem to need any prompting at all, Alan grins. Alex seems to become even more emboldened by his failures, attacking with ever greater enthusiasm. Although Alex seems simple, in real combat he is able to learn and progress quickly. Hannah praises him. This guy's intuition in combat is really sharp. Alex's fighting instinct is very strong. He may not even realize it, but his body and subconscious are constantly adapting to the puppet's attack pattern, trying to find an opportunity to counterattack, Alan thinks. As if echoing his thoughts, the puppet guard stops abruptly right in front of Alex's fist. You have passed the test, says the guard. Alex looks at him in bewilderment, not understanding anything. Meanwhile, the guard steps aside, letting him through to the array. Did he get through? How did they do it? Thomas is angry. You there, watch carefully as they go through the test. Let's see if there's any pattern to the puppet's attacks, he commands his students. The people from the Yoon family are obviously deliberately watching us undergo the test. I wonder what they are planning, Alan thinks. Little sister, go to the third layer of the secret dimension a little later, and I will cover the rear, he commands Hannah. An hour later, both girls pass the test, and the guard lets them through to the next level. Finally, it's my turn. Alan stretches, thinking to himself that the main thing now is not to let the puppet hit his weak spots, and then he will pass. I'll just defend myself a little, the guy decides. If we don't engage in battle, it will be considered a failure, he thinks. This puppet doesn't let you slack off. Okay, we'll have to fight a little. Alan attacks, and the movements of his sword are precise and fast. The puppet barely has time to dodge them. Watch his movements carefully, Thomas commands, but it is almost impossible to see Alan's sword strikes. They are too fast. Meanwhile, the puppet begins to analyze the enemy and comes to the conclusion that his strength is too high, which means it is necessary to increase the difficulty level of attacks. The puppet leveled up? Did it recognize my true power level? Alan thinks irritably. This won't work, it will never end. He rises up again and uses one of his sword control techniques. The puppet guard watches his movements and continues to analyze them. Something unexpected happens. The test is over, you have passed. The guard says out of nowhere, "Is it frozen?" Alan can't figure it out, but still passes to the next level of the secret dimension. Who would have thought that you would pass so quickly? Alex smiles at him. Just luck. This is the third level of the secret dimension, Alan answers. Big brother, look. This is Hannah speaking. Alan looks up and sees a palace floating in the sky among the clouds. The guy looks at the doors in surprise, from which a noticeable amount of energy is emanating. His eyes widen in shock. Master, the source of the magical research Jade Seal's energy is in that palace. The Phoenix confirms his guess. Since the third level is there, why are you still standing here? He asks his companions a logical question. Master Alana, try to pass and you will find out for yourself, Arya answers him. The guy stretches his hand forward and hits an invisible barrier. Is this a barrier? He asks. An incomprehensible, mysterious obstacle prevents them from moving further. We're guessing that maybe we should wait until everyone else has completed their trials, and only then, when enough people have been recruited, will the trials in this palace begin, Hannah says. And on the previous level, attempts to defeat the puppet guard are still ongoing. But in the end, the people of the Yun clan also managed to pass the test. You finally arrived, Alex greets Thomas. All the disciples of the Yun clan look tired, and their faces and bodies are covered with numerous wounds and abrasions. They tried so hard to get to the third level. Is there something here that they absolutely have to get? Alan wonders. Welcome to the trials left behind by Emperor Qing. Another puppet greets them all. Rich rewards and treasures are hidden inside the palace. To get them, you must complete a series of challenges. And the first test is the Heavenly Ladder. Each of you must pass this staircase, and only then will you be able to enter the palace for exploration. The guard continues giving instructions. This is the Yun clan's defensive artifact. It can block one fatal attack, take it and try to walk up this ladder. Thomas orders one of his disciples. The guy obediently heads for the stairs, clutching the artifact tightly in his hand. After walking a few steps and not receiving any injuries, the boy happily turns to the elder. Don't worry, the heavenly ladder is safe, he shouts joyfully. But the very second he finishes the sentence, he is thrown into the air by an unknown force and literally dissolves his body. Even family spiritual values could not resist, one of the students whispers in shock. There were only a few bloodstains left where the guy had stood, as if to remind him of how dangerous this test was. This is heavenly fire. If a practitioner comes into contact with it even a little, he will be immediately consumed, says Arya. It seems like the sky ladder is full of powerful traps and mechanisms. You only need to move along the safe path to pass. There's something familiar about these stairs, Alan thinks. Who's going to go next? Thomas shouts to his students, but they are too scared for that. You people from the Yun family are all so cowardly, Alex tells them with a smirk. Get out of the way, I'll go myself. Arya shouts after him indignantly, but she doesn't have time to stop him. With an anticipatory smile on his face, the guy rushes forward. He barely touches the stairs with his feet, trying to run as far as possible. For a split second, Alex thinks that nothing can stop him and that he has this test in his pocket. However, his next step is unsuccessful and he is blown back by the blast wave. One of the traps is triggered, hitting one of his legs, sending blood splattering everywhere. With a painful cry, Alex falls back to the ground. Look, he went headlong again and got hurt, huh? Arya runs up to him. The locations of those traps, as well as Alex's movements when he dodged them, look like the personification of certain steps. Is the way to walk up the heavenly ladder really to use a secret stepping technique? Alan wonders, as he watches Alex's trajectory closely. Big brother, what do you think about this? Hannah asks him. Alan immediately whispers his assumptions in her ear. Dear, the trap mechanisms on this staircase are extremely dangerous, and the strength of only one of our sides is clearly not enough to overcome them. Why not unite on me to find a safe path? Thomas approaches them. This old man clearly wants to make us share the risks of climbing these stairs, Alan thinks. We can work together, he answers the man, thinking to himself that this is a good opportunity to test his guess. However, if we find the right route, 70% of the treasures inside the palace should go to our side. The guy continues. Okay, the old man agrees with you, Thomas replies irritably. Big brother, just try your best. And if there is danger, then be sure to retreat quickly. Requests, Alan Hannah. Don't worry, Alan answers her. Calmly, he begins to walk up the stairs, using the same stepping technique. That's right, it's really her. The guy rejoices. Did Alan practice some kind of technique that allows you to see through traps? Alex says, amazed. It's not some kind of eye technique, it's just that the older brother suggested that it might be a certain step technique. Hannah explains to him. Now everything is clear, says Thomas. Everyone follow me. he orders his students. Meanwhile, Alan is already approaching the very end of the heavenly ladder. But he is overtaken by a familiar feeling and, closing his eyes in surprise, the guy tries to understand why the seal has weakened right now. Was there really Tao energy in the steps I was taking? He thinks. You can't show off your power here. I need to get away from prying eyes urgently. We must find a quiet corner and release this stream of Tao that is raging inside. Having made his decision, he sends a wave of energy towards the palace door. The doors obediently open and now the guy can calmly go inside. Alan runs inside and falls tiredly to his knees on the floor. We must quickly tame the breath of the great path that is hidden in this technique of steps, he thinks. Hanging in the air, the young man clears his mind and begins to meditate. Did he just rush there like that? The speed is simply unimaginable. At this time, the disciples of the Yun clan are talking in amazement. Who is he, this man with such power? Why hasn't his name thundered in our lands yet? Surely he is the elder of the sect, hidden under the mask of a simpleton, Thomas thinks. To master Emperor Qing's stepping technique in the blink of an eye, it's simply amazing. Arya is amazed. Brother Alan, aren't you the main character of this story? Alex laughs. Big brother, what are you up to now? Hannah worries. I have roughly remembered his path. Let's try to go forward, following him, she says to the others. A quarter of an hour passes unnoticed. After much effort, the seal finally tamed this chaos. Alan rejoices. This stepping technique is like a dream floating in the clouds, ethereal and elusive. From now on, I will call it Cloud Dream Steps. With this power, I will be able to appear anywhere, like a ghost, and no one will notice my presence. But here's the problem. It seems I've finally revealed my cards. And how can we explain this now? Could this really be those same growing pains? Congratulations! You have become the first to overcome the test of the heavenly ladder. A voice is heard. Please, follow me to the main hall, where a reward awaits you. The guard who appeared continues. So this is what this reward is, says Alan, thoughtfully looking at the place where the guard took him. This is the entrance to the 12 chambers of trials, and each chamber has a different difficulty. Depending on your strength and cultivation level, you can choose one of them, the guard says. All these treasures are the choicest gifts left by my Lord Emperor Qing. And indeed, behind each door you can feel its own energy, somewhere weak, and somewhere, on the contrary, powerful, like a storm, Alan thinks. Chambers 1 through 10 correspond to levels from the initial entry into the path to the early stages of the ascension of the immortals. The guard continues the story. Each chamber bestows a reward that perfectly suits your current mastery. The 11th chamber is only open to the strongest masters of the highest levels of ascension. The rewards there are so amazing that they will make any practitioner's heart beat faster. What about the 12th chamber? What treasures are there? Alan asks the guard. The 12th chamber is something very special. They say that my master's most valuable treasures are hidden in it, and perhaps even secrets that surpass the limits of ascension. Whoever passes the test of this chamber will take not only everything that is stored in its treasury, but will also be able to take this entire palace with him, the guard explains. The whole palace with you? Alan asks, amazed. That's right. This hall of trials is one of my master's personal treasures, the guard answers. This is a magical artifact of incredible power. By the way, do you have a thing called spiritual jade of dark chaos here? Alan asks. And the guard answers that there really is such a treasure here, and it is hidden in the 12th chamber. I knew he was here. Alan grins. Although apparently the test in this 12th ward will not be easy, the guy sighs. Behind him, the sacred beasts vie with each other to beg him to get them this jade, and Alan gives in. Okay, you've convinced me, he decides. This ancient palace is full of spiritual power. It is a real mobile abode of bliss, and most importantly, there is plenty of space here. I will take it for myself, so that I have a place to rest in the future. Alan thinks contentedly and asks the guard to tell more about all the trials. Firstly, no one will know which chamber you entered, and your rewards will also remain a secret. And secondly, if the test gets too hot, run to the teleportation circle inside the chamber and it will take you outside, says the guard. Caution is the key to a long life, says Alan. I think I'll start with the first chamber, decides the hero. I'll also check what's what at the same time. Alan enters the first door and looks around carefully. At first glance, there is nothing dangerous about this place. The door behind the young man suddenly slams shut with a frighteningly loud sound. At that very second, an enemy appears right in front of him. The test has begun, says another guard. Alan calmly dodges the puppet's first blow. The first step was easy, he thinks, striking back. If you keep your ears open, there won't be any problems with the rest. Meanwhile, the rest of the cultivators finally cross the heavenly ladder and enter the palace. Thank heavens that Hannah remembered the way. Tired Alex rejoices. Meanwhile, the girl looks around the room in search of her brother. And just at that moment, Alan completes the first chamber test and goes outside. "Big brother?" Hannah shouts at him. "Alan, what are you doing now?" Thomas shouts no less loudly. "As soon as I entered, some good-natured puppet guard told me that through trials one can receive rewards from Emperor Qing himself." The hero answers them. "I chose the first step, and alas, the warrior dolls there turned out to be no weaklings. It took a lot of work to overcome them." "So, the treasures are waiting right outside the door," Alex exclaimed. "Then I'll immediately rush to the most difficult level." Meanwhile, Thomas reminds his students that they are here for one and only one subject. Altogether, the cultivators move forward. What are they up to anyway? Hannah wonders. "Let's go to the test levels and be on guard," she tells her friends. "Big brother, aren't you coming?" the girl asks Alan. "You guys go ahead, I need a little rest." He winks at her. "Let's see what kind of game the lights are playing," Alan thinks, looking at the Yun clan disciples. Meanwhile, Thomas is already approaching one of the chambers. Alan remains in place waiting. After a very short time, Thomas literally flies back out of this room. The students immediately rush to his aid. "Even with all our might, we couldn't get past that 10th level," the man says irritably. "What is hidden on this level? Why are they ready to give their lives just to get there?" Alan ponders. "Okay, I'll go inside and see everything for myself. Since no one will know where exactly I went, I challenge the 10th. "As you wish," the guard answered, meeting the guy as soon as he walked through the door. The power emanating from this creature is simply incredible. What power? Alan thinks in surprise. No wonder even the old man couldn't defeat him. What kind of reward is hidden behind such powerful puppet guards? With renewed enthusiasm, Alan intensifies his attacks. However, this fight turns out to be more difficult than he thought. "Looks like it's time to get that sword out of the celestial mechanism's arsenal," the guy decides. "Forward," he says, drawing his weapon. This time the hero's attack turns out to be quite successful. One hit and the guard breaks into many stone pieces. The test has been passed. "I'm afraid getting through level 11 will be even more difficult," Alan sighs. "If I want to get out of it safe and sound, I'll have to remove the seal." The second test turned out to be a real nightmare. He tells Hannah, who runs up to him. "Brother, stop playing the weakling. We all saw how you shone on that ladder," Alex tells him indignantly, and Alan hurries to change the subject to their battle trophies. Arya and Alex have only reached the 5th level, but they intend to go much further. "I have an idea. These guards are mindless and act strictly according to the programs left to them by the Emperor. Maybe we should try to confuse them by attacking in different rhythms and unpredictably?" Alan speaking. "You mean suddenly changing style in the middle of a fight?" Hannah clarifies. "To surprise the guards and find their weakness? It's worth a try." Alex and Arya agree. "Now I will break through to the 6th level no matter what it costs me," Alex decides. Alan watches with a smile as his friends actively talk and strategize. "It's time for me to move to the 11th, he decides. "I choose the 11th level," he says to the guard. The guy already has a sword comfortably in his hand, and the hero is focused only on victory. This test will not be easy. Its level is equal to the ascension of the immortals. If my guess is correct, I will throw off part of the seal and this barrier will fall before me, Alan thinks. Accept death. He rushes at the next puppet. This time, everything ends quite quickly, and all that remains of the 11th level guardian is a pile of stones. A pacified Alan walks back to the others, telling them that the 3rd level was not easy either. Out of the corner of his ear, he hears how the Yun clan disciples can't understand why he comes out so unharmed, without even a single scratch. Thomas urges the students to quickly regain their strength in order to pass the 10th level, because the testing palace is only open for 12 hours. These guys still dream of level 10? Alan grins. After a short period of time, he regains his spiritual strength and is ready to pass the final test. It's time, the guy decides. He challenges the 12th level. Another guard awaits him inside. This creature looks even more impressive than all the previous ones. So this is what he is like. The guardian of the 12th step, Alan thinks. Meanwhile, the creature is already rushing to attack. Its power is truly astounding, and Alana barely manages to dodge the huge fiery fist. At the last second, he thrusts his sword in front of him, blocking the attack. What a furious power, the hero thinks. And then he notices something unusual. Is there really a reflection of the very source of the great path in the techniques of this creature? The guy is amazed. But you know what? I can do it too, he grins. Great path, open up before me, the hero cries out. Finally, I can give it my all. Having completely broken his seal, the young man rushes into the attack. This time the guard cannot resist his power. With a roar, he rains blow after blow down on the guard. The sacred animals watch their master in delight from the space of his consciousness. Am I on the threshold of ascension? Alan suddenly realizes. Who would have thought that by chance I awakened the spark to fly into the sky? But with my current power, ascension is not my path yet. This spiritual storm must be suppressed with the steps of Emperor Qing, the boy decides. The surprised guard lifts his head up, watching the strange guy with bewilderment. "Break through!" Alan shouts. With lightning speed, he attacks the last puppet guard and it, like all the previous ones, crumbles into pieces. "My victory!" The guy exhales tiredly. "Congratulations, Tester. You have passed the 12th level." The guard who had previously given him instructions appears before Alan. "The tests of the younger sister and the others are not finished yet, so let's not interrupt them yet," Alan tells him. Turning around, the guard heads towards the exit, calling for everyone to follow him. He raises his hand and presses his palm against a certain spot on the wall. Obeying his will, a passage opens before them. "Prover, follow me," says the guard. "Here it is, the core that rules the entire ancient palace of stars. Pour your power into it, cleanse it, and you will be able to take possession of this abode entirely." "Got it. My will through this core seems to merge with the palace itself," the guy thinks. "I feel every corner of it." "Done," he says to the guard. "Sir, the ancient hall has recognized you as its master, and now I am at your service." The guard bows. Alan just sighs in response. "Lift me up and take me to the treasury," he orders the guard. And the guard obediently leads him to the right place. "Now everything here is yours," he says. Alan looks at the treasures that appear before his eyes in amazement. This is luxury, the guy thinks. If even the temporary abode is so rich, what is in the Emperor's main refuge, Alan wonders. The guy decides to deal with the treasures later and asks the guard to bring him the spiritual jade of dark chaos. The guard leaves and returns with the thing Alan needs in his hand. The Lord has found him. The sacred beasts rejoice. What kind of delight is this? Alan is embarrassed. And what is this? He suddenly notices something strange. "Sir, this is the seed of hell," the guard answers him. "Ancient records say that it is connected to the realm of the dead and feeds on the breath of the underworld. But no one knows what will eventually be born from it, an animal or a plant." Having found out everything he needed, Alan returns to his friends. Alex reveals that Elder Thomas is still trying to pass the 10th step. Just at that moment, Thomas literally falls out of the 10th ward, joyfully shouting that he has finally passed. With a mad gleam in his eyes, he rushes at the guard, demanding that he be given the seed of the underworld as a reward. Did the Yun clan really get involved with demons? Alan wonders. Alex and Arya have no idea what this seed of the underworld is. Moreover, Alex is truly amazed that the all-knowing Arya cannot answer this question. "I think I read about this seed of hell in some old book," Hannah thinks. "This is a plant associated with demonic clans." "Where is my seed of hell?" Thomas shouts in rage at the disconcerted guard. The puppet looks questioningly at Alan. The guard doesn't take his eyes off the guy, which becomes too weird for everyone else. Alan tenses up, urgently thinking of a way out of the situation. Thomas is already looking at him angrily, starting to suspect something. "Kid, why are you staring at me in front of everyone?" Alan conveys the thought to the guard. "Turn away and tell Thomas that the seed of the underworld has long been gone from here." The guy commands, and the guard obediently repeats this to the elder. "Has anyone else passed the 10th test?" Thomas can't believe his ears. This causes him to fly into a wild rage. "You can choose another reward," the guard offers the man. "How am I supposed to report to that gentleman now?" Thomas thinks in a panic. "It's a good thing that thing isn't here," Hannah thinks gloomily. "Dear testers, time has come to an end," the guard announces in the meantime. "I will now activate the teleportation array to send you outside. The rewards for the completed levels are almost taken. Time to go." This is Arya speaking. "Looks like I'll have to take matters into my own hands," Thomas thinks in the meantime. "The matter with the seed of the underworld must not come to light under any circumstances. These people must remain dead." He commands his disciples. He doesn't realize that the guard is already mentally transmitting this information to Alan. Alan asks Strata to take out his younger sister and the others first, while he stays behind to deal with the Yun clan. "The teleportation array is open. You can leave safely," says the guard. As Alan requested, he transfers Hannah and the others first. Alan remains in the center of the room, calmly folding his hands behind his back. His face expresses the utmost degree of peace and concentration. What's going on? Where are they all? The Yun clan notices the cultivators are missing. "I just wove a secret technique into the teleportation array. They should not have escaped under any circumstances." "This is definitely your doing," Thomas says angrily, pointing at Alan. Well, I'll deal with you first. There's no one else here, so tell me, what are you up to with the demon clan? Alan asks calmly. What impudence? The elder cries out indignantly. Get on your knees and repent right now, and then we might give you life. One of the students shouts at the guy, making the hero grimace in boredom. There's no pleasure in finishing you off too quickly, so I'll give you a chance. You can hit me 5 times, Alan says slowly. If any of you touch me, you can do whatever you want to me. You think too highly of yourself. The disciples of the Yun clan shout at him. Immediately one of them attacks, but only runs into the shield put up by Alan. How is this possible? He doesn't understand. First strike, Alan starts the countdown. The students continue to attack, and the guy calmly continues counting, voicing the second and third blows. None of the enemy clan manages to penetrate his shield. No matter how hard they try, the powerful recoil wave throws them back several meters with each attack. Even a random thing is so powerful? The Emperor knows a thing or two about good things. Alan grins, remembering the armor he's currently wearing, taken from one of the chambers. Meanwhile, the Yun clan disciples try to attack all at once. Alan just smirks at their unsuccessful attempts. The students are thrown back again as soon as the hero points his new sword at them. Fourth strike, Alan continues counting. By the way, this sword is also quite good, the guy grins. To think I underestimated you, says Thomas. Well, it's time for me, an old man, to intervene, he decides. Demonic aura? So you really are in cahoots with demons? Alan is surprised. Accept your death, Thomas shouts, starting to attack. But Alan has no intention of losing. A serious fight breaks out. Alan deflects blow after blow with his new sword, calmly dispelling the flashes of Thomas's demonic energy. No matter how hard the man tries, he can't get to this guy. But Alan's blow immediately reaches its target. The man falls to the floor with a loud, furious scream, not wanting to give up so easily. 5 strikes down, you don't have a single chance anymore, Alan tells him. How can you be so strong? Thomas shouts at him in rage. Even the artifact given to this man by the demons couldn't stop this guy. Is your sword really the inheritance of Emperor Qing? The elder cries out in disbelief. So it was you who took the seat of the underworld? And if so? Alan asks with a grin. He thinks to himself that this demonic aura is much stronger than that of the true Lord of the Blood Sea that he met earlier. It seems that this time the Yun clan has gotten involved with much more powerful demons. In confirmation of his words, all the students are engulfed in demonic energy, transforming their appearance and auras. We must obtain the seed of the underworld for our master, Thomas shouts, leading them. I don't give a damn about your master, Alan answers them. You dared to disturb the peace of the cultivator world, depriving me of the chance to live my life in peace. You are finished. As if they hadn't heard him, the students rushed into the attack at once. The sword in Alan's hand begins to glow with golden flame again. Everything around the young man is engulfed in this golden glow. Gradually, a huge dragon is formed from the golden whirlwinds, its mouth bared in fury. The purple demonic energy is only one bite away from this creature. The dragon devours the entire Yun clan, ignoring their screams and curses. The working day is over, Alan sums up. All for my happy life from 9 to 5. The guy goes outside, thinking that he must definitely tell the head of the sect about the deeds of this clan. It seems like the teleportation array is throwing everyone to random points, so I got a little lost and had to wander around until I got out. The guy answers all his friends' questions. Don't worry about the Yun clan people. They've long since gone their separate ways. Well, that's great. I always thought these guys weren't the kindest souls. Alex and Arya are happy. Okay, that's all in the past, Alan tells them. Almost forgot the main thing. This time we all came back with a rich catch thanks to Brother Alan's tips. Arya speaking. Alan looks away, embarrassed, as he listens to the praise. Well done. We'll be sure to report your accomplishments. Alex praises the guy. No need, I'm not chasing fame, I don't need any extra trouble. The hero smiles at him. If so, we will not insist. The guys agree with his position and soar upward. We have to hurry with the report to the Union, so that's it, they say. See you later, Hannah and Alan shout to them. In any case, I have already taken over the entire ancient palace, so even if people from the Union come here, they will not find anything, Alan thinks. Finally, it's all over, he rejoices. It's time for us to go back. Big brother, even though they believed you, I didn't. Tell the truth, where were you just now? Hannah asks unexpectedly. I completely forgot about my little sister. Alan tenses up. The girl intends to find out all the details from him on the way home, and Alan isn't entirely sure he'll be able to get out of it this time. Meanwhile, in the Yun clan, the demon clan warrior is waiting for a report. But instead of the expected seed of the underworld, he learns that Elder Thomas, along with the rest of the disciples, died and were unable to deliver him such a necessary thing. The demon's eyes are dangerously bloodshot with rage. The student who brought the report is shaking with fear, waiting for a reaction to his words. Instead of words, the demon cuts a man in half with one blow. "Nobody's!" he screams in rage, looking at the frightened faces of the other students. That pathetic fool, Thomas, couldn't even handle such a trifle. "You, come closer." The demon beckons one of the students to him. "Disciple Irwin greets the Great One," the cultivator says, stuttering with fear. The next second, a wave of demonic energy hits him right in the chest. Before the eyes of the astonished disciples, the demon takes on the appearance of this disciple. "From now on, I am Irwin, a disciple of the Yun clan's inner circle, and am your master," the demonic warrior loudly proclaims. "9 hellish seas, I will go there personally." Meanwhile, Alan and Hannah return to the sword sect. "Chief, your students have returned," Hannah shouts. "Okay, tell me how your trip went." The man rejoices at them. "Right now," Alan answers, and together with their younger sister, they begin their story. "You did a great job." The leader listens and praises them. "What a stroke of luck fate has smiled upon you." The man never tires of praising his students, putting his arm around their shoulders in a friendly manner. The Yun clan was acting suspiciously. Elder Thomas was obsessively searching for some kind of underworld seed. Decides to tell the leader Alan. "The seed of the underworld?" the head asks in a hoarse voice. "Got it, you can rest, and I'll go and report this to the Union. Could it be that this clan has also gotten involved with demons?" The man ponders as he heads for the exit. Alan is glad to return to his home after all this trouble. He walks slowly along one of the paths, enjoying the feeling of returning home. "It's time to get to know you better," the guy decides, taking the core of Emperor Qing's palace out of his pocket. Concentrating, he passes his energy through it to move inside. Without much effort, Alan moves to the palace. There, a puppet guard is already waiting for him. "For some reason, this time everything feels a little different," the guy says thoughtfully. "This is the true appearance of the ancient Palace of the Stars," the guard answers him. "It includes cultivation halls, a spiritual herb garden, a spiritual beast enclosure, a sacred tech storage facility, and much more," the creature says. "The spiritual herb garden allows you to grow the rarest of plants. The repository of sacred texts is full of countless secrets of cultivation. Looks like I really hit the jackpot." Alan rejoices. The guard immediately offers him to take advantage of at least one of the possibilities of the hall. In order to understand all the intricacies, he gives the guy the Emperor's precious legacy in the form of pill recipes and drawings for artifacts. These books contain numerous techniques and secrets of mastery. "If I can't openly display my strength, then with pills and spiritual weapons I'll have a few aces up my sleeve," Alan thinks. "And in a fight with enemies, I will be able to both hide my true power and strike them with unexpected force." "Excellent," says a pleased Alan. And then he remembers that he still has something to do. "I almost forgot about your important business, guys," he says to his spirit animals, calling them to him. Alan takes out the seed of the underworld and looks at it thoughtfully. But apart from the thick spiritual energy, he feels nothing else. The guy doubts that this thing is capable of removing the seals from the spiritual beasts. However, they themselves are absolutely sure that it is capable of freeing them all from the hated shackles. After listening to their assurances, Alan, without a doubt, activates the seed of the underworld, returning the lost freedom to the shackled divine beasts. And indeed, immediately after the item is activated, the seals fly off and each of the animals becomes free. The animals break into fanged smiles, vying with each other to thank their master. Alan smiles warmly back at them and admits that he doesn't really consider himself their master. To which the animals respond that he not only sheltered them, but also gave them freedom, so no one else is more worthy of being called their master than he is. And each of the animals is ready to follow the guy to the end, be it the path of cultivation or any trials that await him ahead. Soaring through the air, the beasts swear in unison to serve their master forever. Alan looks at them with gratitude, and a slight blush blooms on his face. But then he starts thinking about when all these animals are going to ascend, to which the confused animals respond that although the seals have now been removed from them, they still need a lot of time before their ascension. Deciding that this was boring, the boy returned to the training grounds of the Qingyun sword sect. He knows this place well, it is ideal for a good night's sleep. But as soon as he pulls the blindfold over his eyes, a loud sound catches his attention. Pulling off the bandage, he notices his sister approaching. The girl smoothly descends to the ground, and her silhouette is beautifully enveloped in bluish flashes of power. Alan's breathing quickens as he notices that Hannah looks especially lovely today. The boy's fingers tightly clutch the sleep bandage that hasn't been pulled all the way down, and a blush spreads across his cheeks. The girl catches his gaze on her face and smiles back a little shyly. As if not noticing the awkwardness, she runs up to her older brother. The alchemy exam was about to start, and she had come running here to find out why Alan was still not at the square where the exam would take place. This is a test that the Immortal Sect Alliance holds every few years, during which time examiners visit each sect to evaluate the skills of their disciples. And after all, artifact forging, alchemy, and talisman making are key arts that no sect can do without. He thinks that alchemy has never really interested him, and with a bunch of Emperor Qing's secret texts at hand, this exam is not important at all, so he tells his younger sister that he will not participate in it. The girl understands that her brother is not an alchemy master at all, so she draws his attention to the fact that recently, a very famous master named Christopher announced free alchemy lessons, and while these lessons are in progress, all morning training is cancelled. It is obvious that she chose the right direction to convince her older brother. Only after hearing about the cancellation of morning training, for which he hates getting up at dawn, Alan immediately agrees to alchemy lessons. Together they move to the alchemy square where the lessons will take place. The other students who have already arrived there are actively discussing the fact that Christopher, who is one of the greatest masters, will be teaching them today. The art of alchemy of this master has reached the pinnacle of perfection, and to see it with one's own eyes today is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. Alan does not share their enthusiasm, because due to the popularity of this master, too many people have gathered in the square, and now this place resembles some kind of noisy bazaar. Hannah convinces him that the point is that alchemists, regardless of their rank, are an invaluable support for any cultivator. And Master Christopher himself is a living legend of alchemy, and the most important master of the Union. Alan doesn't dare argue with the girl, much less tell her that he's only here to avoid the hated morning workouts. Meanwhile, the noise and hubbub around grows even more, because the great master has already come out onto the porch. Every single one of the students gathered in the square today looks with admiration at Christopher, the chief alchemist of the Union of Immortal Sects. The master begins his speech by saying that alchemy is one of the indispensable techniques on the path of cultivation. It not only strengthens a person's strength, but can even save a life at a crucial moment. For example, the Qi Gathering Pill helps the cultivator absorb the energy of heaven and earth, accelerating progress in practice, while the Soul Returning Pill is able to quickly restore the vitality of the wounded, and in some cases even heal damaged meridians. It's not for nothing that there are legends about him, one of the students whispers admiringly. The master continues by talking about the Pure Heart Pill that protects the cultivator from external interference and allows him to maintain clarity of mind when internal demons get in the way. The students listen to the master so attentively that even the noise and din that Alan hates subside. The guy looks at Hannah, who is even writing down the lecture in a notebook, and doesn't understand why they are all so serious. Smiling at the thought that the lack of morning workouts is really a joy, the guy decides to take a little nap. The next 2 hours pass without him noticing. The lecture comes to an end and the master completes his first lesson. Today, he gives the students the task of preparing the Fast Growth Pill elixir that he talked about in this class. An inspired Hannah wakes up Alan because it's time to start practicing after class. This is a rare chance to practice so that each student can experience the process of alchemy and feel how the herbs merge in the harmony of yin and yang. Alan, however, indignantly thinks that this free course is just a way to take away talents, while forcing poor students to prepare elixirs for free for the needs of the sect. And this whole situation painfully reminds him of the free labor force from his past life. Meanwhile, the master hands each student an alchemical cauldron and gives the command to begin work. He reminds cultivators that alchemy requires patience and attention to detail, so they should not rush. All students immediately and joyfully begin the long-awaited practice. However, to their regret and disappointment, most cultivators fail to achieve even an acceptable result. Only one student named James easily copes with the assigned task and mocks everyone else. He himself, like all the other students, considers himself a huge talent and is sincerely proud that he managed to complete the master's task on the first try. Christopher notices his success and praises this student because his elixir came out not only pure in color and with a pleasant aroma, but even by its radiance it is already clear that the effect will be excellent. Hannah is also eager to try her hand at this, and she drags her older brother along with her. Alan sighs but follows her. He slept through the entire lecture and didn't listen to the master at all. So the guy just decides to have some fun, so as not to attract attention with his idleness. As he finishes working on his elixir, Hannah runs up and admires the amazing color that has emerged. The master also pays attention to the outstanding result. He looks closely at Alan's elixir and looks rather thoughtful. The master finds it strange that everything about this elixir is perfect except for fire control, since the lunar hellebore used for its preparation does not like heat, so it must be prepared over a low flame. These are the very basics of alchemy. But with all this, the proportions of spiritual power and herbs in the resulting elixir are precise to perfection. However, Alan himself is not at all surprised by this, because he knows that he listened to the entire lecture and therefore did not know these very basics. Now that he knows about the properties of this plant, the guy decides to adjust his elixir a little. He concentrates and once again envelops the elixir with his own power, changing the temperature of the flame. And then an amazing glow appears around it, which usually only happens with elixirs of the highest quality. Even the highest-ranking masters do not always manage to reach this level with ease. So Christopher is amazed by Alan's abilities and decides to ask if this is really his first attempt at alchemy. Dissatisfied with such attention, the guy confirms that this is indeed his first experience in the field of alchemy. The master is amazed by this level of control over spiritual power. He is sure that this guy has a natural talent for alchemy. But instead of being happy about the praise from a recognized master, Alan only gets upset, because now he stands out too much and attracts everyone's attention. The younger sister appears behind the guy, once again convinced that her older brother is simply incredible. However, the other students do not share her enthusiasm. They are not impressed by the spectacular glow, since it is not yet clear how great the real benefit of this elixir will be. Hearing this, Hannah turns to them and indignantly replies that they simply cannot create such an ideal elixir on their own, and that is why they are jealous. Hearing this, the master says that since there are doubts, they should all test the effect of the elixir in the spiritual plant garden right now. James, the most indignant of all, happily agrees with the master. He wants to see what this elixir, which the master considers ideal, is capable of. With a smug grin, he asks Alan if he wouldn't be afraid to try to check the result of his work. There are chuckles all around. All the other cultivators are sure that Alan's success is pure chance. One menacing look from Hannah as she turned around was enough to instantly make all the ridicule die down. Even James suddenly falls silent, looking tensely into Hannah's eyes. Hannah has complete confidence in her beloved brother's abilities, so she asks Alan to ignore all this teasing. However, the guy had no intention of paying attention to these ridiculous taunts. Just don't cry if you lose, okay? He leans towards James. Together, the cultivators head to the spiritual plant garden to find out the truth. There, Master Christopher gives them a short lecture about the plant they see in front of them. This is turquoise heart herb. Depending on the quality of the elixir, it exhibits different changes. Therefore, each of the participants now needs to water this grass with their elixirs. This will determine the winner. James immediately volunteers to test his work first. The boy squats down and tilts the cauldron with his elixir. From his cauldron, a thin stream of elixir flows directly onto the grass of the turquoise heart. As soon as the drops of the elixir fall on the grass, each of its flowers is enveloped in a small, brightly glowing sphere in which it begins to rapidly ripen. James immediately shouts with joy, feeling like the winner of this little competition. The main cultivators immediately began to chatter in admiration, discussing the amazing effects of the elixir. The master approaches the young man and also praises him for the excellent effect of the elixir. The guy replies that the highest level of the elixir, Rapid Growth Pill, makes the grass fully mature, and he was just diligently honing the basics. Alan watches the overly sweet-talking, unpleasant guy with indignation. Now it was his turn. Without wasting time on beautiful gestures, the guy simply pours the elixir directly onto the grass. Each of the cultivators freezes in anticipation. They go on for seconds, but none of them notice any effect. And this leaves the students perplexed, because even the lowest quality elixir should give at least some reaction. They were already beginning to think that Alan's elixir was just a pretty dummy, and only the master continued to wait for the result. James stands nearby, delighted that his opponent appears to have failed. What good are beautiful phenomena if there is no benefit? He asks Alan smugly. From all sides, other cultivators responded in his support, deciding that they had overestimated Alan's abilities. And only Hannah cannot understand why none of them feel that even though the turquoise heartgrass has not changed, the elixir itself definitely has a thick spiritual energy. As if to confirm her words, the plant finally begins to change. Alan begins to realize that he has put too much spiritual power into this elixir. The next second, the clearing is enveloped in a powerful glow, and the plant begins to grow rapidly. The other students watch in shock as the elixir takes effect, their mouths open in surprise. None of them had ever seen the turquoise heartgrass grow to such a huge size. Is this really the awakening of a spiritual vein? The master cries out in surprise. The cultivators, who have never heard of such a phenomenon, immediately ask Christopher to tell them what it is. The man explains that the awakening of the spiritual vein is a very rare phenomenon, and that it was once only possible for one of the most ancient masters of alchemy. This phenomenon occurs when the spiritual grass, under the influence of a special elixir, comes to life, connecting with the underground veins of the earth, drawing on the huge streams of spiritual energy to grow rapidly. None of the students, nor even the master himself, could have even imagined that Alan would have such a great talent. At this time, the guy only thinks about how all this extra attention can bring him a bunch of unnecessary problems. Christopher believes that alchemy requires the finest control of spiritual power and a deep understanding of the properties of each spiritual herb, and it will be difficult for an ordinary cultivator, even if he devotes himself entirely to alchemy, to reach Alan's level. Such talent is a rare find and needs to be carefully nurtured. Therefore, the man immediately offers Alan to become his personal student. And this surprises the other cultivators, because usually the master does not take on students at all. To their horror, Alan refuses, relying on the fact that he already has a teacher. Although in reality, the reason is that he does not intend to work 2 jobs at once. It seems like a pure 996 mode from his past life. So with a smile, he tells the master that alchemy is just his hobby, and he does not plan to become a professional alchemist. To everyone's surprise, the master begins to persuade him, promising to provide generous resources for cultivation. James does not understand how Alan can refuse such a rare opportunity, because Master Christopher has trained many outstanding alchemists, each of whom has achieved great heights. Angry and upset, he runs up to Alan with an offer to fight him one more time. After all, if Alan really is a genius of alchemy, and all this was not a series of coincidences, then this is a great opportunity to prove his strength to the other cultivators. Hannah stands in James's way, preventing him from getting closer to his older brother. She says that James will never defeat Alan, and the guy angrily presses his lips together, glaring at the impudent girl with a furious look. But the girl is not at all embarrassed by this, and she does not even try to look away from the determined gaze. Alan puts a reassuring hand on her shoulder and declares that it is all really a series of coincidences and that he is not an alchemical genius at all. With these words, he was about to leave, dragging Hannah along with him. Master Christopher is surprised to think about how young and talented the man in front of him is now, and at the same time, modest, open, and living for his own pleasure. Alan admits to Hannah that he actually signed up for alchemy lessons only to cancel his morning training. The girl chuckled and suddenly remembered something. This morning, the leader asked her to tell Alan that the sect was short of people for several field missions, and he wanted to steam him. Christopher, who can hear snippets of the conversation, indignantly says that such talent should be left here to prepare for the exam, and not sent on some missions. And then it dawns on Alana too. He turns around and glares at the master with a sly look. With hope, he asks the man if he really won't have to go on missions if he starts learning alchemy. Christopher immediately ardently promises to deal with anyone who dares to send him on a mission instead of studying alchemy. Without another second's hesitation, Alan agrees to begin classes. These are the kind of talents that should be involved in alchemy, the master says happily. He believes that talent is the most important thing in the cultivation world, and this guy is the one who is most likely to inherit his skills. A slightly surprised Hannah peers out from behind Alan, listening to every word the master says. Christopher asks her to return to the sect and tell the leader that now Alan will not go on any missions. Hannah replies that although the sect's tasks are urgent, she does not dare to object to his decision. Christopher promises to personally mentor Alan to advance even further in the art of alchemy. This will benefit the entire sect. After all, he sees in this guy a rare talent and a unique flair for alchemy. And if Alan is embarrassed by the idea of formal apprenticeship, then he may not officially become an apprentice. The master is still ready to pass on to him everything he knows. Alan is very surprised that the master values him so highly and is ready to instruct him without any conditions. He thanks the man for his generosity and bows. Christopher gives him 3 pill recipes and his own book called Secrets of Alchemy, and asks the boy to learn how to cook according to these recipes. He passed on the same recipes to James, and in 3 days there would be another competition to test their strength and talent. The master suggests that he consider this as practice before the exam, which will take place in a month, and the winner will receive a special reward, a mysterious pill created personally by the master. James intends to work hard on his pills for 3 days, so that on the day of the competition he can expose this imposter in front of everyone. Alan also accepts the master's offer. These 3 days of preparation will be the perfect excuse to get out of all the missions and have a good rest. Alan and Hannah return back, and on the way, the girl never tires of admiring her older brother. The guy tells her that he was even a little embarrassed by all her praise. The girl just smiles silently back at him. An embarrassed blush appears on the guy's cheeks again. And what is written in these recipes? The girl looks into the book with interest. Alan clears his throat before beginning to read. The first Qingji Jade pill has a powerful healing effect on any wounds, internal and external. The second turquoise pill of purification is a renowned remedy for poisons. And the third, Yellow Dragon Ascension pill, helps cultivators break through bottlenecks and increase their strength. The girl notes that all these pills are quite complicated and clearly not intended for beginners. She asks the guy not to forget that James has a teacher who is a skilled alchemist and a very important figure in the sect, which means he will certainly help his student. This means that Alan really needs to prepare well this time. The girl turns out to be absolutely right. After a very short time, James asks his teacher for an audience. He comes to the peak of the long mountain to find help. James immediately approaches his teacher and asks him to share his wisdom. Master Noah asks the guy to tell him more about his problem. James comes closer and tells about everything that happened in class today. He tells how the master gave him 3 recipes for complex pills. The guy complains that he doesn't understand everything about these recipes, and the master promises to pass on to him several secret alchemy techniques. However, the path of alchemy values persistence and perseverance, so James himself will have to study the craft deeply. The guy is not at all afraid of this. Now he is confident that with the help of his teacher, he will teach this upstart a lesson. Meanwhile, Alan returns to his abode. He can't believe his eyes when he looks at the cleanliness and order that has been restored. Before, he would clean up all the mess with a simple cleaning spell. But now, thanks to his spirit beasts, the monastery is clean and tidy. To please the guy even more, the sacred animals pour him tea. Closing his tired eyes, Alan takes the first small sip. This is the real vacation life he dreamed of. However, the guy's joy is overshadowed by thoughts about the need to prepare for the competition. But still, he decides to send his studies far away and read the novels that have accumulated over all this time. Without the slightest twinge of conscience, Alan falls asleep. Early in the morning, he is awakened by a loud noise at the door. Hearing the voice of the younger sister, the remnants of sleep instantly disappear. The girl persistently knocks on his bedroom door, not understanding what important thing her brother is doing now. Jumping out of bed, Alan rushes to the door to ask what important business has brought the girl here so early. It turns out that Hannah brought him some basic books on alchemy from the text repository. Deciding not to argue, Alan obediently accepts the books from her hands. Since there is very little time left before the competition, Hannah promises to bring several cultivators to Alan the next day to test the pills he made. Alan realizes that he will have to create at least the appearance of work, but he is confident that he can handle such a trifle. The young man resolutely opens the book, intending to deal with this problem as quickly as possible. After some time spent poring over the books, he thinks that alchemy is like cracking a puzzle, the solution to which brings pure pleasure. In his past life, he would often get stuck on game levels, trying again and again until he achieved victory. Since he came to this world, he had no other entertainment except reading novels, so now the guy has become much more cheerful. "Cauldron, begin!" he commands, beginning the creation of pills. The sacred tiger watches his actions in surprise, hiding nearby. Almost immediately, the other animals join him, and together they begin to admire their master again. Allah doesn't pay the slightest attention to them, completely absorbed in his work. He hadn't been this interested in a long time. With a bright enthusiasm on his face, he continues to study the secrets of alchemy. The entire space around him is filled with the brightest flashes of energy. The first of the pills will appear very soon. The sacred animals immediately admire how their master created a 9-pattern pill on his first try. In the alchemy world, cultivators usually create pills with 1 to 3 patterns. Cultivators who can create pills with 4 to 6 patterns are considered masters, while pills with even more patterns are considered extremely rare, like heavenly treasures. Alan, meanwhile, reflects on the fact that the pill he received instantly heals wounds, but its side effect is the depletion of spiritual power, which is a fatal flaw in combat. So he decides to replace the xuanhuang fruit with a bloodvine flower and add a little glow of light. The further he goes, the more interesting it becomes for him. Now he understands that alchemy is like a system in games with endless possibilities. As they worked, morning came unnoticed, and the sacred beasts were delighted that their master was able to infuse the thunderleaf essence into the pill. Apparently, their master's alchemical art had reached the pinnacle of perfection. The animals are so delighted that they are already hoarse and exhausted from the praise. Meanwhile, their master had already finished creating all 3 pills. And just in time, because Hannah is already knocking on his door. Today, she brought her younger brothers and sisters to try out the pills. All the students bow in respect. Unexpectedly for himself, Alan is glad that Hannah brought him students, because his own special design prevents him from independently assessing the real effect of these pills. Looking at his inspired face, the cultivators immediately understand that something not very good awaits them. However, it is too late to retreat, and now they will have to try despite all doubts. Hannah calms the worried cultivators with a smile. Alan is ready to begin testing, so he asks his new subjects to tell him about their symptoms. Anthony has suffered several external wounds. Drake's cultivation has been stagnating for a long time, and Sophie thinks she's been slightly poisoned. Alan decides to start with Anthony and hands him the first pill. The guy looks at the pill in his hand in bewilderment, a little unnerved by the unusually bright green color. Alan reassures him that the Qingzi Jade pill may look unusual, but it is the mildest healing agent, and its color comes from a rare herb that incredibly accelerates wound healing. Hannah adds her menacing look to these explanations, and the student is forced to give in. Closing his eyes in fear, he suddenly throws the pill into his mouth and swallows it. And then he grabs his own throat, his eyes widening. A frightened Sophie immediately rushes to him. However, the panic turns out to be unnecessary, because in fact all of Anthony's wounds have already healed and now he feels much better. Drake noted with admiration that he had tried many healing pills, some of which even surpassed the Qingzi Jade pill in rank, but none of them acted so instantly and powerfully, healing in just 1 second. At this time, Anthony notices something else unusual. Thanks to this pill, not only was he healed, but he also greatly increased the amount of his spiritual energy. Right now, the guy feels her growing in his body. Alan decides to explain why this is happening. The regular pill only speeds up the healing of wounds, but he decided to tweak this recipe a little. He added an effect that not only heals but also awakens spiritual energy, helping the body recover faster. The students look at him in amazement, their mouths wide open in surprise. Hannah smiles proudly, demanding to thank her older brother immediately. Anthony bows obediently, promising Alan that if anything is needed in the future, he will be ready to jump into fire and water without even thinking. Alan calls Sophie to take the next pill. The girl had already tried many pills to cleanse the poison, but none of them were able to completely remove the strange toxin from her body. But even if the hope is only illusory, she is not going to give up. Without a second's hesitation, the girl decisively takes the pill. And then, something strange starts to happen to her. Covering her face with her hands, the girl falls exhausted to her knees on the cold ground, and the other students run up to her, worried. Screaming, the girl bends even lower to the ground and coughs. Something incomprehensible falls from her mouth onto the ground. A slimy, bright purple clot remains lying on the ground. Now the girl feels that the weakness that had tormented her for a long time has disappeared without a trace. The dark shadows that had plagued her body had completely dissipated. Hannah explains to the others that it was magical tentacle poison. Once in a person's body, it secretly releases a toxin, destroying the cultivator's spiritual roots. Its poison merges with the carrier's spiritual energy, making it almost impossible to detect and eliminate in time. Sophie realizes that her brother Alan saved her life and tears well up in her eyes. She bows deeply, to which Alan replies that it is nothing. Now it was Drake's turn to take the pill. This student no longer doubts the effectiveness of his brother's pills, but he is still afraid that the power of this medicine will not be enough to solve his long-standing problem. No matter how hard he tried to cultivate, his strength remained stagnant for years on end. He tried all the methods and looked for any pills to strengthen the practice, but he was still unable to overcome the barrier. Hannah has heard about his situation and is very hopeful that her older brother's pill will work wonders. Drake is already used to disappointments, so another one won't be too much of a problem for him. He takes the pill with determination, and his eyes widen in surprise. The guy's entire body is enveloped in strange sensations. He feels how right now his meridians are expanding under the pressure of spiritual power. The quality of his energy rapidly increases, and he finally makes a breakthrough in cultivation. No one can believe that Alan's pills are so incredible that they even made Drake's younger brother's barrier collapse in an instant. And only Hannah is not at all surprised. Drake falls to his knees, promising never to forget the favor shown to him. "Please accept my bow," the student fervently asks. Alan immediately grabs his hand, forcing him to get up from his knees. Drake asks with admiration what kind of pill it was that made his meridians come alive under the pressure of the long-awaited spiritual power. Alan replies that he himself is curious because he prepared the most ordinary yellow dragon ascension pill. Hannah had already realized that the pills were so effective because they had a 9 golden turn constitution. To achieve a breakthrough in cultivation, one must simultaneously absorb many times more spiritual energy than an ordinary person, and this is not an easy task. But if the breakthrough is successful, then your strength at this level far exceeds that of your equals in rank. This means that the key lies in Brother Drake's own long years of hard work, and the pill merely channeled his powers. Who would have thought that my long-term stagnation was caused by such a rare constitution? Drake whispers lostly, unable to hold back his tears. He thanks Alan again, without whose pill he would likely never have learned the truth about his body. Altogether, the students thank Alan in chorus for his help. The guy understands that most likely these pills will cope with Christopher's test tomorrow. The next day is coming very soon and it will be decisive. The sect's disciples chatter excitedly among themselves, not at all hiding their disdain for Alan. They are already confident in the outcome of the fight. Alan doesn't like that so many people have come running again, and now he is again surrounded by strangers' attention. Master Christopher approaches him, smiling and asking if the guy is ready for the competition. James, standing nearby, thinks that he has given it his all these days, and he will not hold back in today's test. The master announces the beginning of the alchemical duel. The first part of the competition is simple. The master has picked 2 herbs that he himself deliberately brought to the brink of death, and now both participants must use their Qingzi Jade pills to show their healing power. Who will begin? Asks the master, holding out a flower. The participants unanimously decide that James will go first this time. With a smug grin, the young man takes out his pill. He presses his fingers into its shell to crumble it. The pill crumbles into small pieces and the guy sprinkles them on the plant. The dying plant is instantly reborn, regaining its strength. Loud whispers and admiring exclamations are heard among the spectators. Master Noah watches his student closely and is pleased with his progress. James still continues to proudly show everyone his achievement. The students, who were so helped by Alan, look at him with disgust, confident that their older brother will win. Brother Alan will show him now, Drake grins. Meanwhile, the master approaches James to praise him for the good result. The guy blushes slightly, pleased with the effect produced. Now it's Alan's turn. One of the masters cannot understand who this guy is, because he lives far away and rarely appears in the sect. Noah explains with a chuckle that this is the most unusual true disciple of their sect. Most of the time he is lazy, does not interfere in the affairs of the sect, and does not compete with others. And even at the meeting, this guy slept until the very end. And despite the fact that he is a true disciple, his strength level is quite low. Meanwhile, Alan is already starting to demonstrate his pill. Master Christopher watches every action closely. He notices several faint patterns on the pill and is surprised by this. Having decided that he imagined it, the man calms down. And at this time, Alan's plant begins to rapidly transform. James can't believe his eyes when he realizes what has happened. Alan managed to make a spiritual plant with the help of his pill. Now Christopher understands what patterns he saw on this pill. Alan added bloodvine flower into the pill to enhance the spiritual energy and achieve incredible healing effects. The other masters look at this guy, not understanding how he managed to do this. Hurt and upset, James shouts loudly that this is not fair. He is sure that Alan studied some secret scroll in advance to learn such an unusual method. But what Christopher answers him is that he knows that James himself spent these 3 days learning alchemical techniques from a true master. The guy can only blush with anger and disappointment. With a half-hearted chuckle, Alan says he's looking forward to round 2. This guy makes noise like a typical villain from his favorite novels, which irritates him a little. Meanwhile, the master moved on to the second trial, in which he used his signature poison, Purple Netherworld Mist. And once it spread, even the defense of True Key would not be able to completely block it. In this round, he intends to test the purification of the same 2 plants. James is the first to be called again and throws his next pill at the designated plant. Now all that remains is to count down the time this pill will work. A quarter of an hour passes and the plant withers. Master Christopher is quite pleased with this result. The other students do not understand the master's joy because the plant died anyway. But the thing is that the purple fog of the underworld is an extremely powerful poison. James's turquoise cleansing pill managed to keep the plant alive for a full quarter of an hour, which is an impressive result. Now everyone is curious how long Alan's pill will last. Without wasting time on empty words, the guy sends the pill to the plant. It works instantly and the plant regains its true appearance. After a quarter of an hour, it still looks just as alive and fresh. Master Noah watches this unusual young cultivator with no small amount of admiration. Since both pills have lasted the same amount of time, the master is going to declare a draw. James agrees with this outcome. However, Hannah has a completely different opinion. The girl tells the master that since the effect of both pills is the same, it is worth comparing how long they last. The master agrees with the girl, and now he himself is curious how much longer Alan's pill will hold up against his underworld fog. James is not worried about this at all. He is sure that Alan will definitely not be able to get around him, because a quarter of an hour is already the limit for the turquoise pill of purification. However, a whole hour has passed and the plant still has not withered. None of the observers understand how this is even possible, and even the master himself freezes in bewilderment. But after a minute, he understands what exactly Alan did and what his idea was. Normal pills simply lock the plants, blocking the poison but also depriving them of sunlight and spiritual energy. But Alan added a shining stone to his pill that creates a spiritual network inside the plant that filters out all subsequent poison, allowing the plant to continue to breathe and live without suffering from the toxins. Alan smiles and notes that treating symptoms is not his way. He prefers to eliminate the cause. The students he recently helped look at their older brother with admiration. Hannah asks again what the result will be announced at this stage of the competition. Alan already understands that he went a bit overboard with the pathos. The master is about to announce the winner when James interrupts him. He acknowledges Alan's victory in this round as well, but asks to give him a chance in the third part of the competition. Although it is already absolutely clear to everyone who won today's alchemical duel, even Master Noah doesn't see the point in holding the next stage. But James continues to ask the master for mercy, wanting to try again to get around Alan. The master looks questioningly at the second participant in the competition, and he nods in agreement. And then Christopher announces the final round. In front of the participants, there are 2 herbs again, and this time they need to use the Yellow Dragon Ascension pills. Everyone must show how much their pill can enhance the absorption of spiritual energy. James used the rarest herbs from his clan's treasury to create this pill, so he hopes to win. As soon as he added a small handful of herbs, the flower immediately began to glow. After using his pill, the cultivation of the given plant increased several times. A pill of such quality is truly rare. The students are talking. The master sees that this pill is close to the level of the 4 patterns. That is, it is a real treasure of the highest quality. Now it's Alan's turn. He presses the pill and everyone around him freezes. Each student watches his movements with wide eyes, expecting something else unusual. Suddenly, the sky becomes covered with strange magical clouds. The masters are the first to understand that this is heavenly punishment. It is said that if the grass gains spiritual consciousness, then heavenly punishment will descend upon it. And if it survives the card, it can become a demon. James's face turns bright red with uncontrollable anger and frustration. None of the disciples had even heard of the possibility that with a single pill, the plant could cause heavenly punishment. Christopher immediately understands that this is only possible if Alan's pill was not lower than the 9th level of patterns. After all, each pill with 9 patterns contains incredible power, capable of causing the most unimaginable phenomena. He looks at the sky with delight, expecting the approach of heavenly punishment. The screams around are getting louder and louder, and finally, heavenly punishment comes. Illuminating the space with a bright and loud flash, Alan slowly approaches his plant. The students talk to each other, trying to figure out what happened to the plant after such a blow. The effect of this pill is truly terrifying and powerful. Master Noah knows how hard it is to survive heavenly punishment and snatch the thin thread of life from the Tao of heaven. Not every cultivator could withstand the blow of punishment, let alone a still fragile plant. "Stop, look!" Christopher suddenly shouts. Before the eyes of the astonished crowd, the plant begins to rapidly transform, and now it becomes clear to everyone that it is fighting against heavenly punishment. Drake compares this plant to cultivators who always move forward and do not give up, no matter how difficult the road ahead may be. The path of cultivation is a challenge to the heavens, a struggle for destiny with the universe itself. Only by going towards death do we reveal the greatness of life, says Hannah. Towards death? Towards the greatness of life? One of the cultivators whispers thoughtfully. Everyone else enthusiastically follows suit. All the cultivators gathered here today raise their hands up, shouting words of encouragement to the plant. And this helps him overcome heavenly punishment and open up completely. The plant's petals spread out to the sides and a fragile girl becomes visible among them. Master Noah is surprised to realize that this plant was actually able to defeat the heavenly punishment thanks to Alan's pill. Today they all witnessed an incredible miracle. The flower girl approaches Alan and thanks him for the pill that allowed her to be reborn and gain a new life. Turning to the rest of the students, the girl says with a smile that their support will also forever be in her heart. Christopher comes closer and names the girl Caroline and allows her to cultivate and grow in peace in the back mountains of the sword sect. The master then rushes to Alan, begging him to tell him how he managed to create the pill that caused heavenly punishment. Alan replies that the yellow dragon pill is wood elemental in nature, and he just added thunderleaf essence to it and, through the principle of the 5 elements, where water nourishes wood, enhanced the natural power of the plant. The silhouette of Christopher's attentively listening student is suddenly enveloped in a cocoon of powerful energy. The amazed students realize that the master has broken through. Christopher himself is amazed that the many years of shackles of his cultivation have disappeared in an instant. He rushes to Alan to thank him for the great luck he brought. A unique vision allowed the master to take a new step on the path of alchemy. So he gives Alan his treasure, the treatise on pills, which contains lost recipes and his own notes. Besides this, he also gives the guy 2 pills with 7 patterns, which he carefully kept. Now he needs time to consolidate the new level of cultivation, so the master asks Alan to come to him in 5 days to continue practicing alchemy. Alan obediently agrees, touched by such gifts, and heads for the exit. Hearing a sound, he looks around. Hannah is already running right behind him, delighted and inspired. She believes that now her older brother will definitely not be able to be so lazy. She hopes that her brother will no longer work 3 days and be lazy for 2 days, as before, to which Alan only laughs. The master approaches the young cultivators and once again tells Alan that he can skip morning training while he prepares for the alchemy exam. However, the man still reminds that there are no shortcuts in cultivation, and even when practicing alchemy, one should not forget about one's practice. Alan, with an honest face, promises the elders to redouble his efforts and stop being lazy. Having finished the conversation, he returns to his abode again. There, a phoenix meets him at the threshold and drags a stool to its owner, demanding that he sit down and rest quickly. The snake is not going to lag behind in caring for its owner, and brings him a small cup of water. Alan reflects on the fact that there is still a month left before the alchemy exam, and in 5 days he will begin studying with Master Christopher. He will spend 4 hours a day with the master, which means he will have a whole 8 hours of freedom. And this is practically a vacation, which delights the guy. A whole month flies by unnoticed, and it's time for the exam. Alan is very upset that his unique vacation has flown by so quickly. The master notices him yawning, but understands it a little differently. He decides that this guy was cramming all night long, which is why he didn't get enough sleep. Christopher approaches Alan to praise him for his efforts and diligence. Deciding that his student was nervous, the man began to calm him down, deciding at the same time to clarify whether the young man had any questions left. And Alan does have one question. Christopher is happy because for a whole month, this talented guy hasn't asked him a single question. But Alan simply asks the master to step aside a little and not block the view. Christopher immediately runs away, citing the fact that examiners from the Union of Immortal Sects will soon arrive. He won't stay for the exam because urgent matters have come up. Alan leans towards Hannah, asking in surprise what she's doing on this exam anyway. But the girl is not going to tell him that it was the head who asked her to keep an eye on him, so that no more embarrassments like the one when he fell asleep at the meeting would arise. Their conversation is distracted by the arrival of a Union flying boat. The name of this unusual boat is Wanderer of the Cloudy Sea. The chief examiner of alchemy of the Union of Immortal Sects arrived on it. This is an elder named Martin, known as the Silver Pill King. The students notice that he has something in common with Master Christopher. The master himself had long since disappeared somewhere, apparently not wanting to cross paths with Martin. Rumor has it that they are both from the Pill Spirit sect and were in love with the same older sister. In the end, the girl did not choose any of them. They quarreled forever and separated, leaving the sect. The conversation of the disciples is interrupted by the loud voice of the elder, asking for silence. Elder Martin is going to give a short introductory speech. The man thanks the head of the sword sect for his support and announces that in this trial, all participants will enter the small world of the ancient alchemy cauldron. Inside this world, a village is engulfed in a mysterious poisonous epidemic. Dangers lurk at every turn, and the shadows of ghosts roam the darkness. The student's task is to accurately identify the right herbs, create pills to cleanse the poison, and cure the mysterious disease. If you're lucky, you can find treasures left behind by ancient alchemists in this world. The elder asks all exam participants to step forward. All students obediently follow the order. The elder raises his hand, about to declare the exam officially open. But he is interrupted by the cry of another exam participant who was late for the start. The exam participants look in surprise at the boy who is running towards them with all his might. They don't yet know that it is Master Christopher, using disguise to remain unrecognized. The man decided to stay close to Alan, hoping to snatch a couple of insights for cultivation. Now all participants are assembled, and the exam is declared officially open. The small world of the ancient alchemical cauldron looks quite frightening. Here you can see a number of brightly painted scarecrows with mocking smiles on their faces. Alan is surprised that everything here is so creepy. Suddenly he hears Hannah's call. Alan thinks that apparently only the two of them were thrown into this point, and the rest scattered to other ends of the ancient cauldron. But right after Hannah, the new guy who was added at the last moment suddenly appears. In his mind, the alchemist is glad that he put in a lot of effort to be next to Alan in this world. The cultivators guess that this is some kind of abandoned city and decide to look around. Alan and Hannah head ahead and Christopher runs after them. The other participants in the exam have not yet reached such mutual understanding. While Helena and Amir are arguing, a thick white fog begins to appear around. The girl instantly tenses up, immediately recognizing the white flame of the fog. Amir takes a potion out of his pocket, glad that he had prepared for this situation in advance. Christopher also looks at this fog with great intensity. He knows that the white flame of the mist destroys anyone that touches it. Alan orders Hannah to drink the green pill of purification. The girl obediently reaches out her hand for the medicine. Meanwhile, on the other side of the small world of the ancient alchemical cauldron, the elders are already meeting the first losers. The first one to be eliminated is the genius disciple of the pill spirit sect, which seems very strange. It looks like this test will not be easy. Martin decides that the dropped student is still too young and hot-blooded, since he was unable to neutralize the effects of the white flame fog. Alan, meanwhile, decides on the contrary that this exam will be very easy. Christopher, however, thinks that cleansing from the poison is only the first step. A fog envelops each of the exam participants, despite the pills they have taken. Alan is plunged into traumatic memories of his past life. The evilly laughing boss threatens to cut his salary if he fails to submit 3 presentations on time. Hannah also finds herself surrounded by memories she would rather forget. She is a very little girl, and right before her eyes there are evil people who are going to kill her father for debts. At the same time, the fair-haired man looks around uncertainly, trying to see something through the fog. Finally, he finds his master with his gaze. A man sits on a throne, and around him in a semicircle are kneeling followers. This time, when you go to the sword sect, you must get it at any cost, he says. Even if it means sacrificing every living soul in the eastern wasteland, the great massif must be completed. Hearing the promise to carry out the order, the man grins in anticipation and clutches the staff in his hand. Meanwhile, Alan continues to be held captive by his own memories of his past life. The boss glances at his employee's work monitor and, seeing something incomprehensible there, begins loudly demanding that everything be redone immediately. But here, unlike in his real past life, Alan is not going to hide. "I won't do it." He puts his feet up on the table, clearly enunciating each word. The boss starts stuttering out of surprise and indignation. Finally, pulling himself together, he promises to cut the salary of the negligent worker. Alan just smirks in response, showing with his whole appearance how much he doesn't care about this. He had already realized that this poisonous fog created something like an illusion of inner demons, and, judging by his experience in passing game dungeons, in order to escape from such a trap, one must overcome the deepest fears or attachments in the heart. The plot of this test seems painfully banal and boring to him. The guy is only worried about how his little sister is coping with this task. In fact, Hannah, unlike him, finds this test quite difficult. "Don't kill my father," she screams, feeling again like the little helpless girl she was that day. Her father asks his daughter to run away from here as quickly as possible and save her life. The girl hugs her favorite doll tightly and sobs loudly, reaching out to her father. Out of nowhere, a multitude of voices appeared around her, insisting that her father's death was her fault, that all this happened only because of her weakness. Almost no one knows about Hannah's past in the sect, and her childhood has been practically erased from memory, leaving only small fragments of memories. The girl remembers how bandits came to their mountain village and killed her parents and all the other residents. She saw with her own eyes how these people took away her mom and dad, and she could do nothing. Then Hannah decided that the end had come for her too. But a teacher appeared who saved her and brought her to the Qingyun sword sect. From that day on, the girl vowed that she would cultivate diligently, because she hated this feeling of powerlessness to the very depths of her soul. She rose before dawn and trained until nightfall, honing her skills to become even stronger. That's why Hannah is now finding the strength to get back on her feet. She tried so hard just to protect those she cared about, and these thoughts help her find herself again. The girl had long since stopped being afraid of some small demons of the heart. At this time, the events around Alan begin to develop rapidly. The guy's boss is unhappy that they dared to underestimate him so much. "Everyone's on overtime," the man shouts furiously at the other employees. Their faces look empty and tired, expressing absolutely no emotion. The angry boss promises them 6 working days a week instead of 5. No one will leave the office before 9 o'clock in the evening until he gives his permission. Alan sees himself lying lifelessly on the floor with a pile of pills scattered nearby. How nasty this heart demon is, the boy thinks, clenching his teeth in anger. But now he is not at all the same person he was in his past life. Alan is no longer going to tolerate this kind of treatment. Hannah, at this time, still continues to battle her own demons from the past. At some point, thanks to Alan's destructive power, these two fictional realities collide. They merge into one powerful stream of energy, and everything around is swirled into a powerful vortex. Literally a minute later, this whirlwind dissipates, and the exam participants look around in surprise. None of them understand what just happened. This poisonous fog drew them all into an illusion, but suddenly, for some reason, it dissipated, leaving no trace behind. Hannah immediately rushes to her brother's side to make sure he is okay. Alan, taking advantage of the situation, laughs loudly and thanks his little sister for the fact that her chi so deftly dispersed the poisonous fog. Hannah smiles awkwardly and blushes at the praise, not immediately, but eventually believing that she really did it. Alan spoke so loudly on purpose so that the other cultivators would hear it and believe him too. But Christopher immediately understands that something is clearly wrong here, but decides to remain silent. Meanwhile, the fog begins to move towards the group of cultivators from all sides again. Through the thick veil of fog, quiet rustling sounds, footsteps, and whispers could be heard. Sounds that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Hannah was the first to realize that another danger lay ahead, and very soon the cultivators saw the ghostly companions peeking out from the fog. Alan doesn't understand where they even came from. Hannah immediately takes a fighting stance and invites her brother to have some fun together and destroy the new obstacle. The next moments merge into one whirlwind of lightning-fast movements of two cultivators. Amir notes that these companion ghosts are quite tenacious and not so easy to deal with. Helena is sure that this white fog not only corrodes plants and traps people in illusions, it also spawns companion ghosts, and 5th-tier pills are required to purify the poison. Amir suggests using red ice grass yuan, cold in nature, bitter in taste, but with a powerful cleansing effect. Helena only mocks this fool, as the ghost companions most likely appeared due to the soul-gathering effect caused by the poison of the death whisper mixed with the white flame of the fog. This means that purple heartgrass and 9-fold spiritual ginseng are needed for purification. The girl mockingly notes that Amir probably didn't even discover the basics of alchemical pharmacology, which makes him blush deeply with indignation. Christopher, with great enthusiasm, asks Alan what he himself thinks about this poisonous fog and ghosts. This guy seems more and more suspicious to Alan with each passing moment. However, the cultivator replies that this poison exists in the form of fog, moves with the wind, and at noon, ghost companions appear. So most likely the source of the epidemic is a pond contaminated with magical chi. Under the influence of light and the poison of the whisper of death, this enhanced version of the white flame of mist was formed. Christopher is amazed. It is terribly surprising to him that Alan, who had only just begun to study alchemy, was able to analyze poisons so accurately. If things continue like this, the alchemist is not at all sure that he will be able to teach this guy anything. To neutralize the poison of the white flame mist, special spiritual herbs are needed for the pill, such as purple heartgrass, fruit of the underworld, and 9-fold spiritual ginseng. Unfortunately, this type of ginseng is extremely rare and incredibly difficult to obtain. However, Christopher, who is proud of himself, has several of these roots with him. The alchemist does not expect to hear in response to this generous offer that there is no need for this, since Alan also has plenty of this ginseng. The guy doesn't understand why Christopher is so surprised by his statement, because there is simply a ton of this ginseng in the ancient Star Palace. Now, you need to find the most common purple heart herb. As a rule, it grows in shady places near the mountains. Alan recently saw this grass nearby on one of the hills. Hannah immediately volunteers to go after her to be of assistance, and her brother agrees to this proposal. Christopher doesn't understand how this guy gets so much ginseng, which only grows once every 90 years. Alan suggests waiting for Hannah here, and as soon as she brings the necessary herb, we can immediately create a pill to cleanse the poison. Christopher understands that the guy is not going to use the third ingredient in the form of windgrass, and without it, the effectiveness of the pill's distribution will greatly decrease. The alchemist has time to think that young cultivators still need an experienced mentor to avoid such mistakes. But Alan has a slightly different opinion about the third ingredient. The wind, with its swiftness and unpredictability, is considered the embodiment of ultimate speed in this world. If you introduce the Tao of Wind into a pill, its effect will be subject to the laws of the Great Path. This isn't just a quantum leap. The pill can work even while the user is resting, which is very convenient. The laws of the Great Path are the foundation of the universe, and the Tao of the Wind is one of the most subtle and difficult to master among the 3,000 paths. So Christopher is surprised that Alan so easily wants to pour the Tao of the Wind into this pill. As far as he knows, in the Qingyun sword sect, over the past 200 years, only the head of the Wind Spirit Hall and one other genius disciple have comprehended anything about the Tao of Wind. And in the entire Eastern Wasteland, the number of cultivators capable of touching this mystery can be counted on one hand. Alan, in his past life, did such boring work, for which his mistakes resulted in his salary being cut, that the Tao of the Wind is now just nonsense for him. He asks Christopher to relax and just wait until his sister returns. At this time, Hannah had just reached the very hill where Alan had seen the plant he needed. The girl carefully reaches out and plucks a stalk of purple heartgrass. Pleased with herself, she turns around to go back to her brother and give him the necessary ingredient. But suddenly he senses the energy of someone's sinister chi. Without thinking twice, the girl quickly hides behind one of the nearest trees. A stranger emerges from the forest, his body enveloped in such unpleasant energy. This guy looks confident and calm, with a slight smile on his lips. Hannah peers out from behind the tree cautiously, trying to get a better look at the cultivator. In the guy's hand, there is a brightly shining thing that she had already seen before. This massive disc seems very familiar to her, and Hannah tries hard to remember where she has seen it before. Finally, she remembers that it is a soul-collecting disc, forged from many human souls. It is unclear how this artifact, forbidden by the Union, ended up in the hands of a stranger. This thing is the key to the leader's great plan. Find it quickly, the guy suddenly says. Hannah begins to suspect that we are talking about the head of a demonic sect. Unsuspecting Alan is still waiting for his sister, but he is starting to get noticeably nervous as time is running out. So he decides to take action right now. While Hannah is still waiting to return, Alan is planning to set up an alchemical array. True, for a full-fledged array you need a spiritual core stone. But for now, you'll have to make do with an unfinished version. Christopher asks again in surprise, why does he need an array at all if they were talking about creating a pill? Alan replies that this is his new project, an automated alchemical array. It not only controls the heat and temperature, but also automatically adds ingredients at the right time. From maintaining a stable temperature to forming a pill, everything is done without human intervention. Christopher believes that alchemy is an art where it is important to feel every change in the herbs yourself. So relying on external mechanisms does not seem like the best idea to him. At first glance, this idea sounds like the ravings of a madman. But Alan's approach truly turns everything on its head. Because even if the quality of the pills were to decrease slightly, in situations of mass demand, such as wars between immortals and demons, or the mass cultivation of a large sect, it could still be useful. This method of production can quickly cover needs, saving rare herbs and the strength of the alchemists themselves. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Alan notices a rapidly running 9-curved ginseng root. Another quarrel immediately starts, because Helena is sure that the root belongs to her, and Amir categorically disagrees with this. Alan decides to settle their dispute and offers the cultivators another ginseng to avoid the brewing fight. Helena remembers that she never had time to greet him properly and sends the guy greetings from his old friends. Alan chuckles and notes that quite a bit of time has indeed passed since the last meeting of geniuses. His friends are now in good health and busy with their daily diligent cultivation. Amir is unhappy with this conversation because now they all should have no time for chatter. In this small world, after sunset, a third wave of companion ghosts appears, infected with poisonous gas. And in order to survive the night safely, they all need to hurry to create protective pills. Therefore, Alan also decides to hurry with the creation of the array, which causes more ridicule from Amir. Alchemy requires subtlety, and the boy believes that such a crude approach will only ruin the properties of the herbs. Time is running out and each of them starts to take their own pills. Christopher felt that Helena's pill aroma was pure. The power of the herbs was rich, almost without impurities, which meant that the Purple Cloud sect had cultivated quite a good talent. Alan is almost finished creating his array. Only the last touch remains. But suddenly the guy realizes that his working hours have already come to an end. Therefore, without the slightest doubt, he decides to finish everything else tomorrow, after resting. And now it's time for Alan to sleep, because the working day is over. This approach to business causes real shock and distrust among other cultivators. But the sun had already set, and danger was already approaching their company. Therefore, cultivators simultaneously take the pills they created. For the first couple of minutes, nothing happens and no ghosts appear near them. Amir decided that they were mistaken, and there was no danger. However, immediately after these words, a third wave of angry ghost companions appears out of nowhere. Without wasting any time, they immediately begin to attack the cultivators. Helena thinks that things are bad because the poison of these ghosts is very strong. She looks in surprise at Alan, who is sleeping peacefully, oblivious to what is happening. The blood-red energy of the ghosts thickens above him more and more. Alan continues to sleep peacefully, while angry ghosts are already rushing towards him. But they don't manage to reach the guy, stopped in time by the sword of the returning Hannah. "Let's deal with these creatures together," the girl says with a slight smile. The number of ghosts is growing, and no matter how many cultivators destroy them, the number of opponents only increases. But they don't want to believe that their ordeal will end here. Suddenly, the stalk of purple heartgrass that Hannah brought with her begins to glow brightly. Now the missing ingredient is in place, and Alan's array comes into action. Christopher can't believe his eyes when he realizes the automated array has activated. Moreover, this alchemical array instantly drove away all the attacking ghosts from them. The alchemist does not understand how it is even possible that a person is sleeping while the cauldron is working and creating pills. Thus, gradually, the whole night passes and the morning comes. Alan finally wakes up and stretches sweetly, rejoicing at another wonderful day. As soon as he finally opens his eyes, he immediately sees cultivators bending over his face. "What are you doing here?" The guy doesn't understand. Helena immediately asks how this automated array works, allowing her to create pills even in her sleep. Christopher joins in on the question, and what he's most interested in is how it was that Alan, without even touching the cauldron, created the pill without any loss of quality. Alan has to get out of bed and explain all the details of what happened. The guy had programmed all the parameters into the array in advance so that the cauldron would continue creating pills even while he slept. This boiler operates according to a set program, and the quality of the pills does not suffer as a result. Christopher is delighted with what he heard. He already realizes that this is not just a success, but a real technological revolution. With the help of such an array, the threshold for practicing alchemy will be greatly reduced, and anyone can become an alchemist without having to exhaust themselves with years of training. Alan wishes these guys knew there was such a thing as an electric kettle with an automatic shut-off function. Suddenly, a guy unknown to Alan suspiciously asks if he really created this array himself. The cultivator replies that it is as easy as pie, which greatly surprises the stranger. Could this really be the ultimate mastery of the array path? He wonders. Leaning towards Hannah, Alan quietly asks his sister who this guy is. The girl replies that this is Oscar from the Heavenly Array sect. When she was looking for the purple heart herb, they had a small misunderstanding. The girl then decided that Oscar was connected to a demonic sect. So, without thinking twice, she went on the offensive. But it suddenly turned out that he was just a disciple of the Heavenly Array sect, and his goal was to collect a core for one of them. His sect is a special organization, excluded from the Union of Immortal Sects, because its followers are fanatics of arrays, obsessed with studying them. For the sake of improving the arrays, they are ready to do anything, even secretly collecting villainous artifacts of the demonic sect. They approach cultivation and research with insane rigor. Often the entire clan stays awake at night, perfecting one array, and their leader is a complete psychopath. Alan is sorry that his automated array is still only an unfinished version. For it to function at its full potential, a spiritual core stone is required. Oscar asks if Alan is really a disciple of the Sword Sect, because how did he get such deep knowledge about arrays? He immediately invites the guy to join their sect of heavenly arrays. As soon as he heard this, Christopher immediately rushes forward and shields Alan with his body, preventing him from being drawn into the new sect. At this point, Alan suspiciously thinks that this guy is already very similar to his new alchemy master. He tells Oscar that he has some minor disagreements with this sect regarding its working principles, so he will have to refuse the offer. "You still have time to talk about arrays?" A disgruntled Amir interrupts their conversation. The poison from last night was so strong that even the 9-curved ginseng pill could barely cope. And today at noon, the white flame fog will be even stronger. If they don't quickly create a new recipe and make a pill to cleanse the entire small world of poison, not only will they be kicked out of the trial, but the white fog will also hit them hard, depriving them of cultivation. Apparently, this city was once infected with magical chi, which gave birth to the white flame of fog, and due to the outbreak of poison, All the residents were instantly poisoned and turned into ghosts. Hannah once saw in an ancient recipe that the flower of the underworld has an icy nature, and the herb of 3 suns is the embodiment of pure yang. When combined, they create a unique cleansing reaction. Alan laughs that his little sister really is obsessed with studying, but she does have a point. While the combination of these ingredients may weaken each other's power, when properly proportioned, they can create a new cleansing effect that may work against white fog. These herbs have long since disappeared from the eastern wasteland, but in this small world, traces of them may still remain. Therefore, cultivators now decide to first create pills for their own protection, and only then set out on a search. Alan decides that it's time to finally make this boiler show what it's really capable of. Christopher hopes the guy is finally getting around to making pills. Amir laughs that Alan has come up with all these fancy automated arrays here, but in the end he'll still have to honestly create the pills. The guy replies that in order to clear the entire small world of the white flame of fog, an array is needed. Only it will solve everything once and for all. And of course, he will need the boiler itself. There's no other way, because Alan is preparing to cook something extraordinary. The other cultivators can't believe their eyes when they see what the guy is doing. After finishing his soup, Alan invites Hannah to try it first. Amir is even more dissatisfied, because now is a critical moment for creating pills. All cultivators must purify their hearts and avoid desires, abstaining from base food. Christopher, on the other hand, is wildly delighted when he realizes that this cauldron contains a powerful medicinal power, skillfully extracted from a variety of spiritual herbs and meats. It looks like just a hot soup, but in reality it is a full-fledged spiritual pill that cleanses poison and strengthens the body. So all the cultivators rush to the cauldron with lightning speed. Hannah can't stop laughing at Amir, who literally just convinced everyone that he wouldn't even touch this food. And now he's devouring the soup more diligently than anyone else. Finally, all the plates are empty. The poison that had accumulated in the meridians was now washed away clean by this pungent mixture of spiritual herbs and meat. Christopher thinks that this cleansing power is no less than that of a 5th-rank pill. Oscar, however, began to think about the fact that true array geniuses don't think in templates, and this is something that needs to be told to their leader. Now that the poison has been cleared, Alan suggests splitting into 2 groups. The first group will look for the 2 herbs that Hannah spoke of, and the second will go for the spiritual core. If they manage to connect before the midday burst of white flame mist, then with a full massive disc they will be able to create an elixir and cleanse the entire small world of poison. Alan hates this internal competition, so this massive disc will be the result of their combined efforts, and then they can all take first place. Hannah recalls that people often talk about how this small world was created from the obsession of an ancient master named Elijah. Throughout the history of the alchemists' gathering, no one has ever succeeded in completely clearing this world of the poisonous fog. Alan believes it's all because they didn't think bigger. Hannah supports his idea and promises to go get the necessary herbs right away. Helena places her hand on the girl's shoulder in support and joins her search. And Oscar, Christopher, and Alan will go after the spiritual core stone. Amir thinks to himself that if it really is possible for everyone to take first place at the same time, then he's in business. If not, then the guy intends to find a way to overtake Alan. So he and the others decide to go in search of the core. Having discussed all the details, the cultivators separate and go in different directions. On the way to the herbs, Helena thanks Hannah for remembering the existence of the flower of the underworld and the herb of 3 suns. They had long since disappeared from the world of Changyuan, and if Hannah hadn't suggested it, everyone else would definitely not have remembered them. Suddenly, the girls notice something strange in the sky right above their heads. It turns out to be Gwyneth, who, in fact, should not be here at all. But by some miracle, the girl still falls straight from the sky into Hannah's arms. The girl realizes that Gwyneth ended up here because she is terrified of ghosts. That's why she ran away from Alan and came here. And now the girl reaches out to Hannah, seeking protection from the terrible ghosts. Helena, who cannot see Gwyneth, watches Hannah's strange movements with surprise. If the girl herself does not wish it, no one will be able to see her true face. Meanwhile, Oscar uses his artifact to find the right direction. Eventually, the disc leads them to a strange-looking house. Alan thinks this place looks really creepy. However, Oscar is sure that the spiritual core stone is definitely here, because the artifacts of the demonic sect are very cunning. Amir calls Alan a coward and is the first to head to the entrance of the strange house. He believes that any cultivator should be full of righteous chi and fear nothing. As soon as the guy opens the doors, Alan immediately realizes that things are bad. Confirming this thought, a powerful explosion is heard and Amira is thrown aside. Instantly, the courtyard where 3 cultivators had just been becomes empty. Apparently, they were separated and each was transferred to a separate test. Alan thinks it looks like some kind of new single-player dungeon crawler. But he is a modern man, and he has seen everything in his life, so he is not going to be afraid of some horror movie. Somewhere nearby, a girl in red clothes appears, starting to sing a song of the darkest and most frightening content. Ignoring these sounds, Alan enters the house. The spiritual stone is somewhere here. You just need to find it and immediately return back. So the guy calmly moves on, as if not even noticing the mournful song that accompanies his entire journey. The girl in red continues to follow him unnoticed, never stopping singing. Meanwhile, Hannah and Helena reach the very end of the river. Now all they have to do is find the necessary herbs. But even that doesn't seem like a problem anymore. Hannah approaches the water and notices the glow of the herbs she needs somewhere in the depths. But right before her eyes, the calm surface of the water suddenly begins to rapidly transform. "Careful!" The girl manages to scream before she and Helena are thrown in opposite directions by the stream of water. A huge snake, with eyes shining in different colors, appears right from the depths of the river. No one expected that obtaining these herbs would be so difficult, and that they would have to fight such a monster. Helena doesn't understand where such an ancient sea serpent came from here. Hannah suggests that they join forces and attack the monster together. Gwyneth flies away again, frightened by the huge monster. Helena decides to immediately use the purple spirit blade to defeat the snake. However, her attacks do not cause any significant damage to the monster. Hannah joins the fight, attacking the monster from the other side. But her blows do not bring the desired result. The monster, extremely enraged by these attacks, opens its fanged mouth wide and a purple glow begins to emanate from it. With a loud roar, the snake attacks, and its blow hits both opponents at once. The force of this attack is truly devastating, and the girls do not have time to dodge it in time. A powerful energy wave slams Helena right into the trunk of one of the trees, and the girl loses consciousness. Hannah looks at her friend's exhausted body in horror and realizes that things are very bad. Meanwhile, the huge snake is already gathering its strength for another attack. The monster roars loudly, and its muzzle moves ever closer to the exhausted girl. Suddenly, a frightened but determined Gwyneth stands in the monster's way. "No!" Hannah shouts at her, but the girl refuses to listen. The ancient serpent is about to attack again, but this time its blow misses its target. At first, it seems that the monster does not see little Gwyneth, frozen in front of him. But after a few long seconds, the snake begins to see her, and that changes everything. Turning away abruptly, the ancient creature dives back into the water and disappears beneath it. A frightened Hannah runs towards the girl, not yet understanding what just happened. Gwyneth, who had somehow managed to hold on until this moment, finally loses all her strength and falls like a sack into the arms of a girl who runs up to her. But a bright golden glow still continues to emanate from the girl's hands. This light envelops the entire surface of the now calm river. Hannah is amazed to realize that all this painfully reminds her of the 9 underground seas. Now she suspects that Gwyneth's origins are somehow connected to this. At this time, Alan continues his journey calmly. He hears again the song that has been haunting him since he entered this space. "Sir!" A girl named Ella appears next to the guy. Now she is clearly visible, so it is extremely unclear why this strange guy is still not afraid of her. Alan tells her it's a long story and involves scars from past working days. He thought it would be scary here, but that weekend when he had to play with the boss in the escape room was much more terrifying. "Young lady, I see you're not feeling well," Alan says unexpectedly to the girl. Her voice is weak and thin, and her complexion is pale and bluish. Clear signs of chaos in the meridians and deep poisoning. For such cases, Alan has a ready-made turquoise cleansing pill. The girl snorts with displeasure that another natural-born holy alchemist has arrived. His tone almost exactly copies the alchemist she already knew. Alan realizes that there is some interesting story behind this. The cultivator immediately guesses that this girl is somehow connected with the legendary ancient master Elijah. "Don't you dare mention his name!" Ella suddenly screams in rage. Tears slowly begin to well up in the girl's eyes. If Elijah hadn't broken off the engagement to go off and perfect his alchemical arts, things would have been completely different. If he had not disappeared forever, the girl would not have reached such a terrible state. Now Alan understands what's going on. Ella's resentment awakened the remnants of magical chi in the river. It was this that caused the flash of white flame fog that destroyed the entire city. And now, since Alan is also a born holy alchemist, the girl demands that he replace her departed groom in the wedding ritual. Otherwise, he will remain here, like all those who refused the ritual before him. All these people stayed here forever to accompany her always. The girl looks at Alan impatiently, waiting for his answer. I agree, the guy says unexpectedly. This makes Ella's mouth drop in shock, as all the previous people who came to her refused the ritual. At this time, Alan notices a brightly glowing spiritual core stone on the hood of her robe. Are you serious? The girl asks again, just in case. In response, Alan smiles and extends his hand to her. He tells the girl not to stand there like a pillar and to begin the wedding ritual. The ritual begins, and again the entire space around is immersed in this strange, sad melody. The newlyweds are required to bow to the hall, so Ella bows her head, causing the spirit stone to become even closer to Alan. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the guy reaches forward to pick up the necessary ingredient. But suddenly, the girl sharply raises her head and grabs his hand by the wrist. The would-be bride moves closer to Alan's face and bursts into hysterical laughter. She knew that this guy would try to deceive her too. Hatred had already taken deep root in her heart, clouding her mind and all other feelings. Ella intends to tear the heartless alchemist apart with her bare hands, which is what she tries to do. Alan gasps for air and asks the girl to slow down for at least a second. In response to this, the bride only asks what his last words will be before he dies. Alan suddenly breaks free from her grip and asks who told her that a woman has only one path. Marriage? Her obsession with love is a fundamentally wrong approach. Alan begins to fight the girl, trying to convey this idea to her mind between blows. In her time, women had only one option, to rely on their husbands, but these are all outdated customs that are long overdue to be abandoned. Mountains collapse, people leave, and you can only truly rely on yourself. Let this lousy man go to hell, Alan shouts to the girl. He is confident that a person's happiness is created by his own hands, and a true sense of security can only come from within herself. Alan manages to touch the confused girl's hood, using his power to stop her from moving. He is not trying to deceive her, but is only sincerely trying to open her eyes and show her the true path. Having finished his fiery speech, the guy looks at his abandoned bride with anticipation. Ultimately, Ella admits that he was right, and that she had been too narrow-minded. Alan exhales wearily, mentally rejoicing in the fact that, in his past life, working with capricious clients, he honed his skill of verbal therapy to perfection. And now, since he had been such a great servant to the girl, he would like to receive the spiritual core stone as a reward. Ella agrees to give it to him, but since she can't move, Alan will have to take the stone himself. The cultivator, believing her, raises his hand and reaches for her hood. However, suddenly the girl, making an effort, grabs his wrist again. Catching Alan's hand, Ella bursts into mad laughter again. This guy is truly special, not like everyone else. That's why she likes him even more now. Alan jerks his hand out of her grip, but it's too late. The girl had already managed to poison him with her passion flower poison. The one who is poisoned by this poison falls hopelessly in love with her, unable to resist. Ella created it to keep her fiancé, but never got around to using it. Stay with me and be obedient, she laughs in Alan's face. At this time, a worried Hannah approaches Helena, who still hasn't come to her senses. She gently ruffles Gwyneth's hair, encouraging the upset girl. The first thing you need to do now is collect the flower of the underworld and the herb of 3 suns. And after leaving the small world, she will tell Alan about her suspicions about Gwyneth. Approaching the river, the girl reaches out and pulls the plant she needs to the surface. Suddenly, a voice from somewhere deep inside tells her that 1,000 years have already passed, and he didn't think that anyone would actually get here. "Who are you?" asks a tense Hannah. A man appears from the water who turns out to be the same ancient master Elijah. He wandered here for 1,000 years, waiting for the man of destiny who could completely save this ruined little world. And Hannah is the very person to whom the master of this world will now pass on his legacy. This information makes the girl cry out in surprise. Elijah asks why Hannah suddenly remembered the flower of the underworld and the herb of 3 suns, while most of the test subjects choose the spiritual ginseng with 9 convolutions to create an antidote. Was this girl really taught by some reclusive alchemy master? Hannah replies that no one really taught her. She just happened to see in an ancient manuscript that these herbs suppress each other, so she came up with this method. Elijah is amazed that she never studied, yet was able to grasp the essence so keenly and connect the knowledge she had. The girl blushes embarrassedly from such obvious praise, and then he asks why the master himself did not cleanse this small world, if he knew about the existence of such a method. Elijah replies that he is deeply indebted to Ella and would not dare harm her. That's why he created this testing world, because he hoped that someone would find the perfect solution. But so many generations of alchemists passed by and no other way was found. And the poison in this world is getting stronger and stronger. When Hannah was tested in the toxic fog, she almost fell for her own past inner demon. And I realized that the past cannot be changed, no matter how hard you try. She too was unable to prevent the death of her parents at the hands of mountain bandits. But one must look forward and move on. This is also the path of cultivation. And although she lost her parents, a little later she found her new family. By delving into past memories, you will inevitably destroy the heart of the path and turn onto a crooked path, and then no medicine will help. Elijah admits that he has been too cowardly all these years. He was afraid to face the truth, and because of him, this small world fell into decay, became rotten and empty. He gives the girl all the necessary plants as well as notes about his entire life, expressing the hope that they will help her on her life's path. The girl accepts these gifts with gratitude, but she worries that she herself does not study alchemy and that all this heritage could go to waste. Elijah replies that this universal treatise on alchemy does not require study. On the day when she needs it, Hannah herself will understand everything. Leaving the surprised girl deep in thought, Elijah disappears, and Helena immediately comes to her senses. The girl opens her eyes with difficulty and tries to understand what happened. Meanwhile, Ella sees that her poison has already begun to affect Alan's soul and mind. The girl gently touches his face with her palm, asking who she is to him now. Alan obediently replies that she is the love of his life. Ella laughs loudly again, loudly rejoicing at how easy it was to capture him. Now all that remains is to complete the wedding ritual. Alan's face does not express any emotions other than obedience and indifference. Obeying the command of the voice, the newlyweds bow to each other again. Ella is sure that all the damned men are just her slaves. Therefore, what happened next comes as a real shock to her. Alan makes a sudden sharp lunge forward, grabbing the spirit stone. "This can't be happening," Ella screams hysterically, creating a multitude of chains around herself for further attack. She was sure that the poison of her passion flower was absolutely indestructible, and no one could be freed from the infection. Alan replies with a grin that the poison didn't really even affect him, because there is something much more important in his heart. Ella immediately remembers Hannah and decides that the problem lies with this girl. However, Alan shocks her by revealing that he was talking about the end of the working day. She shouldn't have underestimated his strong connection to the moment the work was completed. Ella screams indignantly, breaking her voice, enraged by such malicious mockery and attacks. The cultivator does not allow the hostile energy to touch him, immediately striking back. Using amulets, he creates a huge bright blue snake which immediately attacks the enemy. "Die!" Ella screams, trying to reach the boy with her clawed hand again, but her fist suddenly encounters the enemy's sharp sword. Ella doesn't understand how it's possible that some sword could stop her attack. Alan isn't going to give her time to think. He uses a strike he calls the hired hand sword, and this time the cultivator's attack catches the girl who didn't have time to dodge, giving him a little time. Alan turns towards the house, remembering the other cultivators stuck there. He reaches out and takes with him the small figures of his allies, bound with red ropes. Now he needs to meet his younger sisters, so the guy heads for the exit. But behind him, an even more angry Ella is already getting back to her feet. The girl screams Alan's name at the top of her lungs, not intending to let him go so easily. The cultivator turns around again to continue the fight. What a poisonous girl. He cries out when he senses Ella's energy again. Suddenly, Hannah appears at the gate of the house. She asks Alan to handle the detox array while she and Helena buy some time. Hannah throws the plants she found to her brother, and he deftly catches them in midair. Helena immediately joins the fight, activating a purple spiritual wedge. Ella freezes for a few seconds, assessing her new opponents, but he still manages to react in time, repelling someone else's attack. "Everyone's going to die!" Ella screams in a fit of madness, sending waves of her energy at Helena. But the hostile chi doesn't have time to reach its victim. Hannah makes it in time, covering her ally. After repelling the attack, the girl uses the Qingyun sword method. A stream of light energy swirls around her body, forming a huge snake. Her powers and Ella's energy collide, and a long battle begins, where neither one wants to give in. Alan, meanwhile, begins creating a detoxification array. He works quickly and skillfully. The guy's movements are clear and measured. Finding the right moment, Alan uses the herbs obtained by his younger sister. Eventually, he adds a spiritual stone to the array. Now all that remains is to activate what he has achieved. Every second counts, so Alan completes the creation of the array, and a powerful stream of purification rises upward. Ella curses loudly, but can no longer do anything, and after a few seconds her body evaporates, and the cultivators return back to the real world. There, Oscar approaches Alan again and speaks with admiration about how the Tao of arrays and perfection is the goal that all masters without exception strive for. It is associated with the perfect harmony between arrays, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the laws of the universe. Even experienced array masters can spend their entire lives without ever reaching this level, and Oscar himself had only heard of its existence, but had never seen it in person. In the small world, Alan's arrays were so successfully placed and their effects surpassed that of ordinary people precisely because the guy managed to touch the Tao of arrays perfectly. No one could have imagined that this young practitioner, known for his laziness, would turn out to be a natural genius in the art of arrays. Oscar admits that he is actually the deputy head of the array sect, and if Alan agrees to join them, then without the slightest hesitation, he is ready to hand over this position to him. The deputy head believes that in Alan's hands, the art of arrays will become even more magnificent. Elder Martin quietly approaches the cultivators, convinced that the array sect is something deeply obscene, and that Alan would be better off joining their union of immortal sects. In exchange, he offers to give him the recipe for 9th rank pills, which many alchemists want to get their hands on. Christopher rushes to intercept the elder, loudly shouting in his face that Alan is only his student and no one dares to lure him away. The alien appearance falls away, and now everyone present can see that behind the ordinary student there was a famous master alchemist. Christopher is sure that the elder is simply jealous that he has such a talented student. A serious argument breaks out, which everyone present follows with interest. At this time, several more elders approach Alan, and each of them tries to lure the talented guy into their sect, promising him unprecedented prospects and gifts. The cultivator scratches the back of his head in embarrassment, not knowing how to respond to all these proposals. He is saved by Reynold, who appears on the porch in time and loudly declares that Alan belongs to their sect, and anyone who has any objections to this can immediately leave this place. The man's face expresses a considerable degree of determination and confidence. Everyone knows that the head of the sword sect is known for his stubborn nature, and if it comes to a fight, no one will be happy. Some elders still hesitate, not daring to make further persuasion, but also not wanting to leave the sword sect without Alan. However, eventually they begin to diverge. Elder Martin understands better than anyone that Alan is already under the wing of the head of the sword sect himself, which means no matter how hard they try, they will not be able to win the guy over to their side. Hearing this, Alan smiles happily, glad that they will finally leave him alone. Meanwhile, Reynold orders the exam results to be announced. And although it is already obvious to everyone who exactly won first place, Martin still voices Alan's name, emphasizing that he was recognized as the winner unanimously and unequivocally. As a reward, as promised, the guy receives a demonic-grade alchemical cauldron. The remaining participants receive ancient pill recipes. This time, the Union of Spiritual Clans really did fork out generous rewards, which greatly surprised the cultivators. Hannah and Helena unanimously congratulate Alan, confident that he rightfully deserved his first place. Amir stands somewhere behind, his hands folded in front of him, with a displeased look on his face. Alan approaches the elder to collect his reward. Finally, this alchemical marathon is over, and he can be free. But suddenly the elder asks Alan to wait a little longer, and the boy turns around, already sensing trouble. And indeed, Martin unexpectedly invites him to give a lecture on understanding the true meaning of the path of forming spiritual clans in their union. And then all the other elders unanimously support this idea, adding that it would be a good idea to visit their sects with this lecture. Alan is horrified to think that giving lectures to each clan would be a continuous business trip, and he would never agree to that. Therefore, the guy proposes a different solution to the elders of all sects. Although the original meaning of the path of formation seems incomprehensible, its genius is that everyone comprehends it for themselves, so Alan is confident that his personal presence is completely unnecessary. Oscar concludes from these words that the guy had previously carved the meaning of the Peak of Mastery into the array plate itself, and when the time comes, it will be enough to take this very plate to independently use and comprehend the Peak of Array Mastery. Alan then proposes holding an auction to sell the copyright to his array, but no one present can understand what exactly the guy means by copyright. All these words are, of course, familiar, but for some reason their meaning eludes their consciousness. Alan explains that the essence is quite simple. The original meaning and its principles become the author's scheme of the Qingyun clan, and whoever buys the plate at auction will be free to research this method and even teach other alchemists. Seeing no understanding on the elders' faces, Alan proceeds to a more detailed explanation. He explains that since the copyright design belongs to his clan, anyone who wants to use this disc must pay a commission to the Qingyun sect, and this is the copyright. Reynold, listening with interest to these explanations, suddenly realizes that this guy is a real commercial genius. By using the copyright that Alan speaks of, The cult will be able to retain control over the distribution of the method and earn fabulous amounts of money. Meanwhile, all the other cultivators finally realize the genius of this idea. Christopher is delighted to have such a worthy student because alchemy, the art of formations, and even profit, nothing is missing. Only Hannah thinks that her older brother is thinking about money even now. The sect leader immediately makes a decision and notifies everyone gathered that the auction will be held on the clan's training field in exactly 7 days. Not only alchemists from great clans will be invited, but also noble families with influential schools. The elders of other sects come to the conclusion that they must seize this chance themselves and win the original meaning of the path of formations. With this plate, their alchemical efficiency will increase several times. Now the current alchemical test is completed and everyone can go home. The head of the sword sect is confident that if the formation plates are spread, the strength of the entire clan alliance will at least triple. And Martin completely agrees with this statement. Noticing movement behind him out of the corner of his eye, Reynold turns around and shouts loudly to Alan, who is already running away, so that he doesn't forget to show up at the auction. Alan has no choice but to agree. Oscar returns to his Sky Array sect and reports to the leader about what happened. Although he didn't obtain the spiritual formation stone, he was able to find the owner of the original meaning of the formation path. The head of the sect gives orders to Oscar to remain in the sword sect, and at the right moment use the teleporter to kidnap Alan, because he is the key to achieving immortality. Only with the peak of array mastery can one complete the very array that pierces the heavens, which they have been struggling over for so long. Meanwhile, the head of the Chamber of Commerce receives his invitation and immediately expresses a desire to attend the auction and meet this unusual cultivator. The head of the Alchemist Alliance also receives the letter and immediately decides that they must get Alan to join them. The head of a noble family from the Eastern Wasteland is also invited and concludes that this will be an interesting auction that they cannot miss. And also somewhere in the Eastern Wasteland, one of the disciples of the Xuanhuang sect is reflecting on the fact that if people still have such a genius, then it is truly surprising. Apparently, before heading to the Sea of Nine Hells, he had to do something else. And first of all, the disciple intends to honor the Qingyun sword sect with his presence.